battling for down racing. They both go deep into the corner. It's day 2 at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, and we have a full day of GEDLICH Racing Winter Series action to bring you from this famed circuit in Valencia. We will be starting with TCR Spain, and the 3 categories from the GEDLICH Winter Series stable will be following shortly thereafter. As you can see, the skies are looking fairly positive for us today above this circuit, which celebrated 25 years of operation last year, opened in 1999. Myself, Adam Weller, and Andy McEwen up here in the commentary box, very much enjoying the panoramic views of the facility today. Izzy Browning is, of course, down with us in the pit lane and on the grid as well. 14 turns around this circuit, and it is left-hand predominant. However, I am told usually the tyre graining is about equilateral, but it is a factor on this abrasive surface. Very little in the way of elevation change. Lots of technical corners around this circuit. Sometimes passing is at a premium, but we have seen some spectacular manoeuvres already this weekend on the Saturday broadcast. We are just over 20 kilometres away from the outer limits of the city, and it does look as though, drifting in from either side of the circuit, the Valencia city side or some of the more rural areas to our west, there are no clouds blowing forwards with sinister weather. So it should be a good day and a positive day for us overhead and indeed on the circuit as well. It is a sellout event. We are on restricted capacity, of course, as a legacy of the tragic floods that took place here in October. There is still some damage to some of the venue infrastructure, which means we are at a capped 3k per day spectator limit, but those free tickets, it is usually always free tickets except for the 2 Barcelona events. You can get into these races for free, and they have got a full sellout for both days, so we'll have 3,000 fans with us on the main grandstand here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo today, and based on what we saw yesterday, I think we are going to have some thrills. We will be getting started with the TCR Spain. Their race is set to go green flag at 9:15 a.m. It's the second race of their pre-season event. The GT4 Wind Series will follow. Formula Wind Series and GT Wind Series will take us to the lunch break before the GT4s, the Formulas and the GTs have one more race apiece in the afternoon. I am delighted to welcome Andy McEwen onto microphone again for this morning. Andy, I think we had a pretty interesting day yesterday. We certainly weren't lacking for things to talk about.
That is for sure. Across every race yesterday, there were stories, there was drama, a little bit of controversy along the way as well. It was good fun yesterday. Fantastic venue as well for racing. Big grids, lots of new entries coming along for the Spanish leg of the Winter Series. And really nice to have the inclusion of TCR Spain as well. As a bit of a touring car fan myself, TCR specifically, nice to have a grid of these cars out here, and they produced some really fantastic racing. So you're looking forward to more of the same today. Going to be interesting to see whether we get the same people at the front in each grid on the Sunday as the Saturday. It hasn't always been the case earlier on this season, and because of the extra strength in depth now across all of the categories, that is going to make things even more unpredictable, I suspect, on day 2 here at Valencia.
Yes, I typically would assume the same thing. We can see the TCR Spain cars pulling up at the moment. Those of you who know Andy from TCR UK will also recognise those Cupras from the Laidlaws and Area Motorsport. So there is some international representation in addition to the TCR Spain regulars on that grid. As you alluded to, though, 38 cars is the magic number for the GT Winter Series this weekend. I am hoping there's still a full quota of 38. We did have a start line incident yesterday which took 3 Ferrari 296s out, but the two teams that were seeing their cars involved, AF Corsa and indeed Myrtle Motorsport, both do have excess chassis. So hopefully, even if they can't repair the original, there should be room for the drivers to go racing once again. We've got a very exciting day lined up then. And of course, in the Formula Winter Series, we've got that great story that's developing at the moment of who is going to beat Gabriel Gomez. He's not been off the podium so far this season. At the start of the weekend, Andy, I was talking to some of the drivers who were in the top 5 in the championship, and they were already discussing it like it was a done deal in Gabriel Gomez's favour. However, I was trying to feed optimism, but after yesterday, yet another win, an extension of that championship advantage, which is now over 50 points, I guess I am starting to see their point.
Yes, and the problem is, from their perspective, I think, the way in which he won yesterday, because he was 4 tenths quicker than everybody else in qualifying. He had a good few tenths of a second per lap consistently over the course of the race over everybody else, and even with a couple of safety cars and restarts and ample opportunities for him to either trip up or somebody else to come and trip him up, it just didn't happen. He was completely unflappable yesterday, and also quite comfortably the fastest man on the track. So he will be tough to beat. Around here though, particularly in high downforce single-seater, you do feel that if they could get him at the start and get him out of clean air, that might change things. This is not Portimao, where we saw him briefly lose the lead in, I think, race 2, wasn't it, and then got it back again off a bit later on. Here at Valencia, that won't be as easy to do, so the start of that Formula Winter Series race, I think, will be absolutely pivotal if they are to stop him in his tracks.
Yeah, some interesting stories developing in the paddock there as well. There was a disqualification handed down from race control yesterday towards Leo Robinson vis-a-vis the wishbone covers on that car. That has since been appealed, so there is a little bit of a question mark as to whether he will be he will remain in the qualifying results and indeed yesterday's race 1 result. Of course, if he's stricken from the qualifying results, we can have Leo Robinson starting from the rear of the grid in race 2 and race 3 today, and that will be very frustrating for him, but surely quite interesting for us here in the commentary box. In the GT4 Winter Series, it's been a tale of woe actually for both of the McLaren teams to an extent. Elite Motorsport were on good form yesterday in the race, but they were having to deal with some dramas and indeed fly out some parts from the UK over the course of Thursday, Friday. The team having to work very hard overnight to make sure the car was good and ready to go. And then, of course, Rafa Racing by Racelab didn't actually make it to the start of the race. They were set to begin from pole position. They had an issue that seemed to be related to the gearbox. Car became stuck in neutral on the sighting lap, and the team is optimistic that that has now been solved. However, not the start that Rafa Racing by Racelab wanted for their weekend. And of course, in a championship like this, where it is quite compact, 5 events, 3 races per event, and all over the course of about 8 to 10 weeks, it is pivotal that you have as few issues like that as possible.
Yeah, you don't have that bounce back time, do you, that you would have over the course of a full season, if you like, over the course of a full year. If you do have a bad weekend in particular, almost impossible to bounce back from that, really. And likewise, if you can build any sort of a lead in the championship, generally a little bit easier to defend that maybe. But it was an interesting race yesterday in GT4. We had some good battling, again, a little bit of drama, a little bit of controversy in that one. We had the tangled in between the Century Motorsport BMW and the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. We also had Tim Horrell, of course, getting nerfed off into the gravel trap as well. So quite a few drivers, I think, with the points to prove going into GT4 race 2 a bit later on.
Yes, indeed. And we already talked a bit, of course, about the GT Winter Series. We've got a great quota of additional cars there from the likes of Comunitat Racing, last year's Spa 24-hour overall winners, from Schubert Motorsport, the 2022 and 2024 DTM Teams champions. Conrad Motorsport into the GT Win Series for the first time, and welcoming Carrie Schreiner back into their fold for the first time since 2018 this weekend. The team very impressed actually with Carrie's pace over the course of Saturday. It does take a little bit of time to get bedded back into a GT car after a couple of years focusing largely on single-seater racing in F1 Academy, but they feel she has picked up very well indeed. Good improvement over the course of the days spent at the circuit, and we'll see if Carrie can challenge for some overall podiums in the sprint, or indeed alongside Danny Sufi in the 55-minute endurance race. For now though, we switch focus to the TCR Spain pre-season event. The cars are rolling towards the grid at the moment, and for Ruben Volt it's going to be a matter of trying to repeat the feat from Sunday, or from Saturday even, seeing if he can once again drive away at the front. Of course, he didn't have it all his own way for most of the race on Saturday. However, Felipe Fernandez found himself with a rim failure towards the end of the race, and that ultimately cost him what would have been a solid second place finish. All the same, with Ruben Volt on pole position, Fernandez and the Laidlaws behind him on the grid, I think it's going to be a matter of people needing to get ahead early based on what we saw for Ruben on Saturday.
I suspect that may be the case, but I would say there is maybe half a chance of something like that happening, because remember the rocket ship start that Steve Laidlaw had yesterday? Well, he was deep in the field, about 7th on the grid for race 1, and got himself into 3rd or 4th, I seem to remember, into the first corner. Well, today he starts 4th, outside of row 2, so you never know, he might be able to spring a surprise and get in between those two Hondas, and if he can get ahead of them, yesterday's race proved that he is a tough man to pass, I think it's fair to say. Just ask Guillaume Savoldelli, because he spent most of yesterday's race trying to find a way past Stephen Laidlaw, and, well, I won't say he couldn't get ahead. He did get ahead on a couple of occasions, but couldn't stay there. That was the key thing. Stephen Laidlaw able to always get that position back, and it was a fabulous battle that we really, really enjoyed in race 1. I'm sure also Izzy Browning enjoyed that first race yesterday, and she is down on the grid in amongst the drivers, and perhaps can get a few of their thoughts on what happened yesterday and what's going to happen in race number 2.
I did indeed enjoy the race yesterday, and delighted to say that we're going to have another one coming up shortly. First thing I want to do though is turn around and give you a look down to turn 1 while we're still waiting for a couple of cars to roll in, as we did yesterday. But if you weren't here for our broadcast yesterday, here is the look down to turn 1. Very, very long run down to turn 1 at this track. And the other thing I'd like to point out, there's a couple of them already gathering on the top of the pit building there, but we are expecting a sold out crowd today here in Valencia, which we're very, very excited about. So delighted to have your company on the broadcast, and if you are here at the circuit, delighted to have you as well. But we are about to get on with the first race, and that is the TCR Spain second race of their pre-season event. And as the boys have said, the show rather stolen by the Laidlaws yesterday. It is Ruben Volt once again on pole position. Now, he actually spoke to me yesterday just before we did the winners interview and said that he wasn't sure whether he was going to be starting on pole. He actually thought he was going to be starting on P2, but he is starting on pole position once again, and I'm sure we'll be hoping to do a very similar thing that he did yesterday, which was to just drive away, have a great start, and hold off this guy who unfortunately had a very, very dramatic end to the race, of course, with that tyre failure you will have seen if you watched our race yesterday. But I do want to come and speak to one of the Laidlaws, and he's just opening the window for me perfectly. Sam, great to see you. Podium yesterday, a great day for the family, great battles. You two rather stole the show. It was a fantastic race.
Yeah, it was quite a fun race. It's a shame the front two got quite a bit ahead of us, but hopefully we can rectify that today.
Yeah, I spoke to you a couple of minutes ago before we came onto the grid, and you said that, you know, you kind of want to be able to stick with the front two today. Is it going to be possible to do that?
I think so. Now I'm right behind them. I think as long as I can keep it pinned through the first few corners, I think I should have a good chance of staying with them.
It's quite cold down here on the grid this morning, so on the outlap are you kind of feeling that it is going to be tricky potentially with the tyres?
I feel like I just ran a marathon because I'm working the tyres so hard. So yeah, it's really important to get the tyres warm at this point because it is freezing on track.
It is, definitely. We'll hope for a good race and hope that it warms up a bit. And thank you for speaking to us. Good luck out there. We will continue back. I did want to speak to Steve as well, just quickly. We have already had the 5-minute board. We're about to get the 3-minute board. I'm going to see if I can jump in with him and have a chat. Can I grab a chat with Steve? Can I open the door? Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Steve, great to see you. Fantastic, fantastic race for you two yesterday. I was just saying to Sam, you two rather stole the show. You were having a great battle, held off Salvadelli all the way, but it looked a little bit tricky at points.
Yeah, I think this is the first outing in the new car where I've kind of struggled to find a balance in terms of setup. So we're somewhere in between, a little bit safe and a little bit wild. We haven't made too many changes for today, so hopefully the changeable weather conditions will bring it back into itself. But yeah, we'll see how we go.
Yeah, Sam's just said to me he feels like he was running a marathon trying to warm up the tyres on the outlap. Is that the same feeling for you?
Yeah, and honestly, we haven't got a lot of heat in them. It's so cold as the track temp today. So changeable over here at this time of year between morning and afternoon. So we'll see. I think turn 1 should be quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Are you going to be able to take another podium today?
That's the plan.
All right, wish you best of luck. Thank you so much for speaking to us. I will close the door for you there. Thank you very much for allowing us to chat to the boys this morning. Right, we're going to continue back towards the grid. We are just about to have the 1-minute board, so I'll just give you a little chance to have a look at some of the cars further down the grid. We've got the number 72, Sandro Pilati, on P5 there, just getting a bit of a fan into the cockpit. I don't think it's that warm, but maybe it is in the cockpit. And this is the 117 of Guillaume Salvadelli. Of course, having a great battle with Steve Laidlaw yesterday. As I've already said, rather stole the show of the TCR Spain race. And it's worth saying that this is the final race of the pre-season event, 25 minutes plus 1 lap, of course, similar to, well, exactly the same as yesterday. So a final chance for them to kind of figure things out before the season starts and see where they might stack up ahead of the opening round, which will also be happening on our Winter Series round at the end of the season alongside the 6 hours of Barcelona. We have just had the 1-minute board though, so we're going to get to this race. Enjoy.
The formation lap is about to begin for the TCR Spain's pre-season event race number 2, and it is Ruben Bolt, yesterday's winner, on the pole position once again. Felipe Fernandez is alongside him on the front row as he was yesterday, but he'll be hoping for better fortunes versus the conclusion of his Saturday race. It is an all Laidlaw row number 2, an all area motorsport row number 2. Sam Laidlaw alongside Stephen Laidlaw on row 2 of the grid. And to Andy's point, keep an eye on those two. They both seem to be fast starters, particularly Stephen. Sandro Pilati from 5th on the grid alongside Guillaume Salvadelli. That is row number 3. Victor Fernandez is on the grid. Yesterday, sadly, he didn't get to take the start, but he is there now and ready to go racing. And it is Pipe Pedraza in the Hyundai i30N TCR in 8th position. Miguel Romero in 9th position. He is the first of the Cup class runners. That's the first generation of TCR machinery from the early years of the category, which is celebrating 10 years this year. Adrian Agote, the first of the Peugeot 308 Racing Cup cars from the VRT team squadron. He lines up 10th on the grid. In 11th position, Alexander's Bobrovs, sorry Alexander, 11th on the grid, and he is joined by Samuel Chalin, who had some issues in qualifying 2 yesterday for this race, hence his time is a little bit wayward of the rest of the field. And he also had a bit of a spin yesterday down at turn 12 here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. So Chalin for Team Claret Sport will be hoping for a slightly better run of things in today's race. I think Chalin will come through the field. I'm curious to see whether either of the area motorsport Cupras gets that type of start that we saw yesterday. And for Felipe Fernandez, I'm sure he's going to be very keen to right the wrongs of yesterday and maybe go one better in the process.
Yeah, because in the first half of the race in particular, Felipe really was keeping Ruben Volt honest. He wasn't snapping at his heels exactly, but he remained within a second or so of the leader for quite some time. So he's another driver who will feel that if he can get in front of Ruben Volt early, there might be half a chance of then defending for the rest of the race. So, yeah, it would be interesting to see a race that isn't led from start to finish by Ruben Volt, just to see what he's got when it comes to racecraft, whereas yesterday he really was able to just sort of manage the race. Really see the drivers working hard to get some heat, not only into the front tyres, but those rear tyres, front-wheel drive, relatively short wheelbase cars, generally TCR cars as well, so the rear can be a bit snappy at the best of times, and as Stephen Laidlaw was saying, it's mild this morning, but certainly not as warm as it would be at lunchtime or mid-afternoon as they were running yesterday. So rear tyre temperature will be at a little bit of a premium, and into turn 1 that could lead to a little bit of action. But yeah, I'm anticipating a good race here, and certainly a lively opening few corners as the drivers try and knock Ruben Volt out of first position.
Yes, indeed. Ruben Volt then for the ALM team, a fixture in the TCR Spain. We saw them last year in the TCR Spain pre-season event as well. Of course, we're very excited, as Izzy alluded to see the first round of the TCR Spain Championship on the conclusion of the Winter Series for 2025, which is the 6-hour Barcelona. They've already given us one very interesting sneak preview. That was maybe the 30-second version of the trailer. Let's see what the theatrical version brings us then. The second and final race. It's Sunday. That's always the traditional race day, and we should have a good one. It looks as though maybe there was a bit of an issue further back for one of the drivers. There was briefly a yellow flag flown as the race got started there. Fernandez, though, got an amazing start. I thought he might have even gone a little bit early, but that's just my eye, and my eye can be deceiving. The fact of the matter is, though, that Felipe Fernandez leads the race through the first couple of corners. Here comes Ruben Volt, though, looking to the inside at turn 2. Third position then is Steve Laidlaw, again the fastest starter of the two Laidlaws. I think it was Sam Laidlaw that maybe briefly had the marshal thinking he needed to get the yellow flag out. He didn't seem to get the best of starts from the outside of the second row, so Savoldelli has got past him for fourth position. The Hyundai getting a bit out of sorts as well for RX Pro Racing's Pipe Pedraza, but at the front it is a Honda 1-2. However, for the first time this weekend, it's not Ruben Volt leading the charge.
Felipe Fernandez, though, I think struggling to get the tyres up to temperature. Ruben Volt, 2 wheels on the grass, dives to the inside line into turn number 8, but Fernandez wants to close the door, hangs tough around the outside. That will give him the inside line for the next meaningful set of corners. The two right-handers coming up next, and he should be able to defend the position. Out wide on the curb goes Ruben Volt, and Fernandez for now stays in front. The car hopping and bouncing over the curb on the inside, though, and that means he's a little bit wide on the exit again. Volt to the inside into turn 12. Difficult to go wheel to wheel through here. They're going to manage it, are they? Yes, just about. And still they're side by side. Terrific racing, proper touring car stuff. Fernandez does not want to relinquish the lead, but Ruben Volt is late on the brakes to the outside into the last turn. No, still can't do it. And I think by the skin of his teeth, Adam, Felipe Fernandez will lead at the end of lap 1.
Very nicely done there at turn 14. Managed to carry some good speed at the apex, even though he couldn't go all the way to the outside of the corner. He now is going to have to go to the inside of the corner, I suspect, to defend from Ruben Volt. No, Volt doesn't want to compromise his run into turn 1 with a lunge or an attempted lunge. Fernandez then leads the race from Ruben Volt. Steve Laidlaw in third place from Savoldelli, from Sam Laidlaw, from Sandro Pilati in 6th position, and it is Adrian Agote who leads among the Cup class elder generation TCR runners. Felipe Fernandez throwing up a smoke screen as he goes down through the gears. These two cars should, of course, be identical. FL5 latest specification. Honda Civic TCR machinery developed by the Italian Jazz Motorsports organization, of course, who have been building Honda touring cars now for in excess of 2 decades. Look at this once again. Volt getting a good run out of turn 6. He's not able to get to the inside this time at turn 8. I am getting a little bit concerned, though, with the amount of smoke and steam being belched up from the rear of the 19 car. Ruben Volt has found the inside line. I wasn't quite sure that was going to happen at turn 11, but sure enough, through has gone Volt. That looked almost a little bit too easy.
Yeah, he was just so much more confident under braking, I think, and in the rear of the car. So through turns 9 and 10, he was able to flick it through the change of direction better than Fernandez, and that gave him the prime position into the braking zone at 11. So Ruben Volt through. He survived the next couple of corners without having to defend, and so should now fancy his chances of stretching this lead. We'll see whether Fernandez has an answer for him. Yeah, I agree, though. I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of smoke coming from the back of that car under braking. Also, I would be concerned if I were Felipe Fernandez at the message that we just saw on our timing screen half a lap ago. Start under investigation. I agree with you. He certainly got off the line very, very quickly, and I wonder whether maybe his rapid start caught the attention of race control as well.
The reason I'm worried about the smoke on Fernandez is it does seem to correlate with where I'd expect downshifts to be happening. That's my concern there. Again, you just saw it going into turn 4 there for Felipe Fernandez. If it's just as we saw yesterday when the rear tyre starts to under-rotate under braking, that's fine. Looks dramatic, it's fine. I'm not so sure about that with for Fernandez at the moment. Here's the battle for 3rd place, though. Steve Laidlaw once again finds himself in P3 in the early stages, and once again he's got Savoldelli and indeed his son Sam to consider in his rear-view mirror. Sandro Pilati not quite on the back of the cube, but Pilati and Fernandez should have the pace to potentially get involved as well. Certainly they will if things start to get a bit racy between the area motorsport drivers and the Claret Sport Audi RS3 LMS TCR. For now, though, it is line astern between them. Steve Laidlaw said on the grid to Izzy that he had some balance issues in the car yesterday. We definitely saw visualizations of that to both the understeer and oversteer extent. But based on the team's experience, and I think based on the tone of voice in which Steve was talking about it, I got the feeling it was a thing of the past.
Yes, certainly driving with some confidence at the moment. The car looks a lot happier now than it did really at any point in yesterday's race. We'll see, though, whether that continues into the second half of it, because that's when things started to go awry a little bit in race number 1. If ever you are interested to learn about the intricacies of the design of the rear of one of these new Coopers, just ask Guillaume Savoldelli, because he spent most of his weekend staring at the back of one, specifically Stephen Laidlaw's example. Here, meanwhile, is one of the Coopers attempting to move forward past its older brother, really, the Gen 1 Cooper there, the DSG gearbox car, with one of the latest specification machines right behind. That is Chalene, isn't it, in 11th place, trying to get past Miguel Romero, to no avail just now, as we do, unfortunately, get news of a drive-through penalty for Felipe Fernandez. Not a huge shock, that, Adam. It was indeed a jump start.
Yes, it had all of the machinations and vibes of one. I didn't want to declare it too soon, but should that car be healthy, that's going to be very entertaining for us. Here comes Samuel Chalene again to the inside of Romero. These guys are the two at the rear of the field. Unfortunately, Alexander Boblovs in the Peugeot 308 did not get started, just the one 308 out there. Samuel Chalene does get past Miguel Romero then. Romero second in class, and just a couple of seconds up the road there you can see Adriano Gotte leading in the Cup class in the Peugeot 308. So Romero, I think, will now be hoping that Chalene maybe keeps the Peugeot busy for a lap or so, and he can take an opportunity to try and challenge for that Cup class win. Going past the pit lane at the moment and not coming in for the drive-through just yet is Felipe Fernandez. I suspect that he will drop down, if not to the rear, to somewhere like 8th or 9th on the field. So he's going to have to do some overtaking from the point of serving the drive-through onwards. For Ruben Volt, though, once again, his primary competition seems to be about to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, very similar to yesterday, different circumstances of course, but it will also therefore promote this three-way battle, which at the moment is for third place, into being the fight for second position. Stephen Laidlaw, Guillaume Savoldelli and Sam Laidlaw. And Savoldelli's Audi, the meat in the Laidlaw sandwich, is not all over the back of Stephen Laidlaw at the moment, in fairness, and Sam Laidlaw definitely looks quicker than he did yesterday. He sort of faded a little bit midway through the race yesterday, well, certainly away from Ruben Volt and Felipe Fernandez out the front. He's keeping pace with these two, who of course he was ahead of for much of yesterday's race. So a different dynamic in the fight for the lower step of the podium. Stephen Laidlaw getting that excellent start has mixed things up ever so slightly. But actually, I'd say Sam Laidlaw the bigger threat to Savoldelli now than Savoldelli is to Stephen ahead.
Yeah, very different resumes for Savoldelli and Laidlaw. I think Savoldelli has somewhere in the region of 20 years on the younger of the Laidlaws, so the experience factor should fall in Savoldelli's favour. Let's see if he's got some wily defensive tactics to deploy. Ditto, Adrian Agote. Will he want to fight so hard with Samuel Chalin is, of course, the big question. Unfortunately, to an extent, he kind of has to fight with him because he hasn't got the gap to Romero, his Cup class rival, to simply lift off the throttle and let the Cupra go by. If he does that, he's at risk of coming under fire from Romero, and Romero being an ambitious young teenage upstart, he will take the opportunity if it is presented to him. So then, battle for 9th place, featuring our Cup class with the latest generation Cupra from Clarence Sport between them. A little bit of a straight line speed advantage by the looks of it. Samuel Chalin makes it look easy in the VZ Cupra Leon, and he comes out right behind Felipe Fernandez, who's just served his drive-through and then gone out very, very wide indeed at the first corner. Fernandez will have lost minimal brake temp and tyre temp drifting through the pit lane, and Agote isn't done with Samuel Chalin. This is very interesting stuff between the three, now four of them, and as predicted, Miguel Romero is now right on the back of Adrian Agote. He might regret trying to get those extra nibbles in on Samuel Chalin, because now he's in a bit of a dangerous position for his Cup class lead.
I'm not sure he even intended really to come back at Chalin. Chalin was just so much slower off turn 2 that really Adrian didn't have much option, but now things settling down a little bit and he can focus on his primary concern, which is keeping yesterday's Cup class winner behind him. Remember, Miguel Romero was the Cup winner in race 1, and actually Adrian Agote at the flag was some 14-15 seconds behind him, so already a very different look to race 2 in the Cup category. But Miguel Romero would very much like to recreate yesterday's result. He has a little look at the inside, maybe got into the back of the Peugeot. Certainly Agote was sideways at the apex. Romero, in fairness, bailed out of that. I wonder whether there was a bit of paint traded and he wanted to make sure that he didn't gain the position unfairly. Either way, he settles back in line behind the Peugeot, looks quicker than the Peugeot at this stage of the race, but being quicker and getting ahead of somebody are two very different things.
Yes, they are. I must say, strikingly handsome to me, that generation of 308 Racing Cup. Very well prepared car from the VRT team, and currently Adrian Agote is using it to the fullest extent to retain this Cup class lead. Samuel Chalin trying to give chase to Felipe Fernandez as well, but based on what we've seen this weekend, I suspect Fernandez should have the pace edge. Romero there getting loose at the apex. On turn in the rear end, wasn't quite willing to grip up as much as he intended or expected, but Agote goes deep into turn 2. Maybe looked in his mirrors, gone, what happened? And then he's had a moment all of his own, and ahead of them, Pipe Pedraza now facing the wrong way for RX Pro Racing in the Hyundai. So yellow flags may have just saved Agote a little bit there, because Romero was on his case. They'll now be back into a green flag section of the circuit, but this is a brilliant duel between Agote and Romero.
You called that absolutely right. The yellow flags, I think, did save Agote, because Romero was building a challenge and I think had an overlap heading into turn 4, where of course he was greeted by a yellow flag zone. So for now, the Peugeot stays ahead. Agote again, though, snatching a break as they drop downhill into turn number 8. The Peugeot didn't really want to turn into turn 2, and it looked like maybe there was a debate going on between driver and machine into turn 8 as well. So Adrian Agote is on the limit here to try and keep Miguel Romero at bay. Fantastic battle here in the Cup category. There may only be 2 of them in this race now, but my word, they're evenly matched and they're putting on quite the show. Through the right-hander at turn 12, And down towards the final corner they will head. This is a potential overtaking opportunity if you're close enough. Romero certainly thinks about the inside line, then decides that he is maybe a length or so too far back to commit to that one. Focuses instead on getting a good exit from the final corner. Tucks in the slipstream, an incredibly long run down towards turn number 1. There's maybe 2 car lengths between them at the line. Is that 2 car lengths going to disappear by the time they reach turn 1? Almost, thinks Miguel Romero, but you don't do enough braking really into turn 1 to make that an obvious overtaking opportunity. Turn 2 is a better one, but is he close enough?
This time it looks like Agurte has got the braking right. Yes, very well executed turn 2 that time from the driver of the 110. We are getting a few track limits warnings, a couple of second track limits warnings flashed up on our timing screen, but no penalties, no additional time as of yet. For Ruben Volt, he is 12.9 seconds clear at the front of the order, something Adrian Agurte in the Cup class could only dream of. I suspect one of the reasons, though, that they're fighting so hard and having such a good time out there is because shy of a major incident between the two of them, the worst they can do is second in class on this situation, so they can have their fun and not have too many consequences all the same. Meanwhile, going through the final corner at the moment, we have the battle between Laidlaw Jr. And Savoldelli. But Samuel Chalin has had a spin at turn 11, so he once again now will have to get himself back through the Cup class battle. It's just getting very interesting at the rear of the field, isn't it? Chalin is going to have to do it all again. Pedraza might also catch them before the end of the race as well in the Hyundai. It's all going on at the rear, much to the cost perhaps of the TV time that Area Motorsport got yesterday, along with Savoldelli. But this is a very exciting battle in Cup. We've got a great battle going on as well for third place, just behind this man, Steve Laidlaw. And indeed, Sam Laidlaw is the closest that he's been over the last several laps now to the rear of Savoldelli, and let's see what Sam can do. Sam is certainly a driver with a good level of experience for his age, and we know what he can do at the wheel of this thing.
Yeah, and he is keen to demonstrate that again as he closes in on Guillaume Savoldelli, who of course he finished comfortably ahead of yesterday, but has a bit more overtaking to do in race number 2. Savoldelli is wide at 8, and is that going to lead to a positional change on the exit? The answer I can tell you out of the window is no. Again, you don't really know which battle to follow, do you? Because still the Cup class scrap is raging on. Adrian Agurte and Miguel Romero nose to tail. Notification of a penalty meanwhile for, I'm afraid, Sandro Pilati in the number 72 Honda. Track limits claiming its first victim, and we still have nearly 10 minutes plus a lap to go. Cup class battle drops into turn 8. Agurte, not for the first time, has to go defensive on the way into the left-hander, but retains the class lead on the exit.
Absolutely right, yes. So those two continue to fight. Incidentally, the track limits rules are slightly different in this series. So for Pilati, it's only a 1 second penalty initially, but that is going to keep on rising. So we continue to watch this battle between Agurte and Romero. Chalin and Pedraza are behind. Savoldelli and Laidlaw came across the line third and fourth about a half second apart last time by. So that overall podium battle is a little bit calmer than it was a lap ago, at least for the time being, as Miguel Romero continues to state his intentions at basically every apex. To your point, Andy, about turn 1, I think looking and speculating to the inside at the first corner is maybe not the most productive way here for Romero.
No, I tend to agree with you, although he clearly doesn't because he's doing it again into turn number 1. But yeah, you can see on the exit now, the wider entry for Agurte means he's quicker off the corner, and then crucially doesn't have to defend into turn 2, which is the real overtaking opportunity in the first part of the lap. So Miguel Romero maybe needs to rethink that one slightly if he's going to go through, especially because I'm pretty sure I just saw he's been handed a penalty now. 63, Miguel Romero, 4 seconds worth of track limit penalties, 1 second to 72, which is Sandro Pilati. We've already covered that one. But Miguel Romero, not only has he been using some interesting lines to try and find a way past Adrian Agurte, but some of those lines, I'm afraid, have caught the attention of the stewards for the wrong reasons, and penalties being applied.
So Sam Laidlaw still on the case here to try and join his dad on the podium for the second day in a row here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Savoldelli there again with that characteristic Audi wheel hop and smoke screen going into turn 14. We see Steve Laidlaw across the line there in second place now, some 17 seconds behind Ruben Volt, who is just managing and mastering the Circuit Ricardo Tormo today. Savoldelli in third position. Again, about half a second, 6/10 clear of Sam Laidlaw this time by. Felipe Fernandez, who of course served a penalty earlier on, is up in 7th place now, but he's still some 12 seconds off his closest competition, so I'm not sure we are going to see much overtaking from him before the flag flies. Gorte, Romero, they're still close together, but of course, as we said, Romero has a penalty. No such issues for Laidlaw or Savoldelli just yet, and Sam Laidlaw looking racy. And of course, we've already seen Savoldelli drift a little bit wide at turn 8 once, which means that that will be in the back of Sam's mind for the rest of the race every time they approach to this corner, just keeping an eye on the apex and whether the Audi drifts wide of it.
Oh, but that time it was Sam Laidlaw who ran a little bit wide. He really attacked the sort of early apex there, which works if the car sticks, and it didn't quite stick as they dropped downhill, so he drifted a bit wide and just lost maybe a length or so. In fairness to him, he's got that length and more back through the next few corners, though. He is right behind Guillaume Savoldelli now as they head for turn 12. Savoldelli's Audi sideways on the way in. It's strangely the Audi that is losing rear traction in this race, not the Cupras, and that again will mean that Sam Laidlaw senses blood in the water. He pulls to the outside into the final corner, not trying to go right round the outside, but instead focusing on the late apex, the good drive off the turn, and then maybe trying to set up a move through the first part of the next lap. Across the line they go, about as close as ever they've been. The lights are flashed by Sam Laidlaw in 4th position, as number 45 now is handed a penalty. That is Victor Fernandez, 1 second added to his race time for track limits. Guillaume Savoldelli, by the way, on his last warning as well, I think, for track limits. Another bit of pressure now on the shoulders of the man defending 3rd position. So far, though, he's defending it successfully. Again, actually, Sam Laidlaw, the one who ran a bit wide at turn 2, and so the pressure just eases, perhaps for a fraction of a second.
Yeah, so this battle continuing on. Occasionally looks like Savoldelli is on the verge of leaving a beckoning opportunity for Sam Laidlaw, and then Laidlaw drops back a little bit himself. It's a bit of an ebb and flower, this one, to my eye. But for now, Savoldelli with a car length or 2 in arrears. Meanwhile, Romero is still in the back of Agurte for that Cup Class lead, and Samuel Chalin has caught up to them again. So Chalin, for the second time, is approaching the rear of the slightly elder TCR spec Cupra, the DSG gearbox version of the car, and he's going to be, I think, more than a little bit frustrated at the helm.
Yes, I'm not convinced that Miguel Romero will be all that thrilled to see him again, to be honest, because he's really much more interested in finding a way past the Peugeot ahead of him, which so far he has not been able to do. And of course, he now really needs to get on with it, because he's then got to pull a 4-second lead, 4.1 second lead, I suppose, technically, ahead of Agurte in order to actually claim the class victory. I think he's quick enough to do it if only he could find a way through with 4 1/4 minutes plus a lap to go. Back across the line, meanwhile, come the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th place cars, all still in one shot. This group of cars on the whole today, Adam, much closer than they were yesterday, so I'm sure lots of setup tweaks were made overnight, and it seems to have tightened the pack up nicely.
And tightening the pack, tightening your setup is all a part of exactly why the drivers are here. Of course, we are going to be racing here in TCR Spain in June, so for the teams that are going to be full season in TCR Spain, being here makes a lot of sense. But even for Area Motorsport, who I don't believe are planning a TCR Spain main season assault, coming here, getting some racing in February, going into their TCR UK campaign makes an awful lot of sense. There's Sandro Pilati, who I think has been marginally gaining on these two, as Sam Laidlaw is maybe starting to get a little bit impatient. He is starting to get a little bit busy on the flashlight on his car. No change in order among those three, fighting a little bit further back. For Sam Laidlaw, though, he's running out of time to change the order in a way that would allow him onto the podium.
You're right about Pilati. His previous lap was his personal best, which this deep into the race is pretty impressive. Savoldelli wide out of 11, just had to move to the inside to cover briefly towards 12. Sam Laidlaw is frustratingly close now to the back of the Audi, still unable to breach its defences. They dropped down through that final corner, but yeah, Pilati becoming ever more present, a threat in their mirrors because of that personal best lap. And to put that into context, everyone else in that lead group running at least half a second slower than their PB last time around, some of them close to a second. So on a track that is abrasive, that does chew those front tyres up so much, that is pretty impressive late race pace from the 5th place man.
Yes, it is. Maybe just keeping a little bit of Kumo in arrears for the end of the race. Now 4 seconds worth of penalties as well for Victor Fernandez. He's almost 10 seconds clear of Felipe, so it shouldn't be an issue. Sam Laidlaw having a little look to the inside of Savoldelli there as they go through turn 2, then turn 3. Sam Laidlaw getting extremely feisty, and now as these two are really dicing, Pilati is going to be getting involved very shortly too. Sam Laidlaw hasn't found a way by it 2, 3, 4 or 5. What about turn 6? He's going to jink to the inside. Savoldelli has it sussed, has it covered. Sam Laidlaw tries to get a good run out of the corner, but I don't think he's really achieved it. And here comes Sandro Pilati for the RC2 team. It's 3 manufacturers, 3 drivers, 3 flags on the doors as we see this race starting to unfold. We're just a couple of laps from home, and there's at least 3 ways that the overall 3rd place can go.
Oh, they lost so much time though through that first sector, and Sandro Pilati is suddenly right with them, as you said. So a 3-way fight for the lower steps of the podium, or lower step of the podium. Which way will it go? Audi, Cupra or Honda? Up through turn 12, again Guillaume Savoldelli just sort of moves to the middle of the road on the way in, then drifts over to the racing line as they turn into the high-speed right-hander uphill. And on the exit of which it is still Audi in front. Sam Laidlaw, though, now of course has to be careful. If he goes for the move and it doesn't work, it's very likely going to cost him 4th position, which he will not want to do. So might this just let Savoldelli off the hook a little bit?
We continue to watch this battle, of course. It is very intense for the overall podium. Just to update you on the Cup class battle, Shalene has gotten back through them again. Romero is on the back of Agote once more. However, of course, Romero does have that penalty to consider. No penalties to consider for these 3 at the moment. Savoldelli, though, definitely having to consider the movements of Sam Laidlaw. He will be, I think, somewhat relieved that Laidlaw isn't quite as close through the first sector on this occasion.
Yeah, indeed so. Laidlaw takes a wide line through the right-hander there at turn 5. Meanwhile, Cup leaders, I think, are almost side by side. They are side by side coming out of the final corner. We need a split screen, really, to follow all of the action. The 3rd place battle heads towards the middle of the penultimate lap of the race. This, though, is the Cup class lead battle in inverted commas. And remember, even if Romero goes through here, which I think he may do on the inside at turn 1, well, no, Adrian Agote standing his ground, in fairness. But remember, Romero has a 4-second penalty to be added onto his race time as well. He wants the track position, though. First, he gets the inside line into turn 2, and finally, has he made this move stick? I think so. By the time they get to turn 3, Adrian Agote has to let Romero go, and of course now they've got behind them Pedraza in the recovering Hyundai, which had a spin at this part of the circuit earlier on in the race. That could provide further complications in that Cup class battle. The final lap, though, has begun for Ruben Volt, who really has missed out on all the fun in this race, hasn't he?
Yes, well, I do recommend that he watches it back in the hotel or on the plane back this evening. Ruben Volt leading the way comfortably. 2nd place comfortably as well for Steve Laidlaw, some 23 seconds further back. The question marks are 3rd place for Savoldelli, with Sam Laidlaw and Sandro Pilati just behind him. And then as well for Romero and Agote. Incidentally, the Cup class battle now on an even keel because Agote just got a 1-second penalty as well. So that's going to be interesting. And of course, Agote now has Pedraza to deal with. But on this last lap, of course, we can circle back to them after we see this overall podium come across the line. But who's going to be in 3rd? It might be Sam Laidlaw. Savoldelli wide at 4, at 5. Sam just finds the apex beckoning. Not an Audi in sight. And Laidlaw is through into 3rd position. Let's see if Savoldelli can try and mount a challenge. Let's see if maybe Pilati can pick up some pieces.
Oh, after all that brilliant defensive driving from Guillaume Savoldelli, one little mistake on the final lap of the race looks like it's going to cost him that position. That's a bit of a shame for him, but Sam Laidlaw only too happy to pick up the pieces. Ruben Volt, meanwhile, drops down through the final corner. The checkered flag beckons for the 2nd time this weekend.
Ruben Volt already celebrating as he goes past the pit entrance, flashing the headlights for ALM and for Ruben Volt. It is a sweep of the TCR Spain pre-season event for 2025. Steve Laidlaw will be next across the line, and he will be joined after that move on the very last lap by Sam Laidlaw. Laidlaw is safe. Laidlaw Jr. is safe in third place. Savoldelli, though, isn't safe in fourth place. Here comes Pilati. I don't think Pilati's got quite a good enough run. It's going to be an Area Motorsport 2-3 for Steve Laidlaw and Sam Laidlaw. Savoldelli comes home fourth. Fifth place for Pilati, sixth place for Victor Fernandez, seventh place for Felipe Fernandez. Then it will be Shalene, and then it will be Miguel Romero, who is clear of Adrian Agote after that move we saw a couple of laps ago. Interestingly, Pedraza has kind of fallen off the back of them. He's maybe decided, you know what, I have no role here, or something has happened off camera. Not quite sure, but all the same, for Miguel Romero, I believe the penalties are still even for the two of them. They're both expecting 1 second worth of track limits penalties by the looks of it. So it should be that Miguel Romero is going to be the winner in the Cup class for the older first generation cars. Romero does make it 2 from 2 then in the Cup standings. However, for Adrian Agote, he did have a much better race. And in fact, Agote 4 seconds now worth of track limits penalties. So he's been a bit of a naughty boy trying to get that lead in class back. And instead will now firmly be consigned to second position in that Cup category. For Ruben Volt, though, second position was almost never a consideration. He did manage to sit in second place for 1 whole lap, albeit only because Felipe Fernandez jumped the start a little bit. That aside, ALM have had the perfect weekend. And now Ruben Volt just picking up some of the tyre debris, making sure that car has no adverse issues on the scales. And it's a good job, well done certainly for Ruben Volt, cruising the car back home. And again, kind of laying his marker in the sand for any of his full season TCR rivals that are watching and will join us on the 15th and 16th of March at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, and saying, well, look, I haven't lost anything over the winter. Let's see what you can do when you join me for the first proper point scoring round. It'll be the first time that a point scoring round of the TCR Spain pre-season, of the TCR Spain main season is on a GEDLICH Winter Series weekend. We're very much looking forward to welcoming the team from TCR Spain back for that weekend, as well as, of course, the Rivazza branding organisers of the TCR Spain series. We look forward to welcoming Maria and the team back for that one. They definitely put on a good show in the TCR Spain. And for Ruben Volt, he pulls up to the familiar place, P1 for the ALM Honda. Racer has done it again. Ruben Volt has been exemplary this weekend. Estonian talent who has competed in a lot of TCR competitions beyond the Spanish Championship as well. Also, of course, successful in TCR Italy and TCR Europe. But here in TCR Spain, combination of he and the ALM squad is looking like it's going to be a strong one again in 2025. Very successful quota of races at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo then. And also a very successful appearance in Spain for Area Motorsport. I think they'll be very happy with second and third place for Stephen and Sam Laidlaw, a feat they managed on both days of the event. And Sam Laidlaw already debriefing there with his dad as they have a little chat. And a bit of an embrace. I think probably Sam saying there that I didn't know if I was going to be here actually, Dad. It only happened for me on the last lap, but he managed to get through when it counted. So we are on our way down to the podium. Hopefully we will be able to hear from Ruben Volt in the next minute or two here, as we will be bidding the TCR Spain drivers adieu for the month. They only have 2 races this weekend, so that is the conclusion of the TCR portion of the broadcast for today. We will of course have the podiums with Andy, and now we can indeed go down to Izzy, who once again has a familiar interview in the form of Ruben Volt.
I do indeed have Ruben Volt with me once again. Ruben, congratulations. Both wins this weekend. A great battle with Felipe at the start. Of course, he then got a penalty and you ultimately ended up driving off up the road.
Yeah, somehow today I had even more pace than I had yesterday. I don't know if the track grip changed so much during the night, but yeah, the track grip so much better and I was so much more confident than I was yesterday.
And it looked like a lot of fun out there. I mean, we didn't see too much of your race because you were so far off up into the distance, but a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, at the beginning, yes, but after that I was just trying to be consistent and I didn't know what the track record lap time was, so I just was trying as fast as I can. I was trying to beat that. I don't know if I beat it or not, but yeah, that was my goal.
And you have won both races this weekend, so that bodes well for your season.
Yeah, that is very good. That's what we aimed coming here, and we achieved it, so I'm happy.
Well, congratulations. We'll let you get off to the podium once again, and we will go back to you for the highlights.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Yes, we will now go to our highlights from that race. It was a very exciting TCR Spain action. The race got started then with a little bit of a jump start, unfortunately, for Felipe Fernandez. It was a suspiciously good run down to the first corner, and he did lead. However, it was later proven that perhaps he wasn't supposed to be in the lead. Ruben Volt was very quickly onto the back of his fellow Honda driver and would immediately begin applying the pressure to the number 19. Tried to go around the outside at turn 11, going through the first lap, but goodness me, wasn't Fernandez bouncing around trying to hold on to the lead. It was brilliant side-by-side action on the first lap. Ruben Volt had a nose ahead, but he gave racing room to Felipe Fernandez, and it was very close quarters, but very respectful racing between them. And that was a really impressive little battle that they had. It did conclude here, though, at turn 11 on the second lap, as Volt just quite cleanly managed to get to the inside at turn 11. And then, of course, Felipe Fernandez would unfortunately have to serve a drive-through penalty, which brought him back out just ahead of this little scrap. Samuel Chalin recovering from the rear of the order, just ahead of the dueling cup competitors, Adrian Agote having a very exciting dice with Miguel Romero. This was taking up a lot of our attention in the middle of the race. Agote drifting wide, Romero sensing an opportunity as they went side by side through turn 3, 4 and 5, and just ahead of them Pedraza had a spin that brought out the yellow flag and possibly meant that Agote could retain the lead a little bit longer. Chalin had another spin, which meant he was once again behind and closing in on the cup class battle. And while that was all happening, Ruben Volt was having a distinctly less fraught race at the front. Sam Laidlaw was trying his best to find a way around Guillaume Salvadelli, but the Team Claret Sport driver was not quite able to do it. Miguel Romero having a little lunge to the inside of Adrian Agote. He was really keen to get by. Romero was showing the nose wherever he could. Chalin got through past the Elder Cupra quite easily, and then set about chasing down the 110 car once more as he recovered from his little error. Sam Laidlaw had a go here, offensive move on Salvadelli, and was still trying to find a way around the Audi. Romero managed to get to the inside of Agote here, and Agote had a good run out of turn 2, but wasn't quite able to hang on around the outside at turn 3. This would prove to be the definitive move for Romero with the RX Pro Hyundai just behind. Sam Laidlaw, after Savoldelli had a bit of an issue at turn 4, managed to get past on the final lap for 3rd position. 2nd position, of course, going to Steve Laidlaw, but no one could beat Ruben Volt. He was the man on form in the TCR Spain pre-season event. It's a win, therefore, for the ALM Motorsport team. Once again, Steve Laidlaw in 2nd place, Sam Laidlaw in 3rd, Savoldelli in 4th position, just 2.5 tenths clear of Sandro Pilati. Victor Fernandez in 6th position. Felipe Fernandez, after his drive-through, ending up in 7th position. Samuel Chalin in 8th place for Team Clarence Sport. The Cup winner was Miguel Romero. Congratulations to him. And Adrien Agote rounding out the top 10 ahead of Pipe Pedraza, who had a fairly good race, but did seem to be struggling with an issue at the end. Nonetheless, he came home in 11th position. Just to pick up on something Ruben Volt was kind of openly querying, there's someone who's obviously very dedicated to stats and facts in regard to the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, because already the fastest TCR time, at least according to Wikipedia, which I know isn't always a veritable source, but someone has already registered his 140.845 as the fastest ever TCR lap in a race around the circuit. So congratulations to Ruben Volt, and we can now congratulate him on the podium, where Andy McEwen is ready for the presentations.
Thank you, Adam. Well, we're ready to go then with our 2nd TCR Spain podium of the weekend. We will start with our overall top 3 finishers, beginning with our 3rd place finisher, Sam Laidlaw. Congratulations, Sam, on to the 3rd step of the podium, a 2nd podium finish of the weekend for him. And as was the case yesterday, he will be joined by his father in 2nd place on the podium, Stephen Laidlaw. Well done, Stephen. 2nd step of the podium after another fighting drive for the Area Motorsport pair. But once again, they were left chasing the ALM driver, our race winner, Ruben Volt. Ruben will climb to the top step of the podium, punches the air with happiness after he claims the victory in race number 2 of the weekend. We'll also welcome our representative for our winning team from ALM, Raul Caro. ALM victorious then in race number 2 of TCR Spain here at Valencia. And now we pause for the national anthem of the winning driver.
El himno de Estonia.
Ruben Volt victorious for the 2nd time this weekend at Valencia in TCR Spain. Another dominant drive for him, although he did have a fight on his hands in the early stages. We'll bring the trophies out then for our top 3 and our winning team. In fact, I think we'll start with the winning team's trophy, which will be presented by Gabriel Alonso from the organising committee of TCR Spain. And the ALM squad claiming 2 victories, of course, in the races here in TCR Spain. So the winning team trophy is presented by Gabriel Alonso from the organising committee of TCR Spain, and Raul Caro on hand to receive the trophy, a 2nd trophy of the weekend for ALM for a 2nd race victory. Then the 3rd placed driver's trophy will be handed out. This, of course, heading to Sam Laidlaw, 1 step further down on the podium in race 2, but still a strong weekend, and this will set him and his father and the area team up nicely for a TCR UK campaign later in the year. Manuel Weissner is on hand meanwhile to hand over the trophy to our second placed finisher. This of course goes the way of Stephen Laidlaw. Manuel from Kumho here to do the honours, and Stephen Laidlaw again will be hoping that's not the last silverware that he picks up in 2025. Photos taken as well by the big crowd of team members down below, most of them seeming to be area motorsport mechanics, it must be said, really getting into the spirit of things here at Valencia. And of course we must not forget our winning driver, Ruben Volt, who picks up his second winner's trophy of the weekend. And Ruben Volt picks up the winning trophy. Also, of course, the junior winning trophy to be handed out at the same time as well. Lots of silverware going his way at the end of what's been a successful pre-season event here in Valencia. Ruben Volt then the junior winner, the overall winner, victorious in both categories in both races this weekend. And we'll keep an eye on Ruben as he goes through into the rest of the 2025 season. A last chance then for photographs to be taken by the crowd down below. And the end of a busy weekend for TCR Spain drivers. It may be early in the morning, but it is never too early for the champagne to fly. Corks fly, champagne sprays across the podium here in Valencia. One or two of them a little bit quicker than others on getting the bottles uncorked. But they will begin their celebrations, and they've got the whole day now to reflect on what they've achieved here this morning. So, one more round of applause then, everyone, for our TCR Spain podium finishers. We still, of course, have the Cup class drivers to welcome out on to the podium. We'll get there in a moment or two as the overall top three make their way backstage. And a quick redressing of the podium, more champagne perhaps needs to be found. I think there is also a discussion going on backstage with the Cup class podium finishers. There were one or two time penalties, of course, that needed to be handed out at the end of that race. I think they're just making absolutely sure that's all been dealt with. And yet we have got both Miguel and Adriana Gote on hand to come out and receive their trophies in a moment or two. And I think we're almost ready to get our Cup class podium underway. I'm waiting for the nod. I think they're still deep in discussion at the moment with the TCR Spain organisers backstage. But yeah, bottles of champagne are coming out. That's always a good sign. That means we're getting somewhere close to a podium presentation. GT4 cars, of course, grinning up as well. We are ready, I think, now then for the Cup class podium. Just waiting, I think, one moment or so. And as the GT4 cars start to arrive down on the grid, they will get a front row seat for our final podium presentation of the weekend for TCR Spain. So we can now then move on to the Cup class podium, and we start with our second place finisher in Cup class, Adriana Gote. Oh, Miguel Romero is coming out in second place, so there must have been a late change to the order. Good to know. And out now comes Adriana Gote, who appears to have won the race in the Cup class. So Adriana Gote then victorious in the Cup category. And he will pose for the photos. The trophy's ready to be handed out once again. First of all, then, seemingly, to Miguel Romero. And Miguel, I'm assuming, has gone on to the second step of the podium. I can't actually see from my vantage point. Yes, he has. And Adrian Agote to the top of it. And he will receive his winner's trophy, I think, from Gabriel Alonso once again. Yes, Gabriel is here with the winner's trophy then to go to Adrian Agote. Adrian, who led that race for much of the 25 minutes, lost out on track right at the end, but those time penalties for track limits all added up in the end. And it appears that Miguel Romero had picked up one or two more than Adrian Agote. So again, the cameras will flash down below. We must move on though to the GT4 Winter Series. We will have cars, we already have cars on the grid. I'm sure we also have an Izzy Browning down on the grid, and we'll have all the build-up for GT4 Winter Series Race 2 coming up next.
You do indeed have an Izzy Browning on the grid. I'm stood right at the front of the grid. First GT4 race of the day, of course, race 2 of the weekend for them. And we are going to have the number 11 of Enrico Federer on pole. Of course, Jamo Hartling taking the win yesterday, and I'm sure Enrico hoping to do the same, but with current championship leader Mackenzie Cresswell alongside. They have got the door open on Enrico's car, so I might see if I can grab a word, although they've got an umbrella over the top, so I'm not sure. I might be able to get Joel's attention. Can I jump in with Enrico? Enrico, great to see you at pole position. Of course, Jamo taking the win yesterday. I'm sure you'll be hoping to do the same today.
Yeah, my goal is to win again like Jamo yesterday. With the car is fast. Jamo did a good job, and I hope I can bring it home again.
And you've got the championship leader alongside you on the front row, of course. Do you think there's a chance to really close the gap today to the elite McLaren?
Yeah, I think we can close the gap. I think when we win the race, we can close the gap to the championship leader. I think we're the fastest, and yeah.
All right, wish you best of luck. Good luck out there, have fun. I'm going to thank you very much. Just get out of the way of the umbrella. They have also got the door open on the elite McLaren, although I think Mackenzie is just being spoken to by the team, so I'm not sure if I will get a chance to dive in with him. Doesn't look like I'll be. Oh, maybe. Can I dive in? I can. Mackenzie, great to see you. Of course, first time in the car this weekend for you. I know you guys have had suffering from a couple of issues over the testing days. So how is the car feeling this morning, and do you think that it's going to be a clean race for you?
Yeah, I think we'll be all right. Yeah, as you said, we've been struggling with some issues all week, so still haven't quite resolved the problems that we've been having, but yeah, we've improved massively since Thursday when we didn't get any running at all. So yeah, I'm hoping to get a good result to reward all the mechanics' hard work. So yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, wish you best of luck. Have fun out there. We're going to continue back. We've just had the 3-minute board. I want to go and speak to the Rafa Racing duo, or actually they're just closing the door, so might not get a chance to speak to Callum. But of course they are on the grid today. Heartbreak for Charlie Hart yesterday, not able to start from pole position. He's just walked past me, but hoping to bounce back today. I know the mechanics were here very late last night. I think midnight was the time that they ended up leaving. Callum's got the little window open, and can I come through the window? Yes, I can. Callum, heartbreak for Charlie yesterday, but you're back on the grid, and that's what's important. So I'm sure you'll be wanting a little bit of redemption to reward the mechanics for what was a late night last night.
Yeah, definitely. Charlie, sadly, we had a gearbox failure on the way to the grid last night. Really unfortunate. You know, he was starting pole. That would have been a good race to watch for Charlie, but yeah, we're here now. The boys worked really hard last night, so big hats off to them. And yeah, starting third, see what we can do, move forward, half an hour race, see what we can do.
And we've not had a chance really at all to see your race pace, so I'm sure you'll be wanting to get up there with the others. Do you think that you can get ahead of the Mercedes and the elite ahead of you?
Yeah, definitely. We've shown really good pace these last few days, and yeah, just got to pick our way through on the start, and hopefully we can get a nice gap like we did in Portimao a few weeks ago.
All right, wish you best of luck. Enjoy it out there. Right, we'll continue back. We are going to have the 1-minute board very, very shortly, so we will just continue to walk back. Probably won't get a chance to speak to any more drivers, but the number 18 of Axel Bengtsson alongside. Now, Adam did say that we're not sure whether we will see them for the rest of the season. Currently not signed up for the rest of the season, so if this is to be their last weekend in the GT4 Winter Series, I'm sure they will be wanting to go out on a high and potentially take a podium, as they've been unable to take a podium yet. But we did just get the 1-minute board, so we are about to have the GT4 race.
It's time for race 2 of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series, and it is to be Enrico Ferderer that leads them away for the SR Motorsport Mercedes team. His teammate won yesterday. He'll be looking to do the same thing, of course. Mackenzie Cresswell, our now sole championship leader since his teammate from previous rounds, Josh Ratkin, is not with us. Callum Davis will be looking to make it pay off for Rafa Racing by Race Lab. They worked hard to get the car back on the grid after yesterday's issues. He starts third alongside Axel Bengtsson in the BWT Muka Motorsport Mercedes. Joachim Bulting is 5th place and first among the AMs, maybe sensing the opportunity to do a bit more of that giant slaying that he was doing in Portimao. Baudouin Detu is 6th position in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Charlie Robertson is doing a sprint race this time around in the GT4 Winter Series. However, it does sound as though Ravi Rami will do the endurance race solo, but he has given Charlie the opportunity to do some racing today in the Invitational Class BMW. He is alongside Maximilian Schreier in the Pro Class Porsche Cayman GT4 RS CS. In 8th place, the very well-populated Cayman Trophy for this weekend is headed off by the 2 SR Motorsports entries of the 2 young talents from their stable, Luis Acala and Cedric Fuchs. Looking at those qualifying times, I think they could be in for a very exciting battle. Nico Grundle is going to have to try and navigate them, as will his WS Motorsport cohort Ismail Alahi, both of them in full-fat GT4 spec Porsche Caymans, just behind the Cayman Trophy cars. Franz Linden is 13th on the grid alongside Thilo Goss, and in 15th place it is Marcin Karzewski. We are due to see Oscar Rinzovic as well on the circuit, and indeed he is out there. I thought for a minute we were down one car, but the Myrtle Motorsports Porsche Cayman, which I believe is under lease from Speedworks Automotive, is there at the back of the order in P16. So then, a nice quota of GT4 Winter Series machinery. We will, of course, be doing a rolling start here. Enrico Ferderer has had the gauntlet laid down for him, rather, Andy, hasn't he? J-Mo Hartling did a brilliant job on Saturday.
Dominance, really, was the descriptive word I'd use. He was untouchable in race number 1. Enrico Ferderer, though, to his credit, was, half a second quicker than Mackenzie Cresswell in their qualifying session yesterday. So, really, all signs point towards another victory for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes. We'll have to wait and see, though. A lot can happen in 30 minutes, and I'm sure Mackenzie Cresswell will be keen to nail this start and get the track position advantage early if he can.
Let's see how accurate the signs are around here then. Enrico Ferderer of SR Motorsports on pole position. Elite Motorsports, Mackenzie Cresswell on the outside of the front row. His teammate for this weekend, Tom Leben, ran around the outside and took an early lead 12 months ago. Let's see if he can do the same. Mackenzie Cresswell and Ferderer drag racing to the first corner as this race gets underway. Ferderer with the inside line with the high ground. Mackenzie Cresswell looked like he was going to be drifting wide. He is well off the circuit, but Enrico Ferderer has retained his lead. Charlie Robertson on the charge around the outside in the big BMW further back. He is side by side with Maximilian Schreier there in the number 31. The Race Lab car of Callum Davis running well there in 4th place, and Axel Bengtsson has moved up to P3 for BWT Muka Motorsport. Charlie Robertson is on the charge in the Invitational Evo spec BMW, but all pretty shuffly here. Here comes Callum Davis taking a huge amount of apex speed. I was convinced he was going to drift all the way wide, but no, very, very well done into 3rd position.
They had a big nibble at the back of Axel Bengtsson's BMW Mercedes at turn number 2. The BMW is behind the Mercedes of Charlie Robertson. It is easy to get distracted by that BMW, as sizable as it is, in my defence. But yes, Callum Davis nearly got into the back of Bengtsson at turn 2, then had a big lunge up the inside a few corners later. He clearly feels good under braking, or maybe Bengtsson is a little bit wary under braking, because again, with Charlie Robertson behind him now, that gap suddenly vanished in the braking zone. The Mercedes may be taking a minute or two just to get the brakes up into the ideal operating window. Behind them, meanwhile, Baudouin Detu and Jürgen Bolting, I think, getting tangled together slightly at turn 12, and the Aston Martin looks off the pace looking out of the window, so Mudwonder 2, I fear, may be heading for the pit lane. This could be another opportunity for a good result, slipping away from the racing spirit of Le Mans team.
Unfortunately, yes, it looks as though something is very amiss with that car. Is it crabbing a little? It might be, I'm not sure. All the same, the racing spirit of Le Mans car is into the pits as Jürgen Bolting gets dispatched by Nico Grundle. Ahead of those two now is the Cayman Trophy battle. Cedric Fuchs and Luis Acala have both profited on the overall standings on that first lap, now running 7th and 8th, and it is Fuchs that leads in the Cayman Trophy class. This is Jürgen Bolting then, our sole AM entrant for this weekend, just ahead of Pro-Am entry from WS Motorsport in the hands of Nico Grundle. Grundle, who is the silver driver of the pairing, of course, sharing that car with Tim Horrell. But he's self-admitting that, you know what, Tim's the bronze, but he's matching me and sometimes even surpassing me on lap time. Nico, a very affable driver, very good to talk to, and he'll be relishing the opportunity now to have a good scrap with Jürgen Bolting, I'm sure. So as I said, Fuchs and Carla just ahead battling for Cayman Trophy honours. Meanwhile, for 4th overall, here's Charlie Robertson having a very speculative look to the inside of Axel Bengtsson for the 4th position. Maximilian Schreier keeping an eye on it as well to see what opportunities might arise from here. I think Robertson likes this. He's got the circuit and indeed he's got the circuit not to himself. He's in the midst of a battle, but he does have the car to himself. He's got half an hour here to just have a bit of a play in the invitational class yet to be homologated, Evo Spec BMW.
Indeed so, and he is enjoying himself out there, isn't he? Getting really stuck into this fight with Axel Bengtsson, but he'll be learning about the car whilst he does this as well, reporting back to the Century Motorsport team at all times, I'm sure, what he's feeling out there, what maybe he thinks they need to do to improve it. But it is clear, even from the pace that Ravi Ramney had in this car yesterday, that they are getting better with every session that they turn in this car, and it really is now starting to look like a seriously competitive package. Out of turn 2 they go, through the left-hander at 3, clambering the curb on the inside. And Charlie Robertson, of course, every corner that he spends stuck behind the Mercedes is another opportunity maybe for Maximilian Schreier to have a pop at him. So it's a fascinating three-way scrap this between Mercedes, BMW and Porsche. A very Germanic feel to this battle, but a mix of drivers and some really, really good battling to be had. Robertson will be hoping, though, it's a short-lived battle because he, I think, will feel that he's got the pace in clean air to maybe go after those leading 3.
Quite possibly. Schreier a bit deep there into turn 8, but manages to get it stopped before finding the rear of either the BMW or the Mercedes. Enrico Ferderer is still leading the way, 1.4 seconds clear of Mackenzie Cresswell, who in turn has the Callum Davis-driven Raceland McLaren about a second further back, although that might have gone down by a couple of tenths over the course of the first 2 sectors of the lap. So it's still very much to play for at the front as well, but it is Axel Bengtsson who is having to do the most driving through the mirrors, at least in the top half dozen for now, under a lot of pressure. Axel in that number 18 machine, and let's see if there's a good run out of the final corner for Robertson. Of course, the big BMW maybe punches a slightly wider hole through the air by the end of the straight, maybe not benefiting as much from that 3-litre turbo power, whereas the little Porsche cuts through quite nicely behind him. And the Mercedes, I suppose, a happy middle ground between the diminutive Porsche and the heavy-set BMW.
Yeah, it does look like a good all-rounder, doesn't it, the Mercedes, which often has been the case with their GT3 car as well, in fairness, over the years. The GT3 AMG, one of those cars that never seems to have a bogey circuit, always seems to be strong wherever they choose to go and race it, be that the Nordschleife or Spa or some wet and grim British circuit somewhere in spring. It always seems to be a car that is at the front, and their GT4 example fairly similar, it has to be said. Right on board then as we head downhill towards turn 8 with Callum Davis, 3rd position, getting a good view at the back of the Elite Motorsport McLaren and Mackenzie Cresswell ahead, but not quite close enough as of yet to have a go at getting through. It's been a fascinating scrap all season long between Rafa Racing and Elite Motorsport. Elite maybe have had the pace advantage more often than not. They seem to have come out better in the look department as well. Certainly this weekend, we never did see the Rafa McLaren Racing yesterday, of course, after its gearbox issue. But Callum Davis now hunting down 2nd place, Where, if anywhere, though, can he get close enough to make a move?
That's the big question at the moment for Callum. We ride on board with the 812 car up through the gears. Interested to see actually how far up the box he gets here. Some of the GT3s only touch the top of 5th before the first corner. Certainly 5th looks like it's quite long on the ratios there. Don't think he would have quite got to 6th by the time they got to the first corner, but didn't quite see that. Cresswell and Davis line astern then in 2nd and 3rd place, an all McLaren battle behind Enrico Federer, who is now building his lead. He has the fastest lap of the race. He is also now 2.7 seconds to the good over Mackenzie Cresswell. It does look like Federer, for now at least, is matching what we saw from Jamo Hartling previously. Meanwhile, Luis Sakala, who I must say looks a lot closer this weekend to Cedric Fuchs in terms of pace. Cedric, the Tourenwagen Junior Cup champion from last year. Luis, who is also a young teenage talent who is very promising. She looks like she's really settling into this car now. And she is right up there, just a couple of seconds back from Cedric. However, Joachim Bolting, who lost places trying to avoid the Aston Martin on the first lap as Detu started to slow down, is now on the offensive, goes to the inside of Luis Sakala. That's his for 8th position in the overall standings. And the AM Class Porsche, the full-fat GT4 with a couple of 100 millilitres worth of extra engine capacity, and indeed with some slightly different suspension, some slightly more trick parts, should always get past the Cayman Trophy cars, and Joachim Bolting proves that that is the case on this occasion.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that he got tangled up with Bernard Detu at the start, because he qualified 5th, Joachim Bolting. It was this equivalent race, wasn't it, admittedly in very different conditions, in which he starred last time at Portimao. So bit of a shame we didn't get to see him doing that maybe to quite the same extent in this race, at least not yet. We are still 21.5 minutes away from checkered flag though, so there's time for him to climb up the order a bit further. His next target though is some way up the road. 2.3 seconds to Cedric Fuchs, I suppose, the leading Cayman Trophy driver. Here meanwhile is Axel Bengtsson, still in 4th position. Still Charlie Robertson not able to find a way through, and you often see this, don't you, Adam, a battle that really looked very one-sided at the start of the race. It certainly looked like Charlie Robertson was by far the quicker of the two. Once things settle down and you get stuck behind another car for 2 or 3 laps, the pace does then seem to balance out, and that, I think, is what's happened in this case. Charlie Robertson no longer quite as big a threat, seemingly, to the Mercedes driver as he was 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about grading and degradation on tyres at this circuit, particularly in the Formula paddock, it must be said. But I do notice the Formula drivers are always the first to tell me about the specific intricacies of the circuit that might lead them to be a bit sideways later on. It's as if they're just planting seeds. But we are hearing that from all sides of the paddock, that the grading is a factor. So maybe Axel was being a little bit more considerate towards his Pirellis in the first phase of the race. Meanwhile, closing in quite significantly, as we can see both on board and on the camera shots here, is Callum Davis, now getting a lot closer to Mackenzie Cresswell. It was 0.6 last time across the line. It was 0.9 the time before that. It is less than that, I would venture, as they went through the apex of turn 14. So Mackenzie Cresswell with some competition. Both he and Josh Rattigan seem to just stride away from everyone all the time, especially at Estoril, our season opener. But up against an identical McLaren, up against Callum Davis, Mackenzie does have his hands full.
Indeed so. These two cars seem more evenly matched in pace this weekend than maybe we've seen in the past, as you quite rightly said. Callum Davis, though, would like to swing the advantage very much in his favour. They head through the 3rd corner and into these two tricky sort of 90-degree right-handers, both of them with a healthy amount of camber to them, though, once you get into the apex, which helps to rotate the car and set you up for the next corner, which in this case is the uphill left-hander here. And Mackenzie Cresswell keeping Callum Davis at arm's reach for now, but Callum certainly asking some of the right questions now. They are 4.2 seconds now behind Enrico Federer, though. That Mercedes is the car to have, seemingly. At least that SR Motorsport run Mercedes is the one that you want around Valencia, it seems. Doesn't matter who is in the car. It is the car to beat, isn't it? And again, Enrico Federer, as his teammate Jemo Hartling did yesterday, building upon the qualifying pace, which is not always a definitive sign of what's going to happen in the race, but I think when it's more than 4 or 5 tenths of an advantage in qualifying, that usually translates into race pace, and for the second time this weekend, that's proving to be the case.
Absolutely right. For Marcel Marshall, for the SR Motorsport team, last year it was just one win that came courtesy of Marcel Marshall. This time they're already looking quite strong for a second win in as many races. Still got a long way to go though, but things are pointing to good signs for the Mercedes crew. Meanwhile, the McLarens are at play here for second place. Further back, this now for fourth place still, with Charlie Robertson haranguing the rear of Axel Bengtsson. Some good overall battles going on further back as well. Nico Grundle has just gotten past Luis Sakala for 9th overall, but at the front here, second place very much under contest, and Callum Davis, I don't think he's usually known for pulling many punches. I'm sure if that inside line beckons, he will have a go.
Oh, most certainly, and he is now close enough that if Mackenzie Cresswell were to make a mistake, certainly that would prompt him into trying to do something about that, I think. And Mackenzie Cresswell will be all too aware that the Rafa Racing McLaren is now almost within striking range through the left-hand kink at 7, onto the brakes into 8. This has been the scene of many a lock-up and run-wide moment over the course of the weekend so far. Those two both seemingly getting through there without such difficulties, though. Callum Davis just thinking, right, where can I make the move? Is there a part of the circuit where I am definitively quicker than Mackenzie Cresswell? The answer, I fear, is no. I think they're very evenly matched, and so it will take a mistake or an ambitious lunge, I think, for the positions to change hands. Check in meanwhile with one of the good battles. I've been watching this battle out of the window actually over the last few laps. It's been rather entertaining, hasn't it? And at the moment it is the 32 car still of in fact, no, this has been a change, has it then, over the last lap or so? Possibly at the last corner, I think it changed last time around. But wherever you look in the GT4 Winter Series grid, there is a battle to be had. Franz Linden then on the attack now, having recently lost this 11th place.
Yes, so Ismail Elahi just ahead of him, the American racer, first-generation American racer who has come over to compete here in the GT4 Win Series, beginning what I think is going to be a fairly significant partnership between himself and W&S Motorsport. Franz Linden has certainly had a significant partnership with both Speedworks Automotive, the team he's driving, and GEDLICH Racing, initially coming through the endless summer track days and enjoying that a lot. And I think a couple of the driver coaches, including the man driving alongside him this weekend, Arne Hofmeister, kept telling him, you're good enough to go racing, friend. Like, you're fast enough. You've got the speed. Eventually, he took the opportunity to try racing at Portimao last year in the GT4 Winter Series. And based on how much we've seen of Franz and Arne so far in this year's GT4 Win Series, as well as at the Nordschleife over the summer in addition, I do suspect that the racing bug has now firmly bit Franz Linden, and he also continues to improve as he logs the miles weekend on weekend here in the GT4 Winter Series. Axel Bengtsson and Charlie Robertson still there, running well in 4th and 5th place. Equally ditto 2nd and 3rd position. Cresswell and Davis still very close together. Enrico Furderer's gap as he comes across the line to begin lap 10 of the race. It is now 5.3 seconds last time, 5.6 this time. So the gap still systematically going upwards as Mackenzie Cresswell continues to study both the track ahead of him and the mirrors alongside him, getting a bit loose there into the first corner. But we've seen a lot of that from the McLarens, especially the elite McLaren, that to get it turned into the corner, you seem to have to brake on a knife edge.
Yeah, absolutely. It might be the quickest way to drive the car, maybe not the most comfortable, but the drivers, I'm sure, are getting used to that by now. I think he survived that moment. Yes, he did. Still in position. Meanwhile, Charlie Robertson closer than ever now to Axel Bengtsson. Certainly closer than he's been since maybe lap 1 of the race, where he had a little nibble at the back of the VWT Mucker Motorsport Mercedes, and ever since then has been staring at the back of the admittedly very pretty VWT by Mucker Motorsport Mercedes, but he'd rather have a decent view of it in his rearview mirror maybe. He's had a better exit there, has he, from the corner. What have you spotted on the Merc?
I just thought maybe it looked like the right rear was looking a bit strange. Ooh. Charlie Robertson having a look to the inside there. I think just putting the power down there, it looked like it squatted a little excessively for my liking. I was just worried that it was something a bit more than just a power squat. Here comes Charlie Robertson with a power pass potentially through turn 11. He's going to lean to Axel Bengtsson, and sure enough, he gets it done there. fired it through 9 and 10 after a good run off of 8. Bengtson still trying to fire back through turn 12. Does Charlie Robertson drift out wide? Minimally, he does bounce across the curbs. Will Bengtson try and retaliate here going into turn 14? No, I think he's going to try and set himself up here for a good run through the final corner, which he definitely gets, and now down the main straight he's going to be hoping to follow the slipstream there of the big BMW, but I think Robertson should just about be far enough ahead to comfortably focus on nailing his apex at turn 1. So Charlie Robertson is through into 4th position. Axel Bengtson for now down to 5th place. He's also going to be conscious of the fact that just 1.2 seconds back from him is Maximilian Schreier.
And that, of course, is for class position, isn't it? Because Schreier also runs in the pro category, as does Axel Bengtson. So he'll be mindful of that from a points perspective, but also just wanting to try and finish as high up in the class order as he can. Fantastic move that from Robertson, though. One of the moves of the weekend, that late lunge at the inside into turn 11. It is a classic Circuit Ricardo Tormo move, that, but a difficult one to pull off successfully, and it's very easy to end up having a clash of body panels at the apex. Thankfully they avoided that, though. Good clean racing. Charlie Robertson with a well-earned move. Now, can Callum Davis draw some inspiration from that move and do something about Mackenzie Creswell? We're heading to the same part of the circuit. Creswell's made a mistake and opened the door maybe for Callum Davis. The trouble is the door was on the outside, not the inside, and that's not really the best line to be on if you want to try and make a move through 11. He's had a good exit from the corner, though. Gets to the inside towards 12. They're almost leaning on each other. Through will go Davis on the entry. The question is, though, can Creswell get the switch back? The answer is yes, he can. He'll be clearly back ahead of the Rafa Racing McLaren by the time they reach the final turn. We've seen that on several occasions this weekend across multiple classes. The inside line at turn 12 does not an overtake guarantee.
Absolutely not. They're being told as well, the drivers as a collective, that they need to respect the track limits on the turn into the first corner rather than sweeping out wide. He will sweep out wide, though, will Callum Davis, because Mackenzie Creswell is to his inside. Creswell might just go too wide here. Yes, he does, and that's going to leave the opportunity now for Callum Davis, who has nailed it there going through the first corner. Everything was done right, maybe drifting a bit too wide though at turn 2. Cresswell tries to keep the nose to the inside for the third corner, but no, Callum Davis is now through, but he drifts wide at turn 4. They're still side by side at turn 5. It's getting a little bit physical as Cresswell goes back through as they now run towards the 6th corner of the lap. Cresswell briefly losing 2nd place. I somehow doubt they're not going to try and switch again though, because Davis gets a better run out of turn 6. They now run towards turn 8 with the 812 Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren on the outside line. It's the elite car, the championship leading car, and the championship leading driver on the inside, and Cresswell has just about done enough, but Callum Davis, mighty size up a go now at turn 11 as well. Of course he does. Cresswell is sideways going towards the corner. He just about gets it stopped, just about stays ahead. What a lap of racing.
That was top quality racing, side by side, or at least overlapping for almost an entire lap of the Valencia circuit, and I don't think a hint of contact anywhere. That was squeaky clean stuff. There was quite a lot of squeezing, but I don't think anything that was particularly untoward, and we certainly enjoyed the show. Frustratingly though for Callum Davis, he's right back where he started. After all of that effort, all of that side by side, he had the place gained on a couple of occasions, and still as they come across the line at the end of lap 12, he is in 3rd position behind the Elite Motorsport car. But I think there are positives to be taken from that for Callum Davis. I think his car is handling better than Mackenzie Creswell's at the moment. A few times I've seen Mackenzie's front wheels pointing to the right when they should be going to the left, because he's fighting the oversteer, particularly in the braking zones, and that will tell Callum Davis that another opportunity may well present itself in the remaining 9.25 minutes of racing.
Just to cover a little battle that was going on a bit further back, Oscar Rinzovic has moved up a position in the overall standings. Tilo Gus in the club class first generation Aston Martin V8 Vantage has dropped a place. I'm not quite sure Oscar Rinzovic is going to be able to match his Cayman Trophy win from less than 24 hours ago. He currently sits 4th in the class, but has made up an overall place, and I think is firmly enjoying his time in the GT4 Winter Series. Enrico Ferderer is certainly enjoying his time at the front of this race, now 10.6 seconds clear after all of that went down. Those two drivers in the McLarens losing about 3 seconds to Ferderer on the previous lap as a result of the dice. So Ferderer well clear with 8.5 minutes left to run here in the SR Motorsport Mercedes. Charlie Robertson is now some 1.4 seconds clear of Axel Bengtson, and Bengtson under increasing pressure and scrutiny from Maximilian Schreier, who's just gone ever so slightly gravel tracking, but continues on his way as he presses on to try and challenge for 5th place overall. That battle is really hotting up, actually, between the BWT Muka Mercedes and the Porsche behind, as you can see in the back of shot. So we've got a great battle for 2nd, we've got a great battle for 5th as well. As often is the case, it's a spoil of riches in the GT4 Winter Series.
Absolutely so, yeah. I hadn't spotted actually how much closer Maximilian Schreier was now to Axel Bengtson, despite that little gravelly moment through turn 12, through which he did not lift his foot off the throttle at any point. I'm pretty confident, because he was closer at the end of it than he was at the start. He is now less than a car length adrift of the Muka Motorsport prepared Mercedes. But again, where does the Porsche's strength lie in comparison to the Mercedes? You would suspect probably this section at the start of the lap. We've seen in races yesterday, haven't we? The mid-engine cars better through the first half of the lap, where it's a bit tighter, a bit more technical, a few more changes of direction. The front-engine cars seem to have the edge from sort of this point onwards, where their longer, more sweeping corners lie in the second half of the lap. And indeed, Bengtson now just pulling a small margin over Schreier in this battle for 5th overall, but 4th, more importantly, within the Pro class. The Mercedes takes a slightly different line there through turn 8. Not necessarily a mistake, that, just playing to the advantages of your car, maybe. And certainly the gap grows through that particular sequence of corners rather than starts to come down. We've got 6 3/4 minutes left of what has been an enthralling 2nd GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend. Not necessarily for Enrico Ferderer, who comes through all on his lonesome to complete another lap, but yet again, as in TCR Spain a while ago, all of the action's been happening some way behind the race leader.
And Enrico Ferderer, I don't think will complain. He's not always had the best run of luck so far this season. Has lost positions to technical issues and just had a bit of a rough run of it so far in the year. So to get a solo win, I think, on this Sunday morning, heading in, of course, to the hour-long pit stop race that will take place this afternoon for the GT4s, I think that will be a welcome act for the youngster from Germany, who, like many German teenagers, started his road car driving career in a 3-wheeled Fiat 500, which was the butt of many jokes between he, myself, and Joel Mesh in 2024. Incidentally, you'll remember the name Joel Mesh if you have watched the GT4 Win Series before. He is here in the paddock this weekend as a mechanic, and you'll see that a lot. The mechanics at SR Motorsport are also suspiciously talented teenage racing drivers. We see a lot of crossover between the cockpits and the garages. Axel Bengtson then, I don't think he's had to do any tightening of any bolts on his car this weekend, but he is having to keep a tight watch on Maximilian Schreier at the moment, the leading of the WNS Motorsport Porsches. Great to have 3 of them here this weekend in the GT4 Winter Series. It's interestingly had the oh goodness me, Callum Davis is back on the offensive. Okay, I thought we'd calm down a little bit in McLaren land, but evidently not. Callum Davis now potentially once again looking to set up Mackenzie Cresswell.
I think we'd firmly hit the pause button on this battle,
yeah.
not the end battle. This has been a fantastic scrap between the two of them, and Callum Davis, maybe just cooling things off for a few laps, has now decided 5 minutes to go, let's have another crack at this, shall we? Had a bit of a nibble at the back of the elite McLaren just now, and is still right on its tail as they head for turn number 1, as indeed in the background Maximilian Schreier is against Axel Bengtson. The elite McLaren through turn 1, which has looked like its weak point in this race on a few occasions, a bit of oversteer creeping in on corner entry, and that's led to a few wide moments on the exit, which Mackenzie Cresswell will have to be a little bit wary of, just in case that issue of track limits were to rear its head. No real mention of track limits in this race beyond don't use the end of the pit lane if you can, but I haven't seen any real warnings coming through, at least not for the leading contenders. Through turn 5 into 6 they will head, and this is where Callum Davis on the last lap certainly started to close in. I did spot out of the window into turn 8. He looked a lot later on the brakes than Mackenzie Creswell, who's already actively defending before we get to the kink at 7. Again, takes the middle of the road into 8. That covers the line on the way in, but it means Callum Davis has more speed at the apex. In theory, more speed on the exit, but I think he was a little bit too eager with the right foot there. Induced a bit of a tail slide, left some Pirelli rubber on the racetrack, and that means that actually he's not close enough to attack into turn 11.
Maximilian Schreier has gotten through. He did it at turn 1 on Axel Bengtsson, so they have switched here for 5th and 6th position, as you can see, but just watching them through the middle sector of the lap, Bengtsson is certainly able to match the pace of Schreier and may well lodge a counter-attack up against the W&S Porsche. Cresswell and Davis continue to fight it out for 2nd overall then, just over 3 minutes to go. Federer's already, of course, long since crossed the line. I suspect we're going to have something in the region of 2 laps to go now. We should have just 2 left on the clock. So it is going to be, I think, the penultimate lap of the race now. So time running out for both of these battles to reach their resolution. Axel Bengtsson is going to be so keen to not let this one slip, but it does look as though the Porsche has the minimal edge at this phase of the race. No one can blame Tools, though, here in the all-McLaren battle. Both teams have had to fight the adversity of some technical issues over the course of the weekend. Both teams have done a great job, along with the support of some of the McLaren crew that are here to get the cars ready to go, and clearly they are performing well. The question is which of the drivers can perform that little bit better.
And also, a question I have is how they're going to negotiate the bright orange Aston Martin of Thilo Goss. Well, there's your answer. He stays dutifully out of the way, doesn't impede the battle one bit. Really good driving by Thilo Goss there, not to be an influence directly upon the outcome of this fight for 2nd place. You ride on board with the 3rd place car, Callum Davis, as we head through the change of direction there at turns 9 and 10. Again, Mackenzie Creswell hugging the middle of the road there just to prevent that late lunge from being a possibility for Callum Davis. Mackenzie certainly has defended well in this race. I'm not convinced his car is handling quite as well as Callum Davis's example behind, but he hasn't really put a major foot wrong, and even when he has lost the position, has always been able to snatch it back straight away with some really good racecraft, as you would expect from someone with Mackenzie's background. He is very wide out of the final corner, almost as wide was Callum Davis. I guess this close to the end of the race, 1 more lap to go. Track limits is not at the forefront of their minds.
I think Callum probably saw quite how wide Mackenzie was drifting and said, okay, I'll open the wheel up too. Final lap of the race by the looks of it then. Will mathematically indeed be the final lap, and Callum Davis is going to do everything he can to find a way past Mackenzie Creswell. It's about 4 tenths between Schreier and Benson as well, so that might not be over for 5th place, but Callum Davis is determined. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's been past Mackenzie Creswell. He won at one point, a bit of an exchange between them, but now he's back behind Creswell. Creswell would love to have a 2nd place finish here to match what Tom Leben did, of course, in yesterday's race. That's always a point of pride between 2 racing drivers, but running wide there is Creswell, and here comes Callum Davis running towards turn 8, trying to negotiate his way to the inside of the corner. He's not going to be given the inside of the corner. Now going to try and set up for a good run towards T11. Let's see if it works. They both bounce over the exit curve through 8 into 9. Now heading towards turn 11. Here comes the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren. They do touch a bit this time. Paint is traded and positions are traded too. Callum Davis is through with just 2 corners left in the lap. Enrico Federer, meanwhile, goes around the last turn. It's side by side through the penultimate corner between Davis and Creswell. It is Federer for the win, but who's going to appear in 2nd place? It is just about going to be Callum Davis. Creswell was around the outside at turn 13, but it's going to work out in favour of the driver number 812. Callum Davis rewards Rafa Racing by Racelab with their hard-fought efforts to get the car recovered. They now have a 2nd place to their name. Mackenzie Creswell loses out on the final lap in a brilliant exchange, which did get a bit physical that time. Charlie Robertson in 4th position. Axel Bengtsson in 5th place. He did get back past Maximilian Schreier at the end of the race, so there was a switch there on the final lap for 5th position that we may get to have a look at before we conclude our GT4 thinking for the time being. There was a switch on the final lap for 5th place. Joachim Bolting came home 7th. Cedric Fuchs won in the Cayman Trophy class. Nico Grundle in 9th. Luis Acala rounds out the overall top 10. And Ismail El Elahi finishing in 11th place now, just crossing the line. Then it's Franz Linden to round out the podium within Cayman Trophy. He gives a flash of the headlights and we'll be happy with that. Next across the line will be Oscar Rintovic, and then in 14th place across will be Marcin Karszewski. Of course, BWT Muka Motorsports Thilo Goss has already taken the flag a lap down. But Enrico Ferderer with a brilliant performance in the Mercedes AMG GT4. Once again, it's 2 wins from 2 then for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum. They will be thinking back to Estoril, thinking about what Elite Motorsport did with a complete sweep. And here is a look at 5th position changing on the last lap. It was almost the same as what Callum Davis achieved, actually. Thank you very much for the pickup on that one to our director and indeed Emma down there on that camera at turn 11, and we did get to see it was almost the exact same move ultimately between between Axel Bengtsson and Maximilian Schreier, as we saw between Davis and Cresswell. Turn 11 proving to be a bit of an action zone today. I suspect the camera ops will be fighting to be there next year. Enrico Ferderer now pulling up to the pit lane, just coming in through pit entry now, and will no doubt have Jamo Hartling greeting him immediately. It struck me actually that Enrico Ferderer seemed to be in a really good space on the pre-grid, talking to Izzy down there on the grid. He seemed to just be really in the zone, really quite relaxed at the wheel, and that can sometimes be a bad thing, I suppose. But for someone like Enrico, who is fairly composed at the wheel, if it seems like he's light on his feet, pretty buoyant going into a race, that's a good sign that he's going to do well, and do well he absolutely did. In Leisel, the name of the car that you can just see there over the left headlight. And we've got cars with other names down there at Schnitzelbaum, including Maria. I believe Maria is the GT3. So then, the Rafa Racing by Racelab team will also be very happy to see Callum Davis pull up after not even taking the start yesterday. A 2nd place will more than do. But the SR Motorsport crew will be down there to welcome Enrico Ferderer. Emilio Petrulic, our videographer there, giving his congratulations as well. And I think that might have been Mama Ferderer there giving her son a hug and saying well done. And we will go down and chat to Enrico in just a minute or two. What a great race that was, though, for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum Racing team. It really does appear between Jamo's performance yesterday and Enrico's performance today that Mercedes is absolutely in the sweet spot. That bodes very, very well for the endurance race, and of course it means they're elevating ever more so in the championship as well. They are 2nd in the points, I make it, at the moment, and that of course means they are hunting down Elite, who had such a commanding lead in the standings. We'll have to see how race 3 pans out on that front. So then, Ferderer and Jamo with a complete haul of the points so far in this race. And I understand we can now get some reaction to that from Enrico, who I'm sure is feeling pretty jovial after that performance, is he?
He is indeed feeling pretty jovial. Enrico, first win of the season, congratulations. Helped a little bit by the 2 McLarens battling all the way through the race, but he just drove off into the distance, and it's been a perfect weekend for you and Jamo so far.
Yeah, I mean, the car is perfect. The team did a good job. Jamo did a good job also yesterday, and it's a really good feeling after these 2 disappointment weekends, the last 2 weekends. was really bad, but now was a really good weekend, and now we have the 1 hour race, and I think we can also win this with this perfect car. Yeah.
Well, you sound confident. Adam was saying you sound very relaxed in the car this weekend. As you just said, it feels like a little bit of redemption for what has been ultimately quite a tricky start to the season for you guys.
Yeah, the start was tricky. We had 2 crashes, and yeah, the start was not perfect, but that's racing, and we're coming back stronger, and you saw we come back stronger. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely back stronger, and you've already said, but obviously 1 race to go later. Can you make it 3 for 3?
Yeah, I think we can 3 for 3, yeah.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you go enjoy it, go up to the podium. And I'm going to try and grab Callum Davies in a minute. Of course, he came out on top in that battle with Mackenzie Cresswell, and I'm sure that he will also be very happy.
I think you're right, Izzy. I think you'll be happy and still fairly hopped up on adrenaline after that last lap exchange with Mackenzie Cresswell. Great racing between the two of them, and if he is still there, and you do get to collar him, it would be very interesting to hear his perspective on the race. The GT4 Winter Series, from its conception, we've always known it was going to be a very exciting addition to the calendar, and we keep proving it time and time again. Let's go and hear from Callum Davis about that battle.
He's literally just said that was fun as we're coming down to speak to him. Callum, I think you might owe the boys in the garage a drink after that one, because that was some pretty hairy stuff towards the end.
Yeah, big time. You know, after Charlie's DNS yesterday, we've definitely made up for it. You know, I started P3, dropped to 4th and start, got back in front of the BWT Mercedes, and yeah, thought from there was battling with Elite the whole time. It was absolutely mega. I really enjoyed it. It was good fun. We overtook each other probably about 5 times. It was good scrap, good fair racing. But yeah, got past him on the last lap. I didn't even realise it was the last lap. I saw the checker and I was over the moon. It was absolutely brilliant. That's the most fun I've ever had in a race.
And definitely, as I said to you on the grid, redemption for what happened yesterday. Of course, heartbreak for Charlie and the team were here very late last night. The team, lots of emotions down here, so you must feel really proud to have done that for them.
Yeah, definitely. I can't thank all of them enough. I think they were still at the track at about 1 o'clock in the morning doing a gearbox change, but no, we definitely made up for it. Endurance race later on, see how we can do. Charlie started, and yeah, no doubt about his pace, so yeah, we're excited.
Well, you're the happiest driver I've seen all day, probably, so we'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy it, and we'll see you later for race 3.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Izzy. That was great fun to watch in the GT4 Winter Series. Callum Davis, a significant part of our entertainment in that one. The second race of the weekend in the GT4 Winter Series kicked off in a familiar fashion with the Mercedes-AMG GT4 leading the way from SR Motorsport. Charlie Robertson was on the charge early on in the big BMW from Century Motorsport, and he did at one point challenge for 4th position here up against Callum Davis, who early on found himself behind Axel Bengtsson, who moved up well early on, but that little mistake going through turn 5 into turn 6, a little bit of a wheel on the gravel for Axel Bengtsson in the pink Mercedes, allowed Callum Davis through into 3rd place and allowed him to start pursuing the elite McLaren. Further back, Joachim Bolting was making some progress. He got held up on the first lap after Baudouin Detu's Aston Martin Vantage slowed down and unfortunately had to be withdrawn after just 1 rotation of the circuit. He was working his way through. Meanwhile, Axel Bengtsson was doing his best to fend off Charlie Robertson, who was looking purposeful in his mirrors. Further back, we saw some battling between the likes of Franz Linden and Nico Grundl. That was Ismail El-Hali actually having a look there to his inside. Joachim Bolting continuing to make places. He was past Luisa Carla there for 8th position at that time. Meanwhile, Callum Davis kept looming large in the wing mirrors of Mackenzie Cresswell. It was very entertaining to watch those two battle. This is Nico Grundl in the similarly liveried WNS Motorsport car, getting himself past Luisa Carla there with quite a big move into the final corner. GT4 Spec Caymans and Trophy Club Sport Spec Caymans fighting among each other, even though they are of a slightly different specification, and some great racing. El-Ahi making more progress here, getting past Franz Linden as the American driver finds his way by for another overall place. Charlie Robertson was still cutting a frustrated figure behind Axel Bengtsson at about half distance in the race, but finally the door beckoned open going into T11. And very nicely done. The position is made by Charlie Robertson, definitively in that case. J-Mo Hartling got past Cedric Fuchs, who would ultimately, of course, win in the Cayman Trophy class. And this was where it started to get very interesting between Callum Davis and Mackenzie Cresswell. Cresswell starting to put the odd toe wrong. I won't even say a full foot was wrong, but it was enough for Callum Davis to start pressuring the rear of the 77 Elite McLaren. It was McLaren Artura on McLaren Artura, side by side as they ran through T12. Mackenzie Cresswell tried to retaliate, did retaliate on that occasion through 12 and 13, but Callum Davis was not going to take that lying down. Made Mackenzie defend turn one. Mackenzie ended up drifting wide, and it was side by side throughout a huge majority of the lap. Cresswell back to the inside at turn 5, got it done there, and was holding the position through 7 and indeed into turn 8 here in the middle sector of the circuit. That was it for a little while. Mackenzie Cresswell, though, was clearly still feeling the pressure and extending the track at times, trying to make sure he could get the run off the corners. Maximilian Schreier was now on the rear of Axel Bengtsson for P5 overall, and they did exchange places on a couple of occasions, but this was the definitive exchange between Davis and Cresswell. Turn 11, final lap. Davis saw a door open and he dived through it, and then equally also at turn 11 Axel Bengtsson got back through on Schreier, and they would switch positions a couple of more times, I think, even after that. But Callum Davis claimed second place. Enrico Ferderer won at the front. We didn't see much of him ultimately, but he did win the race fairly commanding fashion for the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm team, which means that they continue their 100% streak for this weekend. Callum Davis in second position, the 812 Rafa Racing by Racelab car. Mackenzie Cresswell in third position. Charlie Robertson for Century Motorsport fourth in the Invitational BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Axel Bengtsson in fifth position for BWT Muka Motorsport. In sixth place, Maximilian Schreier for W&S Motorsport. Jürgen Bolting for Plusline Racing in seventh place. Cedric Fuchs in the 110 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm car in eighth. Nico Grundl in ninth place. Luisa Kala rounding out the overall top 10 for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm Racing. Continuing on down the order, of course, the Cayman Trophy battles, the other battles throughout the order continuing on. Ismail Elahi in 11th place, Franz Linden in 12th, ultimately ahead of Oscar Rinzovic. Karszewski, Tilogos rounding out the finishing order, and Baudouin Detu, unfortunately, not getting to complete more than one lap in his sprint for Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Meanwhile, down on the podium, the drivers are all ready with Andy McEwen, and we can now go to our podium presentations.
The second race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series was an absolute thriller, and we can now welcome our drivers onto the podium to begin the celebrations for our second GT4 race of the weekend, starting with the club class, and once again a victory for BWT Muka Motorsport and Tilo Goss. Congratulations, Tilo, onto the top step of the podium again, and the fan favourite Aston Martin once again survives the 30 minutes and comes home victorious. And we have Sergio from GEDLICH Racing on hand to hand over Tilo Goss's winner's trophy at the end of the second GT4 Winter Series race of the weekend, and we look forward to having him back out again for the 1 hour pit stop race later on this afternoon. Congratulations, Tilo, on the club class victory. Next up then we move on to the Cayman Trophy, and in third position for Speedworks Automotive, Franz Linden. Congratulations, Franz, onto the third step of the podium. It was, though, an SR Motorsport 1-2. In second place, the same position her teammate got in yesterday's race, is Luisa Kala. Luisa runs out onto the podium, full of energy as always, to be joined soon by her teammate from SR Motorsport, Cedric Fuchs. Congratulations, Cedric. Onto the top step. SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing celebrating a 1-2 finish in the Cayman Trophy. Stefan joins his GEDLICH Racing colleague Sergio on the podium to hand out the trophies, along with Georgie from Pirelli to hand over the second place trophy to Luisa Carla. And the Cayman Trophy, which again produced some interesting racing in that one. We've had 2 races and now 5 different cars indeed that have filled out the podium places, a competitive class this weekend at Valencia. So the drivers pose with their trophies on the top step of the podium. They'll save the champagne spraying for later on this afternoon, we hope. And for now, another round of applause for our Cayman Trophy top 3 finishers who make their way backstage once again. The next podium we move on to is for the AM class, and after a lively start to the race, I think it's fair to say, it is another well-deserved victory in the AM class for Joachim Bolting. Congratulations, Joachim, who got himself a little bit tangled up with the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin at the start of that race, but survived it in one piece to claim the class victory, and his trophy makes its way out to him now as well. Plus Line Racing Team will celebrate another class win, yes, but really with Joachim these days, it's more a question of where he'll finish in the overall order, and he'll be hoping for another strong result in race 3 later on. Joachim Bolting, always a popular figure in the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series paddock, gets a round of applause and skips his way off the podium backstage to join the rest of the class, the drivers. We will have no Pro-Am podium, so we move on now to our last podium of this second race of the weekend, the Pro class, and our overall top 3. What a battle it was between the 2 McLaren drivers. In the end, it's third place for Elite Motorsports' Mackenzie Creswell. Congratulations, Mackenzie. He finds his way onto the third step of the podium. He was second for most of that race, but was pipped right at the flag by the Rafa Racing McLaren of Callum Davis, who gets an enormous cheer from the crowd down below, and a well-deserved one after that brilliant move for second place. In the end, though, it is more celebrations for SR Motorsport, a double race win for SR Motorsport, and this time the driver taking them to the top, Enrico Ferreira. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing Team, who've already celebrated a 1-2 finish in the Cayman Trophy, are now cheering on Enrico Ferreira as he collects his winner's trophy after another dominant performance. It has to be said, he and Jamo Hartling will be tough to beat in the 60-minute race later on this afternoon. Not impossible task, but certainly that is the car and team in form in Valencia this weekend. So as the final set of photos are taken on the podium, you'll probably be able to hear behind me the Formula Winter Series drivers heading to the grid for their second race of the weekend.
Race 2 of the weekend for the Formula Winter Series. The drivers are just now making their way out onto the circuit, and you will not be surprised to hear that it's Gabriel Gomez once again on pole position with Leo Robinson alongside him. Incidentally, Robinson being there second on the grid, as I can see on the documentation, would suggest to me that investigation and disqualification appeal that we were discussing previously has maybe gone the way of the Leo Sammy Robinson car. In fact, I think the investigation might still be open, but nonetheless, Robinson is there on the front row of the grid, is just now pulling up to the front row of the grid. That's the visual confirmation that I needed, that is where we seem to be starting the number 6 car. It's going to be a very intriguing race, this. Dante Vinci with his highest starting position in a Formula Winter Series race. He's 4th on the grid, so keep an eye on him, and indeed Maxime Ream from row 2. Some interesting drivers starting a little bit further down in this race as well. Kabir Anurag is only 10th on the grid this time. This grid is formed by the second best lap times from qualifying 1, so there is some fluctuation. A word to Joanne Ciconti. She's got her best starting position as the female trophy pole sitter, 14th on the grid. Another good qualifying from Joanne. She was 16th yesterday on the grid as well. But Anurag is a little bit out of place in 10th. Enya Fry can certainly move forward from P12 in the Yenza car as well. Alicia Palmovsky and Chloe Chambers, we've seen both of those Campos Red Bull liveried cars move through the field in races. They are starting both 18th and 19th, so they're within the top 20. They might be knocking on the door of the top dozen in the race since they're starting a little further forward. However, at the opposite end of the grid, at the very front, Izzy Browning is there, and we can now get some insights from the grid.
We can indeed. I am back on the grid once again for the first race of the day for the Formula Winter Series. Of course, second race of the weekend, as Adam has rightly said. And this grid set by the second fastest lap from qualifying 1. The race later on today set by the fastest lap from qualifying 2. Of course, both of those qualifying sessions taking place yesterday, but setting the grids for Saturday and Sunday respectively. And it's a familiar story on the front row. We've got Gabriel Gomez, of course, championship leader on pole position, and as Adam has been saying in commentary, a couple of the drivers on the grid interestingly saying that they think the championship is over and that Gabriel has already won it. I know, of course, a very short season, 4-round season here in the Formula Winter Series, but still many races to go, and I'm sure anything can happen, as we know in Formula 4 racing. But of course, Gabriel Gomez on pole position once again. I want to speak to a couple of different drivers, seeing as we've spoken to Gabriel and Leo quite a lot, but of course Leo Robinson on P2 as well. As I said, a very familiar looking front row. We did speak to Maxime yesterday, but he did take a podium yesterday, so I'm going to jump in and grab him once more. Maxime, well, it was a better start to the weekend yesterday, wasn't it? Took a P3, and now you're back on P3 starting today. What's possible today, and what did you learn from yesterday's race?
I think yesterday, starting from P3 in this track, I think it's always difficult to overtake. So yesterday, I think for me, it was all about preserving the tire as much as I can, making a gap to the car in front to try to stay out of the dirty air as much as I can. And for today, I think we have a tire advantage a little bit, so I think I can make use of that, and let's see what I can do. Yeah.
How tricky is the dirty air around this track?
I think especially in the high-speed corners like T1 and T12, you will get a lot of understeer, and you have to work with that. And if you do this for too long and too many laps, you will kill the front tire, and then you're going to lose a lot of pace. So yesterday I tried to stay out of dirty air as much as I can.
Good luck today. Thank you for the insight. Great to hear that insight from Maxime Rem. I am going to come and speak to Dante Vinci because he took the rookie win. Engines are getting fired up, although we haven't had the 1 minute board. But I'm going to try and run and grab a word with Dante because he took the rookie win yesterday. Dante, can we grab a quick word? Yeah. Rookie win yesterday, highest place that you've started on the grid today. Things are going pretty well this weekend, aren't they?
I mean, this is what happens when the hard work comes together from the team and from myself as well, so I think we can continue in this manner for the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, let's hope so. What's possible today? Do you think you can get up front and be fighting for the win?
We'll see what happens. I mean, Gomez looks pretty fast, but in testing we were extremely close, if not faster, so I think it's always possible.
All right, wish you best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we have just got the 3 minute board, so we are going to continue back on the grid. Yeah, engines were getting fired up already. Not unexpected, but a little bit earlier than I was maybe expecting. Now we have got the number 5 Red Bull Junior Finn McLaughlin, I should say, actually. He took a win last time out in Portimao, but things have been a little bit trickier this weekend, potentially. Of course, this is a very, very competitive championship here in the Formula Winter Series, and many drivers taking their first race starts. Finn was one of those last weekend and won on his second day in cars. So fantastic job from Finn so far, and I'm sure we will see him fighting up front. Now I'm going to speak to one more driver, another of the Van Amersfoort drivers, and that is Maximilian Popov. He took a podium last time out, and I did actually get a chance to speak to him after he took that podium off air, and I said to him, what's the goal now? He said, a win, of course, so I'm sure that will be what he wants today. Max, great to see you. Different circuit, different weekend, but I'm sure the same goal to take the win this time out.
Sure, good starting positions for all the races. It's there, just go for it.
How tricky is it to get a good start on this track? Of course, a long run down to turn 1.
Yeah, a bit tricky with the wheel spin, but if you get it on point, it's good. You can gain a lot.
And there's a lot of cars on this grid, of course, so that means that it can sometimes get you into a little bit of trouble in turn one, but how are you going to make sure that you stay out of trouble?
Somehow.
Great answer. All right, good luck. Have fun. We'll continue back. You can see the number 15 of Eddie Robinson alongside another driver who had a great weekend in Portimao, but potentially just having a little bit of a trickier weekend this time out, but hoping to have a better result in this race, which you will hopefully have a fantastic race and enjoy now.
So then, it is race 2 for the Formula Winter Series. We had 3 safety cars in the previous race yesterday. Let's see if we could beat that. Define beat as fewer or more, I'm not sure. Gabriel Gomez on pole, Leo Robinson in second place, Maxime Ream alongside Dante Vinci on row 2. Vinci the first of the rookies and the first of the Van Amersfoort drivers. Finn McLaughlin in 5th position alongside Maximilian Popov. Very competitive top half dozen. Eddie Robinson, who looked like he was struggling a bit yesterday, starts 7th alongside Artem Severikin, who I believe is having his best start position of the season there. Bart Harrison in P9 alongside Kabir Anurag, who will be keen to move up from 10th on the grid. Andrea Kostic in 11th place alongside Enya Fry. In 13th place it's Gennaro Trapper alongside Joan Chigonte in 14th place. Jan Köhler is in 15th position in the number 50, the new driver for Us Racing, alongside Nina Hardeman in 16th place. In P17 on the grid, it is Guy Albag on his first weekend in the Formula Wind Series, alongside Alicia Palmovsky, who's got a fairly solid starting position to work with here from 18th. She typically picks up some places, as does Chloe Chambers. She's 19th on the grid, alongside Andrea Dupé in 20th. 21st, Peyton Westcott, who had a difficult race yesterday. She'll be looking for a good run here from 21st, alongside David Walter. In 23rd position, it's Thomas Behrman. He didn't have a very competitive second fastest time to fall back on from Quali 1, alongside Matilda Pats in 24th. Then it's Sebastian Bach in 25th, Alba Larsen in 26th place, Theo Borenstein 27th, Alexander Ruta in 28th place, 29th is Simon Schrand, Cornelia Olkutska in 30th position, and rounding out the order it is Ricardo Miranda Baptista in the number 83 car from Cram. So then, the cars are now just rolling to the grid, and an interesting point you made, Andy, yesterday, Andy, is true again today. Gomez and Robinson a little way ahead of the field, but then 3rd through 18th place on this grid, covered by a second. Those top two looked like they could distance themselves. All bets are off further back, though.
Certainly what happened yesterday, isn't it, really? Gabriel Gomez, Leo Robinson, they seemed to have the pace over the rest of the field, but then it was just one long line of Formula 4 cars because the times are so evenly matched. Maxime Ream, 3rd on the grid, half a second off pole position, but the next second takes you all the way back to about 20th on the grid. So the bulk of the top 20 are, or at least in qualifying, capable of lapping within a fraction of a second of each other. And that generated yesterday lots of close racing, but in fairness made overtaking a challenge because there wasn't much of a performance deficit between any two cars who found themselves together on the track. But a fascinating race in prospect here. Really looking forward to this one. Can anyone stop Gabriel Gomez?
That's the million-dollar question. The cars are now lined up in their grid slots, some of them just having to move forward at present, so a few seconds more for the marshal to wave his yellow flag. Leo Robinson has been the lightning fast starter in the Formula Winter Series so far. Can he do it again, and can Gabriel Gomez make sure he holds the lead into the first corner? It's a bit of a mixed up start there, a few drivers not getting a good getaway, and one of them is Gabriel Gomez. Leo Robinson leads into the first corner. It's going to be Maxime Ream in second, with Finn McLaughlin on his outside in third place. Gabriel Gomez has gotten swallowed up there, and he is down to P4. Here comes Finn McLaughlin on the offensive now, up against Maxime Ream, who drifts wide at the second corner. All of that, of course, is allowing Leo Robinson to distance himself away in the high-tech car at the front. They're bouncing across the curbs further back, but it seems as though everyone's got through the first couple of corners relatively well. Andy, it looked like you spotted something there as they got underway.
Just Gabriel Gomez with a lot of wheel spin. The reaction was fine, but then the car just never sped up. There's someone slow in the mid-order. Artem Severikin, a little bit off the pace. Whether that's just because he ran wide or whether there's something more sinister going on, I'm not sure. But yeah, Gabriel Gomez lit up the rear tyres. A very uncharacteristically poor start for the championship leader. And, well, the cat has been firmly thrown among the pigeons now, hasn't it? This is the lowest down the order we've seen Gabriel Gomez so far this season. He's got 3 cars to overtake and just under half an hour in which to do it. This will be the biggest challenge he's faced so far this season.
Absolutely right. He was running 4th at Portimao and then got promoted after Maxime Ream got disqualified in race 3 a couple of weeks ago. But yes, he's now got a lot of work to do from 4th. I didn't see exactly what happened to Artem Severikin, but it is him limping around at the back of the order. Looks like he's either got tyre or suspension damage on that car. It is indeed the left rear that is flailing wildly at the back. He's just about limping it home quick enough. The floor looks a bit damaged, but he should get there with the car in just about one piece. He might even stay on the lead lap, and given what we've seen so far this weekend, that could be enough to make up some places later on. Meanwhile, it is Leo Robinson at the front of the order, Maxime Ream in second place, Finn McLaughlin, the first of the rookie drivers, in third. Fourth place is Gomez, then it's Dante Vinci in fifth place, so he's only lost one position from his starting place. Leo Robinson there was a bit wide though at turn 4, missed the apex a bit, and Maxime Ream is now right on the back of him and looking a little bit lively, it must be said. I think maybe Leo just got a little bit sideways there on corner entry into 4, and that compromised his run to the exit of the corner. It's Robinson from Ream at the front, and Maxime Ream, yet to win a race in the Formula Wind Series, was of course with us last year as well. This, I think, is his best opportunity yet to try and rectify that statistic.
And he'll be enjoying seeing Leo Robinson making a couple of mistakes both times so far through turn 4 and into 5. Leo Robinson's been a bit wide, so for whatever reason, that first part of the lap, Leo may be struggling, and Maxime Ream will be keen to try and capitalise on that if he can. The trouble is, it's hard to overtake through that sequence of corners. It will require a bigger mistake than that from Leo Robinson in order for the lead to change, I think. And actually through the second half of this lap, he's pumping in some really good sectors and starting to build a bit more of a margin again. So as they head out of the final turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them in the lead group, then a small gap back to 9th position, Bart Harrison, and then the rest of them all in one long line. A fabulous sight they make as they stream across the line. The lead gap officially half a second, but the fastest lap, interestingly, set by the third place man, Finn McLaughlin.
To cover the female trophy briefly, Joan Chiconte down to 18th position, so the driver who started on pole among the female trophy drivers, now 4th in Class 8 and 20th overall now, has lost a couple of more places, unfortunately. Nina Hardeman now running 11th as the leader in that class. Palmowski and Chambers have both moved through the order in tandem. It's Palmowski from Chambers 15th and 16th in the 2 Red Bull-backed Campos cars. Those 2 drivers, of course, part of the 3-driver lineup, along with Rafael Ferreira, for the F1 Academy and Campos in the Red Bull-backed cars. The other Red Bull-backed car then of Finn McLaughlin from High-Tech TGR on screen at the moment in third place. Fastest lap of the race in his back pocket for the time being. Of course, Robinson and Ream up ahead of him had their little set to at turn 4 just over a lap ago. However, Finn McLaughlin is under investigation for a false start. So he's there in third place for the time being, but now a question mark looms over his head, and unlike Mario Kart, I don't think he's going to get a turbo mushroom when the question mark shatters.
Yes, very well done. Yeah, 5th on the grid to 3rd off the line. So, I mean, that's not a suspiciously good start, but given how evenly matched everyone else was generally, apart from Gabriel Gomez, who slipped backwards, then, yeah, worth looking into, I suppose. Maybe they spotted something at the start of the race. Right, Gomez now reclaims the fastest lap of the race, a 1:34.9. I mean, it's only a 10th quicker than the leader, but he is now officially the fastest man on the racetrack. But, as we said, he's got some overtaking to do. Overtaking was difficult yesterday amongst that sort of top 10 group because, as I alluded to pre-race, the lap times were so close. Gabriel Gomez had in qualifying half a second over Maxime Ream. He had about 0.6 of a second over Finn McLaughlin, who is his first target. 0.6 of a second a lap is a big enough performance delta, you'd think, to yield an opportunity to overtake. But in dirty air, that is a very different story. He's close to Finn McLaughlin as they exit turn number 6 and head towards the braking zone shortly at 8, but I'm not convinced he's quite close enough to make the attack.
We'll have to wait and see. While that's going on, Alexander Ruta has dropped through the field in the Cram car. He has a dislodged front wing on his car, so he's going to continue to fall. I suspect he's probably going to end up in the pit lane, but he did carry on past the pit entrance this time by. So Ruta down in 29th place now, having fallen through the pack, and unfortunately he is not going to be in a competitive place on this occasion. Incidentally, just to circle back to Artem Severikin briefly, he is still on the lead lap in 31st and last position after going in to get that punctured tyre change on the number 23. The leading of the Yenza Motorsport cars is Bart Harrison in 9th position. Enya Fry still outside the top dozen in 13th place, having started outside the top 10. It's Leo Robinson then that leads the way with 23 minutes, 25 seconds and a lap left in the books. Dante Vinci just setting the fastest lap there for 5th overall. As I said yesterday, so many people remarking and being very pleasantly surprised by Dante Vinci's pace this weekend at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Sometimes you show up to a new track and it all just clicks.
Which it certainly has for Dante Vinci this weekend, hasn't it? Rookie winner yesterday, beat Finn McLaughlin in that one. He's, of course, second of the rookies in this race. Those two, though, it has to be said, have been the class of the rookie field this weekend. There's no one else really who has been on their pace. Andrea Dupay was 3rd in the class yesterday, but finished 13th in the race, with Vinci and McLaughlin 6th and 7th respectively. Got a yellow flag at turns 4 and 5. We'll get to that in a moment, though. Let's first take a look back at the start. In fact, no, there is the reason for the yellow flag. And
one of the Maffei cars. It is, I believe that could be Theo Borenstein in the 22 car by the looks of it.
Yeah, so that car buried well in the gravel trap, and I think we all know where this is heading, don't we? Because that car's not going to be moving under its own steam anytime soon. And I'm sure Artem Severikin, when he next drives through turn 4 and 5, will have a bit of a smile on his face, because this might just bring him back into this.
We've also got a yellow down at turn 12 at the moment. For what reason, I'm not sure. I don't see anything. Safety car is now deployed. Safety car is out on the circuit as we anticipated, so Leo Robinson nullifies the pace at the front of the order. Everyone slows down, and a reasonably spec crossover will instead lead the field as they go under safety car conditions for the first time. Just watching who's dropping through the order to confirm which of the Maffei cars it was that came down. But now we'll take a look back at the start of the race. Let's keep an eye on that number 5 in particular, Finn McLaughlin, who of course is still under investigation for the start. He is, yeah, quite definitively creeping forward. Gomez just looked like he ever so slightly missed the mark there in terms of the lights. It wasn't like he just had a poor first phase of the start. He just didn't get underway. It is indeed Theo Borenstein who does a little bit of Baja style buggy driving to get himself out of there with a little assistance from the ever-efficient Valencia Marshall team. I dare suggest the safety car driver is once again only going to get one rotation at the circuit here. It was only one rotation that took Theo Borenstein into the gravel trap, and I must say Alba Larsen actually did a very good job of evading that. Peyton Westcott picked her way past Alba for what became 24th place there in that exchange, but all the same she has moved up a place there, and Larsen did well to avoid it. Borenstein has come out just ahead of the safety car then, so we just saw him moving onwards quickly, and into the pits once again has come Artem Severikin. Now, was that car maybe not quite handling right? I thought he might get the chance to at least home in a bit on the pack under this safety car, but no, he's back in again.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's going on there, really, because hopefully the timing screen isn't showing a best lap time. I was going to see if that would shed any light on the situation. But anyway, into the pits he comes. He will therefore not benefit from the safety car period, which, as you predicted, is a short one, just the 1 lap required. And into the pit lane it will bail at the end of this lap. Through goes Theo Borenstein, so he will not feel the need to pit. I didn't see any contact that triggered that spin, so hopefully the car is undamaged. Dirty tyres should be the biggest of his worries, and he will now do his best to try and catch up to the back of the pack as we prepare to resume racing.
So, Leo Robinson leads the pack. He's done this a couple of times, of course, at Portimao in the first race, which he led the majority of, and then he lost it on the final lap after a safety car restart on the penultimate. That was due to tyre degradation. That shouldn't be a factor just yet. Maxime Riem, though, could well be a factor in second position. We are back underway and racing then in the Formula Winter Series. Just over 10 minutes peeled from the clock already. And it is Leo Robinson, the Algerian flag driver, leading the way for High-Tech. His High-Tech teammate, Finn McLaughlin, coming under scrutiny there from Gabriel Gomez. And is that Bart Harrison grass tracking? No, it isn't. It is Enya Fry grass tracking. But Yenza Motorsport have got an off-road setup on their car. Gabriel Gomez trying to go the long way around the outside of turn 2. That's going to be very hard to do. He's just about trying to keep his nose in. He wanted the inside for turn 4, but Finn McLaughlin made sure he couldn't get it. Maxime Riem is really on the charge up against Leo Robinson for the lead as well. Maxime Riem going to the outside here to try and cut in and get a good run out of turn 6 towards turn 8, and I think he's succeeded in executing that. Yes, he is. The lead could change hands here. Robinson giving him just enough space, and Robinson now darts to the inside. Riem's got the nose ahead. Riem had a great run. He has the lead. Robinson tried to reclaim it, but it is the German for us racing who goes to the front.
That was good racing, wasn't it? Just enough racing room given. Finn McLaughlin launches to the inside of Leo Robinson. I don't know whether that was an attack or a defence from Gabriel Gomez. Luckily, contact avoided, but this has suddenly sparked some real life into this race, which had been a fairly calm one before that safety car. Nose to tail for the lead, absolutely nose to tail for third place, but now that he's in front, Maxime Riem wants to get his head down and pull away from Leo Robinson, who will be hoping never to have to deal with a safety car restart from the lead again. It's twice now this season it's been his undoing. At least this time he's got some time to try and undo the damage. One or two of them are wide in the background. We'll focus instead though on the lead group as they descend upon turn number 1. Maxime Riem the leader, Leo Robinson in second place. That's Dante Vinci defending there from Edu Robinson, who we haven't really mentioned that much this weekend. 7th place at the moment for Edu, but he's trying now to move his way forward if he can.
Well, here comes Kabir Anurag to the inside of Robinson, so 7th under contest here. And Anurag, that was a very rude lead on your teammate, I must say, Kabir. But it's worked, I suppose. You're up to 7th place. The number 19 car is through, and Andrea Kostic followed him as well. That was all Inter Us Racing stuff there. There will be some talking, I suspect, after the race. Nina Hardeman, meanwhile, trying to get to the inside of Edu Robinson as well for 9th position. So Nina Hardeman up into the top 10, incidentally. She profited on that restart. 5-second time penalty confirmed for Finn McLaughlin. That is going to potentially be very painful indeed, especially if the field remains bunched together. Let's see quite how much damage that will do to McLaughlin's finishing position. He's currently 3rd and leading among the rookies. He is very much not focused on the rookie classification. He made that clear to me in an interview on Friday, certainly focusing ahead to the race of the overall standings, more so than the rookie. And Kabir Anurag means business. Diving to the inside of Dante Vinci, compromises his corner exit all the while, but it's going to be a drag race between the Australian for Van Amersfoort and Kabir Anurag of us racing. Vinci has the inside line, but Anurag got the better run ultimately and will lead them for 6th place going into turn 1. Andrea Kostic once again trying to now follow Kabir Anurag through, but Dante Vinci should at least be securing P7 for the next couple of corners. But Kabir Anurag has woke up determined this morning.
This is what I love about junior single-seater racing, though. There's no such thing as racing for fun, is there? They are playing for keeps at all times, because every time they're on the track, it's a bit like a job interview, isn't it? They are out there to prove that they can be the next single-seater racing star, and if that means leaning on your teammates and forcing your way through when the opportunity presents itself, then that's what you've got to do, and it's certainly mighty, mighty entertaining to watch. Lots of interesting lunges being made upon that safety car restart. Things sort of calming down now, although the battle's certainly not over, that's for sure. Finn McLaughlin on the tail of Leo Robinson for second, snatches the break there again as he looks to the inside line into turn number 11. It's not the first time we've seen Finn McLaughlin do that. I wonder whether he's maybe flat-spotted that right front tyre the first time that he nearly assaulted Leo Robinson, and now maybe that is going to be a recurring feature into that corner. Drops a length or so away from the second place man. This 5-second penalty, though, whilst not ideal for McLaughlin, it is certainly better than a drive-through penalty or something of that ilk. Better for him, not better for the drivers around him, because it means he's still physically there on the road. Yes, he is behind them on corrected times, but in a category where dirty air and downforce and track position is so vital, the fact that it's a time penalty, not a pit lane penalty, is not great news if you are Gabriel Gomez, for example.
A word to Thomas Behrman, who, having started in the middle 20s, is now 16th on the order. He's working his way through the field nicely, just behind Alicia Palmovsky at the moment, so he's moving up nicely. Thomas also running third within the rookie standings at the moment, so he's got himself the potential to stand on the podium already in this race, which is perhaps more than he might have expected given where he started. You see them all there bouncing across the curbs through the first few corners of the lap. You can make time on those curbs, but I think you can also risk the car on those curbs. We saw a chassis change for Behrman, incidentally. We've seen a few cars suspected damaged or suspected to be a little bit misaligned after some sessions as well. There's been a warning flag for track limits for car 25, Simon Schranz, for Inauguration Motorsport, so he's racking up the tab. Let's see what else is going on there on that front. We've not seen too much about track limits, but the warnings are starting to flood in for this race now. Maxime Ream still leading the way at the front then. He was 1.3 seconds clear of Leo Robinson a lap ago. I suspect that's going to be a lot more this time by. I think we might be north of 2 seconds now. We are not quite 1.8, but all the same, Leo Robinson is definitely having to look more into the wing mirrors than past his halo. Finn McLaughlin in third, Gabriel Gomez in fourth, and Max Popov rounding out the top 5 for now, and he is probably going to have been briefed if he didn't see Kabir Anurag making his moves in the rear-view mirror. He's going to be told there's a very determined man in car number 19 on your vision.
Yes, a man who is pulling no punches, it would seem, in this race. So, yeah, that could get even more lively if Kabir inserts himself into this fight that's going on for second position. Finn McLaughlin certainly keen to get on with this because, of course, if he can get into that clean air ahead of Leo Robinson, then there's a chance that he can do something about this 5-second penalty, whereas when he's stuck in the wheel tracks of the second place man, he is stuck at the speed of the second place man and can go no quicker. So needs to try and get this move done as soon as possible. That is far easier said than done, of course. If it was that easy, he could have done it already. This is the part of the circuit where he does seem strong, though, through the left and right there at 9 and 10, and then into 11. Not quite close enough to show his nose that time, but on previous occasions, we've seen him have a speculative look to the inside into that braking zone. Stays right underneath the rear wing, though, of the car ahead. Had a spin at turn 8, meanwhile. Didn't quite catch the number there, Adam, did you?
No, I did not, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's easy done at turn 8. If you do go too far across the gravel, of course, you have to take the long rejoin loop. Meanwhile, it is still Robinson just about out of firing line from Finn McLaughlin. No such luxuries for Max Popov, because here comes Kabir Anurag. He's to the outside at the first corner. Can't get it done there, but he did get a good setup there to the run towards turn 2. Popov goes defensive, but Kabir Anurag a little bit later on the brakes, a little bit under rotating on the front left. They're still side by side as they go through 3 and probably into 4 as well. No, Kabir Anurag's run was so great that he is now all the way clear. Kabir Anurag is really picking them off here. The Alpine Academy driver really showing up and showing out. Started P10. He's halfway to the front, P5.
Wow, fantastic racecraft from Kabir Anurag in this race, and yeah, didn't have the best starting position, but he's more than made up for that. He'll now try and use this clean air to close in on the podium battle going on ahead. Remember, this is 6th position on the road, but actually 5th on corrected times once you apply the penalty to Finn McLaughlin. It was Joan Conte, by the way, who had the rotation at turn 8 a lap ago. She's dropped down, I'm afraid, into 29th position and lost a couple of places in the female trophy battle as well. A class that is still being led fairly comfortably by Nina Hardeman in 10th position. Alicia Parmowski is 15th, but second in the class category and 2 places ahead of Chloe Chambers. And this is what happened to Joan Conte. She had a little bit of assistance there from Peyton Westcott.
Yes, just a little bit of contact there. It was enough to send Giaconte into a spin. She'll be disappointed, didn't really get the opportunity to capitalise on either of her good starting positions from race 1, race 2. We'll have to see how race 3 unfolds for the talented young Australian. For now, though, it's Max Ream at the front by 1.6 seconds. Leo Robinson still being slightly scrutinised by Finn McLaughlin. And meanwhile at Van Amersfoort, well, I hope you've all taken your brave pills, because I think you're about to have some wheel-to-wheel action between Popov and Dante Vinci. Vinci on the hunt then in 7th position overall. Of course, started from P4, has dropped a little bit back and is now trying to rise back through against Popov, who I think he was one of the drivers that really did accentuate the graining issue to me, talking to him on Friday. So I do wonder if maybe he's starting to struggle with the tyres a little bit more, or there's something in the setup of that car that is maybe just making it a bit harder for him to go the full half hour plus 1 lap without a bit of a tyre drop-off. Nonetheless, Vinci is right behind him. Kostic isn't far away either as they turn through turn 11.
Yeah, very, very close stuff indeed. There goes Nina Hardeman through screen in 10th position. Still, as I said, leading the female trophy. Bart Harrison just behind her. So Bart Harrison has, well, he's actually still running exactly where he qualified. 11th place on the grid, 11th place in the race for now. A sea of black and orange makes its way towards us there on the run into the final turn, which included, of course, those 2 Van Amersfoort racing drivers, Max Popov and Dante Vinci, that we mentioned. Across the line we go. Maxime Ream then leads by 1.5 seconds. He was fractionally slower, 1/10 of a second or so slower than Leo Robinson that time around. Leo, in fairness though, keeping Finn McLaughlin just about at bay. Gabriel Gomez next in line in 4th. Kabir Anurag, by the way, in clean air, did a 35.2, so actually a little bit slower than the drivers directly ahead. So perhaps for now at least, 5th place on the road is as far as his charge will take him.
Meanwhile, as it stands, it would be the very fringes of the top 10 for Finn McLaughlin with his 5-second penalty factored in. I think it'd be around Nina Hardeman in 10th place as it stands. So while he is fighting on the road for 2nd position, he is definitely, as it stands, going to fall from the top 5 and possibly even further than that. And that is really unfortunate for him. There's been another 5-second time penalty dished out as well to the man who had a warning earlier on. That's Simon Schranz with a 5-second penalty for abusing track limits. Schranz currently down in 27th.
Yes, he is. So 2 drivers falling foul of track limits penalties. We've still got 7 minutes plus 1 lap of racing to go. And there may be a few other drivers who are on a final warning and need to be a little bit mindful. Not really a priority though for this leading group, I don't think. They are fully focused in on trying to get one over on their rivals on track, regardless of any track limits discussions that may be going on. But for McLaughlin, as close as he gets at certain parts of the circuit to Leo Robinson, just cannot quite make the move, and is not then close enough really going into the really good overtaking opportunities. Warning flags for, yes, 83, 82, 94, 16. Someone else was on that list as well. Most of the field, I think, being warned now about track limits, albeit only 1 or 2 picking up penalties. Also, you know how I said a lap ago, Kabir Anurag's charge may end at 5th place. Well, he's just put in the fastest lap of the race, so Kabir does not agree with me, clearly.
within a second now of his cohort Gabriel Gomez. And if they weren't tense us racing before, a charging Kabir Anurag pursuing the championship leading Gabriel Gomez, that will certainly make for a fairly fraught watch, I think, for the Us Racing crew at the very least. A very compelling viewing session for us, however, here in the commentary box and indeed live on the stream here. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to see this racing in the Formula Winter Series once again, and it is Maxime Ream who has been the, well, not maybe the headliner here, because we've not seen a lot of him since he distanced himself from Leo Robinson, but he is the man at the front of the pack and potentially on his way to a full haul of points if he can stay where he is for now. Kabir Anurag, I can't even rule him out of a podium at this stage. Yes, we've only got 5 minutes plus a lap left to go, but the way he is driving, the body language of the car, the purple sectors we've been seeing, Kabir really has the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, and you know, we're alluding to the fact he's been driving fairly aggressively. Please do not think that we don't like that or we don't approve of that. This is what you have to do when it's so difficult to overtake, because everyone's running at the same speed. So you kind of have to take some liberties, really, with your fellow drivers out there, and that's exactly what he's been doing. How risky will he play it with his championship leading teammate? That's the big question. I feel like I know the answer to that already, given what we've seen already with his interactions with teammates in this race. But Gabriel Gomez being the points leader, that does add an extra little bit of pressure on, doesn't it? Not to let that go wrong or end with a tangling of wheels. But anyway, he's got to get there first. His charge will be assisted by a now slightly defensive Finn McLaughlin in third position. Remember, Finn has this penalty to be applied anyway. He is not, in actual fact, running third on corrected times, but he is still physically there in front of Gabriel Gomez, possibly holding him up slightly there through the first part of the lap, also snatching a break again into turn 8, Finn McLaughlin. So if he starts to fall back into the clutches of Gabriel Gomez, that could change the dynamic of this group again.
Tia Borenstein has come to a halt here at turn 14. We've seen that car, of course, in a spin. I don't know if it was a spin that time, but the car now powers away at full speed, so it suggests that perhaps it was not a mechanical issue. For now, he continues on. Hopefully, he can continue, and I'm just getting confirmation he did, in fact, spin on his own. Finn McLaughlin with a big lock up there and a visible flat spot for his troubles as well as he went through the apex of turn 14. Of course, the Gomez-Anurag battle is going to be for the last podium position once Finn McLaughlin is factored out as a result of that 5-second penalty. I will say Kabir Anurag, talk to him in the paddock and you will pick up that he is the furthest thing from a hothead. He's a very measured young driver, but clearly behind the helmet today he is feeling very determined. I do think he's a very sensible young man, and I don't think he'll do anything too crazy given Gabriel Gomez's championship position here, but I do think, given he's now on the gearbox, having been 9/10 back, less than 2 laps to go, that he is going to give it a shot here.
You do sometimes find, don't you, though, particularly in single-seat racing, I think that the cooler, more measured, more considered drivers out of the car are often the most ruthless in the car, because they actually take that step back and think, well, it's the only way I'm going to get through, and unfortunately it's just racing, so don't take it personally. Kabir Anurag, mightily impressive in this race so far. Has he got another overtake or 2 left in him?
We've got a car stranded down at turn 2. It is unfortunately another of our Maffei racing cars. That's Kolkuchka, and there are front wings down at the corner as well. So unfortunately, I'm not sure they're going to cover that under a local yellow, and we've only got 2 minutes left to go with whole-sized bits of carbon fibre sat on the apex of turns 1 and 2. This really needs to be under safety car before they get there. Let's see what happens here. Maxime Ream is our race leader. He will come towards the section first. Hopefully he gets to navigate it okay. We do need to keep an eye on Maxime Ream here, because he is going to come to a bit of a debris field as the race leader without any reference ahead of him for the fact that that is there. You can see there the front wings displaced. Are they just offline? They are just offline. I guess local yellows might do the trick, but it is a big ask for everyone to flawlessly thread the needle between those 2 wings.
Yeah, and if you hit one of those wings, that will puncture a tyre instantly. I think that's what we saw for Artem Severikin at the start of the race, probably a little nick on a rear tyre cause puncture. There's another car in the pit lane minus a rear wing, Adam.
Alba Larsen.
Yes, it is Alba Larsen in, so that's another piece of the jigsaw covered. That's the rear wing on the circuit that is now accounted for. And yeah, they're going to have to thread the needle twice more probably through that part of the circuit before the checkered flag comes out. So, what's going to happen now then, with a lap and a half or so of racing perhaps still to go? Still it is this battle for the lower podium places that gathers our interest the most. Maxime Riem perhaps backing off slightly though at the front of the field as well. Yes, it's been a bit slower. In fact, was 7/10 slower than Leo Robinson in sector 1, perhaps because of what you alluded to. He was the first on the scene, saw the debris and thought, oh, maybe I'll lift off a bit through turn 2 on this occasion.
Wise man. Maxime Riem then, penalty again for Simon Schrans, unfortunately. Now 10 seconds worth of penalty for Simon at the towards the tail end of the field in the Renault car. So Riem's gap has gone down to 1.3 seconds. Gomez and Amarag still close together. Equally, Popov and Dante Vinci still at close quarters as well behind them in 6th and 7th. Of course, Popov and Vinci, if they start to battle, that will do Finn McLaughlin some favours because they'll hold up everyone else as well. One of the Cram cars is still running sans front wing. I think that's actually still Alexander Ruta, who I said was missing his front wing on about lap 2, and he just never came in. Fair enough. He's still going and still fighting, even though he's obviously got quite an understeery car. There's the AKM machine locking up in a big way. David Walter in the 84 Maffei Racing car just getting by, the young driver who celebrated his birthday here at the track, getting past Guy Albag. He celebrated his birthday on Friday, did David Walter. It's his first weekend in junior single-seaters. It's also the first weekend for Guy, so both taking in something new and fighting for positions towards the rear. Now the clock ticked down to 0 after they crossed the line, so this is the penultimate lap of the race. 1 to go this time by. Leo Robinson, I'm sure will have been briefed that McLaughlin behind him has a 5-second penalty, but McLaughlin is still a very lively threat in Robinson's rear view mirrors. And of course, if Finn finds a gap, there's no reason to expect that Gabriel Gomez might not follow through as well. So for Leo Robinson, I really do pity him because he's in quite a tricky position, tactically speaking.
And he didn't get a great run through the final corner either. Ran a bit wide of the apex, and so Finn McLaughlin is on him here as they head towards turn 1 for the final time. Through the quick left-hander they'll go. Difficult to follow closely through there because of the dirty air. One of the faster corners, really, on the Valencia circuit. But McLaughlin did a good job, and again there's a snatch break for Leo Robinson, so a few mistakes creeping in for the second placed man, and Finn McLaughlin certainly will want to try and make this move if he can. Sebastian Bach meanwhile picking up a 5-second time penalty for track limits as well, but we'll worry about that later. For now we focus on the fight for second on the road. It does not matter if Finn McLaughlin goes past Leo Robinson. Leo would still be second in the race provided no one else comes through with him.
That's a big asterisk on the side of that, isn't it? Maxime Riem is still there, still comfortably at the front. 1.4 the gap. It slightly extended last time by, and he has done a magnificent job of managing this motor race. He was looking feisty from the very earliest stages, and it really has all unfolded in his favour for this one. The US Racing driver who has already won in Formula 4 machinery in the Euro 4 Championship at Monza. He's yet to perform that feat in the Formula Winter Series. That's going to be rectified in about 15 seconds. Riem now comes through the final corner. The checkered flag will beckon for the US Racing driver. Germany's Maxime Riem claims the win in the Formula Winter Series, a measure perhaps of retribution after the disqualification from the first round on quite a narrow technical regulation. Leo Robinson takes second, Finn McLaughlin crossed the line in third, but with a 5-second penalty to his name, he's going to drop back at least down to 8th, even possibly 9th. No, I think he'll be okay with 8th on this occasion. Everyone else still streaming across the line. Nina Hardeman was the first of the female trophy drivers in 10th place. So Hardeman through as the female trophy winner there. Alicia Palmovsky held on to 15th position to come second in that class, just ahead of Thomas Behrman. Here comes Simon Schrans, who is going to drop down behind his rival out there on the circuit, Ricardo Baptista, as the race comes to an end. And in fact, is that an AKM car also without its front wing? Yes, it is, Joanne Conti. That makes sense, of course. We did see a little bit of contact for her earlier on. So Joanne also lost her front wing out there on the circuit. Worth noting as well, Dante Vinci lost out on the final lap to end up 8th overall behind Andrea Kostic. So Kostic moving up to 7th towards the end. He was quite harshly penalised, a 25-second penalty post-race yesterday since he stalled on the grid, fell to the very rear of the field and then ascended back through on the formation lap, which was not okay. So he was dropped nearly to the rear of the pack, unfortunately. A measure of retribution for him too then, for 7th place there for Kostic. But Maxime Riem, for Us Racing, has moved himself forward in the standings, of course, with 0 points to his name for Portimao. It was supposed to be 35 points to his name post Portimao until the scrutineering bay flagged his brakes, and that unfortunately led to a disqualification. But now he is a race winner in the Formula Winter Series, and that will be, I'm sure, a delight for this driver. Of course, Germany really on the hunt for the next F1 talent. It's not yet quite clear who that might be. Could it be someone like Olli Goethe? Of course, races under a German license at present in Formula 2. Of course, Nico Hülkenberg still flying the flag in Formula 1, but I know that the DMSB working hard to figure out who comes next along with the ADAC, and Maxime Riem could be an answer to that question someday. He is a really solid little driver. We'll see how he continues to develop in this season of F4 racing. Sometimes the second season really is where you start to pull things forward. Of course, we are just down the road from Valencia, where Michael Schumacher scored his final podium in Formula 1. It's the first win in Formula Winter Series for Maxime Riem. Great effort from Maxime, and while a championship bid is probably unlikely given how his Portimao weekend ended up panning out in the postscript, this is a richly deserved accolade for him, and he can continue, hopefully, to build upon that for race 3 of the weekend. Leo Robinson still, of course, second. Finn McLaughlin is still listed as 3rd position for now, but he should drop down, and Gabriel Gomez should end up 3rd place as a result of that. Of course, the number 78 driver for Us Racing, the Brazilian racer who is still, once McLaughlin's penalty is applied, yet to finish off the podium this year. So even when he's not winning, Gomez is still kind of laying the gauntlet down to his fellow drivers. The consistency for Gomez is incredible so far this season. You can see the GT Wind Series cars are getting ready to go. Of course, the Formula Wind Series drivers have to report to the weighbridge before they can do anything frivolous like media responsibilities or podium ceremonies. So we are just waiting for them at the moment. We'll do wait and then conversation for all of the drivers. Maxime Riem will be with Izzy Browning very soon indeed. And Maxime, of course, continuing the Us Racing winning record at the moment in the series as well. Only Finn McLaughlin has won a race so far this year in anything other than an Us Racing entered car. High-Tech, of course, running Finn McLaughlin's Red Bull-backed machine, the High-Tech TGR team. New affiliation there between High-Tech and Toyota, as has been confirmed in the media. But Maxime Riem, I'm sure a driver who'll be knocking on the door potentially for backing from academies and the like. It's always a a really useful tool. You see that 4 drivers like Kabir Anurag, 4 Finn McLaughlin as well. You see these F1 clad members of their team helping them along the way here in the Formula Wind Series paddock if they have that academy backing. And certainly any driver that consistently logs wins, that consistently scores results, will be hoping for that level of backing in their near future. Of course, the rookie trophy was won by Finn McLaughlin. With the penalty applied, though, that might be a little bit trickier. Where is Finn's time? He's 1.9 seconds back, and Vinci was 6.5 seconds back. So Dante Vinci should inherit the rookie trophy win, actually, as a result of the Finn McLaughlin penalty. So that will be a nice reward there for Dante Vinci, who started, of course, on the second row of the grid. Did fall back a little bit, but still had a really strong race and finishes well within the top 10. So it should be Vinci from McLaughlin from Thomas Behrman in the rookie trophy consideration once all of this comes out in the wash. Of course, Nina Hardeman once again up there in the top 10 as well as the female trophy winner. She really is showing up and showing out this year in the Formula Wind Series. Of course, did much the same in her cameo appearance, her wildcard outing in the F1 Academy at Zandvoort last year, which I'm sure played no small part in her signing for a full F1 Academy season going into 2025. And certainly looking like she's figured some stuff out about the Formula 4 car. I think at times struggled a little bit in the British Championship in 2024, where she competed in a full campaign. But now Nina Hardeman looking very strong at the wheel of that car. Another overall top 10 in her favour. So 2 high-tech cars on the provisional podium. I'm still not seeing any alterations based on penalties on my timing screen, but I have to assume they will be applied pre-podium so that Finn doesn't have to go up there with the inevitability of then handing his third place trophy away later on in the high-tech TGR camp. The number 5 car was definitely given a track limits penalty. We saw that on the graphics and indeed on the timing screen, and actually also having not moved down yet is Simon Schranz, who was unfortunately collecting quite a few track limits violations. He's still listed ahead of Baptista, who was directly behind him at the end of the race. Regardless of any of that, though, we can now go down to Maxime Riem. He is with Izzy.
He is indeed with me. He got a bit too excited and went straight up to the podium. Maxime, congratulations, first win of the season. We spoke to you on the grid and you said that you might have a tyre advantage, but once you got past on the safety car restart, you were just off into the distance and managed the race really well.
I think, yeah, the opportunity was there. I took it after the safety car restart. Like I said in the interview before the race, it's just really difficult to overtake on this track without these opportunities I had. So if you're sat in dirty air, you just kill your front tires and it's impossible to overtake. I took my opportunity, and then, like I said, we had the tire advantage, and we could just increase the gap, and I could start to manage the tire as well again. So I had clean air, I managed the tire to the end, and I think it was a nice race, easy race after the safety car restart. So I was just hoping not to have any safety cars. So yeah, but it was a nice race.
Yeah, you saw the opportunity and took it with both hands. Of course, the Us Racing team doing particularly well in the Formula Winter Series. We've seen Gabriel take many of the wins, but you've now got a win under your belt. You're starting a little bit further back later on, but I'm sure taking plenty of confidence into the race this afternoon now.
Yeah, I think now it's just about maximizing the points in the next race. Obviously, we don't have the ideal starting position, but we have to live with it, make the most out of it, and then we see.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you go out to the podium now and enjoy it, and we'll see you later for race 3 coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see how Maxime can perform in that race. He certainly did magnificently in race 2. The fans are here and watching the action. And unfortunately, the start gantry marshal was watching Finn McLaughlin get an early launch. A false start penalty would be applied to Finn for creeping forward there as the race got underway. Everyone picking their way through those early corners as the race got underway, and it was Leo Robinson, of course, in an early lead. Gabriel Gomez was swallowed by the field from pole position. He found himself down in 4th place. Maxim Rim was up to 2nd position, and he would soon be on the offensive from there. Alba Larson, meanwhile, was also trying to pick up places, going side by side with Peyton Westcott further back in the field, and then there was a spin for Theo Borenstein, the Mappy Racing driver, getting a little bit loose, and Alba Larson did a good job actually of avoiding that spin. Safety car was out then only briefly as the marshals pushed Borenstein back out onto the circuit. Meanwhile, Robinson, again on a safety car restart, was under pressure from Maxime Riem, and as his teammate Gabriel Gomez did several weekends ago, he managed to capitalise against Robinson with the safety car situation. Finn McLaughlin was defending hard, incidentally, against Gabriel Gomez for 3rd place as the race resumed. But, of course, McLaughlin already knew at this stage that he had a 5-second penalty to his name. This was Maxime Riem with a great run out of turn 6. He already was ahead going into turn 8. Robinson tried to get back through into the lead at T8, but he couldn't get it done. It was Maxime Riem to the fore, and from there he would start to build a gap. Kabir Anurag was on a charge. He managed to get himself alongside Edu Robinson and didn't give his teammate much leeway. Made sure that he was past, and Andrea Kostic followed him by as well. Shortly thereafter, Dante Vinci was lunged by Anurag at the final corner, drag race to the first turn, and Anurag would come out on top in that one. The AS Motorsport cars running side by side further back in the field, and they would have a strong finish a little bit further back in the pack. Field was staying close together as well. Much of the top 15 were all within about 5 seconds for a long part of this race. Joan Giconte nudged into a spin there by Peyton Westcott with about 10 minutes of the race remaining. Meanwhile, David Walter was having some wheel-to-wheel fun as he continued to get used to Formula racing. His first weekend in the Formula 4 category. Sebastian Bach getting a little bit close for company with his teammate there down in the AS Motorsport squabble. Always battles all through the field. In fact, all 3 AS cars there in one shot. Alba Larson ended up losing her rear wing, and I believe it was Cornelia's front wing that also went missing down there at turn 2. Great scrapping further back. We don't get to see all of it with 30 cars on the circuit, but great to see some of these exchanges further back in the field. And sneaking to the inside there was the number 14 machine from AKM Motorsport. Guy Alvag, of course, in his first weekend in the Formula Winter Series. He managed to sneak through, and then we had all of this exchange going on. Andrea Dupe, Sebastian Bach, David Walter, all fighting it out further back. But once Maxime Riem got through into the lead, it was fairly clear at the front for him. Managed to build a gap, lost a bit of time at one point as there was some debris down at turn 2 towards the end, but relative plain sailing for Maxime Riem once he was at the front. As he said, he felt confident once he got to the front. The tyre deg in his favour. Perhaps the US Racing driver has indeed won in the Formula Winter Series. The number 71 driver taking the win from High-Tech TGR. The High-Tech TGR number 6. Could really do with the driver names on that graphic for my benefit. Leo Robinson in 2nd. In 3rd place, Finn McLaughlin. The 78 US Racing car in 4th place, Gabriel Gomez. Kabir Anurag in 5th position. Maximilian Popov in 6th place. And do I hear that we're ready to go down on the podium? We are indeed. Okay, so while we sort that out, Andy McEwen has somehow already sorted out a bunch of the young drivers for the podium, so let's go there.
Thank you, Adam. So let's move on then to our Formula Winter Series podium. Get the drivers out into the Valencian sunshine to begin their celebrations after an entertaining second race of the weekend. We will start with the best female driver, the female trophy winner, once again here in Valencia, Nina Hardeman. Nina makes the very familiar trip to the top step of the podium, claiming yet another female trophy win. Will List from Pirelli is here to hand over the winners' trophies for our second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. And Nina Hardeman scores another overall top 10 finish, which perhaps is almost becoming of more interest to her now than the female trophy finishing position. Winning those races has become a regularity for Nina, but finishing inside the top 10 is something she definitely wants to do more of. Congratulations, Nina, on the female trophy victory. Next, we move on to the rookie category, which saw, of course, some changes because of the penalties applied at the end of the race. It did not affect our third place finisher, though. Third place in the rookie class, Thomas Behrman. Well done, Thomas. Jogs out onto the third step of the podium, the high-tech driver, to be joined shortly by the man who was at the front of the rookie class all race long, but picked up a 5-second jump start penalty. In the end, then, it's second place for Finn McLaughlin. Finn, understandably, would have been happier, I think, to be making the trip to the top step, but second place is a solid result nonetheless. That all meant then that the rookie class victory went the way in race number 2 to Dante Vinci, who gets another big cheer from the Van Amersfoort racing team down below. Had a big ear-to-ear grin on his face as he came out punching the air onto the podium. And again, trophies handed out by Will List from Pirelli and Miguel and Robin from the GEDLICH Racing organisation. And yeah, Dante Vinci having a fabulous weekend. Slipped down the order overall a little bit towards the end of that race, but managing to pick up a rookie class victory on what has been by far his best weekend so far in the Formula Winter Series season. And understandable, I suppose. It is only the second weekend of the Formula Winter Series season, but you take my point. He's doing very well here at Valencia, everything clicking into position. So the rookie drivers make their way backstage, and we move on then to the overall top 3, and we'll first welcome our team representative for our winning team. Once again, it is victory for US Racing. It might not be their usual driver on the top step of the podium, but it is becoming very usual to see an US Racing representative joining them on the podium this season. Right then, third place, yes, third place this time for our championship leader, Gabriel Gomez. A couple of steps lower on the podium than he is used to, but more solid points are scored by the US Racing driver. Second position after a brilliant defensive drive goes to High-Tech Racing's Leo Robinson. Leo again has a big grin on his face as he heads for the podium and walking quite slowly. Understandably, he'll be worn out, I think, after defending so hard for that race. In the end, though, it was a debut victory in the Formula Winter Series. It's another win for US Racing, this time for Maxime Ream. And another big cheer, this time coming from the US Racing corner of the pit lane to celebrate his race victory. He climbs to the top step of the podium, and we will now pause for the winning driver's national anthem.
Preparados para la entrega de trofeos de los señores Will List de Pirelli, Miguel Coello de GEDLICH.
We'll try that again, shall we? The winning driver's national anthem.
Escuchamos en honor del vencedor el himno de Alemania.
Maxime Riem claims his first victory in the Formula Winter Series, and what a way to do it. A fighting drive up into the lead early doors, and he made the race his own from then. The trophies handed out by Will, Miguel and Robin once again for the second time this weekend, but for the first time this season, it is Maxime Riem celebrating the race victory. The drivers will gather together for photos on the top of the podium, and they will be looking ahead to their third race later in the weekend. We, though, look ahead to some more GT racing. GT Winter Series Race 2 is up next.
It is indeed. I'm back down on the grid for the second race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. It's going to be a very, very quick grid walk because we've already had the 3-minute board, so we'll just dive straight into it. We're going to have on pole position the GT3 Pro entry, the number 8 of Luca Engsler. Now, if you guys saw any of you saw the FIA GT World Cup in Macau last year, you will know that Luca suffered a big crash during that, and this is going to be his first race back in the car. I had wanted to speak to Luca, but I think he's potentially just keeping calm in the car, which is understandable given that it is going to be his first race back. But he will start on pole position. Of course, Jonas Karklis was in that car yesterday, so we will just continue. In fact, I can see the marshal already getting ready with the 1-minute board, so we'll just show you the P2 quickly. It'll be Maurice Viskirchen in that car. Of course, Kenneth Heyer had a bit of an issue yesterday in race 1. It was a very dramatic opener to the GT Winter Series here in Valencia. We're hoping for a calmer affair today. I'm sure all the drivers are hoping so too. But yes, Maurice Viskirchen will be in that car today, and we will see Kenneth later out again, once again in the endurance race. We're going to continue back. I think we just, in fact, no, we don't. Not enough time. 1-minute board already gone up, and the race about to get underway.
The GT Winter Series is about to get started. It is Luca Engsler on pole position for race 2 on this deluxe 7 car grid. It doesn't look like Talal Shayir is out there. Moritz Viskirchen lines up alongside Luca Engsler on the front row of the grid. Then it's Aston Martin's Rafael Suzuki, the Com2U racing car driven by the Brazilian racer, alongside Sandro Holtzum, who will be looking to move forward from 4th, given his brother won yesterday. Mathis Lismont is 5th position in the number 700 Com2U racing car. Harry Schreiner starting from 6th, and then it's the first of the Cup 1 Ferraris, Eric Chung, who was leading into the first corner before the red flag came out yesterday. He's alongside Gonzalo Araujo in 8th place. In 9th position, it is Anders Bidstrup, another of the Ferraris, alongside Rafael Duran. The Cup 1s here in abundance. John Dillon in 11th place, alongside Paolo Scudieri, all AF Corsa on that row. Then it's the first of the Cup 4 Trofeo Spec Lamborghinis, Severin Mazur in 13th, Ulrich Larsen in 14th place. Kalle Bergman in the number 44 machine. That's the first of the Cup 2 cars, the Villico Motorsport machine. Sven Schurmer alongside in 16th spot. Cristiano Maciel in 17th alongside Shintaro Akatsu for the Reparto Corsa team. In 19th is Hubert Darmetko alongside Alessio Raffini. Those two drivers should be scrappy from there. I don't think we're going to have the 1-2-4 car out, but Oscar Rinzovic is there starting from 22nd. Alberto Di Martin in 23rd alongside Alfredo Hernandez in 24th, and all Mercedes GT2 and GT3 row there. Jakub Swavrog in 25th place alongside Mariusz Goretzki in 26th place. In 27th it is Joachim Bulting alongside Alberto Duran in 28th. In 29th position it is Ryan James in the leading Cup 3 McLaren Artura Trophy car. Alois Meyer alongside him in 30th position for Engstler Motorsport. In 31st place it is Andreas Greiling, his son Bruno karting just down the road this weekend. Darren Howell leads Cup 5 from 32nd. Giuseppe Casillo in 33rd. Alexander Piatovic in 34th place. 35th for Steen Almsgaard. Przemysław Bienkowski set to start from P36. Then Germana Tognella and Jakob Bidstrup start from the rear. We are down at least one car. I only saw one gap on the grid though. I do believe then that it's going to be a mere 37 taking the start for this one. The GT Winter Series was fully subscribed, I think even potentially oversubscribed for this weekend. We are ready to go racing. It's going to be a drag race to the line between Engstler and Viskirchen with potential from interference behind. We're underway, we're racing, and Moritz Viskirchen looked like he got a very good start indeed there. It's still side by side between them. Here comes the Ferrari of Goncalo Araujo. He's challenging for third place there up against the Aston Martin. Oh, and it's a spin for the Aston in the midfield. Oh, everyone, no, not quite able to avoid it, and Moritz Viskirchen has come to a halt. There's been huge contact there. The 270 rear-ended by Kalle Bergman, Joachim Bulting involved in that. Unfortunately, Cristiano Mathiel involved with that as well. But what I'm not seeing is what happened to Moritz Viskirchen. He was clear of the spinning Aston, and yet he had pulled over to one side at turn 1. The tail wags on Eric Chung's front end as well. His car picked up some damage out there on the circuit. The safety car has been deployed as you would expect. I thought for a moment there that Rafael Suzuki was going to get away with that, spinning the 270 car. The top 15 or so did a good job of avoiding, but ultimately with 38 cars streaming into the corner, it was always going to be difficult for everyone to miss the Aston on that occasion.
Yeah, that was a shame, but there was a sense of inevitability about that, wasn't there? As soon as one car turns around at turn 1, there's always a good chance others will pile in after, because you're so limited on visibility. You cannot see more than a car in front of you if you're stuck in the midfield, and sadly, that gives you very little time to react. A real shame that we've had another lap 1 incident, but it is often a factor here at Valencia with a big grid of cars, a difficult high speed but fairly tight first corner, and yeah, unfortunately that's not an uncommon sight, but hopefully everyone's all right. Hopefully not too many cars really badly damaged. Let's take a look back and see if we can piece together exactly what happened.
Yes, especially with regard to Moritz Viskirchen, because it's very weird that his car suddenly just stopped, seemingly. Now, was he tagged by the 270? Ah, yes, he was. Okay, so Rafael Suzuki was on the inside of Viskirchen, and oh, goodness me, yeah, it was Maciel who tagged him slightly first, but then Joachim Bulting was the first to really hit the rear. And in fact, Kalle Bergman, there was a separate incident with Kalle Bergman and Ulrich Larsen, which is how Kalle ended up in the gravel trap himself. So that car's actually relatively undamaged, thankfully, for Villeco Motorsport, but is in the gravel all the same. But yes, unfortunately, I think an excess of ambition there for Rafael Suzuki to the inside at turn 1. And that is what took he and seemingly Moritz Viskirchen out of the race. I am somewhat surprised, though, that the car was that affected, Moritz Viskirchen. It was still pointed the right way, and yet it just came to a halt in quite a major fashion. Well, I'm sure the driver knows best. It must have surely just given up from underneath him. Obviously, you can see they're very slowly negotiating through that section of the circuit. Now, Luca Enxler came across the line as the leader. He was followed by Gonzalo Araujo, who was a very quick launch from further back in the field. And he was also followed by Eric Chung in 3rd place. So there are now 2 Cup 1 Ferraris in 2nd and 3rd place. When this race resumes, Luca Enxler, I fear, is going to have his hands full, and I'm sure he is going to get that car launched and back to racing speed well before turn 14 to try and use the Lamborghini's strengths to hopefully distance himself from the Ferrari's strengths.
That would be the smart thing to do, wouldn't it? And Luca Enxler, pretty smart driver. He's been here before. He knows how to play to his and his car's strengths. So yeah, Luca Enxler, I'm sure will have a plan in his mind of what to do, but it's a long run down that main straight. That's a lot of time for those Cup 1 Ferraris to take something back out of him. So it could be a fairly lively restart, I think. And then I'm sort of salivating at the prospect of Gonzalo Araujo versus Eric Chung for the Cup 1 lead anyway. Those two, of course, the top 2 Cup 1 cars, and Anders Bidstrup not that far behind in 3rd position. Of course, another big entertaining battle yesterday was the one for the Cup 2 victory. Hubert Darmetko and Mariusz Koretsky getting themselves together again at the start of this race will take the restart nose to tail.
So this is on board with the 2nd of the ComTU Astons. I think he had a bit of contact as well, but yeah, Viskirchen and Suzuki meeting in the middle there.
In fairness to Suzuki, though, he was up the curb fully on the inside line and didn't appear to drift noticeably out wide. So I think maybe Moritz Viskirchen didn't expect it to be there because he was all the way on the right-hand side of the road and Suzuki was all the way to the left-hand side of the road. Rear visibility, side visibility in GT3 cars is not the best, so certainly not apportioning any blame to anyone there. I think that was unfortunately just one of those racing incidents at turn 1 that went on to have fairly dramatic effects.
It could well be. Suzuki didn't come from as far back as I initially thought on that one. Nonetheless, Luca Enxler, you were saying, you know, smart driver. He is a smart driver. I'm not sure how much luggage he brought with him, because I did notice that he was in Franz Enxler, his dad's helmet.
Oh, really?
On the pre-grid with Izzy. So he might not have packed fully for this. It is his first race in a few months, of course. He was involved in that heavy accident at the FIA GT World Cup at Macau. At one point he was stuck in a wheelchair for a while after that one. But he is back with his first race appearance since that incident, and it is great to see Luca back fighting fit. I seem to remember an interview with him in December stating that the doctors told him he could be back in a car about mid-February. That's the 16th of February, and here he is. He wasn't going to wait any longer than he absolutely had to get back behind the wheel. Enxler from Araujo from Chung, then our top 3. The second of the GT3 cars is the Aston Martin Vantage from ComTU, the other car of Kobe Palvels. Now, of course, Luca Enxler is in GT3 Pro as a gold driver, so class lead for the 700. Sandra Holtzen, of course, is still there as well in 6th place in the invitational class. BMW M4 GT3 Evo, that car not formally homologated until March, so it's running in its own little land there in the invitational category. Severin Mazur made up some good positions as well off the line. 7th now in the Cup 4 leading Lamborghini Huracan from GT3 Poland, being coached by Kevin Marocca I'm sure, in his helmet at the moment. Kari Schreiner in 8th place. Also worth noting, the Cup 2 leader is now Hubert Darmetko. Of course, Kalle Bergman was the first of those cars on the grid, and he is unfortunately not going to take any further part in this race. The Cup 3 lead belongs to Ryan James in the Greystone GT car in 22nd overall, the 22 car. That makes a measure of sense. And Darren Howell in 24th position in Cup 5 lead, Cup 5 class for the 458 and 488 spec Ferrari challenge machines, although we don't have any of the 458s with us on the grid, but they are eligible if you happen to be lucky enough to have one. So then the safety car lights are still on. I think we're going to have at least one more lap under safety car, As you can see at certain junctures around the circuit, it's critical for these drivers to get the heat cycles through the tyres, through the brakes, to make sure nothing cools down excessively, because they're going to want the anchors come turn 1 when we do go back to green.
That they are. So there's work to be done behind the safety car. Drivers aren't just touring around sightseeing and waiting for the race to get back underway. You've got an awful lot to do as a driver, actually, particularly in a GT car, to make sure that the car is race ready when the safety car does come in. Just a quick point on the championship situation, by the way. We documented a bit of this yesterday. Cristiano Maciel, championship leader, coming into the weekend by 10 points. Didn't have a great race yesterday within class. I think he ended up 7th or 8th or so in class. Well, he picked his way through that, trouble-free. He is now 4th in Cup 1. So not only did he pick his way through, but also gained quite a few positions. He's also just set the fastest lap behind the safety car, as if just to draw our attention to him, as I was making the point about him. Of course, Moritz Viskirchen in the SR Motorsport car, well, that car came into the weekend 2nd in the championship. And, well, it's not been a weekend to remember, really, has it, for the SR Motorsport Mercedes so far? Kenneth Heyer out of the race with the brake issue yesterday, and now Moritz Viskirchen notching up a 2nd non-finish in as many races. So SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing, unfortunately, their championship run has taken a big hit, quite literally now, I'm afraid, here at Valencia.
Yes, my apologies actually to Cristiano Maciel. I misidentified him for Alberto Duran in another plain red AF Corsa Ferrari, of which there are a few in my limited defence. But yes, Alberto Duran, unfortunately, it was that I think got really collected up in that turn 1, lap 1 situation. So Alberto, of course, the father to Rafael Duran, who is now running 11th overall and 6th within Cup 1. Those two are eager to share a car. They've been speculating at what endurance races they could do. I think at one point we're considering the 6-hour Barcelona, but it doesn't look like they can do that with us. The last event of the 2025 Winter Series at Barcelona on the 15th and 16th of March, the 6-hour Barcelona. Entries still open for that one. Engstler will be watching the lights on that safety car, and soon he will see them go out, because Luca Engstler will get the information, as will everyone else, that we are about to go back to racing. And again, let's see how early he dares to pull the pin, because 12, 13, 14 is absolutely the section that he needs to thrive in to try and avoid Gonzalo Araujo behind him. And indeed, Eric Chung has already proven to be a fast starter in this one. I think we're going to have a very compelling run through this first lap of the race. Will Engstler be able to hold on to the lead? He's going to be peering over the crest of the hill here to see if there's still a Toyota CHR in the firing line. It has just now hit the pit lane. Let's see how long it takes Luca to pull the pin on the Lamborghini. He's still weaving, he's still weaving. He's going to gun it any moment, surely. Yes, indeed. He's underway, tries to get through the 14th corner as quick as possible. Slightly missed the apex. I think Araujo might have got a little bit caught out there, but he is now going to pull the pin on the grenade that is the 296 Challenge car. He is not close enough, though, for the run into turn 1. He was getting closer and closer, but not close enough. Eric Chung still with that bodywork flapping, incidentally, on the right front of his car, but he remains in 3rd place. Powell remains in 4th place. Anders Bidstrup was right behind the Aston Martin in 5th. And then it was Sandro Holtzen potentially coming under some pressure from Severin Mazur. No, Holtzen remains in 6th position. Araujo goes bouncing off the circuit there. That was a little bit of a heart-in-mouth moment, I'm sure. Eric Chung, very experienced in Ferrari Challenge cars. He'll take any opportunity he's given, as will Kobe Powells, who goes through into 3rd place. And the GT3 Aston Martin will now come under direct fire from the straight line speed heavy Ferrari. But now, as they go through 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13, I suspect the Aston should build a decent little gap.
Yes, we've got Sandro Holtzen there on the inside of Anders Bidstrup as well. That's for 5th position. Again, they're not in the same class as each other, but the BMW moving up an extra place. That was a bizarre sort of chain reaction there, wasn't it, really? It was Araujo who made the bigger mistake running wide through turn 4. I think he brought a load of gravel onto the racing line, which then caught out Eric Chung at the next corner. Eric now doing exactly the same thing through turn 12. Bounces through the dirt and that's 2 places gained in almost as many corners by Sandro Holzem in the BMW. So Holzem moving forward, and now there are 2 GT3 cars between the 2 leading Cup 1 competitors. All of this, of course, is of absolutely no concern to Luke Rentler, who is 4 seconds nearly up the road at the end of that first full lap of racing. Here comes Eric Chung. The power of the Ferrari brings him not only back alongside, but back ahead of Sandro Holzem's BMW by the time they arrive at turn 1. The Beamer, though, will have a little bit more grip through turn 1, will be better under braking at 2, but the inside line is not available, at least on the way into the corner. It nearly was open for him midway through, but Eric Chung makes the exit and holds on to that place.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Holzem. He did everything right, and then Eric just fired by. He's got the inside line, though, for turn 5. I think Eric Chung just slightly struggling, maybe as a result of the flapping bodywork as well. It looks like it might be part of wheel trim or something like that, rather than the actual splitter end plate on that 296 Challenge car. He's got to worry, of course, about Anders Bidstrup behind, as well, as fun as the battling is with Sandro Holzem. It is an Evo spec car, not fully Evo spec. The headlights, some of the bodywork is still pre-Evo, but a lot of the other changes to the Evo spec car, vis-a-vis the electronics package and so on, are Evo spec. So the team were quite happy to hold their hands up and say, yeah, no, it is effectively an Evo. We will run it in the Invitational class. So Sandro Holzem is up into 4th position. Can Kobe Powells get through into 2nd? Well, momentarily he might at turn 14. No, he doesn't. And now he's going to watch as Araujo disappears off, although Araujo really is throwing shapes in 2nd overall.
Yeah, didn't get the best exit from the final turn, but that matters little. The Ferrari is comfortably back ahead by the time they reach the timing line. So down the straight, the Ferrari gets away. We know that Kobe Powells will be right back on Gonzalo Araujo's tail within a corner or so. There is Eric Chung. So, okay, he's dropped down to 5th position. He's still 2nd in class, though. But Anders Bidstrup in the Ferrari right behind is the 3rd place Cup 1 car. Anders, as if to illustrate the point that he's very much in this fight, arrives significantly more quickly into turn 2 than Eric Chung, and takes another car length or so out of the potentially wounded 198 car, which, as I said, sits 2nd place in the category. AF Corsa versus DC Motorsport, the battle there for 2nd in the class. Then it's Severin Mazur, who, as Adam said, has gained some ground, and there's damages. They're now on the 700. So Kobe Powells with a right rear puncture, maybe? Is that because of contact or debris? I'm not so sure, but the Aston Martin, the 2nd Aston Martin in this race now to hit trouble, I fear, is pit lane bound.
That is a really unfortunate showing for ComTU Racing on this occasion. One of the leading Aston Martin GT3 teams, one of the leading GT3 teams in Europe, point blank. But the run of the luck has not gone their way this time around, and oh goodness me, just trying to stay out of the way. Alessio Raffini navigating around the outside, John Dillon doing the same, Ulrich Larsson and Hubert Darmetko losing out for the Cup 2 lead there as they were trying to negotiate that. Mariusz Górecki took the initiative and managed to get through, and now Górecki is side by side with John Dillon as they approach the final corner. The Cup 2 battle has been enlivened there by the stricken GT3 car as they come out of the final corner. There's an intra-Lamborghini battle going on as well across the GT3 and the Cup 4 classes. It's the Cup 4 Lambo of Severin Mazur in 6th overall. Carrie Schreiner for Conrad Motorsport chasing the GT3 Poland car at this juncture. Schreiner who'll be joined in the endurance race by Danny Sufi. Into the pit lane has come the Aston Martin, unsurprisingly. Kobe Powells with the puncture on his car. Let's see what Carrie Schreiner can do then. The Super Trofeo Spec Lamborghini is very similar indeed in terms of chassis to the GT3. Aero, of course, is a slightly different matter, and it is, shall we say, full-throated, unrestricted versus the GT3 car in terms of engine power. So 2 identical cars in terms of their model plate, but certainly not in terms of their specification. Carrie Schreiner gets the inside there of Severin Mazur, and she has got it done, and she's got it done at a good time, of course, because now she can go through 12, 13 and 14 and hope hopefully build enough of a gap before she goes onto the main straight. But I'm sure Severin Mazur will have a go. We've seen him do some late braking into turn 1 on several occasions. Przemysław Bienkowski, meanwhile, trying to find his way past one of the Cup 5 Ferraris. That's Giuseppe Casillo there, just going down position. That is down in 27th and 28th places that they are swapping. There's Darren Howe leading in Cup 5. Good to see Darren, I think, getting better and better here in the GT Winter Series. He's only got one full season of Ferrari Challenge UK to his name, and he is doing a great job. Just here, we are seeing the Cup 2 lead battle that I was talking about previously. It has just been split by Reparto Corsa's Shintaro Akatsu in the rather magnificently liveried 115, and here comes the GT2 Mercedes as well, getting into it. The NM Racing team car of Manuel Lau has just made 2 places up in 2 corners. Great work from the Sol GT2 car out there on the circuit. Hubert Darmetko was right on the rear of the Fuchs Racing Porsche of Mariusz Górecki, his Cup 2 category rival at the start of the lap. He's now got no fewer than 2 cars between him and the Cup 2 rival.
Yes, wow, lots going on there, wasn't there, up and down the order. We've had a change for second place overall, by the way. Sandro Holtzman ahead of Gonzalo Araujo. Araujo ran wide at turn 8 a lap and a half ago, bounced through the gravel, and through went the BMW. It doesn't matter particularly because they're in different classes, as we've documented, but yeah, luckily Araujo managed to avoid any significant damage from bouncing through the gravel. It does mean, though, that the 2 cars next behind him, Eric Chung and Anders Bidstrup's Ferrari 296 Challenge cars, are also fellow Cup 1 competitors. So that is a battle we'll keep one eye on, maybe, see whether that develops into anything. Another Cup 1 runner here, John Dillon, in behind Alessio Ruffini, who's the 3rd of the Cup 4 cars, only about a second or so behind Ulrich Larsson, who is 2nd in class. His is the red Lamborghini. The green, red and white Lamborghini is Alessio Ruffini in 3rd position. John Dillon then and Mariusz Górecki behind. Górecki still with the GT2 Mercedes between himself and his nearest Cup 2 rival. It's a job to remember to breathe in these races sometimes, isn't it? We are 2/3 of the way through. Some fantastic battling already we have enjoyed, and more of it to come, I suspect, particularly within Cup 1.
Absolutely right. We are currently seeing Eric Chung being pursued here by Anders Bidstrup. Anders, one of 2 Bidstrup family members, of course, on the grid, as his brother Jakob is also out there in the Cup 5 class. Was originally intended for Cup 1, but unfortunately his 296 car wasn't able to take the start yesterday, so he's made a switch into the Ferrari 488. We do have yellow flags down at turn 1 and turn 2 at the moment. It's at turn 2 that we have an issue. The Autosport Racing Lamborghini is in a spin, so that is quite unfortunate for them. That's Alexander Bijatovic, unfortunately, who has had the spin, but he looks like he's got that going, and hopefully he was unassisted and there's no carbon fibre down there from the perspective of the rest of the field, of course. Carrie Schreiner has managed to distance herself away from the threat of Severin Mazur. Mazur instead now has to worry about Cristiano Maciel behind him. Maciel is running 4th in the Cup 1 class. He's quite a way back from Anders Bidstrup for 3rd in the category, but he's going to be worried about Rafael Duran just behind him. Duran, who's running well within the overall top 10, and is having a look, or Maciel at least, is having a look to the inside there of Severin Mazur. Rui Aguas will be in the ear of Maciel. Sean Hudspeth will be in the ear of Rafael Duran, and he'll be saying, "Great move, Rafael." But then Aguas will almost say, "Nearly, mate," to Cristiano Maciel. Almost fired back there at turn 5. Maciel not quite able to do it on that occasion. Rafael Duran moving up a place then in the Cup 1 class. It wasn't quite unassisted. Bijatovic really spinning himself around on the side of Alois Mir in the Engstler Motorsport Ferrari Challenge 296 car. Meanwhile, Rafael Duran, having gotten past Maciel, is now under immense pressure from him, and that's all given Severin Mazur a little bit of breathing room, and that could be good for Rafael as well, because he can focus on hitting his marks rather than trying to get by that car also.
Indeed so, and of course a place lost there for Martial means points lost as well within his class and within therefore the overall championship fight as well, so not ideal there. 700 car meanwhile on the recovery drive. Kobe Powell's, I think that was a move for position, wasn't it, overall ahead of the DC Motorsport Lamborghini of Stein Almsgaard, all the way down in, where were they, for 30th position. I think that positional change, not the race at all that ComTU Racing were hoping for. And to your point earlier on about carbon fibre, you have to suspect it would have been some of that was left over from the lap 1 incident that maybe led to the demise of the second ComTU Racing Aston as well. Meanwhile, Adam, what's going on in Cup 2? There is a battle, again, I fear, about to be interrupted maybe by Cup 1 Ferrari.
Quite possibly, yes. Hubert Darmetko has once again closed in on Mariusz Górecki. It's an all-Polish battle for Cup 2 honours. Polish teams, Polish drivers. Górecki there fully sideways into turn 2. We need to see the Porsches ahead of the Ferrari really in this one. There they are. The GT2 Mercedes has now cleared Górecki, so that's moved up and past the NM Racing team Mercedes AMG GT2 just ahead of them. And then, as we can see, it is the 215 car of Górecki. Both of these drivers with relatively high experience, at least over recent times. Darmetko only started racing with us in the GT Win Series. He had his first races last year. Górecki has, I think, a little bit more experience behind him from the Porsche Sports Cup world. But all the same, two drivers who should be of relative parity. And that said, Hubert Darmetko has closed in on him twice already in this race. He's just not had the opportunity to action that at any point. In fact, double champion is Górecki in the world of Porsche Sports Cup in GT4s, has since moved up into the Cup cars. Hubert Darmetko all the way sideways after slightly misjudging the braking into turn 14. Great little scrap here among the Porsche 992s. I felt like the Cup 2 class has been a little bit anonymous at times this season. No such luck this time around. Unfortunately, also not anonymous is Shintaro Katsu just behind Hubert Darmetko. As you said, that ever-looming spectre in the rearview mirror of Darmetko.
Yeah, remember yesterday's race, though? That saw a late twist, didn't it? Darmetko getting the better in the end of Górecki, so he won't be giving up just yet. Although we're near the end of the race, aren't we? Just under 5 minutes, let's say, remain in what has been another fantastic GT Winter Series encounter here at Valencia. The battle at the very front of the field has very much spread out, but within the classes further behind, a lot of entertainment still to be had. The Cup 2 runners make their way out of turn number 6. A little bit of breathing room maybe now for Górecki, Mariusz Górecki in the number 215 car, but then that gap sort of disappears again under braking into turn number 8. So this one's going to rumble on, I think, right until the end. Gonzalo Araujo pretty comfortable in Cup 1 now over Eric Chung, who in turn, in fairness, has shaken off Anders Bidstrup. So I think, barring any dramas, Cup 1 is pretty settled. Cup 2, though, anything but.
I love watching those cars plant the power down as the tyres start to wear. It becomes more and more of a hostile negotiation, and Górecki there had a huge hump of opposite loft after snagging the grapple at turn 14. Darmetko again deep into the corner, but actually no, he just about nailed it that time. I think 1 or 2 meters later on the brakes and he would have been straight on. Here comes Darmetko. Has he got a good enough run? It's going to be a drag race down to the first corner. Górecki's doing everything he can to prevent Darmetko from getting to the inside, but Darmetko's way too deep into the corner. Oh, what a brilliant battle it is. Górecki is doing everything in his power, and Darmetko is doing everything on the brakes, and perhaps a little bit too much on the brakes. Górecki runs wide there, and he yields to Darmetko. Got on the brake early there, Górecki. I think maybe he'd seen enough. Darmetko is into the Cup 2 lead. He's got potentially a car to trip over, and unfortunately Alexander Bijatovic has had a collision, and there's some telltale blue and red bodywork down there as well. And unfortunately the 198 car was collected in that. That is Eric Chung, who was second in Cup 1. He is not going to reach the flag.
I think I'm right in saying they were not battling for position. The Cup 1 Porsches, meanwhile, have just gone either side of that stricken Lamborghini and were side by side on the exit of turn 8. But yes, this was a car being put a lap down that has tripped over a car that was in a class podium position. That won't go down very well. We don't know what happened, of course, but either way, Eric Chung will not be happy. So the Lamborghini stuck in the middle of the road. That sadly means there is no choice but to scramble the safety car and put these battles on ice with 2¼ minutes to go, Adam. That could be race done.
Yeah, they've been put on ice. They will freeze, and I'm not sure they'll thaw, unfortunately, in good time. Luca Engstler will be hoping not, because Sandra Holtzen will suddenly be on his rear end, although they will have some traffic between them on the road. Engstler, incidentally, just navigating the stricken car at the moment. If we were to go back to green, which we're just not going to do, frankly, in the time we've got, it would have been quite interesting in Cup. Oh, okay, Darren Howell is not aware that we're under safety car. He's just made an overtake under safety car conditions. That, I think we might have even seen that on the stream. I was looking out of the window. He just went past the MS Racing McLaren. Now, was that a measure of retaliation? Because Darren hasn't gone past Luca, I think, maybe realising, oh, that guy just lapped me. But yeah, what happened there with Darren Howell and Greiling? Howell was ahead at the start-finish line last time by, so I do wonder if Greiling went through initially and that was Darren retaliating more so than anything, or rather Greiling relinquishing. I'm not quite sure, but it certainly looked a bit odd there initially speaking. 50 seconds left on the clock, so this race will conclude, under safety car conditions.
Yeah, as confirmed on the timing screen now, race will be finished. You figured that out anyway, obviously. Yes, safety car will take us to the checkered flag. That's a real shame, though, because that was another humdinger, wasn't it? Some fantastic battles, and a bit of a shame we didn't see them run to their conclusion. We so nearly had a Cup 2 lead change. I sort of half explained what was happening as they went to either side of the damaged Alexander Mijatovic Lamborghini, and up the inside line went Goreski. He was on the grass on the inside, but in fairness, he was avoiding a Lamborghini that was pointing the wrong way, and he almost had his nose ahead, and then the traction on the outside line kept Armetco clear. Seconds later, the safety car was scrambled. Had he made that move, that would have been for the win.
And given how much debris from Chung and indeed from Mijatovic was down there on the apex of turn 8, I think heads-up driving to go onto the grass there from Goreski may well have saved his Cup 2 win with that action alone. Luca Engstler then is cruising towards an overall race victory here in the GT Winter Series. He has done this before, incidentally, at Valencia back in 2023 in an Audi, having a very good performance and winning a race in the GT Winter Series. But here we are 2 years later, and Luca is doing it again in the Lamborghini from Engstler Motorsport. His father, Franz's team. Third generation racing driver is Luca Engstler. A fairly easy race once he'd dispatched the Ferrari Challenge problem from behind him. The very, very fast, near 700 horsepower 296s. The Lamborghini's probably somewhere in the lower mid 500s with the air restrictor on the engine for that car. So it is a significant difference between them. So when he had Gonzalo Araujo and Eric Chung just behind him, it was a very real issue for Luca Engstler. Behind him, directly in the queue, will be Cup 5 winner Darren Howell, who again I think was just having a bit of a negotiation with Andreas Greiling as Greiling initially moved past and the safety car came out, and then they switched back, so there should be no harm, no foul in that regard. And just behind him, as you can see, just with the McLaren between them, Giuseppe Casillo second in that classification, and then second behind them is the second place car overall, Sandra Holtzen for Schubert Motorsport. Gonzalo Araujo third overall will go his way, as well as the Cup 1 win. But for Luca Engstler, it will be a race victory in the GT Winter Series. The safety car gives way so that we can take the checkered flag in a more photographic friendly fashion. The race concludes under safety car. A shame we didn't get to see the conclusion of some of those battles. But all the same, Luca Engstler claims the win in the GT Winter Series. Sandra Holtzum in second place, Gonzalo Araujo in third, Anders Bidstrup in fourth place. Araujo, of course, winning in Cup 1. Carrie Schreiner, actually the first of the standard GT3 class entrants, in fifth place, ahead of Severin Mazur, who wins Cup 4. Then it's Rafael Duran, Cristiano Maciel, Paolo Scudieri, and Ulrich Larsson rounding out the top 10. Hubert Darmetko has been classified ahead of Mariusz Górecki. Now, Górecki was ahead of him on the circuit. Was there a track limits penalty applied to the 215? There have been a few track limits penalties listed while we're watching all of that action going on. I haven't seen one applied yet to the 215 car, but it does appear as though there was a shift there in some capacity. Perhaps it's because Górecki, no, he didn't pass on the yellow flags, but regardless, Darmetko for now is listed as the Cup 2 winner. I'm not quite clear on where that switch may have taken place. In the Cup 3 class, Ryan James had a very solid outing, finishing 21st overall and winning among the McLaren Artura Trophy entrants. And as we covered, in fact, no, Jakob Bidstrup winning, in the Cup 1 class ahead of Darren Howell. So my apologies there for missing that. Jakob Bidstrup, who was a lap clear because of the safety car, he will ultimately claim the Cup 5 win as well. So apologies, a bit disjointed from me there. But Jakob Bidstrup will be the winner for DC Motorsport in the Cup 5 category. The overall winner is beyond doubt, though. Luca Engstler did everything right for that race. Now, the not insignificant task of getting everybody back into Parc Fermé will begin, aside, of course, from the overall top 3 who will park beneath the podium. But Luca Engstler has, on his racing return, lest we forget, done everything right on that occasion. He is back in business as a race winner once again after that very scary crash at the Macau FIA GT World Cup event. He's got him back into a race car and his form has gone nowhere. The team welcome him. We'll begin the celebrations. I'm sure that Araujo Competición, Santigol Araujo Competición will be very happy with their performance as well, with a third overall in addition to the Cup 1 win. That will be, I think, a heartily celebrated achievement from them. Of course, this was the final race of the, shall we say, the morning segment of our timetable for today. We are going to be going into lunch break shortly, but we will be staying live with you. Of course, the podium presentations are yet to come, as well as, of course, our interview with Luca Engstler, the race winner, with Izzy. Izzy will then be bringing us some content from down in the pits during the grid walk section of lunch. And there's some great interviews that we've done earlier in you to really get to learn some of the personalities and some of the insights from the Winter Series Paddock by GEDLICH Racing. And we then have 3 more races, of course, after that. Another sprint for the Formula Winter Series. Let's see how that one pans out. I'm very intrigued by some of the grid formations there for race number 3. And, of course, pit stop race for both the GT4, 1 hour of racing for the GT4 Winter Series, and 55 minutes for the GTs. I suspect that's going to be very hair on fire indeed. We might be a few cars depleted given that incident on the first lap in this race, but we should still have in excess of 30 cars taking the start for that 55-minute long enduro at the tail end of today's broadcast. Still tons of action for those of you watching around the world, and indeed for the fans on the main grandstand here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And Izzy Browning has got Luca Engstler. Let's hear from Luca now after he makes his comeback victory.
I do indeed have Luca with me, and Luca, what a comeback to come in your first race back after what happened in Macau, and to win like that. It must feel good.
Yeah, it's good. Great to be back, obviously, after Macau. To be in the car is a good championship to prepare for the season. And also there, thank you to Gottfried Grasser and his wife for giving us the car. Obviously to the boys at Engstler Motorsport and girls that prepped it. So yeah, all good, and happy to finally be back.
And I know we ended under the safety car, but before that you were pretty much just running your own race out there. I think the gap was 11 or 12 seconds came out, so really just comfortable out there.
Well, I mean, in the end, we said that we focus on ourselves. Like I told you in the beginning of the weekend, for us it's a matter of train and practice, try different things, and obviously the car was in a very, very sweet spot. So yeah, it's just great to start the season like this.
And one more race later on today. Obviously the confidence, I'm sure, will be high with you and Jonas both featuring in that race.
Should be good, yeah. I think Jonas has to do a good start, and then we see where it goes.
All right, congratulations. We'll let you get up to the podium and enjoy it, and we will go back to you.
No pressure, Jonas. Excellent stuff. Luca Engstler, a race winner once again in the GT Winter Series. This race got underway with a drag to the first corner. Moritz Viskirchen on the outside of Luca Engstler, but Rafael Suzuki was on his inside. Suzuki was quite far back, lunged into the first corner. Contact between them, and unfortunately the Aston was stricken in the middle of the road. Alberto Duran, Joachim Bulting among those that collected the near stationary Comte-U racing car. And then also there was subsequent contact that sent the Villico Racing Porsche of Kalle Bergman into a spin too. That car didn't look like it picked up too much damage, but still couldn't race any further. It was Alberto Duran's Ferrari being towed away that we saw just there. Safety car conditions gave way to green flag racing once again, and Gonzalo Araujo almost gave way to Eric Chung there in the Cup 1 lead battle. At the time that was for second overall as well, and Chung really was trying very hard, but having a few moments out there on the circuit. He and Holtzum, Sandro Holtzum that is, were exchanging overall positions for a little while there, just a few minutes into the race, but eventually the big BMW got by and pressed on forward. We had a very near moment there for Jakob Bidstrup in his Ferrari 488 Challenge further back in the field. Alexander Bijatovic had a fairly complicated race. He had a couple of moments out there on the circuit, and there was then to be a moment again for Comte-U Racing. Tyre puncture on the number 700 Aston Martin of Kobe Powell's. That would ultimately finish 24th. Some side-by-side action there as Marius Gureski tried to get past John Dillon, and Hubert Darmetko was just behind him, fighting for overall places. Lots of overall places under contest. You saw there Kari Schreiner getting past Severin Mazur. Castillo was getting overtaken here by Przemysław Bienkowski, all the way down in 27th place, but the battles truly were absolutely everywhere. Bijatovic tried to get past Alois Meyer, and that wasn't going to work. Bijatovic facing the wrong way, unfortunately not for the last time in the race. Meanwhile, Rafael Duran was having a good fight against Cristiano Maciel, as were Gureski and Darmetko in the Cup 2 battle. This was enthralling in the final minutes of the race as they fought for their positions. Ulrich Larsen also fighting to stay in the overall top 10, which he just about managed. Hubert Darmetko was fighting against the brake pedal at times during his battle with the Atlas Waterfoot Racing Porsche. Really great racing from both drivers. This was the moment where Darmetko thought he might have done it, but he was too late on the brakes into the first corner, drifted out wide, and Gureski continued on unabated. The exchanges were ongoing though, and Darmetko moved into the lead just before the incident here for Alexander Bijatovic, along with one of the AF course cars. That was, of course, Eric Chung that he collided with. Darmetko then would win in Cup 2 with that late move at the end of the race, and Luca Engstler, who was relatively trouble-free at the front, would win overall and in GT3 Pro in his return to GT racing after his absence due to injury in Macau back in November. Engstler wins it then by 4 seconds under safety car from Sandra Holtzum, the Invitational class BMW M4. In third place, Gonzalo Araujo in the 150 car. Anders Bidstrup in fourth position for DC Motorsport. Carrie Schreiner winning among the GT3 class drivers in fifth overall. Severin Mazur winning Cup 4 in sixth. Then it was Rafael Duran in seventh. Cristiano Maciel in eighth. Paulus Gudieri in ninth, and Ulrich Larsen rounding out the overall top 10. In 11th place it was John Dillon, Alessia Raffini in P12, Manel Lau in the GT2 Mercedes made up good positions, ended up finishing 13th overall. Hubert Darmetko in 14th place, Marius Goreski in 15th place. Shintaro Akatsu in 16th, Alfredo Hernandez in 17th, Oscar Rinzovic 18th, Jakob Travog in 19th position, and Sven Schurmer down in 20th place at the end of the race. Ryan James in 21st, winning in Cup 3. Alois Meyer in 22nd place, ahead of Przemysław Bienkowski. Kobe Powells, after the puncture, recovered to 24th, ahead of Cup 5 winner Jakob Bidstrup. Apologies, Jakob, for initially saying Darren won that class. Germana Tognella in 26th position, and as you can see, the rest of the order cycling through. It was certainly a dramatic race. It was one that did not lack for incident, but it also did not lack for action in the GT Winter Series. So then, we will, I'm sure, have some fond memories of that race, but there are still memories to be made for the GT Winter Series with their 55-minute endurance race that is still to come. Of course, they will have a 60-minute enduro for GT4s, as we've already covered, but the sprints are completed for the weekend in both GT categories. It's all going to be pit stop races from here for the GTs and the GT4s. We will see the podiums in just a short while, of course, with so many well-populated classes here in the GT Win Series this weekend. I think you've got about 15 to 18 drivers down there that have to be collected up by our GEDLICH Racing crews. Of course, GEDLICH Racing supported by the Race Ready organisation as well, who put in a great shift, the organisers of the Iberian Supercars Championship, and they are an integral part as well, along with the main GEDLICH Racing personnel, to make sure all of this kind of stuff runs as smoothly as it possibly can, with so many drivers to try and collect at any given time. We are, of course, in our Spanish leg now of the season, as Andy McEwen was referring to earlier on, and it has kicked off very excitingly thus far at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We've still got an afternoon of racing to come, which I'm very much looking forward to. Also looking forward to getting some insights from the pit walk with Izzy during lunchtime, because I'm sure there are some drivers with some great tales to spin. Whether those tales are of a fortunate or unfortunate nature really depends who we're speaking to, of course, given there have been the odd dramas here or there this morning in our 4 categories that we're competing. TCR Spain, of course, starting our day at the top of the broadcast. You are just joining us, or you've only joined us a little bit later in the day. I'm afraid you did miss the second TCR Spain race, which was very exciting and was a race that was won by Ruben Volt. He's made it 2 for 2 there. We'll see whether anybody else can have a streak of at least 2 wins this weekend in the respective categories. Of course, at the moment, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelbaum in the GT4 Winter Series have it 2 from 2, so they'll be looking for a 3rd win of the weekend at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo in the pit stop race. The GT Win Series cars are cooling down in Parc Ferme, actually just under my commentary position, and it is quite something to see all of these different shapes and sizes of GT car down there in the Parc Fermé area. A lot of cars you wouldn't normally see together, be it the GT2s, the GT3s, the Porsches, the Ferraris, or the Lamborghini single-make cars. There's a lot going on in a GT Winter Series race, which means there's also a lot going on a GT Winter Series podium. Andy, good luck.
Drivers assembled then for our second podium of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. Lots of podiums to rattle through, so we'll get going straight away with Cup 5. And we'll start with our third place finisher in Cup 5, Giuseppe Castillo. Out comes Giuseppe onto the third step of the podium, I should say, and he will be joined now by his AF Corsa teammate, second place in Cup 5, Darren Howell. Another visit to the podium for Darren, continuing a successful weekend. A popular second place finisher, Darren Howell. The winner, though, Jakob Bidstrup. Jakob Bidstrup gets the victory for DC Motorsport in Cup 5. And Jakob did well in that race to pick his way through the worst of the drama. And he found himself around quite a bit of it, but brought the DC Motorsport prepared Ferrari home and claims the victory in Cup 5 for the older spec Ferrari 488 Cup cars. We have Stefan on hand along with Georgie Chapman from Pirelli, this time the Pirelli representative on the podium to hand the trophies out to our top 3 drivers. So we will get the Cup 5 drivers off the podium momentarily. They're just posing for all the photos, I think, for the crowd down below. And in a moment we'll move on to Cup 4 for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars. This was a particularly close battle, actually, particularly for second place in Cup 4. So we'll start then with our third place finisher in Cup 4. Another appearance, a second of the weekend on the podium for Alessio Ruffini. The Italian driver for Autosport Racing heads to the third step of the podium. Second place, another DC Motorsport driver, this time Ulrich Larsson. Ulrich for DC Motorsport onto the second step of the podium. It was very close between he and Alessio at the end, but it is another victory in Cup 4 for GT3 Poland's Severin Mazur. Severin waves to the crowd down below and hops up onto the top step of the podium. And we've got the horns blaring again down below in celebration alongside our top 3 drivers. Severin Mazur, again, a factor inside the top 10 in that race overall. And he was able to come home victorious in Cup 4 with Ulrich and Alessio joining him in the top 3 positions. Those Cup 4 Lamborghinis, again, were at the centre of a lot of the drama, but not the 3 drivers, thankfully, who made it onto the 3 steps of the Valencia podium. The air horns, I think, they've multiplied since yesterday. We had one yesterday. I see 3 or 4 now in the crowd down below. Obviously, there is a shop somewhere nearby doing a roaring trade in air horns, and rightly so. It all adds to the atmosphere underneath the Valencia podium. Right then, Cup 3 is up next for the McLaren Artura Trophy cars. 2 drivers to welcome onto this podium, and we'll start with our second place Cup 3 runner, Andreas Greiling. Andreas Greiling heads out onto the podium then for MS Racing, but the victory once again in Cup 3 went to Greystone GT's Ryan James. Ryan jogs out onto the podium then, the American driver to the top step of that podium. Another win in the Cup 3 category. Good to have a bit of competition in Cup 3 this weekend too. And Ryan, who flew under the radar last time out at Portimao, very much enjoying now his moment in the sunshine and indeed under the spotlight within Cup 3. And he poses now for photos with Andreas Greiling, and we'll see whether or not Ryan can make that a hat-trick of victories in race 3, the longer race, the pit stop race, to come later on this afternoon. So 3 podiums down, still about 17 to get through, I think, but we'll get through these as quickly as we can. We move on next then to Cup 2. Now, this was one of the real highlights of race number 2, this for the Porsche Cup cars. Third position then in Cup 2. We welcome to the podium Jakob Twarog. Well done, Jakob, on to the third step of the podium, joined by his teammate now. What a battle we had again for the victory in Cup 2. Second place today for Mariusz Gorecki. Marius gives a wave to the crowd. I'm sure he enjoyed that race-long battle that he had for the victory. In the end, though, he lost out to our Cup 2 winner, Hubert Armetko. And well deserved as well. Survived a bit of a hairy moment at the end with the stricken Lamborghini in the middle of the road that he dodged to perfection. And before that, of course, had been involved in a sensational to and fro battle with Mariusz Górecki. In the end, it was Hubert who came out the victor in that fight and picks up some valuable points as well. He's been racking up the points this weekend in Cup 2. He and Marius both having a pretty consistent showing so far. Well done then to our Cup 2 podium finishers, and Jakob in particular very, very pleased with himself for picking up the third place trophy. Next then, it is Cup 1 for the Ferrari Challenge 296s. We lost a few of these along the way, but 3 drivers about to head out on to the podium. Third position then in Cup 1 for AF Corsa, Rafael Duran. He gets a big cheer as well. It is our third DC Motorsport driver, by the way, who's about to head onto the podium. Second place in Cup 1, Anders Bidstrup. And finally, our class winner in Cup 1 after a thrilling battle in the early stages, Gonçalo Araujo. The Portuguese driver heads on to the podium, and it will be the top step that he climbs to after a brilliant battle there with Anders Bidstrup in particular. He managed to distance himself mid-race from the rest of the Cup 1 pack and came with a class victory. So the trophies handed out then to Rafael, Anders and Gonçalo, and a round of applause once again for our Cup 1 top 3 finishers. On to page 2 of our list of podiums now. We are nearly there, I promise you, and then we will be heading in to the lunch break, which is coming up shortly, and a big crowd of people gathered below to enjoy that as well. GT2 then is our next podium, and again, just the one driver to welcome onto the top step, again, a driver getting involved in lots of battles with cars from other classes, but the GT2 class victory goes to NM Racing's Manuel Lau. Spanish driver on the top step of the podium here at Valencia. And again, great to see the GT2 car, this time staying largely out of trouble. It sustained a little bit of damage yesterday. That was repaired by the NM Racing team overnight, and he was able to avoid any contact, but certainly not shying away from on-track battles was Manel, who was getting involved with some of the Cup 1, the Cup 2 cars at one point as well. In fact, he played a bit of a pivotal role in their class battle at one stage and came home to claim the victory in GT2. The penultimate podium that we will do is the GT3 class podium, and we will start with our third place finisher in GT3 for ComTU Racing, Kobe Powells. Kobe had a challenging race there, didn't he? Picking up that puncture and having to pit, but still comes home third in class. Second place for BDR Competicion's Alfredo Hernandez. Alfredo heads to the podium, second position in GT3, and once he makes his way there, we can welcome our winner in GT3. She was second in class yesterday. This time it's a victory for Conrad Motorsport and Carrie Schreiner. Well done, Carrie, on to the top of the podium. Second in race 1, a victory in race number 2, and the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini is the car to beat in GT3. Not the overall winner, of course, but the GT3 class winner. Lamborghinis, though, seemingly going well here at Valencia, because, of course, it was a Lamborghini that won the race outright, and we will have a chance in a moment or two to welcome our overall and GT3 Pro class winner on to the podium as well. So pictures taken, and we have one more podium presentation then to get through in this second race from Valencia. So the GT3 drivers head off the podium, and now it's time to make way then for the man who came home at the front of the field and claimed an overall and GT3 Pro class victory. We'll get him out here in a moment. The Liquimoli Team Engsler Lamborghini was dominant in that race, and it was an overall and GT3 Pro class victory for Luca Engsler. Luca gets a cheer from the crowd down below, and he will head over to the top step of the Valencia podium. A pretty dominant performance in the end, and of course negotiated that safety car restart really well. That proved, I think, quite significant because he was able to shake off the front-running Cup 1 cars and not really have to worry about fighting with cars from a lower class. Picked his way through the traffic late on and came home to claim a dominant victory in GT3 Pro. So that concludes our podium presentations for GT Winter Series Race 2. There is a massive crowd of people gathered down below to enjoy the grid walk ahead of this afternoon's action. We're heading into a lunch break now, and I believe we can head down to the pit lane and meet Izzy Browning.
Yes, indeed. Welcome down to the pit lane. The lunch break has just started, and I'm delighted to say that we've got a massive crowd of fans behind the camera who are giving us all a wave now. And I am also delighted to say that I am joined by Marcus Gedlich, of course, the man behind GEDLICH Racing. Marcus, it's great to see you here in Valencia. The Winter Series growing year on year, as we can see with the massive crowd. What do you put that down to?
I mean, all this is not my success. It's it's all about the team. I'm just the one sitting in the background together with my partner and pulling the strategical strings. But the success is made by a fantastic team, no matter if it's sales, organization or marketing. We have super fantastic guys doing all that stuff, and you can see how it is displayed and how it's growing. It's just my team.
Yeah, it is a really, truly fantastic team behind all of this. They work so hard. Just tell me in more detail then how you can make something like this successful.
First of all, everything growed in a pretty natural way. So we haven't taken any external money and skyrocketing within 1 year or so. We tried to grow it with on a good level and with control and with little risk as possible. And the next thing is we tend to listen to our clients, and our clients are the drivers and the teams. And we listen very closely to every single one of them and try to incorporate everything into next year's or even already this season's programs. And this is in our eyes the most important thing, because we are nothing without our clients. So we need to listen to them and need to be, if possible, the best racing series organization-wise, also from the sporting, of course, and marketing, in fact, as well.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job so far. I mean, great to see so many teams and drivers. We've had full grids here in Valencia. Thank you so much for coming to speak to me in the pit lane. I'll let you go and enjoy your lunch and enjoy the lunch break and the walk down the pit lane. Thank you so much for speaking to me. And earlier in the weekend, I caught up with Tim Horrell from the GT4s, and we can hear a little bit more about how his car is adapted to let him race. We've come down to the W&S Motorsport garage here in Valencia to see the number 30 Porsche driven by Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle, and they are currently leading the Pro-Am standings. Tim is joining me now. Tim, how have you been, first of all? Of course, we've had a little bit of a break between the final round in Portimao and now here in Valencia. So what did you get up to in the break, and then how have you been?
I've been doing great. Can't complain. Everything's good. Just a lot of training at home, like simulator, the gym. It was a short break for me. It was like only about a week. So I flew home just to be home and have my own comforts, and then like less than a week I'm back here.
Little bit of time off to kind of reset and relax. Obviously, coming into this weekend, you two are leading the Pro-Am standings. It's been a pretty good start to the season so far for you and Nico. How do you reflect on the first couple of rounds?
Yeah, definitely. It was with a lot of pace from both of us, and we were able to put together some good races and finish. That's the main thing. And yeah, it's like my hand controls are working great this year, so I can really show my true talent. And Nico is constantly improving, so I think it's only up for us as a pairing.
Yeah, we've kind of heard that. Adam, the commentator, was kind of saying that the hand controls is something that you feel like you've really got on top of coming into this year. Do you feel like that's kind of made you comfortable and able to push more in these opening rounds?
Yes, definitely. I mean, with driving, you know how much it relies on just focus and repetition. And when you have something that's not working right in the car or something, then it's harder to keep that focus to perform at a higher level. But now with that extra worry gone, it's just like I can be more focused on driving now, and it's showing.
Well, we would love for you to show us around the car, show us the hand controls, and show us what allows you to get the good results that you have been doing. So I'm going to hand the mic over to you, and you're going to take us around the car.
Okay, so these are my hand controls, designed specifically for the way I want them to use them. It's just like the push like this is for the gas. The behind, I shift gears just like a normal driver would. So this is all electronic. And then the brake, I push straight away like this. And that is all mechanical. And say like when I want to get in the car or when I want to get out of the car, over here, there's like a switch on the dash that allows me to like turn the pedal completely off or completely on. So it either puts the power completely here or the power completely down there. So which would then allow my teammate to drive.
Great to catch up with Tim earlier in the weekend. I've now come down to the SR garage right at the end of the pit lane, made the trip all the way to the end of the pit lane to see Enrico Federer, of course, in the GT4s as well. Enrico, I mean, well, it's been a fantastic start to the weekend, as we said earlier. We're halfway through the season now, can you believe already? How would you assess how things have gone so far? Of course, better this weekend.
Yeah, so the first weekends were not good. But there's still 2 weekends to go and 1 race to go on this weekend, and I think we can still catch up to the points and win the championship. It's going to be hard, but I think we have the stuff to do that.
And we took a little break between Portimao and this round. What did you do in the break to kind of train and reset yourself for this weekend?
Yeah, for sure, training in the simulator and also school and work. Yeah,
you were back at school in between. Racing drivers have got to go to school as well. Coming up this afternoon then, of course, JMO, he is with you in the car this year. Of course, you're stepping up to the GT4 Pro category. Of course, we saw you in the Cayman Trophies last year. JMO, the reigning champion of the GT Winter Series, of course, with Kenneth. Coming into this season, how has the partnership between you and JMO been so far?
Yeah, the partnership between me and JMO was perfect, I would say. To be honest, my first year I drove in GT4 was with JMO in the GTC, like 3 years ago now. That's the second year we drive together. It's fantastic.
So you know each other very well then?
Yeah.
And of course this afternoon, as you can see in the background, we've got so many fans that have come, which is delightful to see so many fans in this pit lane. So you'll be wanting to put on a good show for them this afternoon, I'm sure.
Yeah, we hope, yeah.
Well, we wish you best of luck for the final race this weekend. Of course, perfect weekend so far for you guys. We'll let you go and get back to your lunch, because I literally did pull him away from his lunch. He was mid-eating. So thank you very much, Enrico, for speaking to me. And we're going to see who else we caught up with earlier in the weekend.
One of the drivers who I felt did really well at Portimao was Bart Harrison. You were right in the top 10, fighting in all 3 races at Portimao. Of course, I imagine there's still a part of you that wishes that first race happened as expected that we didn't have the red flag on the first lap? Because you were leading, weren't you?
Yeah, well, after the lights went out, I was expecting the red flag, and I got most of my way around the first lap, and I was thinking, am I actually leading this race right now? From, you know, we struggled in quali, so it would have been a great result to lead the race, but it was fun while it lasted.
It was. And tricky conditions as well in race 3. I mean, of course, I'm assuming you're on effectively a full dry setup, and talk to us a bit about that challenge when you've got a dry car underneath you in the wet.
Well, we were actually on a little bit of a moist setup, I suppose. Okay. There were obviously some people on slicks, and unfortunately on the red flag they got to change to wets, which sort of hurt our result a little bit, but it was still a good race and a good weekend. We scored points in all 3 races, so we just need to keep building on that and probably have a better quali this time, and that'll help our weekend.
Obviously, very different circuit this week at Circuit Ricardo Tormo in Valencia. Is this a new one for you?
No, I came here last year in the Formula Winter Series, but it's not sort of a track that you're used to. I think you have to change your driving style a little bit for this track because it's so fast and flowing, and obviously it's made for the MotoGP, so it's a tough track, but it's probably one of my favourites, so I'm enjoying it.
Slip of mind there. Of course, you were here for, it was Jerez and Valencia, wasn't it? Yes. Obviously, it is a very different circuit, but turn 1 here is always a difficult one to manage, isn't it? Because as they said to you in the driver's briefing, you can use the outside at turn 1, but you've got to be careful not to gain positions if you end up straying wide.
Yeah, I think in the races we'll have to sort of keep back a little bit and not risk too much because you don't have much margin really. It's all so fine. But in quali we'll have to push and see where the limits are on the day, and I'm sure it'll be fun. It'll catch a couple of people out, but I hope it's not me.
Of course, this partnership with Jensa started towards the end of last year, but still relatively new, getting used to the team. How are you finding it so far?
Yeah, well, I did my first race at Monza last year and I really enjoyed it, and we took a lot of considering about this year, what we want to do, what country we want to be in really, and so we chose to be in Europe, which I think was the right decision. I think it'll be more fun, but also better for me as a driver and my development.
Yeah, definitely a really interesting lineup here among the Jensa drivers this season, and delighted to see you as part of it. Great to have you back on the grid as well. Thanks for chatting to me, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you, it's good to be here.
Welcome back down to the pit lane. Delighted to say that I'm now joined by Charlie Robertson outside the Century Motorsport garage. Charlie, of course, running in the GT4s in the Invitational class because you are running the new Evo in the car. Charlie, how has the season been treating you so far? Because we haven't really got a chance to catch up with you all that much.
It's been interesting so far. The car is obviously a little bit new to us. The Evo pack isn't too different from the old car, but we really thought this season we'd like to do a winter program, and we watched the GT4 Winter Series last year and thought really turning up at British GT with 5 race weekends worth of racing under our belts will be a huge sort of advantage going our way really, because we noticed a lot of the guys last year who really hit the ground running in the British season had done this championship, so that's why we're here. It's been really good so far. We've learnt a lot. The weather's a bit nicer than being back at a cold rainy Snetterton, so yeah, it's been good. Yeah, well, a perfect advert for the GT4 Winter Series, of course. It is great preparation and also great racing, a stacked field, a competitive field so far. So then in the early rounds, I know you guys were struggling with a few electrical gremlins on the new Evo, to be expected to some extent, but all on top of that now. Yeah, we've had no issues so far. It was only really Estoril we had a problem with the traction control, but it was kind of a gremlin in the software, so that was all sorted, and we've just been learning about the car. It's very competitive here as well, that's what we found. You've got guys coming from the European Series coming back across, so it's a taster of what the racing's like out in Europe, and for someone like Ravi who's so new to racing, he's only been racing 3 seasons, I think he's really enjoying the challenge. He's stepped up this weekend as well. Had a great first race yesterday, making some cool moves. It was nice for me to get the sprint race this morning, which was fun, and he's going to do the hour of the endurance race this afternoon. Yeah, a great point you make that Ravi, I mean, I interviewed him, I think in his first season of racing. He's really not had all that long of a racing career, but really just come on leaps and bounds in that time. I'm sure that a lot of that credit to you. I know you are coaching him as well. So what kind of things do you look for every race when he goes out? What kind of tips are you giving? What kind of things are you saying right before he gets in the car as well? Yes, he was always always quick, that's the thing. So he's harnessing that and keeping it consistent. And before he was one of the fastest amateur drivers I've ever seen, but it's now just getting him making less mistakes, learning about the racecraft, because that's huge. Suddenly, it's really easy to do a fairly quick lap time when you've got the track to yourself. But when you're battling 4 or 5 other cars at once and you still need to be able to post a lap time and overtake, that's the real thing that's been a huge difference in the last season that he's learnt. We've been working hard on the simulator back at home, where I tend to race him and crash into him quite often on the simulator, to be fair, but teaching him those things.
Good training.
Yeah. Teaching him those things in a sort of controlled environment, so then when he gets to here, he can put them into practice. And it's been working so far, so it's been good fun, and it's a cool journey to be part of, and hopefully one that lasts many years.
Yeah, absolutely. Great insight as well to learn a little bit about the way that you train with him on the sim. Of course, as you said as well, you were out in the sprint race this morning. That means that Ravi will be taking the full hour in the endurance race. So what are you expecting? I mean, with baking sun this afternoon, we're expecting.
I think the hotter weather always benefits our car, which is good. Ravi needs to do an hour, so that's what we discussed at the start of the weekend, was that most of the British GT stints are an hour long, so it would be nice for him to get a solid hour in the car and understand, in hot weather as well. So this is going to be harder than the start of British GT, so let's train harder, and then hopefully when he comes back to the start of the season, it's prepared him well.
Absolutely. Well, we're delighted to have you in the paddock, delighted to have you on the GT4 grid. We'll let you get back to the preparations, because I know that Ravi is already getting ready for this afternoon's race, so we'll let you get back into the garage. And thank you so much for speaking to us, and we will see who else we caught up with earlier in the weekend. Chloe, great to see you. Welcome to the Formula Winter Series paddock. How are you, and how has it been this paddock this weekend?
Yeah, I've been doing well. My first race weekend of 2025, so I'm excited to get back racing. I'm excited for the F1 Academy season coming up soon. I didn't get to do any prep or anything like that last year, so I'm trying to really maximize my last year in F1 Academy by coming here to Formula Winter Series and doing some prep.
Yeah, you come off the back of a really strong first season in F1 Academy, of course, a podium on home soil, a win in Spain. I know we're not in Barcelona, but still Spain treats you well. So what did you learn from that first season that you can bring into this season?
I think really last year is probably the most time that I've been able to spend in a car. We have 7 F1 Academy rounds and then 15 test days, which is by far the most that I've had. So I think it's more so just carrying the momentum on into this year. Another year in F1 Academy, so familiar territory for me. And then, of course, being able to come and do some extra racing here in Formula Winter Series, doing some extra testing here and there as well throughout the year. So I think it'll be an exciting year.
Yeah, a lot of track time, definitely beneficial. And of course, last year you had the backing of the Haas Formula One team. This year you've got the Red Bull Ford backing, so super exciting, massive brands that you're representing. How much have you been able to draw on those resources over the winter, and how much have they been able to support you?
Yeah, I mean, so far all the prep that I've been doing for the 2025 season has been really nice. Of course, extra media as well coming along with it. So I've been busy. I've been in Europe now for a few weeks. So I had a couple of test days just to shake off the rust a bit last week. And then, yeah, first race weekend already. It's just the beginning of the year before the F1 Academy season even starts. So we have preseason testing next week in F1 Academy, so I think already the year's off to a really nice start in terms of prep.
Yeah, definitely. It'll get very busy very quickly. Of course, you're back with the Campos team this year. 2 brand new teammates as well. One of your old teammates is actually in the paddock this weekend. I don't know if you've had a chance to catch up with Carrie yet, but you're kind of coming in as a bit of a leader within the team now. Is that something that you feel like you're taking on?
Yeah, I think honestly, last year I got to kind of familiarize myself with the team, and I think that made it coming into this year even easier. I think it's been really nice so far because I've been able to get to know my teammates a little bit already from the couple of test days that we've done, and then of course kind of just seeing each other around a little bit here and there. So it's kind of a natural mesh that we have already. I know it's only 2 of us on a race weekend, so the 3 of us won't get back together until F1 Academy testing next week, but I think it's been really nice getting to kind of know everybody again. It's been nice getting to see the team again, and I think the year will be really good in terms of the relationship that we all have already.
New faces, new tracks, coming to this weekend in Valencia. How have things been going so far?
Yeah, so far pretty positive. It's the first time that we've run like this car, that I've run this car, so kind of, just ironing out some things. I think the team made a pretty big step in terms of setup from Portimao. Obviously, I didn't race in Portimao, so I don't really know 100% what kind of setup they were on, but we were testing a couple of days last week to try to kind of improve, make a big improvement, big step up in Valencia, and it's the team's home race as well, being based like 40 minutes from here. So, yeah, I think it'll be an exciting weekend.
Yeah, of course, exciting weekend. And as you rightly say, the team's home race. So what would the final question, what would the goal be for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, not having run the full championship and kind of using this as prep for F1 Academy, I think really the goal is just to knock some rust off, get back racing, try to improve as much as we can during the weekend. It's not necessarily the same parameters as F1 Academy run, so it's a little bit different still to F1 Academy, so I think really you can't take the results 100% because it'll be quite different in terms of driving style in F1 Academy anyway, but it's nice to, be racing again, really.
All right, well, we wish you the very best of luck this weekend. Thanks for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Of the rookie trophy drivers at Portimao, I think it's safe to say the man who made the biggest impact was Finn McLaughlin, winning on his second day in Formula 4 racing. Finn, that's going to be the perfect way to start, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a nice way to start the year. I'm more worried about the actual championship than rookie, but it's nice to be up at the front.
Interesting to hear that you're thinking towards the overall title then. Obviously race 2 didn't quite work in your favour, but overall the pace you showed at Portimao was really impressive. Are you expecting more of the same here at Valencia? How's it been looking so far?
Yeah, we've been fast as a team this weekend, so I'm expecting the most as I can do, obviously. This weekend's just about, obviously, still learning the car, and expectations are not too high.
And very different circuit, of course, Ricardo Tormo being a lot flatter, but I understand that there's going to be a bit of a challenge in terms of tyre deg here.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough track to overtake as well, so that'll be a tough one.
And I suppose another victory has to be the end goal.
Yeah, definitely. I'm always trying to win. That's the main goal, so I'll do my best to do so.
It was really good to see the delight when you managed to get that top step of the podium 2 weeks ago, and I wish you all the best for the race. Good luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. At the first round of the season in Portimao, we saw Van Amersfoort Racing up at the sharp end of the grid quite a lot, and a lot of the time that was courtesy of this man, Maximilian Popov. I've got to say, that seemed like a really good first weekend for you in the Formula Wind Series.
Yeah, the weekend was decent for us, to be honest. Yeah, it was a messy race one because I had an issue on the first lap. Anyway, the race went pretty good. We ended up P9 in the points, having a good comeback from the last. So I loved it, to be honest. Then the second race, yeah, we finished on the podium, starting from 8th. Also a good race, good defending. I think was really interesting race as well. Yeah, in the last, yeah, I tried to make a gamble for the slicks on these conditions. Yeah, didn't work out in the end, but if there was a chance for the win, I think it's better to go for it and just.
Obviously, that third race, it didn't go your way, like you said, but you were on slicks, on a wet track. Was there any part of you that had some fun out there, some sideways action?
Yeah, it was brilliant, like to push the car on these conditions to the limit, to be honest. Yeah, we had a good pace comparing to the other car on the slicks. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, to be honest, really good.
Am I right to understand that in the first race in your collision with Thomas, it was you accidentally caught the pit limiter, right? It's one of those things that's so easy to do, isn't it, in that moment?
Yeah, I had a contact, and yeah, of course, my front wheels got, messy. My hand just slipped off and it hit it accidentally. So yeah, pretty strange thing, but it happens.
Anything's possible in motorsport, my friend. Obviously, Circuit Ricardo Tormo, very different track from Portimao, but you've now been running around here for 2 days. How are you feeling for your chances this time? More podiums on the card?
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the pace is not bad. I would say this session didn't really go our way, but I think the team is doing really well. For being the first time on the track, as well as we drivers do. It's our first time. We had no tests and yeah, six sessions, and I think we are doing pretty good. So yeah, the qualifying will be also very important. I think it's not super easy to overtake on this track. Yeah.
And obviously you're one of the drivers kind of in that cluster around second place in the championship after the first round. Is the title kind of your actual goal, your target for the season?
It's always a goal, but yeah, for the moment seems a bit too far. But yeah, it's always a goal.
Well, there's a long way to go in the season. We've seen what you're capable of, and I'm sure we'll see more of it this weekend. Thanks for speaking to us, Maximilian.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome back down to the pit lane. The fans are all being cleared out, so the end of the lunch break is coming very, very shortly, which means that we will be seeing these boys back out in the car, hopefully to get another good result. Charlie, I'm going to come to you first, because we didn't get a chance to speak to you on the grid yesterday. Of course, heartbreak for you. I know we've heard quite a lot about what happened, but just take me inside the car in that moment of what you were feeling.
Yeah, it was just normal routine, warming up the tyres, warming up the brakes, so the car was on it for the start, and then went to shift up to 4th gear and everything just went to neutral, revved like crazy, and had to pull over and get towed back to pit. So obviously pretty gutted about it, because pace has been mega, P1 in practice, P1 in quali. I was feeling confident for a race win, but yeah, I've got a chance to do it now, haven't I? So
yeah, you guys are rightly, as you say, coming off the back of a win. You've got another chance to get a win now, and it was in the endurance race that you took that win. So how confident do you feel coming into this one now?
Yeah, obviously I'm starting this time, but I'm confident. The pace has been mega for the past 3 days. Didn't get a chance yesterday, so I'm even more fired up because I want to drive the car fast. So yeah, hopefully I can get past the Merc, because that's been very fast. Going to be good competition. Should be a good battle. Hand over the car to Calvin in P1 hopefully, and he can finish the job.
Easy does it. Cal, I'm going to come to you now. Of course, great race this morning from you. Fantastic battle with Mackenzie. Coming to the race this afternoon, another chance to battle. The SR guys have had a fantastic weekend so far. They've been really, really strong. Yeah. I'm sure that you will want to knock them off the top step coming into this afternoon, and hopefully, as Charlie's just said, take the car in P1 and just bring it home.
Yeah, definitely. The race this morning was absolutely brilliant. Good fun, like you said, battling with Mackenzie for probably the last 20 minutes of the race. It was brilliant. Pinched him on the last lap with a pretty dive bomb, but it was fun and fair. But yeah, like you said, that Mercedes has been really quick from SR, so hopefully Charlie can keep his lead off the... Oh no, he's not starting, is he? Hopefully he can, pinch him and get a nice lead and bring it to me, and I just got to take it home in the lead. That'd be nice.
And it's been a fantastic partnership of you two so far. I know you guys get on very, very well. There's a good vibe in the team as well coming into this weekend. But we're halfway through the season now. So what kind of goals have you guys set for the rest of the season?
Just keep on bringing in these high point races, really. You know, finishing up there on the podium, bringing in these points, just trying to get a finish. Hopefully we can win the championship at the end of the day. Close up to elite? I reckon we will. We've been showing strong pace, so we can do it. Confident as ever, the Race Lab boys. Thank you very much for speaking to me, and we'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your lunch break before the race later. And earlier in the weekend, Adam had a chance to catch up with Kenneth Heyer.
Hello everybody, my name is Kenneth Heyer. I'm driving 15 years Mercedes-AMG cars, and we are here at the GT Winter Series Round 3 in Valencia, and I will show you today the GT4, the GT2 and the GT3 spec of our AMGs. Okay, first car we show you today is the Mercedes-AMG GT4. Less aero for sure than a GT3 car or a GT2 car. We have a smaller brake on the rear, smaller brake discs on the front. In total, you can see less rear wing at the bottom of the car. We have not such a big diffuser, so it's quite basic to a normal street car. Has less power for sure. Instead, the engine of this car is a turbo engine, and we have a lot of space, as you can see. Quite basic technique from the street car combined with racing. So let's say it's like 60-40 from being on the street car to a race car and rebuild it. So less flaps, less aerodynamic. On the safety side, you see, as all AMG cars, we have a seat packed into the car, so with a carbon fibered safety box. So quite different to a lot of other manufacturers, but it's the philosophy of AMG to make the car as protectable as possible for the drivers. Also, the steering wheel compared to the GT2 is quite the same, but compared to GT3, less buttons, not so much information. Traction control and ABS is also here introduced into the car. So yeah, it's the entry for every GT driver to drive a GT4 car, which is a super basic to develop yourself for the next gen to the GT2 or even the bigger jump to the GT3 car. So this is the newest baby in the house, the Mercedes-AMG GT2, 4-liter V8 B-turbo car with up to 700 horsepower, so a lot of torque, a lot of fun on the throttle, for sure. As you can see, in between the GT3 and GT4 from the aero stuff, so we have a lot good balanced aero with that car, still even with that kind of power. Different brakes from AP on the car, from the GT2. It's a good mix between a street car and a race car. A lot of fun, I can just promise. And from the inside, yeah, newest version of a steering wheel from Fanatec, a lot of buttons, quite close to the AMG GT3. And as you can see, a completely different wing. The car is produced under the regulations of the SRO GT2 European Championship, where some of the cars are also participating. And MN Racing, as the team here in the GT Winter Series, is entering one of the GT2, which is a super cool situation now that the car is also driving the GT Winter Series. Yeah, a lot of fun, good car, in between a GT3 and GT4, but I think also for amateurs the car is brilliant to drive, makes a lot of fun, and is maybe the totally opposite of a Porsche, of a Cup Porsche. Yeah, now we're coming to the Mercedes-AMG GT3, the high-level GT car from our AMG stuff. So, big rear wing, a lot of aerodynamic compared to GT2 and GT4 cars. We have a big diffuser, bigger brakes, more power. Depends for sure a bit on BOP because the cars are balanced in different championships, quite different. Then a lot of more buttons, much more to show, 11 pages in the DDU system. A lot of buttons, traction control, much more defined and much more complicated, and yeah, you have to be really good in that also to handle the car with traction control and ABS buttons. Yeah, big fronts, so the engine and the air, you see on the front we have a big engine. V8, and then depends on the track and the series with the BOP. And as you can see in the front, in the moment, the star and the grill is outside of the car, so you see how many different parts where the air has to go to the brakes, to the engine, for cooling down the gearbox. So much more race car, and that's the prime of GT in the moment. So at the end, yeah, for me it's a big honor. I drove all the 3 cars in the last 15 years. I have my hands on it in the development, so also in the production of the GT2, in the GT3, the first Evo, the SLS, the first day ever for AMG Customer Sports. I was at Moto Blanco, see the car coming out of the truck. So for me it's a big honor to be still in the program and having a hand on all these spectacular cars of AMG.
Welcome back down to the pit lane for the final time before we get the racing back underway this afternoon. And I've managed to grab the duo of Baudouin and Max Hewitt, but they are right about to jump in the car. Of course, they're the first race this afternoon, so we'll make it quick, guys, so that you don't have to stick around too long. I'm afraid it's been quite a heartbreaking weekend for you two. I mean, a step forward in terms of qualifying, but this morning not the easiest for you, and the same story yesterday. You just want to tell us what happened?
Yeah, Max did a mega job yesterday. We were P3 until the last lap of the race, I think. Then we have contact with another car, and also that runs just end the race. But the job that Max did was just mega. We think each other that the rhythm this weekend was one of the best we had until the beginning of the season. And yeah, in race 2 this morning, just have little contact with another car at the start, and little contact at not the good place on the car, so just broke the direction axle, so I have to stop, and it ended my race. So that's it. But hopefully we had a better race this afternoon. We're starting P4, so let's race.
Yeah, car all fixed and ready to go this afternoon?
Yeah, car's fixed. Mechanic did a really good job, as always, and yeah, she's ready.
And Max, you said to me just before we came on air that you haven't been on the podium since 2019, so I think that one probably stung a little bit more yesterday.
Yeah, it was definitely a little heartbreaking for sure, but I mean, I can't be too mad. I mean, every race we were improving. This is probably our best race so far of the season, and so I mean, although it might have been a heartbreaking yesterday, I'm confident there's going to be more opportunities, and hopefully we have another one this race as well. So looking forward to it as well.
Yeah, it does feel like you guys have taken a step forward this weekend. I mean, a new country, new track, maybe that's having something to do with it. Spain treating you a bit more kindly than Portugal. What do you think has allowed you to take that step forward?
Honestly, it's just my teammates, the team as well, and then just putting in more and more practice and work, and just the adaptability. I mean, I wouldn't say Spain has treated me any differently than Portugal. I would say, honestly, this week I've been kind of sick with kind of like a stomach bug, but still we've been pushing through. So honestly, it's just, you know, kind of just hard work and perseverance, and, you know, hopefully one day things will become more in our favor.
And an hour race coming up very, very shortly. It's quite warm down here in the pit lane. I actually don't need this jacket at all, so I will be taking that off very shortly, but quite warm down in the pit lane. How warm does it get inside the car when you're racing in those conditions? Of course, you're high adrenaline, high stress, and that must take a toll physically as well.
I mean, it's only 20 degrees, so it's not so high in the car compared to a race like Jeddah last year. It was already 70 degrees in the car. So, I mean, for me, it's not really. It's okay for me, the weather. Also, we have AC in the car, so we can put just the ventilation. So. Yeah, we managed that with a lot of water all the weekend. Yeah, it's the key point. But for me, the weather, it's okay.
And starting P4, as you said, for this race, that we will let you get to prepping for that shortly. What's the plan going into the first corners?
So I'm not starting, but I mean, I think the biggest plan is just to keep the car in one piece, maybe make positions, but most importantly, maintain where we're at and not to fall back. It's going to be a very long race, so trying to stay consistent and keep our head up will be the biggest. We'll play the biggest part in this race.
And I'm sure hoping for a podium to salvage the weekend, guys. We will let you go and prepare for that race. Thank you very much for speaking to us so close to the start of the race. We'll let you go off now, and we will go back up to another VT that we had earlier this week.
Well, I'm delighted to be having another conversation with Tom Leben. I wasn't necessarily sure I'd see you this year in the paddock, Tom, but 12 months ago we were talking about some of your first appearances in a GT4 car and remarking at how good your results were. It's safe to say that in the year since, you've had a fairly good time of it.
Yeah, I had a really good year, obviously winning the European GT4 Championship with Josh Ratkin as a teammate with Elite as well. Couldn't really ask for more. The prep at the Winter Series was really good, all went to plan. Got called back in on Saturday. I got a phone call Saturday night from Ed asking me to come back and do this weekend. Struggling a little bit so far with a few car problems, but I think we'll get there.
And of course, you've got exciting things on the horizon as well. It's going to be a big 2025 for you. Talk to me about the process then, because of course you're in GB3 less than 2 years ago, and now you're really on the rise as a GT driver. How much are you relishing this challenge of moving up the GT ranks?
For me, I just take it as it goes, really. I just, on the days that I'm in car, just perform as best as I can, make the most of the opportunities that I'm given. Ed's obviously given us the opportunity to race with the Ferrari with him in GT Open this year, so I take it as we go, really, and perform when I need to.
And of course, for Mackenzie, I think you're the ideal kind of person to look up to for this weekend, given you've had the same path, effectively, as him, coming from GB3 into GT4. How do you rate your teammate?
Yeah, he's going well, to be honest. He's done the first 2 rounds with Josh as a teammate and went well at those 2. Obviously, it's really difficult to adapt because the car is so different to a single-seater, and I had the same sort of changeover phase, so I know the feelings he's going through. I've been there, done that in a way. So I'm sort of giving advice where possible, but natural ability-wise, pace-wise, really good, yeah.
Yourself and 2024 teammate Zach Meakin, of course, won a race here 12 months ago. I remember the Hail Mary move around the outside at turn 1. Obviously, I guess in a way this is a bit of keeping sharp and having fun for you this weekend, but P1's on the brain, I'm sure.
Yeah, obviously we're aiming for the win. Like I said, we are struggling a little bit at the moment with a few car problems, but hopefully when it matters, we can perform. Obviously hoping to get the win again, like I said, but we'll see how we get on. I think Cresswell's good, and obviously enjoyed last year doing it with Zach, and he went on to win British GT, so obviously the winter prep worked.
Definitely did for both you and Zach Meakin. It's great to see you in the paddock once again. Great to welcome you back to Valencia, and have a great time this weekend.
Perfect, thank you.
We're well into the afternoon here in the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Thank you very much to Izzy and all of her interviewees for covering that pit walk with some really interesting insights there, and to the drivers who spoke to myself and Izzy on Thursday and Friday. We've been busy cultivating content, as we often do, to make sure we can keep the action or keep the fun going during the lunch break. We are just moments away from the GT4 Win Series cars starting their grid procedure. I think they're just shooing away the last of the fan access pit walk guys. In fact, they've all managed to be cleared already, and we are now getting ready to release the GT4 cars out onto the circuit. That is another aspect of the fan experience in the Win Series paddock. It is exceedingly all access. You have free paddock access, you have the pit walk at lunchtime as well, timetable permitting. In case if there's a delay, there's a delay, but as a rule, the fan access here at the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series events is second to none in terms of some of the European events I've been to with teams of this caliber elsewhere. It is quite remarkable quite how much we can do, and especially considering access is free as well. The GT4 Winter Series cars are waiting down there on the grid at the moment, and waiting alongside me is Andy McEwen. And I must say, Andy, the GT4s, we're never surprised when they give us good racing. So it's not really novel that we can talk about how amazing the racing has been from them. But I think it's been really interesting stuff so far as the car's now released onto the circuit, especially some of the interplay between categories as well. We've seen quite a lot of that.
We have indeed, and indeed in GT Winter Series very much so. We're used to it there. I feel like we've seen quite a lot of it in GT4 compared to earlier rounds. And yeah, very entertaining it has been. The Cayman Trophy cars in particular, that dynamic between the Cayman Trophy Porsche Caymans and the GT4 Porsche Caymans, which themselves are then driven by quite a wide spectrum of drivers when it comes to experience levels in particular. So yeah, really interesting dynamic there. And then just the battling within the pro drivers, that Rafa Racing versus Elite Motorsport scrap in race 2 earlier on today. One of the highlights of the season for me, quite honestly, and Callum Davis charging through right at the end, on the final lap, squeezing past Mackenzie Creswell. That was a moment that will live long in my memory. It was a fantastic move, a brilliant battle. And what was nice to see as well, obviously I get to hang out with the drivers a little bit behind the podium, as you know, we're waiting usually for some of the stragglers to appear. Callum and Mackenzie were there quite early, and they were chatting and laughing about it. They were itching to watch the highlights, which you so excellently voiced, and pointing out the various highlights of that battle. They really enjoyed it. And you know, that sort of reflects slightly upon the maybe slightly more relaxed atmosphere we have in the Winter Series, although it's still very hard competition out on track. But they genuinely enjoyed having a good battle. They learnt a lot in that, I'm sure, and we certainly had fun watching them.
Yeah, exactly right. I think you know, 10 years ago, you're an iRacing man, 10 years ago, before the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series was a thing, if you weren't making your way out to entirely different parts of the world, at this time of the year, the only way for a driver to get that racing rush was iRacing or other platforms. And now there's the opportunity to race at these fabulous circuits in Iberia all year round, effectively, between our calendar and indeed the summer racing as well. But yeah, the Winter Series with the GT4 aspect of it, I think it's really interesting to see the Cayman Trophy cars and where they succeed. I think especially in the wet conditions, the Cayman Trophy cars, which are a little softer sprung, maybe a little bit easier torque curve as well coming out of corners, they come into their own. But in the dry races as well, a driver like Cedric Fuchs, Luisa Carla, Anna Hofmeister as well, are all able to really push on and challenge some of the full-fat GT4 cars. One point of interest as well, talking of some of the other classes, of course, the Invitational class, Century Motorsport BMW M4 GT4 Evo. Ravi Ramyid is doing this one solo. Charlie got his sprint race earlier today, and the trade-off for that is that Ravi wants to do the full hour. So clearly Ravi wants to maybe just get that endurance factor in, and I suppose that makes sense as well, because as I understand it, this is all building towards your neck of the woods again, Andy, in British GT, and obviously events like the Silverstone 500, some of the longer races on that calendar, you need the ability to have these long stints, especially in basically English summer conditions that we have at the moment.
Yes, this is the very far end, I think, of weather as far as we experience in British GT. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The 1 hour races are split between the two drivers, 30 minutes-ish each, but most races now in British GT are at least an hour, and in the case of the Silverstone 500, 3. So yeah, you will do a full hour-long stint, and of course the AM driver always starts the race generally, certainly in the longer races. And so doing a race start and then fighting for track position, then settling into a rhythm whilst also managing the tyres and all of this stuff is all really useful stuff to learn if you are Ravi Ramid. He's been learning very quickly. Had a remarkably short career, Ravi Ramid, compared to, you know, when you consider the things that he's achieved, the places he's raced and the level to which he's raced with success now in British GT as well. Considering the fact he only really started racing, what, 3 or 4 years ago maybe
21,
in Ginetta's?
I believe,
21, wasn't it, in Ginetta GT Academy. He has rocketed through the GT racing ladder and yeah, under the guidance of Century Motorsport lately and a partnership that he has developed with Charlie Robertson that's brought them great success. But Ravi himself needs to take a lot of credit for that because he works very, very hard. He is truly dedicated to being the best driver that he can be. And it turns out he's pretty handy.
In case Ravi watches back, I'll slap myself on the wrist and say 2022 he was the rookie champion in Ginetta GT Academy. So he is only going into his 4th proper season of racing. And of course, they won in the GT4 class in last year's British GT. In some ways, it's a little bit of a shame that the car's running invitational, but we've seen it in a lot of exciting battles this season. They're relishing the GT4 Winter Series. Hopefully, our colleague Izzy Browning is also relishing the sunshine and the company down there on the grid. We're going to go to her now.
Of course I am, Adam. Delighted to be here. Final race of the weekend for the GT4 Winter Series. We've got a very familiar looking grid. We've got the number 11 SR on pole. Of course, I spoke to quite a few of these drivers in the lunch break. So I maybe go and jump in with a couple of different drivers. But just to get you a little look at some of the cars on the front row. So we've got the number 11 of Enrico Federer will be starting that. Jamo Hartling, of course, taking the car after the pit stops. So it's been a perfect weekend for that team so far. And I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can make it 3 for 3 and kind of follow in Elite's footsteps of what they did in Estoril. Of course, they've got the Rafa Racing by Racelab, McLaren alongside them. Charlie Hart starting in that car. You will have seen if you were with us in the lunch break that I just had a little bit of a chat with them, and there's definitely an air of confidence with those two boys, getting used to racing together by now. Of course, I've known each other for a fair few years and are very good friends, so getting used to racing. But one person I do want to come and speak to, come and jump in with, who we haven't actually had a chance to chat to yet, is Tom Leben. Tom, great to see you. Welcome back to the GT4 Winter Series. This is familiar territory for you.
Yeah, well, familiarly, I'd rather be starting at the front, but and I was last year, but oh well, starting in 3rd, hopefully you can make the most of the start and settle down into a bit of a race after that. Hoping for a good result, really.
If I recall, you and Zach actually won round here last year. I think it was in the endurance race, if I'm right. So definitely the potential to do it again.
Yeah, I hope so. It's going to be more difficult starting from 3rd than 2nd, but I'll do my best, definitely.
I'm working with Mackenzie for the first time, well, sharing a car with Mackenzie for the first time. I'm sure you guys have known each other for a few years. How has that been this weekend?
Yeah, it's good. He's come from the single seaters like I did, so it's very different for him. But I'm helping as much as I can. He's definitely going strong as he did at the first 2 rounds as well.
Great stuff. Thanks for speaking to us, Tom. Good luck in this race. Great to see Tom back on the grid. Of course, he'll actually be with Elite in his main season, but in a Ferrari GT3 in International GT Open. So it will be fantastic to see him out in that. But of course, in the GT4 today, and this where his eyes and where his focus are today. And as he just said, he would have wanted to be on the front row, but of course he is on the 2nd row. So still a great place for him to start, and he'll be starting alongside the number 39 of Baudouin de Two. I also just spoke to him in the lunch break, and if you didn't see that interview, it's been a bit of a heartbreaking weekend, I have to say, for the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car. They've had contact that's taken them out of some really great positions. Max Hewitt, the potential to get on his first podium since 2019 yesterday in race 1, unfortunately wasn't to be, but I'm sure that they will be pushing hard to get their first podium in the Winter Series today. We'll continue back. I'm not sure if we're going to get a chance to speak to any more drivers, but we will continue back to give you a little bit of a look down the grid a little bit further. We've had the 3-minute board, so we don't have too much time left, but we do have the number 18 here of Tobias Biel-Clausen and Axel Bengtsson. I believe Tobias will be in the car. I don't think we've had a chance to chat to him yet. Can I jump in with Tobias? Oh, I won't jump in with Tobias because the 1-minute board's gone up, so he needs to get into this race.
So the third and final GT4 Winter Series formation lap of the weekend is rolling right now. It is Enrico Ferreira who starts from pole position with the weight of trying to get a full 100% streak of the weekend on his shoulders, and then JMO Hartling's thereafter. Charlie Hart is in second place in the Rafa Racing by Race Lab McLaren. Tom Leben starting from third place. Didn't sound happy that he's got some cars ahead of him to contend with this time. Baudouin Detu in fourth position. We'll just be hoping to have a good race down at Racing Spirit of Le Mans. Tobias Biel-Clausen, just his second meeting in a car, lest we forget he starts fifth alongside Maximilian Schreier. Seventh position, it is Joachim Bolting, the sole AM entrant alongside Tim Horrell, the sole Pro-Am entry, in fact, this weekend. Tim being the bronze of that lineup, along with Nico Grundl. Ravi Ramid is not starting from P9. That is because he's driving solo, so Mikael Sander will be bumped forward on that fifth row of the grid. Next up will be Ismail Alahi in the number 32 from WNS Motorsport. Franz Linden is next in the 66 car from Speedworks. Willi Kuna follows in the 110 car next, then Thilo Goss in the wonderful first generation, naturally aspirated and very loud Aston Martin. Marcin Karzewski is next in the Porsche from the Furch Racing team. 1:44.62 was his time. That was good enough for 15th in the session. Oscar Rinzovic rounding out the Porsche Cayman Trophy section of the grid, and then behind him will be Ravi Ramid as things actually get underway in this race. Rinzovic doubling up in the GTs and the GT4s, wants to get all of the signatures he needs for his international license, and he does seem to be starting to relish the Porsche. Was a little bit circumspect about the difference, especially under braking, between the Ferrari 296 with its brake-by-wire system versus the Porsche, which is, should we say, a little bit more traditional and manual in that sense. But he's really gotten a bit between his teeth. We've seen him do some good racing. Of course, he won the first race in Cayman Trophy on Saturday, and we'll see how he does today. Ravi Ramid is starting from the back because, typically speaking, if you do have two drivers in the car, both of them are, from a regulatory standpoint, supposed to appear in the endurance race. However, they have received dispensation to let Ravi run solo on the condition that he does not start from his allocated position, but from the rear of the grid. Enrico Ferreira then, who won earlier today in the second sprint race of the GT4 Winter Series. He will be heading down to the first corner on the inside line of the front row. It's all about the streak for SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam Racing. They want to replicate what Elite did in Estoril, sweep the deck, 3 race victories, but he's got McLarens, Astons, Porsches, Mercedes, all on his boot lid or by his wing mirror, ready to challenge for that race lead. It's Förderer versus Hart in a drag race to the first corner as the hour-long GT4 Winter Series race starts. Joachim Bolting and Baudouin Detu among those who got a good start. It will be Förderer in the lead, Leben in second, Detu in third. Charlie Hart has been swallowed wholesale by the pack as he bounces out wide, and Tom Leben has done exactly what he did last year in the GT4 Winter Series, and that is sweep around the outside, use all the runoff in the world, and come out towards turn 2 as the race leader. And all I can say is that last year that went unpunished.
Okay, we will see. That was certainly one way of getting the lead away at the first corner, but yeah, he practiced that before. He probably had that plan in his head, and he was really assisted by the fact that Charlie Hart went nowhere at the start. The car just did not accelerate at the same point at which everyone else around him did. He did well, in fairness, to hold on to 4th position, getting the better of Tobias Bill-Clausen, who was at the inside of him through turn 1. So Leben leads then, and Enrico Förderer there in 2nd position. 3rd, Baudouin Detu. That was Ravi Ramid having a nibble at one of the Caymans further back, but very close at the front, and now a completely different dynamic at the front of the field to that we've had all weekend long. It is no longer an SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Racing Mercedes leading, it's the elite McLaren, but that car simply hasn't been as quick as the Mercedes all weekend. What can it do now it's in front of it?
This is going to be very interesting. I sat in on the drivers' briefing for the Formula Winter Series on Friday, and they were told explicitly you can run off the track on the first lap, but you can't gain positions on the first lap. However, that's a different race director, Neo Santamaria, who directs that. Werner Eichinger does the 2 GT categories, and like I said, the precedent from last year was that Werner said it was okay. What I don't know is whether they said different for 2025 in the briefing. Tom Leben is pulling to one side, and he's allowing Enrico Förderer through. I've heard that another car is slowing. It's the number 41 Fuchs Racing Porsche that is slowly heading towards pit lane, but Tom Leben, I think, maybe has erred on the side of that was too cheeky. I'm not going to try and get away with it. It did work 12 months ago, but again, perhaps in the briefing, they did say something to say, not this time.
Oh, but he's already trying to get back up the inside. Look at Förderer, wants to try and snap straight back before Förderer settles into a rhythm. So it's side by side for the race lead, is it? No, not quite. The Mercedes hangs on. It's Charlie Hart third, by the way. Baudouin Detu went wide at turn 2 that time around and allowed the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren through into 2nd place. So you can throw a pocket handkerchief over the top 3 cars. It is once again, though, the SR Motorsport Mercedes out in front, and Tom Leben immediately forced to go defensive to try and keep Charlie Hart at bay. Charlie, of course, getting his first racing laps of the weekend in here. We didn't see Charlie in race 1 yesterday, so we don't really know, actually, race-wise, where he fits in with the drivers around him.
It's a very good point. Yeah, Charlie Hart has been itching for the opportunity to get some racing under his belt. He'll be disappointed not to have capitalised on that front row starting position. Of course, he was meant to be on pole for race 1 on Saturday. Tom Leben straying very wide there coming out of the final corner. Of course, they do have to be careful not to accrue too many track limits, especially in the hour-long race, of course. You rather stitch up your co-driver if you are already on your final warning for track limits than throw the hypothetical keys over and say good luck. But Tom Leben, 2 consecutive corners, has extended the track a little bit, let's say, but he's trying to hold on to the back of Enrico Förderer. Baudouin Detu, meanwhile, is just ahead of Maximilian Schreier. This is for 4th and 5th position. Then it's Tobias Bill-Clausen in 6th. Just behind Clausen is Tim Horrell, who as always, despite being the bronze-rated driver, is up there with the young silvers and challenging for positions. And then in 8th place behind him, not too far off as well, is Joachim Bolting. Mikael Sander leading Cayman Trophy in 9th, and Ravi Ramid already into 10th overall after starting from the tail of the order. And as I said, Marcin Karzewski went into the pit. We can just see in the back of shot, actually, Ravi Ramid going past Mikael Sander. So the Cayman Trophy leader getting dispatched by the Invitational Class BMW M4 GT4 Evo. While that's going on, though, at the sharp end of the field, it's all still very close. Baudouin Detu, I think, in particular, under quite a lot of pressure at the moment.
Indeed so. Tom Leben trying to apply pressure to Enrico Förderer by flashing the lights heading out of turn 11, but he's applying that pressure from ever further back now, isn't he? That gap is creeping towards a second, and psychologically 1 second is always quite a significant margin, I think, to pull over a car behind. It really starts to feel then like you've broken them. They're not getting any slipstream benefit down the main straight. They're not close enough really that if you miss an apex or snatch a brake, they're likely to come through. So third, we're looking strong. It's 1.1 seconds nearly now between the two of them, and instead we focus in, I think, more now on this fight for second place. It looks exactly the same as the fight we had for second place in race 1, but Charlie Hart, as I said, race 2 I should say. Charlie Hart was not in that race. The car didn't even make an appearance in race 1, and he wants to try and prove a point now and get up there and take the fight to elite. As they do so, of course, they're leaving behind what is an ever-growing train of cars fighting over fourth. Badwande 2 and Maximilian Schreier are being joined by Tobias Bill Clausen, and Tim Horrell, who we know is quick, is not a million miles behind them.
No, he absolutely isn't, and it was really good to see that feature during the lunch break. If you stayed with us for that, Tim breaking down his setup, his hand controls in that car. He's got the kind of ring throttle behind the steering wheel, as we have seen on some other drivers as well. He's got a brake lever too, and he's really feeling in sync with the setup in 2025, and it'll be very exciting to see his progress in the Winter Series and indeed in the summer of 2025, now that he and the team partners at Paravan have really nailed down his racing setup. Tobias Bill Clausen is now proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side then of Maximilian Schreier. Both of these drivers came into the GT4 Winter Series as brand new drivers to the world of car racing. For Schreier, his first ever car race came at Estoril. For Tobias Bill Clausen, it came at Portimao when the BWT Mercedes first appeared. Now, as they fight, I can't help but notice the vibrations under the racing spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin, both underneath and above the engine. It's looking a little bit vibrating.
Which, if it's not a word, should be.
No, it's not.
Yes, I didn't recognise that being there a lap ago either. I think that's new. So maybe he's bounced over a curb, touched the gravel. We've seen in a few parts of the circuit, admittedly affecting the formulas, I think, more than the GTs, but there's a big bump there between turns 4 and 5. If they run out wide, coming out of 8 or out of 12, you can dig the splitter into the gravel trap. So plenty of places where you can run wide and maybe sustain a little bit of damage. That will be having an effect as well on the downforce at the front of the car, and Tobias Bill Clausen having an effect on the rear grip that Maximilian Schreier had then. Schreier was already having a moment coming out of turn number 6, and Tobias Bill Clausen arrived at a rate of knots and did well, in fairness, to avoid clouting the back of the Porsche.
I think there was at least a little touch between them, and they've already had to get some pink and white vinyl onto a new Mercedes front end this week. I happened to see that process going down on Friday in the paddock. Schreier then having to work hard here against Tobias Bill Clausen, who looks like he's got the bit between his teeth. He and Axel Bengtsson would love to get a podium. It's something that Izzy alluded to down on the grid this morning, that they haven't got a podium yet, and this could well be the last time this season in the GT4 Winter Series that we see that car in our entry. So they would like to finish with a little bow on top, a little podium finish in the pro class. Badwande 2 again, just seeing that vibration. Doesn't seem to be affecting the car particularly, at least not majorly enough to really start dropping him through the field. Of course, it is seemingly holding up Maximilian Schreier, but for how much longer? Schreier right on the back of the Aston. Oh, and they converge as they both kind of switch sides there in the braking zone. I think the Porsche maybe got the slightly worse of that from a damage perspective, but the Porsche has the inside line at turn 3 and moves into 4th position. Badwande 2 and Schreier both now have war wounds. Tobias Bill Clausen now has an Aston Martin to try and get around, and I rescind my previous statement. The Aston has a fair bit of damage too.
Yes, at both ends now, unfortunately, and I don't think Badwande 2 particularly appreciated that, but that is, I'd like to see a replay of that just to be sure, but I think that's a graphic example of why moving around in a braking zone is not generally something to be advised, because it's so easy to both aim for the same bit of track at the same time, and it's not really anyone's fault particularly, but it can lead to those unfortunate bits of contact. Thankfully, they both survived it, and Badwande 2 is still very much in the hunt here, closes back in on Schreier, who defends into turn number 11. You can see there the rear bodywork sort of dragging on the ground, and now this has well and truly brought Tim Horrell into this 4-car battle pack, which makes it through the right-hander at turn 12, over the hill through the flat-out, never-ending left-hander at 11, and then down, 13 I should say. 13 comes after 12, and into the final corner at 14, where this time, well, none of them really got their braking points right. I think the worst of them was Badwander 2, and he will be under threat again, heading down towards turn number 1.
Let's have a quick look then at that incident between them. I dare suggest something may happen here again shortly. In fact, maybe we should delay by just a few seconds just to see what's going on here going into turns 1 and 2, because a good run here for Tobias Bill Clausen might lead to a move at the second corner. It's a good run. He's not quite close enough. De2 there rather shortening his exit out the corner, but yeah, we will take a look now at what happened a lap ago at the same spot, and both of them tried to switch lanes. It was like the Scale Electric crossover piece, wasn't it? And yeah, both of them were trying to switch under braking, and as you said, Andy, sometimes that just doesn't work.
One zigged, the other zagged,
yes.
And they just met in the middle, didn't they? So, yeah, moving in the braking zone, not a great idea, guys. And that was all sort of triggered, actually, I think, by this little bit of bodywork that's loose at the front of the Aston Martin, because through the final corner and then at turn 1, the 2 had a lot of understeer, and particularly at 1, he ran wide, delayed his exit, and that was the reason that Maximilian Schreier had the run in the first place, and then, of course, they met in the braking zone at turn 2. Now, though, it's all about Tobias Bill Clausen on the attack, peeking to the inside of Badwander 2's Aston Martin, and the door, I think, has been prized open.
No, not
quite. Badwander 2 still quite happy, it seems, to use all of the road and try and keep this Aston Martin as the widest car out on track.
These moves across each other makes me think the GT4 Win Series grid might not have a future as acrobatic flight squad. However, they might have a future as drag racers. Thilo Goss is in the gravel, as we can see, but for the meantime, the Mercedes and the Aston are having a drag race down to the first corner. Tobias Bill Clausen capitalised on a bad run from Badwander 2 to get alongside, but De2 capitalised on the raw pace of the Aston Martin to still lead the battle going into the first corner, but Bill Clausen is definitely close enough for a move, and he'll want to get that done before the safety car comes out, if indeed it does, and likely it will. De2 drifts out wide, trying to be as late on the brakes as possible. Too late on the brakes on that occasion, and Tobias Bill Clausen has gotten through. We're still green flag with yellow flags at turn 9 at the moment. Thilo Goss still impeached in the gravel. Meanwhile, it's now Tim Horrell who is on the move. The safety car, though, is out now. So the race will be paused, but just in the nick of time for Tobias Bill Clausen.
Yeah, that was perfectly timed, wasn't it? And Tim Horrell will be a little frustrated that he wasn't able to take advantage of that. I think the 2 had dirt on his tyres, probably had overheated his brakes as well up at turn 2. Couldn't stop the car at 4, and it almost opened the door for Tim Horrell to come through. Didn't quite pan out that way, though, in the end. Well, this man won't be particularly thrilled with this latest development either. Enrico Ferderer was the best part of 3 seconds ahead of the McLaren pair behind. Those 3 seconds will now evaporate, of course, so the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhelm Racing Mercedes is once again going to have some company. And, of course, Maximilian Schreier and, in fact, Tobias Bill Clausen will now have sort of closed in on the leading trio as well.
I was just stunned by the foot speed of one of the marshals that's just gone to tend to Thilo Goss's number 700 car. When I tell you that boy definitely won cross-country as a kid, he was across the gravel trap at a rate of knots, and now they've got to use all the manpower to try and push the Aston, but I think it's too beached in. I think Thilo Goss is now negotiating to say, look, I want to keep driving if possible, so if you can push me towards the circuit, that would be great. But they are getting the tow hook out, and they are going to have to use some vehicular intervention to remove the car. There is already a tractor there to do its work, and hopefully before too long we will be back underway. Give it maybe 2 laps and we should be fine. Of course, this has an effect on the pit window. We don't have too many kind of, shall we say, wide spreads of ability at the sharp end of the order when it comes to pace. The Pro-Am car, Tim Horrell and Nico Grundle, aren't actually far apart at all from a from a performance standpoint. It will affect, though, the Cayman Trophy battle a little bit, I feel. Willy Kuhne, who drives the number 110 car, hands over to Cedric Fuchs. And for Cedric, that's going to be great, because Mikael Sander, who was bounding away, and will hand over to Luisa Carla later on in the Cayman Trophy lead. Luisa's no longer going to have quite the same buffer between herself and Cedric Fuchs behind. And we've seen Cedric home in and drive off into a Cayman Trophy lead before this year. Ditto, though, Franz Linden will hand over to Arne Hofmeister, and Arne is very quick indeed, the driver coach for Franz Linden, and I suspect that means the Cayman Trophy second phase of the race is going to be a compelling scrap, especially if Arne and Cedric end up on the same part of track at the same time.
Which I think there's a decent chance of, so yeah, looking forward to that. Cayman Trophy, it's happened a few times in these pit stop races, hasn't it, where it really comes alive in the second half of the race because of the disparity maybe between the two drivers as you described, and yeah, that can create a real grandstand finish. It's been a fairly entertaining opening 15 minutes or so of racing in general, though, hasn't it? Good battle early doors for second between the McLarens, that fantastic scrap we've just witnessed between Schreier, Bill Clausen, Badwan Datu and Tim Horrell, and of course now Ravi Ramid closes in on that group as well, just to add further spice to the mix. So yeah, interesting group of cars there getting themselves together, and we're not going to be that far away from the pit window opening probably when the race restarts. Thilo Gus's car is out of the gravel trap now. It's been hoiked over near the Armco barrier where it is grassed, but is it being pulled behind the barrier? Yes, it is. So I think that might be the last we see, perhaps more importantly here, of Thilo Gus and his Aston Martin in this race. But yeah, he thankfully is out of harm's way, and we should be able to go racing this time.
I could see him still having the conversation with the marshal as we speak, actually. I think he's saying, well, you know, it's still running. You want to hear me go past the marshal post a few more times, right? But yes, typically once you're behind the Armco, that is the death knell for your ability to resume the race. It'd also be quite difficult to get to the tarmac from where he ended up going off. Unfortunately, it would involve going back through some gravel or joining the circuit the wrong way. So I think, unfortunately for Thilo, that is race over. I must say, Thilo Gus is one of those drivers that I really appreciate in the GT4 Winter Series, just in general as a driver, because he's in the club racing spirit of, I will enter this car in anything it's eligible for. I think last year alone he did the NATC, which is the effectively Oscherslaben's home circuit championship. He did Tourenwagen Legenden, the quasi-historic series out in Germany. He did the Special Tourenwagen Trophy at one point, I believe, as well. Possibly some GTC race in amongst it too. I think at least 4 different championships. Austrian Histo Cup as well. Make that 5. He was a very, very busy boy. I was doing some research on some older GT cars that still run today, and his name kept coming up. Looked at a different entry list or a different result sheet and went, oh, Thilo Gus. Thilo Gus. He is a real character as well. Great guy to have around. Now, we've got green flag on our screen, which means the safety car is coming in this lap. We are now going to return to racing. It's about 6 minutes until the pit window will open. It may get delayed slightly, but in theory it should be 6 minutes. Usually it stays the same in these races in the GT4s. So we've got a few minutes until we might see some shuffling of that nature. Let's see if Enrico Federer can retain this lead, though, over Tom Leben. Leben has managed to make a turn 1 move on one occasion. Not sure he's going to do it a second time, though, because that was a very well-managed restart from Enrico Federer. He gave himself about 3 car lengths there coming out of the final corner, and that will do nicely. The 2 McLaren Arturas of Leben and Hart behind in second and third place continue on. And now, of course, for Maximilian Schreier, this is... Oh, Tom Leben is doing it again. Goodness me. Yes, Maximilian Schreier, he didn't have too long with the damage that he accrued earlier in the race. He did a couple of laps, but I imagine he was still sussing out quite how badly affected the car was at the time that the safety car came out. So he'll be on a bit of a learning curve at the moment. As for Tobias Biel-Clausen, well, he'll want to pick up where he left off, now up into 5th place.
Yes, and back behind, of course, Maximilian Schreier now. Luckily for Schreier, the damage to the front of the car seems higher up the nose. It's a very low nose on the Cayman, quite a tall rear end on the Aston Martin, so I don't think it did any damage to the splitter, is my point, which is the area of the car you really rely on for front downforce. Obviously, it was pretty much a flat on the nose impact as well, so hopefully no suspension damage, so he should be okay. Ravi Ramid there was getting racy with Tim Horrell, and in fact slipped around the outside. Was that not where Tim Horrell got levered aside in yesterday's race into the gravel trap? I think he rather jumped out of the way that time of the Century BMW, although he's back up the inside of it now into turn 12. Ravi is giving them the old squeeze treatment, and watch for Jurgen Bolting to get a run on the pair of them. Ramid is well off the road, and Jurgen Bolting's gained 2 places in 1. Meanwhile, Charlie Hart to the outside of Tom Levin into the final corner, tries to convert that to the inside on the exit. It didn't quite pay off, and so he will stay in 3rd position, but plenty of places, Adam, are shuffling behind.
Yes, so Ravi Ramid now seems to be back up to speed, and as Ramid was slowing down, or just getting back up to speed, I think it caught out Mikael Sander. He drifted wide into the final corner, and he's lost 2 places, including one to Franz Linden. Critically, that is for the Cayman Trophy lead. So Sander down to 12th place, up to 4th place comes Tobias Biel-Clausen, and again, Schreier and Baudouin Detu end up meeting in the middle thereafter. Turn 2 is not their happy place, I'm afraid, on this Sunday afternoon, but Tobias Biel-Clausen now up into 4th position, and based on the speed we're seeing from Tobias, I can't rule out that maybe he can go McLaren hunting from here.
Yes, this will be interesting then. Tobias Biel-Clausen has picked his way through that one nicely, but Maximilian Schreier and Baudouin Detu have been magnetically attracted to each other so far in this race, and they very nearly collided again. There may have been a bit more paint traded, although not significant contact on that occasion. So a very, very lively restart. Schreier is wide again. Look, Detu almost had an overlap heading towards turns 9 and 10, but couldn't quite do anything with it. Charlie Hart then on the tail of Tom Levin, heading towards the sequence of corners where he built his challenge a lap ago. Can he now really make a move stick, and of course do it before Enrico Fernerer gets too far up the road? I don't think he's quite close enough this time into the last turn to either look to the inside or indeed force a defensive move out of Levin, so they should stay as they were on the way into the left-hander, and they're both pretty squeaky clean at the apex as well. So on the run down the pit straight, it will still be Elite ahead of Rafa. Though actually Charlie Hart had a better exit. He's only a McLaren's length behind at the line and has the benefit of the slipstream too.
Well, let's see. Has a little look to the inside there at turn 1, but tucks back in to get a good run through the corner proper, which is always a good idea. I don't know how close he's going to be for turn 2. The answer is not close enough for a move into the corner. They bounce across the curbs further back, coming out of turn 1, and of course Ravi Ramid, a man on a mission wanting to regain some positions. He's back with Tim Horrell, as a matter of fact. Tim Horrell, who also, of course, fell behind Jurgen Bolting, as you alluded to a couple of laps ago, Andy. So now it's Bolting ahead of Horrell, ahead of Ramid. I would say those three are actually probably fairly evenly matched. You'd maybe give Horrell the 1 lap pace advantage, but that's going to be a very interesting battle. There's Mikael Sander, who, as I said, has yielded the lead of the Cayman Trophy class to this man, Franz Linden, and just behind Sander is Willi Kuna, who we saw 2 wheels on the gravel just coming out of turn 4 a minute ago. But in the back of shot there, in the current shot we're looking at, is Horrell and Ramid, who are really going hammer and tongs at the moment. Ramid closing up to the rear of Horrell as they come out of turn 11. Baudouin Detu is slowing. Meanwhile, as once again Detu is starting to struggle, looks like he's on the pit limiter with those emergencies on, or at least he's put the emergencies on because he's slowing one way or the other. But while that's going on, Bolting, Horrell and Ramid are all leaving the last corner together as we speak.
Yes, indeed. So not sure what's going on with the Aston Martin, but Baudouin Detu is still off the road going slowly at the final corner. He surely is destined for the pit lane. Yes, he is. And so the Aston Martin from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, sadly, another race that could have provided a great result. and it's not quite going to pan out that way. Right, what is Joachim Bolting getting up to? Well, some giant killing again, and in his mirrors he sees Ravi Ramyud have a big stab up the inside of Tim Horrell, who arguably you could say he should be fighting for a class victory with, really. Should this car be homologated, they would have been in the same class. As it is, the BMW is an invitational car. Notionally, I think we can put him in the Pro-Am class as far as this battle is concerned. They're certainly pretty evenly matched, and Ravi Ramyud has got his dander up now after getting properly stuck in off the restart. He still finds himself engaged in a fight with the Tim Horrell Porsche. Joachim Bolting, though, has found his way past the pair of them, and he's inside the top half dozen.
Right on board, picture in picture there as well, with Enrico Ferderer all on his own. I think Tim Horrell would love to be on his own at the moment with the BMW bearing down. You can see the blue and whites of both Ravi Ramyud's eyes and the BMW logo as the car comes firing to the inside. Big contact between them, and unfortunately, I think that may have damaged both cars. Tim Horrell continues on. Ravi Ramyud continues into the gravel. That was a little bit clumsy, unfortunately. A big collision between the two, and it seems as though that has knocked the bearings out of the BMW.
And possibly a message has just gone out on the radio to Leben and Hart that we might be about to get a safety car, because they're in, as is Maximilian Schreier. Ferderer, crucially, is not. If we get a safety car now, he will have to slow down, and that is massive advantage to the three cars that have just pitted.
It really is, yeah. The pit window is now open, so big potential ramifications at the moment. Franz Linden in, Mikael Sander in, Willi Kuhne in, Oscar Rinzovic, oh, he stays out. That's maybe not going to help him if we do indeed go to a safety car. It is sometimes the case that they will cover this under a local yellow until the window is closed to keep it fair. That might be the case. It's not a guarantee that we end up with a safety car. Certainly in Germany, as a matter of fact, in the ADAC GT4 Germany, they always make a point of doing that to, where possible, of course, to make sure that the safety car doesn't interrupt or damage the race, as it were. They are working on the cars down in the pits then. Badouin Detu's bonnet is open as well, unfortunately, of course. Their pit stop unscheduled. The drivers with the long agonising wait down there at the moment to rejoin the race. Let's see then, as the McLarens begin the process of exiting the pits, whether the Mercedes comes in this time. Yes, it does. Enrico Ferderer is in. Tom Leben is released just ahead of Charlie Hart's former car, now driven by Callum Davis. Enrico Ferderer, meanwhile, in to hand over to J-Mo Hartling. Mackenzie Cresswell and Callum Davis back out into the race.
Yes, it does look like they're going to try and cover this under yellows for now. The car is not right on the edge of the track, in fairness, so they're perfectly within their rights to do this. Joachim Bolting, by the way, leads this race because he hasn't stopped. So Joachim Bolting and Tim Horrell, in fairness, getting their moment in the spotlight. They are first and second. Oscar Rinzovic, I think the only other car still running yet to stop. So those three are continuing on their way. And this McLaren battle can continue as well, with different drivers now in the cars, of course. Mackenzie Creswell for Elite, and Callum Davis jumping back into the Rafa Racing by Racelab McLaren. And of course, he got past that Elite Motorsport car right at the end of his earlier race. Well, he's now got 31.5 minutes to try and do so again.
Okay, we'll see how that unfolds. And we see there Enrico Ferderer, well, out of the car now. It will be J-Mo Hartling already in the seat. And of course, the next big question is quite how he comes out relative to the McLarens. There should be an advantage there, we would suspect, given how things were pre-pit stop. The Schnitzelbaum SR Motorsport team are right at the end of the pit lane. They're about 4 garages from the exit, so they won't have a very far roll from garage to track. So then the McLarens come through the final corner now, and hopefully we'll get to see where Ferderer comes out relative to them, get a gauge, an idea of the gap. there goes the Mercedes now. So Enrico Federer exiting the pit lane with a lead. It's about the same lead that he had prior, which, given there are minimum pit stop times in play, should be the case. But sometimes these things work in mysterious ways. On this occasion, though, the former Enrico Federer car, now in the hands of Jamar Hartling, is about where it was prior to the stop.
Not that it will stay there, I suspect, because I think we will end up with a safety car at some point. But yes, they have a bit of gained some time, to be honest, over the McLaren there. That seemed to be a bigger lead to me. Bolting and Horrell are in now. So that leaves Oscar Rinzovic perhaps in a position to inherit the race lead if he chooses to stay out. This, meanwhile, is a fairly juicy-looking Cayman battle heading towards turn 2.
It is. Luisa Carla here has a critical role, whether she realises it or not, in the future race for Cedric Fuchs, because her SR Motorsport teammate is 3 seconds behind this battle for what is effectively the Cayman Trophy lead. And if these two continue to fight, of course, Cedric Fuchs will show up, and show up quickly. For now, though, Luisa Carla is doing a great job of holding on, and she maybe got a slightly worse exit from turn 6 than Hofmeister. Hofmeister has the inside line. Cedric's going to be willing them on to go side by side through all of these corners. Hofmeister gets it stopped for the apex. Pretty masterful stuff there from Arne Hofmeister. Didn't allow the Cayman to drift wide there. The Speedworks automotive machine that he's just taken over from goodness me, I'm struggling at the moment, from his co-driver Franz Linden. Linden is watching on with a smile then as the car moves into the lead of class. Again, though, these three are all together on the road, and when the seemingly inevitable safety car happens, that could be a very interesting Cayman Trophy scrap.
Yes, I suspect we're going to get a safety car. There's no attempt being made to move the BMW yet, but of course Oscar Rinzovic still hasn't pitted, so he's extending this period now really single-handedly because he wants to lead some laps, and fair play, he's allowed to do so, operating completely within the rules here. Oscar Rinzovic in no hurry to come back into the pit lane and see his team, so this will be a slight delay maybe to getting that BMW out of the way as this battle continues on down into turn 2. Finally, Oscar Rinzovic heads for the pit lane. I suspect maybe in a couple of minutes' time the decision will be made once he's back on track to bring out the safety car, and as and when that happens, Jamar Hartling's 6+ second lead that he's got over the McLaren pairing is going to be no more.
Yes, I think usually it's wait until the end of the window regardless. I'll eat my words and my hat, because no, the safety car has just been scrambled. But Oscar Rinzovic will get the benefit then of some of the cars slowing up a little bit as well. He might rejoin in a slightly advantageous place versus where he is current or was previously before the window opened. So maybe there's some logic there to Oscar sticking with it. Of course, Oscar's got a deluxe day of racing. He's already done the GT and GT4s today, and he's got the GT4 hour-long race. He gets to maybe get some water down him during the Formula race that's up next on our timetable, and then he's back in the Ferrari for the GT Win Series Enduro.
Indeed he is. A busy boy today, and a fairly warm day to be spending so much time inside the cars, but he's enjoying himself, isn't he? And as we've documented already this weekend, keen to get as much seat time as he can, really, as he learns with every session he does. He's sampling almost every GT car there is to sample, it seems, this winter. He will have a proper idea of which car he prefers by the time we get into the summer season, that's for sure. So safety car out then, and we'll wait to see where Oscar Rinzovic ends up after all of this, but it shouldn't affect Jamar Hartling, who should be reinstated into the lead of the race. And indeed he has been, I believe, but that gap back to Mackenzie Creswell and Callum Davis, 2nd and 3rd respectively, will shrink. Axel Benson will be 4th. Alan Gabai, of course, now in the WNS Motorsport car that Maximilian Schreier was getting stuck into the battles with earlier on. Then it will be Jürgen Bolting in the Plus Line Racing Team Porsche. So that's the rough order at the front. Somewhere maybe just behind them we will insert the Mertel Motorsports Porsche, and we will then have a proper idea of what the running order will be for the final 20 minutes or so of racing.
Of course, for Nico Grundl, this is an exercise in learning, isn't it? Because he was well, his car was the one that collided with Ravi Ramid earlier on. It looked rather as if both of them were struggling to turn after that collision, and now he's inherited the car and is having to, say, figure it out on the fly. For Ravi Ramid, I suspect the race is unfortunately over, so no harm, no foul there, I suppose, as to how his damage might affect his performance. But for now, we should probably cover some of the penalties that have come through as well, because there have been a couple, one of which is the number 31 Porsche, the WNS Motorsport machine, was given a 5-second penalty for the contact with Badwander 2 going into turn 2, which I thought really was a 6 of one, half dozen of the other, to be completely honest. But he was judged to be at fault for that. He was the car, of course, second in the queue, and sometimes it does just go against you for that reason alone, sometimes on a situation like that. Nonetheless, he has a 5-second penalty that will be applied to the end of his race time. I think we've managed to avoid the track limits varies so far. There have been some, oh actually no, I'll eat my words, there have been some, but doesn't look like anything too major for the time being. In fact, those were from the previous race. I think we're safe for now on the track limits penalty front, but there are some slapped wrists taking place at this stage. So then the race continues on, at least the safety car continues on. Ravi Ramid's car is just being towed towards the extended circuit loop, which exists coming out of turn 11, so should very shortly be behind a barrier where we might just go back to green this time by, if not certainly next time by.
Yeah, we'll see how much the safety car elects to slow down the pace here. It is slowing down the pace as they head through turns 9 and 10. I think with that eventuality in mind, the BMW is almost out of the way. I think if they made the call now to go racing, it would probably be the right one, but we'll see how late they're willing to leave that decision, of course, and we'll see now what J-Mo Hartling can do on a safety car restart, and whether he's going to be able to put a gap between himself and Mackenzie Cresswell behind. We are quite literally about to find out, because the lights are indeed out on the safety car. It is restart time with, well, by the time they get round here, about 22.5 minutes of racing still to go.
Indeed. So then, the number 11 car, J-Mo Hartling, at the wheel of the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm car. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, because now not only does he have the cars bearing down on him, but of course he's also got the pressure to fulfill the potential 100% streak of wins. Enrico Federer has more than done his part. J-Mo, over to you. He is now at full racing speed. We're back underway. Green flag racing with 22 minutes left to go. It's effectively another sprint race from here in the GT Winter Series. J-Mo Hartling getting some heat into the tyres behind him. I think getting a better run into the corner there. Cresswell and Davis behind. It looked like J-Mo was maybe just slightly understeering. He's got not much time between himself and Cresswell there in second place. Of course, further back, here comes the Cayman Trophy battle as anticipated, and Luisa Carla has capitalised to retake the Cayman Trophy lead. Cedric Fuchs is looking for a way by as well. Very exciting stuff there. Hofmeister looks like he's retained second for the time being. Luisa Carla, though, she was on the button and ready to go as we went back to green flag racing. Gets her lead back in that class.
And of course they've got Nico Grundel in front in, I think, a wounded GT4 Cayman, which is only going to further bottle these cars up. His car will be quicker in a straight line, but maybe slower through the corners now. Here they come then towards turn 8. Luisa Carla defending the inside as Arne Hofmeister look for a way around the outside. Meanwhile, Callum Davis versus Mackenzie Cresswell is also a tasty looking battle as they scrap over second place through the right-hander and turn 11. The Elite Motorsport McLaren for now staying in front. J-Mo Hartling has gone, in fairness. He's really disappeared on this restart lap. It's all about the McLaren fight for second. It's not really an all McLaren fight anymore, though, because Axel Bengtsson, Alan Gabay, and that man again, Joachim Bolting, are not that far behind.
Not far behind at all. J-Mo Hartling leads the race then, as you said. He's done a good job. He was pretty well under pressure going through turn 2. Not so much now. Meanwhile, Arne Hofmeister, I think, has just got his second place back after briefly losing it to Cedric Fuchs. They're drag racing to the start-finish line and indeed to turn 1, and it will be Hofmeister retaining second in class, but Cedric Fuchs motivated as ever. He comes from Tourenwagen Junior Cup, and if you've never seen it before and you're of English inclination, think Ginetta Juniors, similar style of racing there. Hofmeister will be acutely aware of the Tourenwagen Junior Cup and what kind of racing to expect from his champion.
And Hofmeister will be very aware of what it feels like to be given a bump draft through the apex of turn 1 as well. The Daytona 500 is this evening, boys. Let's not be doing it through the first corner at Valencia. Big moment for Cedric Fuchs over the gravel. And yes, that nearly ended in tears once again for the 110 car, but he gathered it together just about. It's definitely damage on Nico Grindel's car, isn't there? He's not able to go with the leading pack and really looks likely now to lose a position to Louisa Carter. Now, Louisa would love to get ahead of Nico Grindel and put a car between herself and the Cayman Trophy pack, but she has to be careful if and when she goes for the move that it doesn't end up costing her time and perhaps the class lead to Anna Hofmeister.
Yes, there's also going to be the element of Kuzi Saitak behind as well in the another of the GT4 spec Caymans, number 32, another W&S motorsport car. The W&S Porsches are GT4 spec machines effectively sandwiching the Cayman Trophy class top 3 battle. So you've got 5 Caymans fighting across 3 classes in that one snapshot there. 6 if you want to include 7 if you want to include the 2 cars on either end of the scrap as well, Rinzovic and Joachim Baltic. It's all Cayman towards the rear end of the field, and Louisa Carla, of course, leading the Cayman Trophy spec machines, but for how much longer? Because here comes Arne Hofmeister. That was a good run through the first corner for Hofmeister. Carla leaves the door a little bit open, but tries to use the camber around turn 2 to retain the position. She has the outside for turn 3, or she backs out of trying to stay on the outside for the inside at turn 4. Hofmeister, therefore, returns to the lead in Cayman Trophy, and Cedric is now going to be absolutely biting at the rear of Louisa Carla's Cayman because he wants to get through immediately.
Unfortunately, Louisa Carla losing the class lead, and she's about to lose even more because she's been handed a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. So the 111 car then with a penalty, and I think perhaps they're letting her teammate through?
Yes, I think also as a consequence allowing Kuzi Saitak through as well. But yes, that was a very orchestrated move that we just saw out of the commentary box window to allow Cedric Fuchs to now be immediately behind the number 66 car. Arne Hofmeister is now experiencing the exact frustration as Louisa Carla previously, and is going to be worried that in being bottled up behind Nico Grundel, he's going to find himself again under the pressure of Cedric Fuchs.
Indeed so, because Grindel's car is still operating just fine in a straight line, but then through the corners, the Cayman Trophy cars are eating him up because of this suspected damage to the number 30 Cayman. So Grindel still running in 7th place, and of course if he finishes the race will win the Pro-Am category because he's the only Pro-Am driver in the race, so he wants to try and pick up that trophy if he can. Louisa Carla meanwhile is in to serve the drive-through penalty for speeding. I would imagine the message went out over the radio pretty quickly that she had the penalty, possibly followed fairly swiftly by an instruction to get out of the way of her teammate Cedric Fuchs, or maybe she just took that decision herself. But anyway, that releases Cedric now, who was at the start of the lap only 8/10 adrift of Hofmeister, who's going nowhere fast as long as he's stuck behind car number 30.
No, exactly right. So that's going to be a tricky situation unfolding there. The situation in the cockpit of the number 11 is a more positive one. He has managed to distance himself. Jamo Hartling in the leading SR Motorsport car has firmly distanced himself from this battle at the moment for 2nd and 3rd place. The 812 of Callum Davis we're riding on board with there, pursuing Mackenzie Cresswell, and then in 4th position Axel Bengtsson is still in the background as well, of course having taken that car over from Tobias Bill Clausen, and will have seen that ascendancy that the pink Mercedes went through during the first phase of the race. We'll be very keen to, again, get that overall podium in and try and continue on that promise. Now, while that's going on, we see there Kuzi Saitak going through, and just ahead of him is Arne Hofmeister under increasing scrutiny from Cedric Fuchs behind, as Nico Grundl continues to be the cork in the bottle.
Yeah, but we know what's going to happen because they're on a straight bit now, and Nico Grundl will disappear off up into the distance again. Arne Hofmeister this time around at the end of the lap only 7/10 clear of his Cayman Trophy rival, needs to get on with this move if he can. I think it's the right rear corner of Grundl's car which is perhaps wounded, and that meant he was slow through turn one. Hofmeister sees the opportunity, goes to the inside line, there's just about enough space left, and through he will go. That was a crucial and timely move by Arne Hofmeister. Another lap spent behind the number 30 car would have brought Cedric Fuchs right onto his tail. Now, of course, the question is how quickly can Cedric dispatch of the struggling Nico Grundl, and how far ahead up the road will Arne Hofmeister have gone by that point. That being said, though, Grundl's sticking with Arne now, and of course we're about to go onto the back straight up towards turn 8, where maybe he might be able to come back at the Cayman Trophy leader.
Yeah, it's not quite as significant of a straight line advantage as, say, the difference between a Super Trofeo and a GT3 spec Lamborghini Huracan, but it is a straight line speed advantage that we see for the GT4 Porsches, certainly. The positions have remained the same in that battle for the time being, as we see there Callum Davis just nibbling away at the gravel trap on the exit of turn 12. You've got to be very, very close to be doing the optimal line around that corner, so it's easy to end up, shall we say, a little bit further afield of the circuit and indeed onto the gravel. So then, Grundl is still close to the rear of Hofmeister and may well interfere going down the main straight. Callum Davis wishes he had a bit more power versus Mackenzie Cresswell in the number 77 car. Cresswell, who of course at this point is now the solo championship leader in the GT4 Winter Series since, well, not here, of course, Josh Rattigan. He's sat at home cheering on Mackenzie, we hope. But yes, Mackenzie currently the solo championship leader, and he will be very keen to stay ahead of Callum Davis here.
Yes, he will indeed, and extend what was already a fairly sizable championship lead coming into the weekend. And okay, they haven't won a race this weekend, Elite, but they've been notching up the podium finishes and the fairly healthy points that come along with those. We ride on board again with Callum Davis heading through the kink at turn 7. And then onto the brakes into where you can see just how steeply downhill the road drops. He's really carried speed into the corner, maybe a little bit too much, because he took a much wider line through there than Mackenzie Cresswell did. You can see the gap has just inched out ever so slightly as a result. You don't realise, I don't think, the elevation change at certain points around this Valencia circuit until you ride on board with cars and you really see how the road sort of drops away from you through corners like turn 8, and then equally how steeply uphill the run is out of turn number 12 towards the end of the lap. It's a difficult circuit, this one, not quite the roller coaster ride of Portimao, I'll grant you, but a more tricky circuit than it might first appear.
Yeah, Cedric Fuchs, I think, is getting a little bit frustrated now. He was 9/10 of a second back from Hofmeister a lap ago. It's now a lot more. Now we saw there Grundl kicking up the dust. Now to the inside comes Cedric Fuchs. Surely he's got it done. Yes, he has, but he got a fairly poor run now out of the final corner, and he's got two full-fat GT4 spec machines in his immediacy. I think Grundl, why is he indicating? I'm not sure it's actually intentional, to be honest. I thought he might have been signalling something. The only thing he's actually signalling, though, is return to 8th overall, and Cedric Fuchs' frustration continues. Well, he is indicating right, and he did go very far to the right on the exit of turn 1. But yes, look at this. It is frustrating, is it, for Cedric Fuchs, because he does have marginally less power compared to the two cars surrounding him. It's very cruel to watch in a way, but here he goes now. He's going to definitely try and block out Nico Grundl. It's getting a bit feisty, handbags at dawn, and I'm not sure he's going to be far enough away to get away with that, and Grundl is flashing the headlights in protest.
Yeah, I don't think Nico Enrico enjoyed that, did he? And he may well relish the chance now to get a bit of revenge exacted down at turn 8. So let's see what happens. Through 7 they go in towards the braking zone. Oh, he's not quite close enough, I don't think, although maybe because he was expecting a retaliation. Cedric Fuchs was a bit too late on the brakes, got through the corner okay though, and now should be able to settle down and get away. That was a very interesting exchange between the two there. A little bit of paint from each car has been traded. Luckily they survived it all in one piece though.
And now with 10.5 minutes left to go, Cedric Fuchs has somewhere in the region of, I think, about 4 seconds to try and close in on Hofmeister. In fact, no, that's more like 5 or 6 now after the battle between the two. So I think Cedric Fuchs's chances of trying to claim the winning class are vastly reduced. And we'll see how that pays off. Hofmeister, of course, a pro driver, the driver coach to Franz Linden, and someone who's done many thousands of kilometres in these cars at the Nürburgring and in the Winter Series et al. As well. So it's going to be hard for Cedric Fuchs, who's still under pressure from the GT4 spec Caymans. Again, if you are just joining us, they are different specification cars. The GT4's slightly more aggressive aero, slightly different engine configuration, 3.8 versus 4 litre, 3.8 smaller engine in the Cayman Trophy car that leads these two identically liveried black and yellow machines from W&S Motorsport. Luisa Carla has a drive-through again. We've seen Luisa through once, and it was for a failure to comply with the pit stop. Now, she did come in for the drive-through. She definitely also came in for a pit stop, so not quite sure what that entails.
Well, she must have done, because the first drive-through penalty was for speeding in the pit lane when she made a pit stop. So she's definitely been in the pit lane, but exactly what she did or didn't do in the pit lane maybe is more the issue. We'll await further clarification on that. Could be that she broke the minimum pit stop time, maybe. Lots of things it could be. Maybe because she was speeding, she got to the end of the pit lane a little bit quicker than she thought she would. The possibilities are nearly endless, but we'll I'm sure, get some further information on that one. While across the line, with 9 minutes of racing still to go, come the second and third place cars, and you really do get the feeling now, don't you, that Callum Davis either is sitting back and just cooling things off for one last challenge, or maybe Mackenzie Creswell's got the better of him, because this gap is over a second now for the first time, I think, since the restart, and there is no sense of urgency really. Callum Davis doing his best to stick with Mackenzie Creswell, but I think that Elite Motorsport McLaren is just a little bit better on its tyres maybe towards the end of the race. Of course, they had that extra half an hour of running yesterday in similar conditions to these, really, maybe a little bit cooler, in which they could perhaps figure out tyre life, etc., which the Raffle Racing by Race Labs McLaren was not a part of that race. Anyway, whatever it is, long run-wise, the Elite car seems to have a slight advantage.
Yes, Luisa Carla is back in to serve her drive-through penalty, so it's not going brilliantly for the triple one SR Motorsport entry. The double one, the 11 of J-Mo Hartling, having a rather better run of things at the moment, and you just see Hartling there turning through the long turn 13 here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Great to watch big power bikes at that section, of course, with how they often slide up the rear wheel, but it's a precursor to quite a tricky braking zone for turn 14 on 4 wheels as well, but all of our drivers managing it wonderfully at the moment, and J-Mo has firmly picked up the baton from Enrico Federer. 6.9 seconds the gap between himself and the McLaren battle in second, and of course he won by over a dozen seconds in his half-hour sprint on Saturday, so we shouldn't be too surprised that J-Mo, and indeed this seemingly very much on form SR Motorsport Mercedes, are capable of. But all the same, impressive work from both Hartling and Enrico Federer to this point. And J-Mo, are reigning GT Winter Series champions still, of course, from last year, is doing very well indeed in the GT4 Winter Series too.
Indeed so. They had results that went begging, I seem to recall, at Estoril and Portimao, didn't they, SR Motorsport? Not entirely through their own doing, so they'll be very happy now that Valencia's rolled around and they've actually managed to put a full weekend together. Might be a little bit too late to really generate a championship run, but at least they're proving the point that they are every bit as quick, if not quicker, than Elite and Rafa, and they've been able to be the dominant force this weekend, the third round of the GT4 Winter Series, and that will give them a nice little boost of confidence going forward to Barcelona and onwards into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, for Enrico Federer, even if something was to happen now, it would still be a huge benefit for him, because to your point, at Estoril, race 1 of the weekend, the car entered a limp home mode, about 75% power, about 10 minutes before the end of the race, so he dropped down the order. At Portimao, he received a drive-through penalty, which knocked him down the order for contact, and yes, so every time there's been an error, not even an error, but just a misfortune for SR Motorsport, Enrico's been at the wheel, and that does start to mess with you after a while. Now, though, he's had a perfect weekend. He's delivered the car to JMO in the lead. They're well on their way to winning this race, and of course he won the sprint this morning as well. So for Enrico Federer, a very successful and a very important that it was successful weekend.
Yes, indeed. They still have 5 minutes of this race to survive, but as you quite rightly said, Enrico's bit is done now, and it was a trouble-free stint for him. Right, I'm beginning to think maybe Callum Davis was just backing off deliberately to cool things down for a late race challenge, because he's halved the deficit now to Mackenzie Creswell, and he's right back on the tail of the Elite Motorsport McLaren. He's flashing the headlights at him, which we know is worth at least half a second a lap, and as they drop down into turn number 8, he is really starting to turn the screws now and try to force one little error out of Mackenzie Creswell. That's all he needs. This is exactly what he did in race number 2 earlier on today, remember. It was just constant pressure that eventually led to a tiny mistake, and that was his opportunity, and he seized it at the very corner that we just went through there, turn 11. That's where he made the definitive move in race number 2 to move up ahead of the Elite Motorsport car. He just needs to try and find a way to do that again in the remaining 4¼ minutes or so of this race. They drop down through turn number 14 and back onto the main straight. That certainly is not half a second anymore. I'd say it's only about 1½ car lengths or so as they cross the timing line. Officially, the margin between the two of them is 3/10. Realistically, the margin is next to nothing as they head for turn 1.
Absolutely right. We're going to have 3 more laps of racing then for any potential shifts in the order with these two cars in particular. Mackenzie Creswell under significant scrutiny now from Callum Davis. Davis, who of course had a pretty successful run of it earlier on in that battle with Mackenzie. This is a replay of what we saw earlier on, isn't it, in race number 2. So it really is a bit of deja vu for both parties. And while you reported to us, Andy, that they were laughing and joking about it and very much in the friendly competitive spirit at the conclusion of race 2, I dare suggest Mackenzie Creswell will not want to be at the back end of this battle. He won't want to settle for second best yet another time versus Callum Davis. Ooh. So as fun as race 2 was, he wants to come out on top in race 3.
Oh, they both enjoyed that battle, definitely, but one of them had a bigger smile on their face as they went to the podium, that's for sure, and Mackenzie Creswell would quite like to repay that favour. Callum Davis, in fairness, you could see how hard he was pushing through turn 8, then the rear of the car sliding around, laying down rubber on the circuit. That will aggravate the rear tyres, and you'll start to lose a little bit more grip until you cool things off. That's why when I said he was cooling things off, literally that's what you're doing. You drop away from the car ahead, which of course is releasing all of this hot air onto your car as you follow in its wheel tracks. That heats up the engine, it heats up the brakes. If you start sliding the car around, that heats up the tyres, and eventually that starts to affect your performance. And indeed the gap has gone back out now by about 4/10 that time to near enough 3/4 of a second. They've got time for 2 more laps though, and so Callum Davis won't be giving up just yet, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. 2 minutes left on the clock then, bit deep into the corner there from Mackenzie Creswell, but of course that only makes his exit that little bit easier. It's a point that Sean Hudspeth made to me in the paddock over the earlier part of the week here at Valencia, that a lot of these corners, especially turn 2 and also even at turn 8 to an extent as well, and turn 6, the camber means that you can sometimes take a slightly wider berth, and still get around the corner very nicely indeed. And yeah, the conventional racing line isn't always the way, so sometimes it looks like an overshoot and actually it's just some canny driving. Nonetheless, Cresswell is going to, I think, have to perform at least 1 or 2 more acts of canny driving to hold off Callum Davis, because I dare suggest, as we now get ready to start the final lap, it's been a long weekend for Rafa Racing by Racelab. He's going to get the clearance to push on. Elite Motorsport have also had to fight some technical woes on Thursday. They will say, yes, mate, go for it. It's going to be all guns ablaze for the McLaren Arturas on this final lap.
Well, they were certainly the messages given to both drivers at the end of race 2, so I see no reason why it would be any different at the end of this, the final race of the weekend. The final lap of the weekend, at least as far as GT4 Winter Series action is concerned, begins, though, with Jamal Hartling. Or is he now? 9 seconds nearly up the road from this fight for second place, which did close down on that lap. Callum Davis then has 1 more time around the Circuit Ricardo Tormo to try and unlock the defences of Mackenzie Cresswell for the second time today. It was a good run through the first corner, though, for the Elite Motorsport car, which again takes that slightly later apex into turn 2. But to Adam's point, it's not a mistake. It's obviously just the line that he and that car enjoy. This is now where Callum Davis needs to start closing that distance to get within striking range, maybe into turn 8, maybe into turn 11, where he made the decisive move earlier on this afternoon.
I think at this point it would take maybe a slight wrong foot, or at least wrong toe, from Mackenzie Cresswell to have a door opening. And well, I don't know if that's a foot wrong, but it's certainly a foot wide, about 6 foot wide actually, going through turn 6. Cresswell certainly still pushing on. If there's ever an indicator for Callum Davis to know that yes, Mackenzie is still working hard at the wheel, that is it. He is indeed working hard at the wheel as they approach turn 11, though it does look as though that battle is stable enough. I say with my fingers crossed that I haven't just jinxed it. Nonetheless, J-Mo Hartling, as the clock has hit 0, is just 1 corner away. Masters turn 14 for the final time this weekend, and for he and Enrico Ferderer, it is a clean sweep of the GT4 Winter Series weekend at Valencia, and that will massively boost their championship aspirations against the elite McLaren driver Mackenzie Cresswell. We're not sure if he'll be at Barcelona at the conclusion of the season. Sounds like Aragon is on, but we'll have to see about Barcelona. I dare say Mackenzie will be making arrangements based on what we've seen from SR Motorsport to ensure that championship potentially is going to be a very interesting, I think, final couple of events of the season. Nonetheless, J-Mo wins it from Mackenzie Cresswell in second place. Callum Davis, along with Charlie Hart, claiming third then in that race. Joachim Bolting has already crossed the line to win Arne Hofmeister, we just saw there crossing the line and flashing the headlights to win Cayman Trophy. And what of the W&S Motorsport battle? Well, it's a drag race to the line between the 2 identically liveried cars, and it goes at the end to Nico Grundle. Grundle just about got past Kuzi Saitak there at the very end of the race for 9th overall. Next across the line will be Oscar Rinzovic. Rinzovic, though, as they go through turn 12 and 13, does have Luisa Carla for company. I think Luisa is just an iota too far back to potentially challenge, but Luisa, after 2 drive-through penalties, was closing back in on Oscar Rinzovic for what is 3rd position in Cayman Trophy. The podium won't quite be attainable for Luisa. If she had even 2 more corners, she might have got there, but Oscar Rinzovic does make his way onto the GT4 Winter Series Cayman Trophy class podium once again. Great racing then once more from the GT4 Winter Series, and a perfect ironclad performance from J-Mo Hartling and Enrico Ferderer. They didn't have pole position for race 1. That was meant to be the Rafa Racing by Racelab car, of course, that started on pole, but it did not take the start. The Charlie Hart and Callum Davis machine. Race 2, race 3, they had pole. And of course, in all 3 races, they were the winners. Fabulous performance from Enrico and J-Mo. J-Mo, who's tasted championship success, of course, in the Winter Series paddock previously in the GT3 car last year with Kenneth Hyatt. And now, along with Enrico Federer, who was a force to be reckoned with last year as well in the Cayman Trophy in GT4 Winter Series, they've converged together in the Mercedes this time, the AMG GT4. And this weekend in particular, it has been absolutely peerless. 4th victory of the season, 3rd of the weekend for Hartling and Enrico Federer. The two McLarens pull in and leave the bay open for the winning car. Federer will be waiting as J-Mo pulls in the number 11 Mercedes-AMG GT4. Good job, well done from the car, affectionately branded as Leisel. And the number 1 held up there by J-Mo Hartling. As reserved as he can be, I think even J-Mo is going to be pretty elated with that performance. I reckon Hart and Davis as well will be happy with how the weekend has recovered. A 2nd and a 3rd place after a non-start in race 1 will be a little bit of comfort for the team as well, who worked very hard to get the car ready on Saturday night. For Federer and Hartling, it is, yes indeed, J-Mo, number 1, P1. Of course, last year's GT4 Winter Series SR Motorsport pilot, Joel Mesh, part of the mechanic crew there as well. So he's helping the team still, even though he's not at the helm of the car this year. He'll be part of the celebrations down there under the podium, I'm sure. And I think J-Mo alluding to some of his language from earlier in the weekend with Izzy there and saying, don't worry, I won't do it again, which is good news for us as well. We'll keep the bleep machine well away. But yeah, great effort from SR Motorsport to come out on top in the race. The teams and drivers you can see walking towards the podium now. Of course, it won't be too long before the podium area, or rather the entire pit lane, is flooded, positively flooded by Formula Winter Series cars. The Formula Winter Series race number 3 is next on our program before the GT Winter Series closes out our day of racing here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Still plenty of action to bring you on this, I was going to say summer's afternoon. It does feel like summer, but we are still in February here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. And as the quad bikes head down with the Formula Winter Series spares on the pit lane, of course, soon the GT4 cars will be relocated from Parc Fermé back to their garages as well. No one will be driving too far away, though, from the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, because, of course, we must head north in 2 weeks' time with the GT4 Winter Series to Motorland Aragon. At Aragon, it will be the GT4s, the GTs, the Formulas, and the return of the Prototype Winter Series as well. So that will be a very exciting weekend looking ahead to that one. For the GT4s, that's always a fun circuit as well from memory last year. Still, though, 2 races to come here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo on this GEDLICH Racing Winter Series weekend. As we said, Formulas and GTs upcoming. Meanwhile, I think SR Motorsport, Enrico and J-Mo were debriefing. I think they're now done, and they've headed over to Izzy and cameraman Joe to have a chat.
They were indeed, and they are now with me continuing the debrief, actually. J-Mo, Enrico, congratulations. A perfect end to a perfect weekend.
Yeah, at first, thank you. It was a very, very good work from Enrico's side and also from the side from the team. Car works perfect, and yeah, perfect end for a perfect weekend.
And Enrico, you said, well, you were very confident when you spoke to me in the lunch break, said that you guys are fast. You said the same to me yesterday. You definitely were, just off into the distance, really.
Yeah, so Gemmo did a good job and the team did a good job. Car is fast, and I told you, we win and we won, so yeah, fantastic result.
You absolutely did. Does it feel like the championship charge starts here now?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
All right, guys, congratulations. Well done this weekend. We'll let you get up to the podium. There are our winners.
Thank you very much, Izzy, and indeed Jamo and Enrico. Great to hear from our race winners. Jamo as reserved as ever, but he was anything but reserved as the race began. The hour-long race in the GT4 Winter Series kicked off with quite the spread of cars trying to find room into the first corner. Tom Leben decided he was going to carry all the speed in the world in the McLaren from Elite Motorsport all the way around the outside on the runoff area, and he moved into the race lead. Enrico Ferderer from behind was scratching his head a bit and saying, is that legal? And clearly Tom Leben wasn't sure either, because a lap later he allowed the SR Motorsport Mercedes back into the lead. He tried to hold on, tried to go back on the offensive on the second lap of the race, but shortly thereafter, unfortunately for the elite team, the SR Mercedes would start to disappear up the road. We had a little bit of contact between Tobias Bill-Clausen and Maximilian Schreier, and then more than a little bit of contact between Schreier and Badouin Detu as they fought for 4th, 5th and 6th places. By this time they'd fallen well off the top 3 and were having a great scrap, but it was getting more than a little physical. Tobias Bill-Clausen was keen to get through on the slightly wounded Aston Martin. It looked like the Aston was struggling all race long, and to be fair, so was the other, Thilo Goss, in the older naturally aspirated Aston Martin, having a spin, and that would trigger a safety car period, while the ever diligent, never fast on their feet marshals made their way out onto the gravel. The racing continued on very quickly, and it was Ravi Ramid having a great battle and some gravelly excursions with Tim Horrell. Ravi would soon be back on the case against Tim. Tobias Bill-Clausen was on the case, got past Maximilian Schreier, and then Badouin Detu and Schreier met in the middle there. Another instance of contact between the Aston and the Porsche. Then Ravi Ramid was trying to find a way past Tim Horrell. The Porsche was looking particularly wide, and unfortunately the Aston Martin started to slow. Both Aston Martins failing to finish. Racing Spirit of Le Mans having issues in all 3 races. A very hard weekend for the Swiss team. They'll be hoping for better results in Aragon. Contact then between Ramid and Horrell as the BMW driver dove to the inside. And unfortunately the Century car would end up stuck in the gravel. It would remain there though during the pit stop window, as to not disadvantage those who did not pit at the very start of the window. So we were going through this pit stop phase of the race knowing full well that we were going to have a safety car at the conclusion of the pit stop cycle. Great side-by-side action between Franz Linden and I believe that was Mikael Sander fighting there. And then after the pit stop window was observed, it was time for a safety car to quickly recover Ravi Ramid's machine. Back to racing and back to dominating for Jamo Hartling, who had taken over the SR Motorsport machine at the front. The other SR cars, the Porsches, were getting all into it in the Cayman Trophy class, along with Arne Hofmeister, who had taken over the Speedworks machine. It was Luisa Carla leading the way in Cayman Trophy at this juncture, and Cedric Fuchs making life very difficult for Arne Hofmeister in the battle for second in the Cayman class. And Cedric really pushing the envelope as well, clearly. This was the move, though, for the lead in Cayman Trophy. Luisa Carla leaving the inside line open. Arne Hofmeister then getting alongside for turn 3. Luisa thinking better of it and allowing the Speedworks car through. She then received notification of a drive-through penalty and elected to allow her teammate Cedric Fuchs by. And he would then give chase to Arne Hofmeister. Hofmeister, however, would get past Nico Grundle, and Grundle would prove to be quite the adversary for the 110 car of Cedric Fuchs. Cedric eventually managed to find a way past Grundle, but it took many, many laps of hard fighting just like this. Every time Cedric thought he'd gotten by, the slightly superior straight line speed of the GT4 spec Porsche meant the Cayman Trophy machine was left in the dust. Though eventually Cedric Fuchs did it with a little bit of a lean. Second in class, though, in Cayman Trophy was all he could muster on this occasion. The W&S Porsches were fighting among themselves. Kuzi Saitak having a great scrap with Nico Grundle on the fringes of the overall top 10. And that battle ended with a flourish as the number 30 of Grundle had a sideways moment. Meanwhile, at the front of the order, J-Mo Hartling had disappeared off and up the road to win the race comfortably. Second place would fall to Mackenzie Cresswell for Elite Motorsport, and Callum Davis would round out the overall podium for Rafa Racing by Racelab. A perfect weekend, though, for SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum Racing. The green and black Mercedes has won all 3 races and leapt fourth in the championship standings. Mackenzie Cresswell for Elite Motorsport taking second place, ahead of Callum Davis and Charlie Hart for Racelab Rafa Racing. Axel Bengtsson in 4th position for BWT Muka Motorsport. Alon Gabay in 5th place for W&S Motorsport. Joachim Bulting's AM-Class Porsche Cayman, run by Plusline Racing Team, in 6th. Arne Hofmeister 7th for Speedworks Automotive. Cedric Fuchs in 8th place by SR Motorsport by Schnitzellaum. Nico Grundle in 9th position for W&S Motorsport. Kuzi Saitak in 10th position for the Pro Class entry there. Oscar Rinzovic in 11th place, just beating Luisa Kala to the line after her drive-through penalties. Ravi Ramyid, non-finisher, as was Badouin Detu, Thilo Gus and Marcin Karzewski in another thrilling endurance race, another thrilling pit stop race in the GT4 Winter Series. And so, I understand we are now ready down on the podium, so we won't hang around up here for too long. Andy, over to you for the presentations.
So another fascinating GT4 Winter Series race comes to its conclusion, and for the final time this weekend in the Valencia sunshine, we'll welcome the GT4 podium finishers out. We will start, as always, with the Cayman Trophy, and we start then with 3rd place finisher in the Cayman Trophy, Oscar Rinzovic. Oscar was deep in conversation then backstage. He heads out onto the 3rd step of the podium, and the Myrtle Motorsport team are very happy about that. 2nd place in the Cayman Trophy, Willy Kuhner and Cedric Fuchs. Well done, guys. Out onto the podium go the SR Motorsport duo, and it will be 3 different teams represented on the Cayman Trophy podium, because it was Speedworks pairing who came out on top of Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister. They are full of energy as they bounce out onto the podium to celebrate a win in the Cayman Trophy, and really a lot of the hard work done in the Cayman Trophy battle immediately after that safety car period, where Franz Linden and Arne Hofmeister were able to pull that lead over Cedric Fuchs, who was busy battling away with the Nico Grundle car, the W&S Motorsport car that had sustained some damage and wasn't quite up to full pace, and the fact that the Speedworks car was able to get through so swiftly ultimately is what won them the race in the Cayman Trophy. We've got Georgie Chapman from Pirelli on hand to hand out the winners' trophies, Sergio and Wilfred from GEDLICH Racing to hand out 2nd and 3rd. In fact, Marcus, I beg your pardon, late standing on the podium, Marcus GEDLICH himself. Round of applause down below again for the Cayman Trophy top 3. We do have, I believe, some bottles of champagne out there provided by Quintas das Arcas, our champagne sponsors, and the corks are indeed flying. That's my cue to come and hide in the shadows for a moment because it's already hot and sticky enough out here without the assistance of the champagne, but the drivers won't care. They'll be grateful of a chance to cool off after a busy weekend in the Spanish sunshine. So, Cayman Trophy drivers will vacate the podium, and a great battle, particularly in that 3rd race within the Cayman Trophy, and we're looking forward to more of the same in the next round. So, always the way when the champagne flies. It then all gets a bit chaotic out on the podium. Drivers wanting to get one extra picture, clinking the bottles, and the Cayman Trophy drivers will head backstage once again. Well done, guys, after a really, really strong result in race number 3. Right, we are ready now, I think, to go with our AM class podium. Well, the last time we saw this man on track, things didn't end quite so well in the GT Winter Series. A great way to bounce back, though, for Joachim Balting. Well done, Joachim. Well, it's been a mixed day all round for him, but he's still got a smile on his face as he shrugs his shoulders in acknowledgement, perhaps, of what happened in that GT Winter Series race earlier on. He was okay, though, and bounced straight back. Had a good start to that race, did Joachim, and was able to insert himself into the battles within the top half dozen early doors, and then really managed to solidify a strong result after the pit stops. I doubt he will be spraying the champagne. No, he's going to take that back with him to enjoy this evening, maybe, or perhaps go and surprise the people who are hiding backstage inside. Joachim Balting, then the winner once again in the AM category. Now we move on to the Pro top 3 then, and after a bit of a disappointing start to the weekend for the Rafa Racing by Race Labs pairing, they finally managed to come good in races 2 and 3. It's a second appearance on the Pro podium this weekend for Charlie Hart and Callum Davis. Well done, guys. On to the third step of the podium they will head, bouncing back from the gearbox issues yesterday to secure a pair of podiums here at Valencia. Second position, but more importantly, retaining their championship lead. It's Elite Motorsports, Tom Leben and Mackenzie Creswell. Elite Motorsport will be satisfied, I think, leaving Valencia after a strong haul of points have been added to their championship tally. But it was a hat-trick of race victories for the dominant team at Valencia, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Racing's Enrico Ferderer and Jema Hartling, who receive a big cheer from the crowd in the pit lane as they climb for the third time this weekend onto the top step of the podium. What a performance. What a way to bounce back from some of the issues they had over in Portugal, particularly as we documented during the race, Enrico Ferderer, who will be really happy to have got a successful weekend under his belt. Once again, Georgie, Sergio and Marcus are on hand to hand over the trophies to our top 3 teams. And there are 6 bottles of Quintas das Arcas champagne waiting to be utilised in the celebrations momentarily. And the pro battle has been particularly entertaining here in Valencia. We look forward to seeing what the next chapter brings as we continue on our Spanish adventure. A few more photos to be taken then by the crowd down below. And then the champagne will fly at the end of a fantastic weekend of GT4 Winter Series action. The pro drivers are very much getting stuck into their post-race celebrations. And with that, we move on then to our final single-seater action of the weekend. The Formula Winter Series third and final race is up next.
Yes, indeed we do. Welcome down to the grid for the final time this weekend for the Formula Winter Series. The grid is going to look very, very familiar to previous races if you've been with us all throughout the weekend. We have, of course, championship leader Gabriel Gomez on pole position once again. It's been a fantastic qualifying, or it was a fantastic qualifying for both him and Leo Robinson, who have filled out our front row all weekend. Of course, Gabriel not taking the win earlier. It was his teammate Maxime Rem who took the win. And Leo, I'm sure, feeling a little bit frustrated. A string of P2s, which is definitely no easy thing to do, but still, I think wanting that win. It is quite warm down here on the grid, as you're seeing. Many of the drivers underneath the cover of the umbrellas. Is very, very warm here down on the grid. But we are going to continue back. We are actually missing a car down here. Hasn't made it to the grid. I believe that is supposed to be the number 15 of Eddie Robinson, but we are missing that car on the grid. I do believe it is supposed to be Eddie Robinson because Max Popov alongside, but I want to continue down and just watch out the way, Joe, as the mechanics come past with the spare wings and the spare tyres. I'm sure they'll be hoping they don't need those spare parts during the race, but I want to come and speak to the number 19 of Kabir Anurag. Kabir, well in the battles earlier, had a fantastic race earlier, and we haven't got a chance to speak to him yet on the grid. Kabir, I mean, a better weekend, definitely, so far. You were well in the battles in the race earlier, really making some moves, and it was a feisty race for you.
Yeah, I mean, starting from 10th, we just had to do the best we could, and thankfully the best we could was actually a really good race. So yeah, so far been a pretty solid weekend. We got one more opportunity and I'll give it my all.
Yeah, one more opportunity, as you correctly say, coming up very, very shortly. What's possible in this?
Anything's possible. Definitely going to try to get the win, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. Wish you best luck. We will continue back, of course, the number 71 alongside him, our winner from earlier. We've spoken to Maxime Rem quite a lot this weekend, so we will continue down the grid. A chance for us to get to see some more drivers further down the grid. We've had the 3-minute board, so all the teams and mechanics just now leaving the grid with the spare parts, just giving their final words to the drivers, and engines getting fired up. Now we've got Thomas Behrman alongside. A trickier weekend for Thomas, had a 24th in race 1 and 16th in race 2, but one final chance to get a good result. I'm just wondering if I can get one quick word in, but I can see the marshal getting ready. Thomas, just one quick word, one final chance to get a good result this weekend. How are you feeling?
Yeah, looking forward to it. See what we can do from 7th, and yeah, hopefully make up a few places.
All right, thank you very much. Wish you best of luck. We will continue back because I think we are just about to get the 1-minute board. And of course, Dante Vinci, I incorrectly said Vinci earlier, Dante Vinci alongside, just giving us a wave. And as he said to me earlier, they feel like this weekend they've got the results that they'd been working for, and that they deserved, of course, him taking that rookie win. So I'm sure the final race of the weekend, he will be very much hoping to do the same and get a final perhaps rookie win under his belt for the end of the weekend. Of course, many of the drivers telling us that the rookie standings is potentially not what they're interested in. Of course, they want to be fighting up the front. These are racing drivers after all, but still a great thing to have taken a rookie win. And we'll see if he can do the same in this race coming up now.
So then, a near-complete field gets underway on the formation lap for the Formula Winter Series. Gabriel Gomez is our pole sitter once again. Yet to finish off the podium. Will the streak continue? Leo Robinson lines up second alongside him. In third place is Maximilian Popov, but curiously we have a lack of Eddie Robinson. His car is currently in the pit lane on the apron. What's going on there? Kabir Anurag in fifth position alongside the race winner from earlier on today, Maxime Riem. In seventh position, it is Thomas Behrman, the first of the rookies, number 7 in P7, alongside Dante Vinci, who has looked very quick here in Valencia. Enya Fry in ninth position, alongside Finn McLaughlin, of course, an overall winner last time out in Portimao. That will be hard to do from 10th. Bart Harrison in 11th, alongside Artem Sevrikin in 12th place. In P13, it is Andrea Kostic alongside Chloe Chambers, a very strong 14th on the grid for Chloe. David Walter in 15th place. Gino Trapper in 16th position. 17th to Sebastian Bach alongside his AS Motorsport teammate Andrea Dupé. In 19th on the grid, it is Joanne Chiconte and Alicia Palmovsky from P20. Peyton Westcott in 21st. Jan Kuhler in 22nd. Nina Hardeman only 23rd this time. She will have some work to do from there. She's alongside Guy Albag in 24th. Alba Larsen in 25th place. Matilda Patz in 26th. Alexander Ruter in 27th. Gio Borenstein in 28th. Then it's Simon Schranz for Renauer alongside Cornelia Olkutska on row 15. And Ricardo Miranda Baptista, 31st position at the rear of the field. So then the cars are headed to the grid now. Curious situation with Edu Robinson, Andy, and also I think a very curious grid in general. Some drivers out of position, some drivers with their highest starting place so far this weekend. I think we're going to have some fun.
Yeah, well, indeed so. And after race 2 sort of upset the apple cart a little bit, didn't it, with Gabriel Gomez's poor start, and now he'll be back on pole position, very keen not to have a repeat of that situation. Yeah, this could be a very lively run through the first few corners, and there are a few drivers in particular at the front I'll be keeping my eye on. Maxime Riem, of course, will have an empty space in front of him now. So Maxime Riem, the winner of the race earlier on today, he could well shoot forward off the line if he gets the start right, and also keep an eye to Kabir Anurag, who starts alongside him. We saw how elbows out he was willing to be in race 2, and now he's starting from inside the top 5. That becomes essentially a net 4th on the grid, and he will have eyes only for the podium, that's for sure.
With any luck, Eddie Robinson will at least be able to take the start and try and salvage something from this race, but that remains to be seen. I'm told he is at the end of the pit lane, which is great news. Thanks for the pickup there from our camera crew and Izzy as well. The green flag flies at the back of the grid. The lights will go out. They do so now, and we go racing. It's a good start again from Leo Robinson. He always does that. Maxime Riem switching sides with Kabir Anurag there, touching almost there between Gomez and Robinson. Gomez going the long way round at the first corner. It's surely going to be Leo Robinson with a nose ahead into turn 2. They're still side by side. Will Gomez brave it all the way? No, because Leo Robinson squeezes him out and makes sure he leads the way going through turns 3 and 4. Gabriel Gomez in second. In third place is Maximilian Popov. Popov is followed by Anurag, followed by Riem. Thomas Behrman bouncing across the curbs. Some gravel being kicked up in the face of those further back as Finn McLaughlin and Thomas Behrman both go astray at turn 5. Dramatic start to the race, up and down the pack, but your leader is Leo Robinson.
Yeah, another brilliant start by Leo Robinson. It was a better one from Gomez this time, but not good enough ultimately to hang on to the race lead. There's an absolute mess of cars about to arrive at turn 8, and if they all make it through without any wheel banging, I'll be particularly impressed. I think they managed it, actually. Bit of wheel locking up there for Kabir Anurag as they head for the right-hander at 11, and a big lunge up the inside. Was that Sevrikin? I think it might have been Sevrikin trying to make some ground up. If it was, he's had a decent start from the back of the top 10. Yes, he's actually battling with Thomas Behrman, I should say, who had his best grid position of the weekend, Thomas Behrman, but again, not a great opening lap. That was a bit of a theme at Portimao, and he's found himself shuffled out of the order once again here at Valencia. The lead pack, though, exits the final corner. It's a breakaway group of 6, I would call that, and crucially, they are led by Leo Robinson.
I'm not convinced that Maxime Riem stayed entirely apart from Kabir Anurag's rear end there at turn 14. I also saw something fly off, I think, Gabriel Gomez down that main straight. The US Racing cars are side by side. Anurag versus Riem. Very exciting stuff from all the US Racing drivers at the moment. Kabir locks up and squeezes Riem for the second time this weekend. Anurag squeezes a teammate on the exit of turn 2, and now Dante Vinci splits the pair. He moves up into 5th overall. He is leading, incidentally, among the rookies ahead of Finn McLaughlin, and that was Chloe Chambers making contact there with Andrea Dupé. Thankfully, I think everyone has managed to pick themselves around Andrea Dupé, but Dupe and Chambers colliding there between turns 4 and 5. Let's hope Dupe can get that car refired.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that car gets moving again under its own steam, but yeah, just a bit of a tangling of wheels, and that's the effect that it can have, unfortunately. Hopefully no suspension damage done, and if they can get the car fired back up, we should be able to get back to green flags, which I believe we have, so that's a good sign. Leaders then head towards turn number 11. Leo Robinson, Gabriel Gomez and Maximilian Popov, the leading trio. Popov has looked quick on occasion this weekend and is right on the tail of the championship leader. Then again back to Anurag in 4th. 5th, Dante Vinci, who's been on fire this weekend, and Maxime Ream likewise has been quick. He's there in 6th. Anea Fry, I think it was, I saw moving forward on the opening lap in 7th, ahead of Finn McLaughlin, Bart Harrison and Artem Severikin. We sort of predicted a bit of a jumbled up start to the race, and that is exactly what they've delivered.
Quite right, yes. I was going to say it's calming down a little bit, but actually looking towards the rear of the field, it's 2-3 wide still. Again, Daytona 500 parallels taking place at this circuit. Maxime Ream having a look to the inside of Dante Vinci. A little bit of a speculative look to the inside, at least at turn 2. It would have been very, very, very far back indeed. Word to Enya Fry all the way up into 7th position now, having picked through the bones of some of those moments like Finn McLaughlin's error on the first lap. Thomas Behrman's error as well, capitalised from both of them going wide at turn 5 on the first lap of the race. Behrman, incidentally, has dropped back. We just saw him there behind one of the Maffei Racing cars. He is now down in 12th place. David Walter is on the fringes of the top 10. He'd love to score some points on his first weekend in the Formula Wind Series, his first weekend in the car racing world in general. It's not been often we've seen Maffei up there in the top 10. They would love to get a strong result here in the Formula Winter Series. So then, Maxime Ream under now significant scrutiny from Enya Fry. Enya really seems to have the bit between his teeth at the moment, saying that is not how you execute turn 12.
No, well, I think Enya was seeing a few mistakes from Maxime Ream there at both turns 8 and 11. Maxime was wide, and again the back of the car steps out at 14. That's 3 corners in the second half of this lap alone, in which the rear end of Maxime Ream's car hasn't exactly been underneath him, so that US Racing machine, the handling perhaps slipping away from ever so slightly, and Enya Fry would love to take advantage of that if possible. They battle over 6th position then as they head towards turn 2. The predominantly light blue car is Enya Fry looking to the inside from a long way back. Well, makes the apex of a fashion, and that was actually a really good move. A little bit messy with the lockup, but Maxime Ream just seemed to step right out of the way.
I have to assume there's a flat spot after that, though. That was a big under rotation on the left front tyre. I almost called it the right left tyre. That would have been redundant, wouldn't it? The number 20 car then up into 6th position for the time being, and yes, I really thought he was going to go straight on into that corner. Instead, absolutely nailed the apex and could be on to move further up the top 5. He's already been having his best ever Formula Wind Series results this season, and we're seeing yet more of Fry's potential here in this race.
Indeed so. You mentioned, by the way, David Walter earlier on, the Maffei Racing driver, 11th place, so 1 position out of the top 10. Also only 1 position away from a rookie class podium. He is 4th in the rookie category, right on the tail of his Yenza Motorsport rookie teammate, Bart Harrison. So that's a battle worth looking at, although Bart actually has got ahead of Artem Severikin, I think, on this lap, up into 9th position. Artem is also a rookie driver, though. So yes, Artem Severikin still battling away then with his teammate for position on the rookie podium. What a brilliant sight they make as they stream past the pits, heading for turn number 1. Leo Robinson 1 second clear now then of Gabriel Gomez, who did have a purple first sector on that previous lap, but purple second and third sectors going the way of the race leader means that it's Leo who holds the fastest lap of the race, and crucially an extended margin back to the rest of the pack.
Absolutely right. We see there 2 more of the Yenza Motorsport cars in tandem then, Harrison and Severikin. Meanwhile, Jan Köhler coming into the pit lane off camera in the number 50 car from US Racing on his first weekend in the Formula Wind Series. An unfortunate way to conclude, but the 50 hopefully won't be too badly in need of repairs or fixing before next time out. Aragon car looks visually a-okay. Must be some sort of technical hiccup.
Yep, seems to be the case, but the team will look into it, see if they can get him back out maybe for a little bit of extra running, albeit laps down. Battle on here towards turn number 8, and very close indeed heading into the braking zone. That was the 37 car on the attack, trying to move through, not quite able to make the move stick on the way in. Alexander Ruta and Simon Schranz together was that.
Edu Robinson, which is why that's quite an interesting,
Right.
because he obviously started from the pit lane, so Edu's making his way through. He's gotten past Alexander Ruta, but evidently Alexander isn't happy with that situation for the time being. Leo Robinson then leading the way by a second. We do sometimes forget the leaders this weekend. It seems as though the leaders often have quite easy races, and it all kicks off further back, doesn't it, at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo this weekend. Alba Hurup Larsen is having a good battle at the moment with Peyton Westcott further back for 4th in the female trophy. Just saw them drag racing to the line. Another good battle between Thomas Behrman and Andrea Kostic. Kostic now to the inside of Behrman, and that is going to be a move for 12th position in favour of the US Racing driver. Behrman slipping back a little bit. It's been a fraught weekend for Thomas. Qualifying didn't really go his way, at least in Quali 1. Quali 2 was better, of course he started 7th, but still trying to get his head around the second chassis of the weekend after they had to replace on Friday night.
Indeed they did, and well, slowly seeing some improvements over the course of the 3 races. As I said, got shuffled out wide at the start of this race into the gravel briefly, I think, at turn 5, but has slowly been trying to pick his way back through since then. 12th position he runs at the moment. Lots of drivers already being warned about track limits, one of whom is Thomas Behrman in the number 7 car, and they need to be careful of that because we still have just over 2/3 of the race to go. Have plenty of opportunities yet for track limits penalties to rear their ugly head. Through the final corner then come the leading group, and Gabriel Gomez quicker actually on the previous lap than Leo Robinson, to the tune of, well, actually no, fractionally slower I should say. The gap stable therefore at around about a second. There were hundredths of a second between them last time around. It's similar this time, in fact 2,000ths of a second quicker was Gabriel Gomez. Briefly Leo Robinson had the fastest lap of the race. Gabriel Gomez then pipped him by the narrowest of margins. They are incredibly evenly matched, but that means it's not going to be an easy job here for Gomez to close in any further on the leader.
Yeah, anything but. Max Popov also still with them as well in 3rd place. Top 3 covered by 2 seconds. Kabir Anurag in 4th place. Hasn't seemingly quite got the car underneath him to go hunting for that top 3. His pace relative to them last time by, he was a 10th off the lead and slower than all 3 of the top 3. So Kabir, for as feisty and fun as he's been to watch, not sure he's quite going to get towards the podium contention unless these 3 start to converge. That said, of course, we've not had a fully green race so far this weekend, so there could be time for a bunch up to take place. Leo Robinson turns into the 11th corner of the lap. So many of these braking zones here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo, you've got to be turning and braking at the same time. Also just seeing further back Edu Robinson from my commentary position, I can see that Edu Robinson continues to move forward, is now up to 22nd place from pit lane. So he continues to make an onward path. Meanwhile, Max Popov continues to sit there watching the top 2. Frustratingly not quite able to challenge them just yet.
No, although I think he's been a bit quicker this time around than the cars ahead. Yes, 4/10 quicker or so, no, 10th, sorry, quicker than Gabriel Gomez ahead of him. So he's well within a second now of Gomez in 2nd position. There is car number 15. That is Edu Robinson, who should have taken the start of this race from 4th place. But unfortunately, as we documented, started from the pit lane. Where's he got himself up to? 22nd then, with the moves made on that lap. His next target, Rancho Conte, and indeed Peyton Westcott ahead. Those 2 have both had their dramas earlier on in the weekend. And certainly Eddie Robinson will be hoping that if they are going to have any further dramas, they wait until he's cleared them and disappeared up the road.
3rd in the queue here is Chloe Chambers, whose car is unaffected seemingly by the collision earlier on with Andrea Dupé. That is the battle for the female trophy lead that we were seeing just there previously. Chambers in the first of the Red Bull liveried Campos machines, ahead of Alicia Palmovsky, ahead of Nina Hardeman. That is for 15th, for 16th, 17th and 18th positions at this stage. And then we see Eddie Robinson going through shot, Alba Hurup Larsen and the 37 car thereafter as well. The 37 car, of course, being Alexander Ruta. And there is Simon Schranz going through as well. Good to see dueling all through the pack here. As there goes Eddie Robinson through shot once again. There is Ruta. And the AKM cars are currently sandwiching Peyton Westcott. Westcott is have been in amongst the battles in all 3 races this weekend. I don't think he's had a dull moment at the wheel of her Van Amersfoort machine this weekend. Supported by her father this weekend, who himself is a racing driver, competes in GTs in the United States. And who is that as the cork in the bottle just going through the bottomless shot? That's, I wasn't quite able to track that. And we do have some damage to Edu Robinson. So something's happened there for Edu. The engine cover is peeling away.
Oh, yes, and that had a bit of an effect, I think, on the rear aero of that car through turn 1, because he skated out wide. I wonder whether this is linked in any way to the reason that he was late on parade and missed the start of the race and missed getting into his grid position. Maybe they were tinkering away at the back of that car and something's not quite been tightened up properly in the rush, the scramble to get him out onto the circuit. We'll perhaps never know, but what we do know is he's going to have his hands full if that bodywork continues to loosen and may even be called into the pit lane anyway to get it seen to. But that's a bit of a shame, because he's been charging his way through the order pretty efficiently, almost into the top 20, and that charge may now be about to hit a bit of a speed bump. Although that being said, it's sort of refastened itself now, weirdly, going through turn number 8, maybe only at high speed, that it's going to present a real issue.
Absolutely right then. The battle's continuing on in this section of the low 20s where they're all competing well. Here we see Thomas Behrman going through shot, and then just behind him is the 48 of Gino Trapper, or Gennaro Trapper if you prefer. He is leading a big queue of cars, just had a huge snap of oversteer coming out of the final corner, and that might leave him vulnerable to Sebastian Bach, who in turn is being pursued by the top 3 in the female trophy class. Let's see what Bach can do then. Last year's Danish or Nordic 4 rookie champion, not quite able to find a way around Trapper just yet. Trapper, who competed well in the Brazilian Championship in F4 last year. 4 cars pretty much with about 4.5 car lengths between them in total there, going through turns 2 and 3. The 2 Red Bull livery Campos cars in their own battle though. Chambers and Palmovsky got to sit and chat with them for quite a while after the drivers briefing on Friday. They're definitely friendly, but all bets off now as they're both trying to move up the overall standings, and they'll be acutely aware that they're P1 and P2 among the female trophy competitors.
And of course P3 Nina Hardeman not far behind, although interesting to me that Nina isn't just charging up onto their gearboxes, because she's been really the pace setter in the female trophy all season long so far. Granted, that's only 5 races, but she has been the one to beat. And poor starting position for this 3rd race has meant that she's had a bit of overtaking to do and not actually able to close in as of yet, properly anyway, onto the leading 2 in that category. They head back towards us then at turn number 12. And, well, the cork in the bottle is there. When does it all erupt into action is the question. You feel like it will probably happen at some point, as Eddie Robinson, perhaps unsurprisingly, is being summoned into the pit lane, I think, to get that rear bodywork reattached.
Yeah, can't have a loose engine cover. That, as we saw, does disturb the car quite significantly going into some of the faster corners. But for now, Gino Trapper under significant pressure. I think for Nina Hardeman. Now Eddie Robinson is coming under pressure here from the 14 car, and through goes Guy Albach, 14 past 15, and Edu's engine cover again coming loose as he dives to the inside to take the position back. But I suspect he will be making the turn towards pit lane this time by, as Trapper continues to hold off Sebastian Bach. Really cool. Something I enjoy about the Formula Wind series is the backgrounds of the drivers. You've got the Nordic 4 rookie champ ahead of a race winner from the Brazilian F4, and then 2 F1 Academy drivers in the form of Chambers and Palmovsky just behind. and of course 3 with Nina Hardeman not far back either. F1 Academy drivers, really interesting stuff. I was going to hypothesize that Hardeman's laid back, just follow and see what happens approach might be to capitalise on some tyre degradation a little bit later on. For now, Leo Robinson has still got less than 1.5 seconds between himself and Gabriel Gomez. The gap hasn't really extended much. It is going up marginally almost every lap. Gap is now almost at 1.4. However, for Maximilian Popov, he is certainly closing in on Gomez.
Yes, most definitely. Utilising the slipstream down the main straight then to try and continue that charge. So I'm just looking out of the window because I think there was a bit of damage actually to the front of one of the cars in that group we were following before. Trapper, I think it was, but I think it was just weaving towards the pit entry for some strange reason as in comes behind him Eddie Robinson. Anyway, meanwhile, out on track, the leading group towards turn 6, and yeah, Maximilian Popov looking more of a threat now to Gabriel Gomez perhaps than he was a few laps ago. But you get close and then you hit the dirty air and then you can't make those last few feet of real estate up that you need in order to make the definitive move. And so the top 3 remain static for the time being.
Can't help but notice that a few of the cars have the wet lights on, which is very confusing to me, given the conditions we've had all weekend here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. This one definitely was not declared a wet race in any way, shape or form. Gino Trapper still under significant pressure then from back Chambers and Palmovsky at the moment. Of course, for Chloe Chambers, she's already collided with one AS Motorsport car in this race in the form of Andrea Dupe. Doesn't want to make it 2 for 2. You can see the indentation on the nose cone from where that happened, but otherwise quite miraculously undamaged, seemingly, that car. All the same, Alicia Palmovsky would have seen that and her eyes lit up as she gained a position or two to close up on Chloe Chambers, and now we've got this very interesting intra-campos scrap.
Andrea Kostic being warned about track limits, not the only one in fairness. Theo Borenstein also being given the warning flag, but not affecting any of the cars towards the pointy end of the field. Back towards turn 1 comes this slipstreaming snake of Formula 4 cars. Anyone going to make the move? No, not into turn 1, but a slightly defensive line once again taken, and that's just going to stack this whole group of cars up. And now, yes, there is a move into turn 2. Late on the brakes, a snatch brake as well. Through goes the 62 car, but this will open the door, will it maybe, for Chloe Chambers as well. Back is ahead of Trapper, but where does Chambers go? She's got Palmovsky right behind as well, and a complete roadblock in front of her. She's to the inside, into the right-hander. They are dangerously close to banging wheels. Somehow they don't. She hasn't gained a place. She may yet lose one. And back on the inside again goes Trapper. Collides into the side of Sebastian Bach's car. Back is in the gravel. I think Chambers may have benefited from that, but that has scattered the cars behind. Here comes Palmovsky to the inside, Hardeman to the outside, another late lunge. They're 3 abreast. Surely that won't work. Hardeman sails round the outside, claims second place in the female trophy. That was some very smart racecraft. Maybe there was something to your theory that she was just sitting back and letting the race come to her. She is into second position ahead of Alicia Palmovsky now, and she will set off after Chloe Chambers.
And Alicia just about gets the whole car ahead of Gino Trapper there. I think a touch of frustration as she cuts the inside out of turn 8. There are yellow flags around the circuit, and the safety car is indeed scrambled. So car in the gravel in the form of Sebastian Bach. He's had a couple of misfortunes while fighting on the fringes of the top 10 this year, unfortunately, Sebastian. But safety car means that Leo Robinson has some work to do. He is also going to be thinking about what happened last time there was a late safety car while he led a race. Of course, back at Portimao, I don't think we're going to end up with a one-lap dash this time around, given just how quick these Valencia marshals have been all weekend. I suspect we should have another 2 to 3 laps of green flag racing at a bare minimum. But all the same, Leo hopefully has been managing his tyres, keeping things cool, calm and collected at the helm of that car. And he'll be thinking, yeah, I remember what happened at Portimao. I turned into turn 1. He told us this on the live stream. Turned into turn 1 and I knew immediately I didn't have the grip to keep Gabriel Gomez behind. This time, he's going to hope that is not the case.
Yes, but I'm sure that will be in the memory banks. And now creeping towards the forefront of his mind as we look ahead to what could be a thrilling conclusion to Formula Winter Series action this weekend. A fantastic battle it's been between a number of drivers really in that lead group. We kind of came into the weekend, didn't we, asking the question, can anyone beat Gabriel Gomez? Well, the answer, as it turns out, is yes. We've already had Maxime Ream winning today. Maybe a chance here for Leo Robinson to do the same thing, but yeah, he's got to overcome a safety car restart for that to happen. There is a 5-second time penalty for Simon Schranz, by the way, the number 25 car, who I'm sure picked one of those up in the race earlier on today. In fact, it may have even accumulated 10 seconds.
He did.
Didn't Okay, so lessons not learned there by Simon Schranz, but anyway, he will lose 5 seconds, and because of this safety car, that will probably cost him a few more positions as well. And what a shame, Adam, that terrific battle that had been building for 2/3 of the race ended in contact.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, but I think as soon as we saw that scatter going on at turn 2 into turn 3, there was a whiff of inevitability, and well, yeah, Sebastian Bach, the unfortunate bystander in all of this. Let's take stock then on the order. It is Leo Robinson leading the queue, Gomez, Popov, Anurag, and rookie leader Dante Vinci taking us down to 5th position. Then it's Ennio Fry in 6th place, which would match, as it stands, his best ever finish in the Formula Wind Series, which came last time out at Portimao. Maxime Ream, the winner from earlier today, in 7th, ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Then it is Bart Harrison and Artem Severikin of Jenza Motorsport. David Walter is behind Andrej Kostic. They are in 11th and 12th. And of course, Walter would love to get some points on the board, I'm sure, in his first weekend. He comes highly touted from the world of go-kart racing. Plenty of hype has been assigned to him. WSK Champions, OK Senior, I believe it was, winner in 2023, and after one last year in karts in 2024, the now 17-year-old is moving into the world of car racing. Moving out of the way is the safety car, because the number 6 car of Leo Robinson has received the call, as everyone else will. That safety car is in this lap, and Leo Robinson now has that pressure cooker scenario. He's going to be hoping that Gabriel Gomez hasn't got anything that he does not in the pocket.
Yes, well, this is going to be an interesting restart, isn't it? Leo Robinson, when does he go? What has he learned from safety car restarts earlier in the season that haven't quite gone to plan? Gabriel Gomez, I'm sure, will be thinking exactly the same thing. You know, he knows that this is his one chance, maybe, to try and claim a second race win of the weekend. But he's also going to have one eye towards Maximilian Popov behind, because Popov was a threat to Gabriel even before the safety car came out. The leader pulls the pin as they approach what would normally be the braking zone for the final corner, and it's all of maybe 2 car lengths, probably less than that really, between them as they come across the timing line. They weave around, the leader trying to break the toe, Gomez trying to follow it. I don't really think Leo Robinson has broken away here, and crucially, Gomez under no threat from Maximilian Popov, who was caught slightly asleep there and has got Kabir Anurag for company. Those two debating 3rd place, and that allows the leading 2 to settle it between themselves.
Yes, it does. Anurag deep there into turn 2, but trying to square it up for a good run out of the corner. Andrej Kostic getting squeezed out. That allows David Walter to have a little look to the inside for turn 3. Wasn't close enough to make a move there, but is on the fringes of potentially scoring points. And we've had 2 cars collide. Andrea Dupe, along with one of the Maffei cars, Cornelia Olkutska, colliding with each other. And that Andrea Dupe car is quite damaged. He might be able to drive it out of harm's way if he would be so kind. I'm currently watching him reverse towards the gravel, which is scaring me a little bit. But for now, Max Popov is keeping an eye behind him, because Kabir Anurag is charging again.
Dupe's second incident of the race, isn't it?
Yes.
He's had a fairly lively afternoon. Battle for 3rd then into turn 11. Defensive lines being taken all round here by Maximilian Popov. So Kabir Anurag has a genuine shot here at moving up into a podium place, but the safety car, I fear, is being scrambled. We certainly have a yellow flag showing on the timing screen, and I think that might be the case, and someone really sort of squirming out of the way as cars ahead started to slow down, and yes, the pace has indeed reduced. So safety car is now confirmed on the timing screen. That is the number 91 of Cornelia Olkuchka off the road, not for the first time, I hasten to add, this weekend. And yeah, Cornelia luckily is pulling behind the barriers all of her own accord up at turn 8, but the issue is the Andrea Dupé car, which, as you mentioned, was fairly badly hobbled with that broken left rear suspension, and I think Andrea was struggling to get that car out of the way without some outside assistance.
Tractor already scrambled. They will do, I think, the approach here from the race control will be get this safety car lap done fairly quickly to ensure they begin the what should be the penultimate lap of the race before the clock hits 0. So then maybe we get 1 lap of racing at the end. They can do this in 2 laps for sure, the crew here at Valencia, all being well. So I don't think we're done with the racing just yet. So long as the cars cross the line before the clock hits 0, we should have a 1 lap dash. And if the previous restart wasn't a bit too close to comfort for Leo Robinson versus what happened at Portimao, the way that it's stacking up right now is going to be something he will not like at all. I get the impression, based off of watching that restart, that Leo doesn't have the same issue with tyre deg that he had at Portimao. It seems like he's got better traction, better grip, better turn-in underneath him than he had at Portimao at the very end of that first race of the season. All the same, the deck is stacking in an oddly familiar way.
Yeah, I mean, he certainly didn't drop Gomez on the nearly full lap of racing that we had. Safety car in this lap, apparently, so particularly efficient work by the Valencia marshals. Yeah, the track is clear at turn 2. We're good to go.
Productive.
That should give us a couple of laps of racing then. Good news for us, possibly good news for Gabriel Gomez. There's one person who's probably less pleased about that. Would you have any idea who that might be?
I think we've piled it on enough. Yeah, definitely. Leo Robinson will now be probably trying to figure out how he might be able to surprise Gabriel Gomez, because on that restart a few minutes ago, it really did feel like Gomez was in striking distance, just a couple of car lengths back. So I think he's going to be almost trying to watch the visor on Gomez, and if his head turns for a second, he's going to plant the throttle. That's probably the plan at this juncture. So long as they cross the line before they hit 0, we will get 2 laps of racing. If it's after 0, we get 1 lap of racing. And given the lack of speed in which Leo Robinson is climbing up the hill towards turn 13, I'm wondering if he wants only 1. No, he's planted the throttle. It will be 2 laps of racing to conclude the Formula Wind Series weekend at Valencia, and it will be Leo Robinson that leads us onto the penultimate lap. He has Gabriel Gomez for company once again. Gomez this time with Maximilian Popov a lot closer to him, so that is something to consider as well. Kabir Anurag in the mix also as they stream single file down towards turn 1. It is Robinson with a fairly comfy couple of car lengths heading into turn 2. At the front for Hi-Tech, 3 teams in the top 3. Hi-Tech from Us Racing, from Van Amersfoort Racing. Everyone else converging upon the apex of the second corner. We just saw there Chloe Chambers still ahead of Nina Hardeman in the women's trophy, the female trophy aspect of the race as well. Alicia Palmovsky has dropped down behind Guy Albag and Gino Trapper. I think that happened to her on the previous restart.
Next car in front of Chloe, though, is Nina's teammate, Thomas Behrman. So she's the meat in a Hi-Tech sandwich at the moment. That could prove interesting with a lap and a half of racing still to go. The lead pack then descends upon turn 8. That's Maxime Ream on the tail of Enia Fry in the fight over 6th position. So the top 5 making a little bit of a break. There are the top 5 making a bit of a break towards turn number 11. Just outside of the top 10 that female trophy battle is very much raging on. Well done though, Leo Robinson. Very well executed restart. He went a bit earlier that time, and crucially, as you alluded to, Popov better that time is keeping Gabriel Gomez honest, and that means that Gabriel can't really fully concentrate on going after the race leader.
Incidentally, you may have seen Eddie Robinson did in fact rejoin the race and restarted from 25th. Let's see how far he can go before the checkered flag in what has been a very, very up-down with too much down race for him. Leo Robinson crosses the line to start the final lap, turns into the first corner with a lead of 0.7 seconds over Gabriel Gomez. Is he home free? By no means. Is he in a strong position? Absolutely. Gomez is going to have to capitalise on an error or produce something absolutely magnificent to win another race here this weekend. He is, of course, yet to finish off the podium this season, Gabriel Gomez. That streak is looking likely to continue. Leo Robinson currently on course to score the bonus point for fastest lap as well. That's unlikely to alter on the final lap of the race. Have there been any significant changes through the field on that first lap post restart? Not really, no. Chambers and Hardeman have not switched positions just yet. In fact, Chambers seems more interested in getting around Thomas Behrman, as David Walther, I think, just collided a little bit with Thomas Behrman further back in the field. But at the front, Leo Robinson is dominating this race. He has had to build a gap on a couple of different occasions. He has had to manage restarts. He has had to work very hard indeed up against the might of the likes of Gomez and Popov behind. But the high-tech driver has done everything right, and it will be Robinson that crosses the line to win in the Formula Winter Series. And the number 6 car will be number 1. Gabriel Gomez takes second, Popov in third. Now, what about the female trophy order? It was all shuffling around with Thomas Behrman losing his wing at turn 8 on the final lap. It does ultimately fall to Chloe Chambers, and in fact Nina Hardeman lost out to Gino Trapper on the last lap as the contact between David Walter and Thomas Behrman took place at turn 8. Behrman unfortunately falling down to 16th on the final lap, having been well within the top 15 all race long. Joanne Chiconte moved up into third in class, and Alicia Palmovsky ended up 24th. Palmovsky must have had an issue there at the very end of the race, because she was running fairly well and was right behind, of course, Chloe Chambers just a few short minutes ago. Ultimately, though, out of the top 20 for Palmovsky. That's an unfortunate end to her weekend, and we will be bidding her farewell from the Formula Winter Series paddock after today. She won't be with us in Aragon. It will be Chambers along with Rafaela Ferreira in Aragon next time out, and the team will be absent from Barcelona. So we wish Alicia well, and it's a shame really that she didn't get to conclude with another strong result in the FWS category. It was really hassling Chloe Chambers for the female trophy win all throughout that race. It would be Chambers ultimately that won it, though. 13th overall for Chloe Chambers. Hardeman was 15th and second among the female trophy drivers, and Joanne Chiconte rounded out the podium on that front. But Robinson, Gomez and Popov, your top 3 in the overall standings, and Dante Vinci, who finished 5th just behind Kabir Anurag. He wins the rookie trophy class ahead of Finn McLaughlin and Artem Severikin. The 37 car is down a rear wing, evidently. The 37 of Alexander Ruta, who was one of the first back into the pits. In fact, no, he wasn't even taking the flag. I think he came into the pits just before the end of the race. It was because he'd lost his rear wing. I think a few bits have fallen off of Alexander Ruta's car this weekend. That's not to say they weren't put on properly, but they have become dislodged by some of the actions that have taken place in the race. The number 3 car pulls up in front of P3. Max Popov with a really solid weekend once again. That metronomic consistency that he's largely displayed, wet tyre gamble at Portimao aside, would stand him well in the championship if it weren't for Gabriel Gomez. Leo Robinson says, "You can't see me," and holds aloft the Algerian airline towel, I believe that is. Of course, racing under the Algerian flag is Leo Robinson. Anglo-Algerian driver who came up through Giudetta Juniors initially. And of course, has already made a name for himself in the Formula 4 world, taking 3 victories in last year's British Formula 4 Championship, and has really been strong this weekend in the Formula Winter Series. Robinson celebrates what is, of course, his first win of the season. Was second twice at Portimao and has finally secured a victory in the third and final race at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. We'll be looking to do more of the same when we arrive to Motorland Aragon in just 2 short weeks' time. Of course, as has been the case all season with the Formula drivers, they do have to head to the weighbridge first. So Izzy and Joe down there in the pit lane will have to wait just a couple of minutes to receive their interview. Meanwhile, looking down from my commentary position, I'm directly above Parc Fermé, so I can see some of the debriefs going on down there in Parc Fermé at the moment, and I'm sure plenty to discuss before the FWS drivers are allowed to head back to their respective airports. I don't think there's anyone who can just straight drive home from here, but they'll all be having their debriefs and getting some analysis before heading off and then starting their preparations, I'm sure, very soon after for Motorland Aragon, the 3rd round of the season. Motorland was the circuit that threw up some of the most surprising and most exhilarating races of the season last time out in the Formula Wind Series back in 2024. And one would have little reason to expect anything else from the circuit this time around when we head there on the 1st and 2nd of March. Leo Robinson, I think, will be eager to try out that circuit. It's a circuit that gets a lot of testing use, but sometimes is rather overlooked in the four-wheeled world for major events. It's a circuit that I very much enjoy, and I know a lot of the drivers do as well. Of course, next up out on the circuit, the GT Winter Series. Those cars are starting to be wheeled out from their garages at the moment, and they will have the final race of the day, the 55-minute pit stop race, to conclude our weekend here at the Circuit Ricardo Tormo. Meanwhile, let's have our final FWS winners interview of the weekend. It's Leo Robinson celebrating his first win of the year with Izzy Browning.
He is indeed. Leo, am I allowed to say finally? That feels like it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it's only been 5 P2s in the last 6 races, so you're allowed to say finally.
Yeah, absolutely over the moon though, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. I'm going skiing after this, so I'm going to be hitting up the slopes tomorrow, so it's a nice way to end the weekend.
So let's take it back to the last couple laps then. When the final safety car came out, did you think, I've seen this one before and I don't want it to end the same way that it did?
Yeah, I've learned from my mistakes, but yeah, that one was fine. Just never looked back really. That was it.
Yeah, kept you cool, kept enough tyre towards the end, broken the P2 streak, as you said, and I'm sure there'll be big celebrations on the slopes and tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, go up to the podium. A very happy Leo Robinson.
So then, the 3rd race of the FWS season is complete, and we have yet another new winner. The race got started, sadly missing Eddie Robinson from the 2nd row of the grid. Everyone else, though, was present and correct, and the one who was quickest to the throttle was indeed Leo Robinson, who got to the inside of Gabriel Gomez at turn 1 and turn 2 and led the way early doors as Max Popov established himself in 3rd position, just behind the US Racing Championship leader from Brazil. Fionn McLaughlin and Thomas Behrman both running wide at turn 5 on the first lap. That created some scattering through the field. On the second lap of the race, it was Alicia Palmovsky, actually, who collided with Andrea Dupé. I did think it was Chloe Chambers at the time, but no, it was Palmovsky and Dupé who came together on the second or third lap of the race. Unfortunately, Jan Köhler did not make the flag. He slowed down after just a few laps. Nice flat spot for Enya Fry potentially with that lock up into turn 2, but it was a great move and that put him up to 6th position. Andrea Kostic was having a good scrap with Thomas Behrman, who was trying to recover after dropping some places on lap 1. Simon Schranz was in a scrap further back with Alexander Ruta in the number 37 car from Cram Racing. In fact, sorry, that is the other Cram car, the 83 of Ricardo Baptista. Eddie Robinson managed to get past Alba Hurup Larsen as he was recovering from a pit lane start, but shortly thereafter, suddenly, pop goes the engine cover. That would cause the 15 car to be summoned back to the pit lane on a black and orange flag. Side-by-side racing just outside the top 10 as Gino Trapper was being pursued by Sebastian Bach, Chloe Chambers, Alicia Palmovsky and Nina Hardeman in a very compelling 5-way scrap. Eddie Robinson was losing time and track position as the engine cover continued to flap. And this was Sebastian Bach finding a way past Gino Trapper. Chloe Chambers saw some opportunity as well, almost 3 wide through the third corner. Alicia Palmovsky involved as well as Nina Hardeman, but then contact between Bach and Trapper going into turn 6. And that would trigger our first safety car period of the race. The AS Racing car removed from the scene of the incident, and unfortunately it wouldn't be the last time we saw one of those cars attached to a crane. The race resumed once again with Leo Robinson just clear of Gabriel Gomez, but then shortly thereafter Kolkushka and Andrea Dupé collided. Olkushka, sorry, they collided going into turn 2. Cornelia Olkushka unfortunately not able to get back to the pit lane. 2 cars abandoned, meant a very brief safety car period. We went back to green flag racing with 2 laps left to go, and we were delighted to see a little bit more racing to conclude the day. Eddie Robinson was once again trying to find his way past Ricardo Baptista, who I think he had to overtake 2 to 3 times during the race. A difficult day for Eddie Robinson, but at the very least, he managed to reach the checkered flag after the hardships in that one. Lots of shuffling further back through the order. Peyton Westcott making up some places, and Eddie Robinson, it was colliding with Alexander Ruta. That's where the front wing and the rear wing got dislodged. Meanwhile, Leo Robinson crossed the line to win the race, his first of the season in the Formula Winter Series. You can't see him, but you can see his sponsor. So then, Leo Robinson is a winner in the Formula Winter Series. Gabriel Gomez's podium streak continues. Maximilian Popov, another podium for him too for Van Amersfoort Racing. Kabir Anurag takes 4th position. Dante Vinci wins the rookie classification in 5th place. Enya Fry is next in 6th. Maxime Ream in 7th position. Finn McLaughlin in 8th place. Bart Harrison in 9th, and Jensers Artem Severikin rounding out the overall top 10. All 3 Jenser cars in the points. Andrea Kostic in P11. In 12th place, Maffei Racing's David Walter on his first weekend. Chloe Chambers 13th. Gino Trapper 14th. Nina Hardeman in 15th. Thomas Behrman in 16th. Joanne Giconte in 17th. Peyton Westcott in 18th. Matilda Patz in 19th. And Guy Albag in 20th place. Going through the rest of the order quickly so we can go to the podiums. In 21st place, it was Eddie Robinson. 22nd, Alba Larsen. 23rd, Ricardo Baptista. Alicia Palmovsky in 24th. Simon Schranz in 25th. Cornelia Olkushka did reach the flag in 26th, ahead of Theo Borenstein, Alexander Ruta, and then the non-finishers, Andrea Dupé and Sebastian Bach from AS Motorsport, and unfortunately Jan Köhler also not reaching the flag. But for those who does, a few of them have podium trophies to receive. So let's go down now to Andy McEwen with our podium ceremonies. So then, just having some issues down there on the podium, but hopefully we can go back down there in the minute. So then, the podium ceremony should be underway in just a short while, but for now, Andy McEwen just trying to wrestle with his mic, but for now, of course, we are getting ready for the GT Winter Series. In fact, the engines are firing in the GT Winter Series, and those cars will be headed out onto the circuit shortly. We'll have not quite 38 cars in the GTs, of course, now, courtesy of some of the incidents we've had in the race. And we are welcoming the cars onto the track at the moment, but we should have the podiums in fairly short order, as the drivers make their way out there. Of course, for the Formula Wind Series teams, it's always very, very go, go, go at the end of these races. They've got to get all of the spares and stuff out of the way just before the GT Winter Series race begins. And we now will go back down, I believe, to our podium. And we can begin the process of welcoming our drivers on to the podium. Firstly, it will be the female trophy podium, where Chloe Chambers will join us, of course, as the winner of that class. Chloe Chambers taking it in the female trophy category. That was after a dramatic battle with Nina Hardeman and indeed Alicia Palmovsky, and she will carry that momentum into Motorland Aragon. That is in just 2 weeks' time. She has been testing at Motorland or just before coming to Valencia, so she'll have some good mileage to work with going into the event at Motorland Aragon. The pictures taken for Chloe Chambers, the winner of the best female, the female trophy category, and she will be looking to do more of the same next time out at Motorland for Campos Racing. Next up, it will be the rookie trophy classification, and it will be Yenza Motorsport's Artem Severikin who joins us on the podium third. Artem Severikin rounding out his weekend with a top 10 finish in the overall classification as well. His debut campaign in junior single-seaters continues to yield positive results. Finn McLaughlin taking second position among the rookies. Of course, an overall winner last time out in Portimao, and he'll be looking to reach those heights again at Motorland Aragon. Your winner, though, in rookies, coming out onto the podium now, is Dante Vinci from Van Amersfoort Racing. A really solid effort from him. The presentations being made there by members of the Winter Series team, as well as Pirelli representatives as well. The top three posing for pictures, and great to see them all celebrating the result. And we'll see whether Dante Vinci can continue that impressive form, not just among the rookies, but also in the overall order. Next time at Motorland Aragon, the Van Amersfoort cars starting to look very strong indeed in the Formula Winter Series. Next up then is the best team plus the overall standings. And of course it will be a High-Tech Racing representative that joins us up there first. High-Tech, the winning team for this race. And we next welcome on to the podium Van Amersfoort Racing's Maximilian Popov, the number 3, once again in P3. Popov has been very strong so far this season. Quite a reserved young man, but I think he can take a lot of positives out of this performance this weekend. In second position, it is Gabriel Gomez for US Racing. cheeky step onto P1, but he is not the winner on this occasion. It's 3 different winners in 3 races this weekend. Leo Robinson, the Algerian flagged racer, taking the win, making it 3 different nationalities as well, of course, on the top. Let's hear the national anthem for our winning driver. So they didn't quite catch that on the broadcast, but that was the Algerian national anthem for Leo Robinson. With his first win of the season will come a trophy, of course. Again, Pirelli and Winter Series representatives receiving or handing the trophies over, and good to see some animation there from Maximilian Popov too. He is happy with his result for sure. The drivers then are making their photographs now, and the high-tech team member getting the chance to join in also. High-tech crew, very impressive performances so far this season, and they pose for the picture. Max Popov snarling a little bit there. Maybe he's intending to get a little bit aggressive on the circuit next time out to try and get further up the podium in the Formula Winter Series. They've vacated the podium. However, on the grid is a full quota of GT cars. Let's go to Izzy Browning ahead of our final race of the weekend.
Indeed, it is our final race of the weekend. The 3-minute board has already gone up. Of course, we were a little bit delayed with that podium, so we're going to dive straight into it. The final race of the weekend for the GT Winter Series. We've got the number 8 car once again on pole. Of course, Luca Engsler taking the win earlier, and Jonas Karklis will be starting in that car, and then Luca taking over after the pit stops. Of course, there's an hour race coming up with a pit stop halfway through. We've also got the Holtzum twins car on P2. Of course, they took a win yesterday in, Giuliano took a win yesterday in his solo sprint race. Doors just being closed, of course, because not much time left until the race gets started. In fact, you can already see the marshal getting ready. So just quickly, of course, the number 1 car, Kenneth Hyatt in that car, back on the grid. Been a tricky weekend for them. A few incidents, and of course, we have seen a few incidents throughout the GT Winter Series races this weekend. We will be hoping that we don't see that this time out, and that indeed we do get a clean race alongside the number 700. I believe Kobe Powells will be starting in that car for this race, and then Matisse Lismont taking over the car after the pit stops. As I said, teams and drivers just clearing, so we're going to continue up the grid before the 1-minute board comes out. Carrie Schreiner starting in the number 11 Conrad Motorsport car. She's had a fantastic opening weekend in the GT Winter Series, and I'm sure you can see her co-driver just stood alongside Danny Sufi in a race suit for the first time at this weekend. Of course, he hasn't driven either of the sprint races. Those have just been up to Carrie, so he'll be taking the car after the pit stops. But we have got a couple of cars, as you can see, missing from the grid, and that is, of course, because of the incidents that happened this morning in the race. Teams and drivers not able to get the cars fixed for this race, but we do have the 1-minute board, and race 3 is coming up now.
For the final time this weekend, we're about to have the thunder and the roar of the GT Wind Series head down towards the first corner at Valencia, and it'll be Jonas Karklees that leads them away in the Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini. Giuliano Holtzum starts alongside him in the Invitational Class Evo Spec BMW M4 GT3. Kenneth Heyer lining up third. He's alongside another GT3 car in the form of Kobe Powell's and his Aston Martin Vantage GT3. Next up is Carrie Schreiner. I believe she'll be alone on that row of the grid because of the incident earlier on for the other ComTU Racing Aston Martin. Eric Chung, therefore, starting from 7th place. He might fire up into the overall top 3 or 4 from there. Anders Bidstrup, also in a Cup 1 Ferrari, will be doing much the same. Rafael Duran in a P9. He is alongside Ulrich Larsen in 10th place. Larsen, the first of the Cup 4 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo cars. In 11th place, John Dillon, the 151 car, another of the Cup 1 Ferraris. He's alongside Stefano Guy, who I believe is set to be driving 2 cars in this race. More on that later. Kalle Bergerman, the first of the Cup 2 Porsches, alongside Shintaro Akatsu in 14th. Sven Schurmer is in 15th alongside Alessio Ruffini. In 17th is Cristiano Maciel alongside what should have been Talal Shahir, but unfortunately that car was damaged on Saturday. Oscar Rinzovic in 19th place alongside Hubert Darmetko, who was very fun to watch in race 2 earlier today. Alvaro Ramos takes the 21st starting spot. He's alongside the GT2 Mercedes of Alberto Di Martin. In 23rd place, Alfredo Hernandez in another Mercedes, that's a GT3. Alois Meyer alongside him in 24th for Engstler Motorsport. Marius Goreski is next in 25th alongside Jakub Twalrog in another of the Porsches. In 27th is Alberto Duran, who hopefully has a car underneath him after some damage earlier on. Don't think we're getting the 28th starter, the 32 Autosport Racing Lamborghini. Andreas Greiling is next alongside Darren Howell. Then it's Steen Almsgaard and Giuseppe Gasillo on that next row. Row 17, Bienkowski and Germana Tognella. Row 18, Ryan James, who will hand over to Oliver Webb. He's alongside Jakob Bidstrup as one of the Furch Racing Porsches has a spin. And goodness me, that's a bit panicky as Joachim Bulting rounds out the starting order. That was the leading of the 2 Furch Racing Porsches. So that was Marius Goreski having a moment there. And he is now trying to dash back to his rightful starting position. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, we're in 2x2 rolling formation for the beginning of this race. Not everyone is going to get to join the 2x2 roll before we get this race underway. It's going to be 55 minutes of racing in the GT Winter Series. Pit stops will begin after 25 minutes are in the books, and it's a drag race to the line between Karklees on the inside, Holtzum on the outside. The fast Ferraris moving up the order as well, but it is Jonas Karklees that leads the way from Holtzum, from Powell's, and then in 4th place I believe that would be Anders Bidstrup, who has moved into 4th position. And a collision between Bidstrup and Rafael Duran. Duran into the rear, of Eric Chung in the 198 car. Eric Chung then collected by the 127 driver. Rafael Duran just missing his brake marker there. Carrie Schreiner's been rather swallowed up by some of the Cup cars further back in the field there as well. But it is the top 3. Lamborghini from BMW, from Aston Martin, and Jonas Karklees is actually building a gap as 2nd and 3rd place start to maybe focus on each other.
Yeah, so another slightly messy start, although we made it to turn 2 this time before calamity struck, thankfully. Unfortunately, though, it took care of a couple of our Cup 1 front runners. The leading 3 then, all GT3 spec cars, albeit running in different classes, but all GT3 cars make their way towards turn number 12, and it looks to me as though Kobe Powell's in that Aston Martin is the raciest of the 3, hunkered up behind Giuliano Holtzum's BMW as they drop towards the end of the opening lap. Already, though, Karklees is disappearing up the road in the Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini. You're right on board with the 'surviving Aston Martin as we race past the pits for the first time.
There you go. So it is Carclise from Holtzum from Powell's. Then it's Stefano Guy in the 101 car. He's come from out of nowhere practically to be 4th overall. He's a very quick driver. I shouldn't sound surprised, and yet to some extent I am. Stefano Guy all the way up in P4. Kenneth Heyer is next in 5th. And Carrie Schreiner rounding out the top half dozen ahead of John Dillon, who has managed to get past Anders Bidstrup on the first lap. Kalle Bergman in the overall top 10 in the Cup 2 leading Porsche. He sits 10th for Valeco Motorsport.
Yeah, well, you're right to be a bit surprised because Stefano Guy started 12th on the grid,
Yes.
so that's 8 places gained. Not a bad effort given everything else that was going on around him on that opening lap, but you do see that sometimes, don't you? When there is a skirmish near the front, some people pick the right way to go, and others perhaps don't have quite the same fortune. Stefano Guy then 4th, leading in Cup 1. Kalle Bergman is leading in Cup 2, the number 44 Valeco Motorsport Porsche. Cup 4, led by Alessio Ruffini with Ulrich Larsen right behind. So that's a pretty interesting scrap amongst the Lamborghini Super Trofeo cars. In fact, Cup 5 is pretty tight as well. Darren Howell, Giuseppe Casillo and Jakob Bidstrup all nose to tail. They may be 25th, 26th and 27th in the race, but they are 1st, 2nd and 3rd in class. So early stages, I know, but each and every class so far looking competitive.
Absolutely right. And there you see some of the Cup 1 Ferraris being pursued by Bergman in 10th overall. Of course, he ended up in the gravel just one corner into the race through really no fault of his own in the concertina effect of the first corner incident in the earlier sprint race today. So he will be looking for a better result now for he and his co-driver Måns Stalin, the 2 teenage racers who were teammates last year in the Swedish Touring Car Championship. There is the 333 car of Alessio Ruffini. He's made a positive start. He's up in 12th overall. And of course, that car will be one to watch later on when Milos Pavlovic takes over. Ulrich Larsen is a Lamborghini to watch right now for the DC Motorsport team, the team boss down at DC Motorsport, and the DC Workshop business is having a very good race thus far. But it does appear we have yellow flags, and we do. It's for the 115 Ferrari of Shintaro Akatsu once again. Shintaro Akatsu, I should say. And of course, the Reparto Corsa driver does get the car rolling, but a little bit of a yellow flag, a little bit of a delay there. Whether that was a forced error or not, I don't know.
No, but either way, the car gets going, albeit at the back of the field, so lots of time lost, lots of time left though to try and regain it. 50.5 minutes to go. There's a pit stop to be included in the middle of all of this as well, so lots to play out in this final race of the weekend as we focus in here on the Cup 4 battle that's raging on. Alessio Ruffini versus Ulrich Larsen then. This is the closest really we've seen these two, I think, in any of the 3 races so far. Ulrich Larsen up for the fight in the DC Motorsport Lamborghini, the 477 machine, the red car in shot. Turns through the final turn, a slightly neater line on the way in maybe than Ruffini, the class leader, as their work is done in the pit lane to fix some of the walking wounded. That is Rafael Duran's car, which came charging in from stage right into turn 2 and left a little bit of a trail of chaos in its wake.
Yes, fortunately both cars were able to drive away from the scene of the crime and continued on unabated. Of course, the battle we're seeing here on screen is the Cup 4 lead battle, so Ruffini and Larsen fighting for quite a lot right now, and they're behind Oscar Rinzovic, who is surely going to have some rather achy arms already by this stage of the day in his 4th race of the Valencia Sunday. Meanwhile, Giuliano Holtzum really under significant scrutiny from Kobe Powell's here. Both of these drivers, they are the same age actually. I think they are both 20 years old, but 2 young, talented silver drivers. And I must say a word as well to Jonas Karklees, who is getting away here from Giuliano Holtzum. Karklees is 2 seasons or so deep into GT3 racing now, as we see just off camera that Ulrich Larsen has had a spin. We now pick that up. The 477 car having a moment at turn 8. That's the end of that Cup 4 lead battle then. But to finish my point on Jonas Karklees, I think it's remarkably impressive how much he's developed, because last year in the GT Wind Series, when he was here in an Audi, he wasn't quite at this level. He is driving away from two very accomplished drivers and feeling very comfortable in the Engstler Lamborghini.
Well, and remember, Luca Engstler is still to come in that car later on, and no one could keep up with him in race 2, could they? So it bodes well for that car. This battle for second continues to rage on. I was, as it happens, watching that Cup 4 battle out of the window. It was contact between Raffini and the car that was challenging him, of Ulrich Larsen, but it was Larsen on the inside, in fairness. He kind of leant on Raffini, and just as they were exiting the corner, when the car was under maximum load, around it went. So I don't think that will come back to haunt Alessio Raffini. It may well, though, lead to a safety car period, because that car is not for moving. It is buried in the gravel trap, in an especially dangerous place, I suppose, but I still think we will need a safety car period to get that out of the way. You can see it's a yellow flag zone at the moment, turn 8, as they go past the stricken Lamborghini, and then into a green flag zone at turn 11. The battle can continue.
Safety car is now out. Safety car out. It's a shame, actually, if you saw there just now going through turn 8 and 9, about 30 centimetres away from being past the gravel with the rear tyres, which would have meant he could have got it out of there. If he'd felt so generous as just let reverse, he could have saved the marshals some trouble. But unfortunately, the safety car is out for the first time in this race. There is also some bodywork to pick up down at turn 1. There will still be some carbon fibre down at turn 2 as well from the collisions that we've seen there. So I suspect we will have a fair few moments of recovery for various things, cars or shards, out on the circuit. Let's take a replay then of the start of the race.
Yeah, let's see what we can piece together then through the first few corners. Pretty even initial launch, wasn't it, I think, between Carcleese and Holtzum, and so they were able to sort of sort things out pretty easily going into the first turn. It was after the first turn that it all started to go a little bit wrong. Keep your eyes to the red Ferrari in 4th position. That red Ferrari will not be in 4th position for much longer, because here from a long way back came their assailant, and Rafael Duran, who was, I think, 3 positions behind Eric Chung going into the braking zone. All of a sudden they were occupying very much the same bit of real estate by the time they reached the apex.
Yeah, definitely was a mistake rather than a move from Rafael Duran, but all the same, it has had the knock-on effect of damaging the 2 cars, and unfortunately that is all she wrote for both parties. The 127, is the 127 still in the pits? No, actually, I think Rafael is back out there, and actually, did Chung continue? Yes. Eric Chung is in 19th place, so don't write him off just yet. Eric Chung, very experienced driver, and it is a strong Cup 1 lineup, actually, now that we're into the endurance race, and obviously some of the drivers who are primarily here to coach suddenly get the opportunity to do some driving, and Chung, I think his number may have been reassigned, annoyingly, since I did my notes. Actually, no, that's useful for me. Daniele Diamato is the driver who takes over from him. Diamato, who is a 2-time Ferrari Challenge champion, so he is very quick indeed, and we expect to see that car ascend through, and this safety car actually might well help them, of course, because they'll be closed up compared to the rest of the order. Covering some of the other classes briefly, Cup 5 being led, and I promise he is leading this time, Darren Howell. I did say erroneously that he was leading at one point in the previous race. He's 24th overall, and of course we'll hand over to Sean Doyle a little bit later on. Cup 3 meanwhile being led by Ryan James. The Andreas Greiling car unfortunately isn't there to take the start, so it is just the one Cup 3 car this time, but we can expect Ryan James's car to fly a little bit later on when Oliver Webb assumes the role of driver and starts to pick up some places, I'm sure, in the overall standings on the way. The Engstler Motorsport number 8 car, though, leads the overall standings and the GT3 Pro class, where it sits alone. And of course, the GT3 category being led by Kobe Powell's in 3rd overall, since Giuliano Holtzum's BMW is an invitational entry, effectively a hybrid spec. It's mostly Evo with some non-Evo bits on it down at Schubert Motorsport for this weekend. It is an invitational class entry. And it is just great to see the Holtzum twins again in the Winter Series after they previously competed in the prototypes. And I think a really interesting nugget there as well from Luca Engstler regarding the leading car going into or coming out of race number 2, declaring that the Lamborghini he's driving this weekend is the Grasser car he was racing in DTM last year, that Grasser have said, you know, go get a race under your belt after, obviously, the accident in Macau. Get a race under your belt in the familiar machinery you did in DTM last year. We know your dad's team can handle the car. Go off and have some fun at Valencia, which is a big sign of the trust between the Engstler family and, by extension, the Engstler team and the Grasser racing team.
Yeah, exactly so, and it is a good idea. You sort of made this point, I think, earlier on, that, you know, having had time out of the car, particularly injury-related, you do need to sort of get back on the bike and ride it as quickly as you can, and just about as quickly as he was allowed to. He was entered into this weekend's racing, and yeah, he will certainly be very pleased with the fact that he has come in and immediately been competitive. The lights, by the way, are out on the safety car, so the safety car is heading in this time, and the race will resume with 42 minutes or so to go. And it is going to be Jonas Karklees then who has the job now of restarting the race. Juliana Holtzum will try and go with him, but I think really will want to try and put a bit of distance between himself and Kobe Powles, who was all over him just before the safety car came out. In the end, it's a pretty equal restart, but Holtzum made a mistake at the last corner. Now, remember, Powles is not allowed to overtake him before the line, but he can draw alongside. He wasn't actually able to in the end, and so Holtzum breathes a sigh of relief. The Aston Martin is still coming, but so too, of course, is Stefano Guy in the Ferrari. The Cup 1 leader to the inside, bails out of it under braking. I didn't think he was really close enough to those two going onto the straight, but the power of the Ferrari brought him right into the mix.
Yes, it did. I think he even had to brake at one point on the straight to avoid the back of the Aston Martin, and yet still it was almost side by side going into the first corner. Karklees then will have to set about rebuilding that lead over Holtzum. We haven't really mentioned Kenneth Heyer terribly much, but he's hanging well in 5th position in this race ahead of Carrie Schreiner. He and Schreiner have been together on the track on a couple of occasions already this weekend. Of course, Moritz Viskirchen and Danny Sufi respectively will take those cars over, and Schreiner, actually, speaking of the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini, is looking more than a little bit feisty on the rear of Heyer's Mercedes AMG GT3 at the moment. And one driver firmly embedded in that Mercedes has known the car like the back of his hand for many, many years. Carrie learning something new, and Alexander Bijatovic, I believe that is in the 30Q car. No, it's Petar Matic, his co-driver at the helm at the moment. Nonetheless, the Autosport Racing Lamborghini gets out of the gravel trap. Applause to you, sir. We do get to stay green flag then, but the 32 car having a moment on the turn 6 exit.
Yes, it was turn 6. I was trying to figure out where that was, but yeah, turn 6, left-hand side of the road, an odd place to end up, but anyway, he managed to get himself out of harm's way, which is good news. Headlight flashing going on there for Stefano Guy, as here Carrie Schreiner has a half look to the inside of Kenneth Heyer. Thought maybe that might have forced a mistake out of Kenneth, but mistakes do not come from Kenneth Heyer all that often, and he made the corner pretty safely in the end. Keeps the number 1 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo clear of the Lamborghini Huracan for the time being anyway. Behind them, John Dillon, Anders Bidstrup and Cristiano Maciel are engaged in a pretty entertaining battle for second place in Cup 1. Well, certainly Dillon and Bidstrup are. Maciel, I think, just quite content to keep banking points here, really. 4th place for the man who was leading the championship into the weekend. Kalle Bergman is then next behind in the Cup 2 leading Porsche, but that battle, just see in the background, actually a bit closer now than the 2 GT3 cars are to each other, and that may be the next place we need to direct our attention, because Cup 1 battles are usually pretty entertaining.
That is quite right, isn't it? And it's not as if we're lacking Cup 1 Ferraris this weekend. Ferrari 296 Challenge, the weapon of choice by majority this weekend. We're just looking at some of the cars going through shot at the moment. There is the GT2 Mercedes AMG from NM Racing Team. Great to have a GT2 car on the grid. The GT2s are eligible and do have their own assigned class in the GT Winter Series. Meanwhile, the number 77 of Alfredo Hernandez there in the GT3 class as well, of course. The Grupo Prom BDR competition Mercedes. very distinctive machine that is. I am wondering if we'll see Almery Bonduel at the wheel at any point this year. He's typically the co-driver for Alfredo Hernandez. He can make a race car fly like almost no one else. I will say, though, young Mr. Duran is doing a good job as well, albeit several laps down. Rafael has been picking off places in the safety car queue. It's just a shame, of course, that it's not for position.
Yeah, indeed, but that proves that they have patched that car together reasonably well, haven't they, which is good news. So this battle for second place in Cup 1 then takes centre stage. John Dillon and Anders Bidstrup together. There is Cristiano Maciel in 4th position in the class. And as they round turn 6 and head towards 7 and 8, they will do so. It's just behind this battle that still is ongoing for second position. The BMW from Schubert Motorsport just keeping the Comunitat Racing Aston Martin at bay, but only by a fraction there, as Kirby Powell's had another peek to the inside into 11. Now they head towards turn number 12, the BMW and the Aston Martin. Who's going to have the better run up the hill? Pretty evenly matched, you would have to say. And so positions not changing for now. Another all GT3 battle as well continues to rage on between Kenneth Heyer and Carrie Schreiner. And again, like that fight per second, it seems to close up for a lap, and then it stretches, then it closes, then it stretches. There's no real flow or rhyme or reason to that. Is the 168 off at turn 8 meanwhile? That is Germano Toniella, the Reparto Corsa Ferrari, rejoining seemingly undamaged.
Yeah, just a little bit of a spin there. She's sharing with her husband in this race, Zois Skrimpias, who of course is a champion from last year's Ferrari Challenge category. Great to see them sharing a car for the very first time. Meanwhile, Bidstrup versus Dillon continues to be enthralling. The battle for second in class. I believe is Bidstrup driving on his own. He was listed on his own on the entry list, but I know that there were some gains among the DC Motorsport entries for second drivers. Bidstrup, though, is a solo driver, whereas, of course, John Dillon is going to hand over to Matt Griffin. So Bidstrup is going to have a big test later on when he's then up against John Dillon's co-driver, Matt Griffin, who we know absolutely does not hang around, even more so than John.
Had a change for the lead in Cup 5 now, so it's a good job you mentioned that Darren Howell was leading, because he wasn't for long, I'm afraid. Giuseppe Casillo had gone through on that lap in the other AF Corsa Cup 5 entry, but they were still nose to tail as they went through, and indeed Jakob Bidstrup still right behind them as well. That group of cars is, I think, heading up towards turn 6-ish, isn't it? Yes, but they've been very close together since the start of the race, as John Dillon flashes through shot, and John Dillon, we find out, is being investigated. Was that for an incorrect grid position? Yes, it was.
I think that might well be, because the ComTU Aston Martin would have been the row ahead of him, the second car that didn't take the start after the collision today, the Ricardo Baptista Rafael Suzuki machine. So that could well be a point of interest, and it's not just John either. Actually, the 115 car also being investigated for the same thing, but we'll have to see what occurs there. That would be Shintaro Akatsu, incidentally, the 115. The 99 is in a spin. That is the other Duran car, unfortunately, Alberto Duran, getting tagged into a spin, or having a spin. Where it was in the corner, I have to assume there was more contact than mistake. It wasn't a traction part of the corner. Kenneth Heyer there with a lot of smoke. Was that only a lockup? That looked like a huge cloud of smoke, and it's going to allow Carrie Schreiner up a position.
And there was a car stationary. I think that might have been the Artura I just saw out of the window, stationary at the final corner. But Kenneth Heyer's car, is it at full pace? Yeah, I think it is, but definitely a little bit of a moment there that's cost him a position in the overall running order. And down into 5th position, also down into 3rd in the GT3 class as well. So a few things kicking off all at once there. That was a bizarre moment, though, for Kenneth Heyer. Having said not long ago he doesn't make many mistakes, some things didn't quite go to plan there, and that has cost him the place to Carrie Schreiner. She is now freed up, of course, to go and try and do something about Kobe Powell's, who's about 5 seconds up the road. That would be for the lead, and perhaps in the end the win in the GT3 category. No sign of bailing for the pit lane for Kenneth Heyer, so he's obviously not that concerned with the Mercedes underneath him, as we switch our attention back now to this fight for second place, which involves the GT3 class leader, Kobe Powell's, behind this unhomologated GT3 BMW ahead. Also, Rafael Duran, I can't remember if you mentioned this, he was given a penalty for that contact at turn 2. He's just dived for the pit lane to serve that drive-through.
I see. So Kobe Powell's, who has stuck with ComTU since the 2023 season, competed in TCR Europe back in 2023. Ran with ComTU also in the GT3 Aston last year, so familiar with the steed more so than Giuliano Holtzum, who's in his first weekend racing the car as we speak. So a little bit of experience discrepancy between them in terms of the cars underneath them, though Giuliano has been racing for a little bit longer than Kobe Powell's behind him. Great to see the teams like ComTU and Schubert in the GT Winter Series for this weekend, and I know we're going to have more top teams joining us as well for Aragon, and particularly the season finale, of course, at Barcelona, which always produces a deluxe grid. 6 hour at Barcelona should also be very interesting. Unfortunately, having recovered from the gravel a little earlier on, Peter Matic seems to be in limp home mode at the moment. The car doesn't appear too happy. The suspension looks a little bit awry as well to me on the rear. Incidentally, we should remind you, we are 2 minutes and 20 seconds away from the pit window opening, and with that will come a big shuffle of the deck across all classes.
Oh, big look at the inside from Kobe Powell's, not close enough to complete that though into turn number 2, and so still it is Giuliano Holtzum in second position. Into second place in Cup 5, by the way, Jakob Bidstrup now ahead of Darren Howell, so 2 places lost in about 3 laps there for Darren, as his race rather starts to slip away from him, although they're all still absolutely nose to tail, so any one of the 3 could find themselves in the lead at any given moment. In fact, I would say Howell is now starting to come back. Bidstrup, who is right on the tail of Giuseppe Garcia. We haven't seen a lot of the Cup 5 cars on screen, but let me assure you, it has been one of the best battles on track so far. Speaking of battles, Carrie Schreiner, who I rather suspected would go quickly once released into that 5th position, has been chasing down Stefano Guy, the Cup 1 leader. Caught Guy now as well. And where will she try now to make the move? Maybe into turn number 11. Well, she wanted to. Not quite close enough, but Carrie wants to get this done quickly so that maybe there's a chance of going on to challenge for a class victory.
Stefano Guy I would expect to be in the pits fairly soon, because he's expected in another AF Corsa Ferrari for the second phase of the race. He will take over the current Cup 5 leading car of Giuseppe Casillo upon the second phase of the race. So I think maybe even just in 1 lap's time we will see Stefano Guy pull in, and perhaps Carrie Schreiner will elect to stay out there a little bit longer to capitalise on that. We have had a Lamborghini into the pits. I think it might have been the Autosport Racing number 32 of Petar Matic. It was indeed. Of course, we've seen that car limping already.
Yes, indeed. Pretty sure we've had another lead change in Cup 5, by the way, the class that keeps on giving
Bidstrup,
at the moment. Yeah, Bidstrup's in front now of Giuseppe Casillo, so all 3 of them now have had a stint in the lead. That Cup 5 battle, extraordinary in this 3rd race of the weekend. They're just heading through turn 12, and it's now the all-yellow Ferrari, there it is, which, if I know, sorry, that's Darren Howell, I beg your pardon, the number 5 car, which is in 3rd place. The other yellow Ferrari, that one there, is the Cup 5 leader, our 3rd different Cup 5 leader in the first 20 minutes or so of racing.
Yeah, so the 40 car, that is the first of the 3 488 Challenge Evos out there on the circuit. Giuseppe Casillo leading the way there. We've got the first stopper, I believe, of the actual pit window coming in there as well. That'll be Germana Tognella, I believe, making way now for Zois Strimpias. That'll be a driver change, and that'll also be one parent taking over the looking after of the daughter, who's also joining him, I think, as honorary team boss in the Reparto Corsa garage. Has very authoritative pink headphones as well that she has been sporting. And Germana and Zois, great to see them back out there, and good to see Germana racing again for the first time in about 3 years as well. I'm sure we'll see more of that from the ex-Sail competitor as well. This is our Cup 5 leader then. The battle has somewhat calmed down now that Jakob Bidstrup has gotten through. Giuseppe Casillo is starting to fall back a little bit into the clutches of Darren Howe.
Jonas Karklis in, Kobe Powell's in, so too Carrie Schreiner, Kenneth Hyde, John Dillon, Cristiano Maciel. So most of the leaders, except for, intriguingly, the leader, into the pit lane on this lap. Also, in fairness, the Cup 1 leaders staying out as well, Stefano Guy and Anders Bidstrup, so that's interesting. John Dillon.
For Stefano.
Definitely so, yes. He's having too much fun, I think, out there on track. He's maybe forgotten about his other duties in this race. Quite enjoying leading in Cup 1 for the time being, thank you very much. I'm sure we will see him in the next lap or so as he continues to lead in Cup 1. Back out of the pit lane, they all scramble, and that was a very interesting shot. It looks probably more dramatic than it actually was, but the pit lane can become very congested very quickly.
As we are certainly seeing, there goes Jonas Karklis, and indeed it will be Luca Engstler now, of course, in Jonas Karklis' car, and Kobe Powers will have handed over to Mathis Lismont. They've both exited then, resuming from the front. Juliana Holtzman, of course, still out there on the circuit for the time being, and he might be advised to wait another lap before heading back out or coming back in to the pit lane, because at the moment, as you said, very, very congested indeed. It looks like the local Carrefour car park on a Monaco Grand Prix weekend down there at the moment. But the pit stop window will be open for another 7.5 minutes, so those who can, or those who want to extend, absolutely can. One who did not elect to extend his stint was Kenneth Hyatt. That's Maurice Fitzgerson, now at the wheel of the champion car from last year, the #1 SR Motorsport Mercedes.
Yes, so I'll correct myself. The leader did pit, but of course now Juliana Holtzman inherits the lead. So, yes, he is out in front, having not yet stopped. So top 3 or 4 cars then in the running order yet to pit. Caleb Bergman's just come in from the lead of Cup 2. Fairly comfortable lead in Cup 2 as well. Cup 2's been really, really competitive all weekend, but Caleb Bergman is looking like the dominant factor, really, in this third race, the feature race, if you like, for the GT Winter Series, and we'll see whether that remains the same after the stops. That was a close moment for Luca Engstler, who has got the Aston Martin right on his tail. This could be for the net race lead once all is said and done, and only a lap after these two cars came back out from the pit lane, they are nose to tail. Traffic induced that, I think, Adam, but it's brought them together.
And it's a fairly quick driver. It is Zois Skrimpias who has come out in front of them, who is very quick in a Ferrari Challenge car. He obviously sees no reason to yield. There is, in pure black and white terms, a reason, because he's not fighting with them for overall position. But for now, he's got the pace to stay just ahead of Luca Engstler, much to Engstler's frustration, because Mathis Lismont is hounding him. And this is quite intense racing.
To the inside goes Engstler. Lismont can't quite follow through. Yes, he can, but there was just a moment of hesitation on the apex there, which allowed the Lamborghini to pull a length or so over him. But that was a hairy moment for both of them, certainly for Engstler, heading towards that final corner. So Engstler then keeping the Aston behind. Stefano Guy has now pitted, by the way, as has Anders Bidstrup from second in Cup 1. But all of a sudden, out of nowhere, really, the GT3 battle igniting. It really looked like, of all the groups of cars, the Engstler Lamborghini was the one I expected to have the most comfortable lead. That is not proven to be the case.
Yes, so family ties for Stefano Guy, who steps out of the 101 car, vacating it for Paolo Scudieri, who is the president of the Adler Group, a significant partner to Ferrari, and he'll then hop into the car, vacated by his brother-in-law, Giuseppe Casillo. The brother-in-law of Scudieri will now hand over to Stefano Guy, who is obviously the resident driver coach for the entire family.
And doing a pretty good job of it, I would say. He's certainly backing up his credentials with a really good stint here at the start of race 3. Car 15, meanwhile, given a drive-through penalty. 15 is, that's the NM Racing car, Manuel Lau, who was on the podium in Class 4 Race 2 earlier on, but now picking up a drive-through penalty, unfortunately, for speeding in the pit lane. We've had a bit of that going on this weekend in pit stop races, today in pit stop races, but it has struck again in GT Winter Series. Right, now they're out of the traffic, all of a sudden Luca Engstler is starting to do what we expected, which is pull away from everybody else. The question is, how much time did he lose in that exchange? Because remember, Giuliano Holtzum still hasn't pitted. He's been out there in, one can only imagine, reasonably clean air. If he's been lapping significantly quicker than Engstler, this could get very close for the race lead still.
Yes, it could. The 218 Lamborghini is into the pit lane then. That's Steen Almsgaard at the wheel, or formerly at the wheel, and he is a single driver, so he will remain in that DC Motorsport Lamborghini. DC Motorsport running Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and you can see him there rehydrating, which is something you can do if you've got an open face helmet, as Steen does. His first weekend, incidentally, racing a car. And what a car to choose for your first outing of a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. The last of the non-stoppers is are starting to come in now. Giuliano Holtzum and Shintaro Akatsu among the last holdouts. Meanwhile, here is Jakob Bidstrup, who has come back out ahead of Sean Doyle, who is now in Darren Howell's DMG Drainage Ferrari 488. The question is, where are those two cars going to come out relative to Stefano Guy, who is actually already in the other Ferrari? He's already opted into the other car.
In, by the way, comes the race leader now, so this is a crucial moment in the race. Giuliano Holtzum is in on the previous lap when Engstler was sort of just starting to settle back down again after that battle. He was 2 seconds slower than Holtzum, so if this is a clean pit stop, there's no reason to expect that BMW not to come out in the race lead, because there could have only been a few seconds between them at the beginning of the pit cycle. So the BMW is in, and we'll wait and see now. Here is, well, there, just flashing through at the bottom of the screen, Luca Engstler in the Lamborghini, and here Mathis Lismont in the Aston Martin. These two cars may have a little bit of extra company in half a lap's time.
Yes, so it's this car, the number 8 Liquimoli backed Engstler Lamborghini, that is one of the key players here. The Aston just behind, also very much in the mix as well, but the other is coming down pit road at the moment. It's Giuliano Holtzum in the number 56 Schubert BMW. The fact that he is already on the move as Engstler dives onto the brakes at the last corner tells me that he's going to have a good few seconds worth of advantage. Just coming out of the final corner now is Engstler, as Holtzum now accelerates away. Sandro Holtzum, incidentally, now at the wheel. The gap is going to be something like 5 or 6 seconds as Sandro Holtzum comes out just with Sean Doyle. Now, is Doyle going to do anything here to try and get around? That would be difficult and rather frustrating for Sandro if he did. No, he remains behind the GT3 car, and it is Sandro Holtzum in that 56 Schubert BMW that will continue on in the race lead, but I reckon that gap is going to be somewhere in the region of 5-6 seconds once those tyres back up to 10.
So that's a net gain of around 7 or 8 seconds, I think, then all told, because they were a few seconds behind the Lamborghini before the stops, and now 5 seconds or so ahead, maybe slightly less than that, 3 or 4 perhaps. We'll get an official read on it, of course, at the end of the lap. Was that a cut 5 positional change?
It was. That was Sean Doyle getting past Jakob Bidstrup for what is the class lead now. And Oscar Rinzovic has had a big off there at turn 14 exit. Now gets himself back underway. Very good job from Oscar. He's determined to get finishes so he can get signatures. So he was desperate to get that car out of the gravel trap, and he has done so. There is first and second in Cup 5, just ahead of the overall second place car, Luca Engstler. So it is Sean Doyle in the DMJ Ferrari, AF Corsa Ferrari, in the lead of that class. There, of course, though, are going laps down to the big GT3 cars, including that car belonging to Luca Engstler. So it is going to be at the line 3.4 seconds. So yes, right on the money there, Andy. That is certainly doable in 20 minutes, but is it doable for Luca Engstler against Sandro Holtzum?
Remind me, which Holtzum was in the car in race 2? Was that Giuliano?
Sandro.
It was Sandro. So this is a repeat of the battle in race 2, except the other way round. This, I'm going to guess, is what happened to Oscar Rinzovic. Oh, no one else to blame but himself, I'm afraid. Well, he sort of found himself offline, which would be the dirty side of the road in his defence, but there certainly wasn't any contact. Around he went, and very lucky not to get stuck in the gravel trap on the inside edge of the circuit there. Sean Doyle lapped, meanwhile, by Luca Engstler. But yes, to my point, in race 2 2 earlier on, then it was the same 2 drivers in these cars. Engsler won by just under 4 seconds, but that was a 4-second gap that could easily have been more, you felt, had it not been for safety car interruptions. So he should have the pace to close in here, and he's got 19 minutes in which to do it.
Meanwhile, Danny Sufi is stuck behind a Cup 1 Ferrari out on the circuit at the moment. He's 16 seconds off the lead, so don't expect Sufi to really challenge for anything more than maybe third on the podium if things really fall his way. There is Sufi now in amongst the gaggle of Ferraris. He's just going around Stefano Guy in his second car of the race, the third place car in Cup 5 at the moment. Sufi in just his second weekend racing the Lamborghini anywhere other than the Nordschleife. He's actually logged many, many miles at the Nürburgring 24-hour and in the NLS in that very car, but he's only driven it once before elsewhere. That was at Hockenheim, I think, back in 2023. But here he is on the pace, on the money, having handed over, having had the car handed over by Carrie Schreiner. He is, however, only 1.8 seconds clear of Moritz Viskirchen, so that could be a point of interest for Danny, perhaps more so than what's going on ahead of him.
Yes, as he tries to hang on to second in the GT3 class proper, if you like. He is the 4th place car in the race, 4th place on the GT3 cars in the race, but he is second of those entered into the GT3 class itself, if any of that made sense. Anyway, he's on course for a podium, which he has been promising us all weekend, hasn't he, that we're going to see him on the podium at some point, and he is on course for a class podium at the time being then. So, 17.5 minutes to go. Luca Engsler on that previous lap, by the way, was actually a 10th slower than Giuliano Holtzum. So Holtzum, in fairness, is doing his very best here to keep that Engsler Motorsport Lamborghini at bay. It's then 5.6 seconds back to Matisse Lismon's Aston Martin in third, which was over a second slower than them on the previous lap. Then Sufi and Viskirchen, as we said, are only just under 2 seconds apart. Then you get into the Cup 1 territory. Now, Cup 1 is rather interesting. Anders Bidstrup 3.9 seconds clear of Matt Griffin, but Matt Griffin a second faster than him on the previous lap. 4 seconds, second a lap. He'll get there before the end at that rate, won't he? Then you've got Rui Aguas in third, who is no slouch, as we know, and Paolo Scudieri in 4th position. Those 4 cars separated by some physical space on the track, but they are next to each other on the timing tower, and crucially, Adam, the top 2 getting closer together.
Rui Aguas was second a lap faster than Matt Griffin, at least on the previous circulations. I would expect him to be a factor if all things stay germane for the rest of this race. Now, I did notice that Luca Engsler made some gains on the previous lap, only a few tenths, mind you, and the reason why was because Sandro Holtzum had to navigate a bunch of traffic on the previous lap. He is now clear of the worries of back markers for a few corners at the very least, but we'll see how Engsler does, because I do get the impression that Engsler is lapping faster. Just looking at them going through the middle sector at the moment, I think that gap has gone down. Meanwhile, Anders Bidstrup, we just saw there, go on.
Matisse Lismon has a 5-second penalty for track limits. The GT3 class leader, 8.8 seconds clear of Danny Sufi, half a second slower than him on the previous lap, and now 5 seconds of that gap disappearing because of a penalty.
So third overall, but moreover the GT3 point scoring leader, Matisse Lismon. That is going to be a rather significant penalty potentially, especially with Danny Sufi now in clean air, I would suggest, for at least the next lap, maybe in the next 2. Moritz Viskirchen, meanwhile, not in the clean air at all. His 1.5 second or so gap to Sufi is now out to over 4 as he's navigating those Ferrari Challenge cars. And there's the 29 of Bidstrup. Just behind him is Griffin. So if we hold this shot, you can see the tricolor flag Ferrari just behind the Mercedes. And then it is the stealthy black AF Corsa Ferrari of Matt Griffin just behind. This is the Cup 1 lead, and this, I suspect, is going to be Matt Griffin very soon, finding a way past Bidstrup. However, Bidstrup comes from the Danish Special Saloon Car Championships and races around the Bullring Jyllandsringen, so I dare suggest he's willing to get his elbows out.
He may well have to, though, because he was 2.5 seconds slower than Matt Griffin on the previous lap. Yes, traffic will have had something to do with that, and we saw him in the process of getting out of the way of Moritz Viskirchen as well. But yeah, Matt Griffin definitely the quicker of the two. 14 minutes and 15 seconds still to go. It's a big ask, isn't it, to expect Anders to keep some of Matt Griffin's incredible experience, particularly at the wheel of a Ferrari behind him.
And if he does manage to do that for even 5 minutes, it's going to be Rui Aguas too. So it's really the deck's stacked against Anders Bidstrup, who has only been racing, I think, still for a measure of months as opposed to full years. He is clearly pretty fast. But he's going to struggle here. Griffin's got a good run out of turn 11. He's got the inside line for turn 12. Will Bidstrup brave it around the outside? He does not. Matt Griffin, therefore, moves forward into the Cup 1 lead on behalf of himself, AF Corsa, and his co-driver John Dillon.
And now keep an eye, though, as you said, to Rui Aguas. If he can catch and pass Bidstrup quickly, he may yet have an answer for Matt Griffin. Lead gap, by the way, 1.4 seconds now, so it is coming down, definitely, by 0.8 of a second on the previous lap. At that rate, they'll be together almost by the end of this lap, with still 13.25 minutes to go. Cup 1, we've already documented, is rather close. This is turning into a fascinating final race of the weekend here at Valencia, a suitably exciting final race of what I think has been the most exciting weekend so far of the Winter Series. Every race so far has been brilliant, and the GT Winter Series really outdoing themselves.
What amazes me about drivers like Matt Griffin and indeed Rui Aguas, who are following at the moment, is quite how little they do over the course of the weekend, yet how impressive they are. Yeah. I genuinely think that at the second round at Portimao, Rui Aguas spent longer playing table tennis in the hospitality than racing the car, and yet he gets in, plugs himself in right away, and is straight on the money. And he's closing in 10th by 10th, apex by apex on both Bidstrup and Matt Griffin right now.
Race leaders, meanwhile, there at the top of shot have just come across a big knot of traffic. Luca Engsler has a run on Giuliano Holtzum as they head across the timing line. Holtzum caught 2 cars at turn 12, which is a real momentum corner. He lost all of his momentum, and suddenly Engsler gained a second or so. Holtzum is still stuck behind one of the Cup 1 Ferraris. He goes to the inside of it into turn 2, but Engsler is almost to the inside of him. The BMW late on the brakes, makes the corner, parks on the apex, says, oh no you don't, Luca Engsler, you're not getting a better exit from the corner than I am, and he just about keeps the race 2 winner at bay. But this is game very much on now for the outright race win.
Yes, it is. Roll up your sleeves, put on a cup of coffee, and watch this one. The 115 spins again. Shintaro having a difficult race in the 115 Reparto Ferrari, but gets the car gathered up once again, so we can resume our focus on this battle between Engsler and Holtzum. Both of these drivers have competed in the DTM. Both of these drivers have raced at the highest levels of GT competition, and both of them very familiar with their cars as well. Sandro Holtzum has competed in the M4 GT3 and GT Masters in the DTM, and Luca Engsler, of course, has raced the Lamborghini in DTM last year as well. So very interesting to see how this one unfolds. Luca Engsler's already claimed a win this weekend. Sandro hasn't, though. He watched his brother win on Saturday, so he would like to get one chance to come across the line P1. He's going to have to make a wide car, though, because Engsler firmly closing in, or at least matching, and as they go through the traffic, the opportunities do sometimes beckon.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth. Sorry. I was about to make that point. No, you're quite right to make that point yourself, because really these two drivers, I think they are quite evenly matched. Engsler the quicker, but we've seen time and again this weekend, overtaking is not a done deal here at Valencia. Traffic can be the catalyst for that. It was certainly the catalyst for the gap shrinking quite dramatically a lap or so ago, and Luca Engsler will be hoping for another opportunity in the traffic maybe to pounce and find a way past the BMW. He is of course on course for a class win, but then he's the only car in the class. They're both technically the only cars in their class. I don't think they're that bothered about a class win. This is about winning the race outright, and Luca Engsler would love to keep his record of wins going from earlier on in the day. A slightly defensive line there for Holtzum into turn number 8. Engsler rotates the Lamborghini through the corner well, gets a face full of BMW though, and can't go any further.
Meanwhile, Rui Aguas has gotten through into second in Cup 1, so he's dispatched Anders Bidstrup. He's 2 seconds away from Matt Griffin, and Griffin, rather interestingly, has been slightly held up by Moritz Viskirchen in the GT3 Mercedes. So that battle is still active, and rest assured we will keep watching it out of our windows to make sure we don't miss anything there, but we keep an eye on the overall lead battle on our cameras, because it's a tantalising prospect to see what's going to happen over the next 9 minutes and 5 seconds of this motor race. They cross the line once again to start lap 28 of the race, and Holzem and Engstler split by just 0.4 of a second. BMW versus Lamborghini, Schubert versus Engstler. Those are two very renowned German motorsport names indeed. And what a showstopper this race is proving to be.
Also, Danny Soufi continues to charge after Mathis Lismont. That gap is now 6.9 seconds, which really is 1.9 seconds, because Lismont's got these 5 seconds to be added at the end of the race. It hasn't yet grown to a 10-second penalty. If it were, that would hand the position straight to the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Meanwhile, the Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini is, again, about as close as it has been to the back of the Schubert Motorsport BMW, but that BMW seems to get off the corners very well, doesn't it? A very torquey engine in the Beamer, and it means that by the time they get to the next braking zone, Engstler is just frustratingly that length or so too far back to do anything.
I suspect that the Schnitzelaum SR Motorsport Mercedes is ailing because both Griffin and Aguas have both gotten past, and they are now both within a second of each other as well. This battle that we're watching is still fractionally closer. I will shout as soon as that's no longer the case.
I do not know where to look. I literally don't know which of these battles to follow. We'll focus on the overall leaders because they're on screen and they're in traffic as they drop down through the final corner. So onto the main straight they will go. It is nose to tail for the lead, and this looks like a challenge almost coming from Luca Engstler. He's in the wheel tracks of the BMW, but again, Giuliano Holzem has a slight advantage, not necessarily in a straight line, but I think just getting off the corners, that's where the BMW has an edge. Engstler, though, quicker through turn one, jinks to the inside. Holzem sees it coming and covers that inside line. He's wide of the apex, though. There's just half a gap up the inside. Luca Engstler needed no second opportunity, draws level, but now he is on the outside into turn number 4. Holzem back through. Engstler goes for the switchback. The next turn is a right-hander. That will favour the Lambo, but can he get the job done before turn 6? Answer, no, I don't think so. Holzem, yes, has to slot back in line, and Luca Engstler muscles his way through the tiniest of mistakes from Giuliano Holzem, and Engstler is into the lead.
And it was strategic muscling out of turn 5, making sure that the BMW couldn't quite get a run as they now go past the ailing Aurelio Competizione Ferrari, which looks like it's a little bit slow out there on the circuit. With that move, I think Engstler is firmly released, although of course lap traffic can still play its part, and as you can see, there is enough of it in the immediate windscreen of Luca Engstler. Bergman is actually going to trip ever so slightly Luca Engstler up here, isn't he? Not through any fault of his own. So let's see if the big BM can mount a comeback. He's going to try and get the best run possible coming out of turn 14. Does set himself up quite nicely for the traction zone out of the corner, but I think the Lamborghini was just a little fast out of the turn, come what may. The sinister BMW is still lurking, but for now it is not a change of position there. Incidentally, the battle we are continuing to watch between Griffin and Aguas has gone the other way somewhat. Matt Griffin is now 3 seconds clear of Rui Aguas, so we'll see if Rui can retaliate. I'm guessing some lap traffic may have had a factor there.
He dropped 2.5 seconds on the previous lap, so he was almost with Griffin, as you said, and then suddenly dropped back. Number 80 Ferrari is limping back to the pit lane. That's the Myrtle Motorsport Oscar Rinzovic car that had a spin earlier on. There's another Ferrari, the Araujo car, heading into the pit lane as well. Also a 5-second penalty going out to the Cup 5 leader, Sean Doyle, but he is well more than 5 seconds clear in the lead of that class, so we don't need to worry about that too much. We've got 5 more minutes of this drama to go. Still Cup 1 to be decided, still the lead in GT3 to be decided, although Danny Soufi, I think, has now come across some traffic. He was slower by nearly 2 seconds than Mathis Lismont on the previous lap. Might that be enough to save the Come To You Racing Aston Martin and keep their class victory?
One of the great mysteries of this race to me is quite how Sean Doyle has ended up with a 40-second advantage over the battle for second in the Cup 5 category. But Howell and Doyle continue to lead that classification at the moment. What it might well be is just the fact that Doyle knows his traffic management extremely well. I have seen the other Cup 5 Ferraris kind of jumping out of the way quite a lot. I don't know if that's all of the 40 seconds, but it might be some of it.
Stefano Guy had a drive-through penalty. I can't remember if we mentioned that at the time. I don't know what happened to Jakob Bidstrup, but you're right. That is a much bigger gap than we expected. Certainly, though, Stefano Guy, not long after getting into the car, had to come back down pit lane again to serve a penalty.
Okay, I did miss that one, so that explains that to an extent. Now, Matthias Lizowski in the 27 PTT Racing Porsche, just to cover that class quickly, the Cup 2s, because we haven't really talked about them. Matthias Lizowski leads that in the car that Przemysław Bienkowski started. So Cup 2 in their hands as we see Giuliano Holtzum getting tripped up firmly here by the other Engstler Motorsport car, which is interesting. Oscar Rinzovic is still limping around. He wants to get a finish to get his signature, but he needs to be driving at a solid speed. He has got quite significant suspension damage. That is less than healthy.
I may have another clue to help you to sort of figure out what's gone on in Cup 5, because Stefano Guy just breezed past Jakob Bidstrup as if Jakob was standing still. So I wonder if he's running into mechanical issues. That would possibly explain why he's lost so much time to the other two cars in class.
But Holtzum on that lap with the Ferrari 296 ahead of him, that being driven by James Owen, also of Engstler Motorsport. He's had a very frustrating lap and he's still not past James Owen, who is a very quick driver, but he is a driver that is a lap down. So the other Engstler Motorsport car is rather ensuring right now that Luca is getting a gap. 3 seconds faster on the previous lap was Luca Engstler as Giuliano Holtzum was getting tripped up.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? There's Moritz Viskirchen, by the way, with Anders Bidstrup just in front. Yes, number 29, so that's another place lost, I think, recently for Viskirchen. Down into 8th place overall, still third in GT3, of course, but they'll be disappointed that that car is clearly ailing in the closing stages still. Oscar Rinzovic is limping around, well off the pace, but determined to finish the race, as you said. And he just needs to be careful, I think, to stay out of everybody's way. It's easy enough to do down the main straight, but through some of the twisty stuff, that car is going to become a bit of a rolling roadblock.
Yes, I do. If I'm understanding the motorsport properly, the signature isn't a guarantee if you finish the race. If you've been a naughty boy, it might not happen. Anyway, Luca Engstler, with 95 seconds left on the clock, is about to start the final tour of this race, having built, or rather been handed, a lead by some of Sandro Holtzum's misfortunes. Incidentally, he is still behind the other Engstler Motorsport entry, the Ferrari 296 Challenge. But Luca Engstler is crossing the line at the moment, and this will be the beginning of the final lap, and indeed the conclusion of a very, very good first day back in the car in racing conditions for Luca Engstler.
It's going to be very, very close in GT3 as well. Danny Sufi lost all that ground a couple of laps ago, but on this lap alone in the first 2 sectors, he's over 1.5 seconds quicker than Mathis Lismont. He needed 1.9 seconds to get within that all-important 5-second bracket. It's 5.4 going on to the last lap. Danny Sufi could yet win in GT3.
Yeah, in the GT3 class, this car on screen, our race leader, is a GT3 Pro car. Just to remind you, the car in second overall is an invitational entry, so Sufi would score maximum points for he and Kari Schreiner in the GT3 class. Meanwhile, Luca Engstler just half a lap away here from claiming yet another race victory. 2 in one day would feel sweet for him. He was, remember, needling just a little bit at Jonas Karklees earlier on, saying as long as he hands the car over to me in P1, it's going to be fine. And well, he did hand the car over in P1. However, we handed over from P1. Luca Engstler, though, coming across the wounded Myrtle Ferrari, much to the wincement of, that is definitely not a word, Andy McEwen. Through the last corner comes the number 8 Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, Evo 2, GT3, Luca Engstler and Jonas Karklis have taken the pit stop race victory in the GT Winter Series. Giuliano Holtzum takes P2. In third place, it will be Matisse Lismore. Now, interestingly, coming into the pits is Oscar Rinzovic now, as the checkered flag flies. Matisse Lismore will cross the line in third. However, here comes Danny Sufi. The gap will be less than 5 seconds. Sufi, therefore, completes the overall podium, and very well flagged there by you, Andy, as you get ready to head off for the podium. The third overall and indeed the GT3 class win, therefore, will go to Sufi. Matt Griffin is under a bit of pressure as he crosses the line from Rui Agras, but Griffin does secure the Cup 1 honours. Cup 5 goes to Sean Doyle and Darren Howell, much to the delight of the team down at AF Corsa. And then Matthias Lizowski is due across the line as well, the Cup 2 winner. We haven't seen that car across the finish line yet. It will be one of the very last cars across the line, as a matter of fact. While that car turns through the last couple of corners, Luca Engstler cruises home. He's very satisfied with his performance. An overall victory, a GT3 Pro Class victory, of course, since it is the only car in that class. It is a guaranteed overall victory, but all the same. Just crossing the line now is Przemysław Bienkowski for 11th overall, but more importantly, of course, the honours in Cup 2. Luca Engstler in the number 8 car, giving a thumbs up there to James Owen in the other Engstler car, the Ferrari 296 Challenge. There have been a few penalties handed down. Nicola Coldani in the 99 car that he took over from Alberto Duran received some 10 seconds worth of penalties. There were a few penalties, of course. The most high-profile affected penalty was Matisse Lismore, who ended up losing third overall and the GT3 full haul of points to Danny Sufi on the last lap. Danny got the call to push for a couple of quali laps, and he certainly did deliver. Sufi in the number 11 Lamborghini with a very, very strong performance to close out the weekend for Conrad Motorsport, after Carrie Schreiner put in 2 very good performances in the sprint races. Here comes Luca Engstler to pull up to the number 1 spot once again. And the driver of the number 8 car on his first day back racing after his smash in November. He's said he's been feeling good in the paddock. He's excited to be back in the car. And clearly, as quick as ever is Luca Engstler. There's Jonas Karklis, who did his part exactly as Luca Engstler told him to. He handed the car over from the lead. Granted, it ended up in second place after the pit stop cycle, but all the same, Jonas held up his end, and then Luca Engstler managed to put a bow on it, reclaim that race lead, and now Engstler Motorsport can celebrate an overall race victory in the GT Winter Series, not for the first time. So then you can see the flood of people down there on the podium at the moment. The cars are working their way into Parc Ferme at the moment. A very busy Parc Ferme, of course, with so many cars. Even though we lost numbers over the race, we did still have 32 cars taking the start in that final race of the day. A testament to the popularity of the GT Winter Series. It's great to see the category doing so well. Of course, it is the 6th season of the GT Winter Series. Started just pre-pandemic and is now firmly established post-pandemic as one of the leading places to go for winter racing, the leading place to go in Europe. So then we can go down to the pits. Luca Engstler and Jonas Karklis are with Izzy.
They are indeed with me. Guys, congratulations. What a race. Jonas, I'll start with you considering that you started the race. A fantastic first stint, and then you had to nervously watch Luca as he made his way through the traffic.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good start, a good first stint, but you know, you can come and pits whenever you want. Luca will do his job, and we were calm that he will overtake the BMW, so we are happy. It was a good race.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, Luca. I mean, Sandro was never going to make that easy for you. Had to navigate a lot of traffic as well after the pit stop, but you got through, and what a battle.
Yeah, it was good racing. Was cool. Obviously, we've been stuck in traffic in the pit lane, so we lost a lot of time. Also, then after on the out lap with the traffic, but it was a very fair and cool fight, so enjoyed it.
Well, it's been a fantastic race, a fantastic weekend for you two. Will we see you back in Aragon next time out?
Yeah, depends on the boss. If he wants me back, I'll be back. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll hope to see you back. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy the last podium of the day. And we will go back to you for the highlights of what was an incredibly exciting race.
Concur with that, Izzy. That was a brilliant race, one that I very much enjoyed, and I hope you did too. I'm sure that our highlights editor enjoyed cutting it down as well. So then, before the race even began, we had a moment. The 215 Porsche having a spin in the hands of Marius Gureski. When we did get going, there was some grass kicked up into the air. There was an early collision as Rafael Duran found the side of Chung in the 198 Ferrari, AF Corsa on AF Corsa. And indeed, this also AF Corsa on AF Corsa as Darren Howell moved into an early lead in the Cup 5 class for the older Ferraris. Lots of dramas all through the field. That was Chung trying to recover up the field after that collision. He was working his way back through the pack. And he did a good job, to be fair. The car ultimately finishing 4th in class. Ulrich Larsen was challenging for the Cup 4 lead and ended up digging a sandcastle. That was unfortunately cause for a safety car. As the safety car period released, Jonas Karklees continued on in the lead of the race, which he had held from the beginning. And he soon set about once again building a little cushion over Giuliano Holtzen. Alfredo Hernandez having some scraps further back in his GT3 AMG Mercedes, and this was a move for the Cup 5 lead. There was a car off there. I query whether that might have been under yellow flags therefore, but Giuseppe Casillo did get by, and then Darren Howell found himself under yet more pressure and scrutiny from Jakob Bistrup as the Cup 5 class proved fabulous entertainment. Sean Chung was clearly having a very interesting race. Eric Chung, my apologies, having an absolutely epic race back through the field. Meanwhile, that was another overtake for class position, and unfortunately a spin for Alberto Duran. He was tagged into it. Kenneth Heyer with a curiously smoky approach to turn 6. That would allow Gary Schreiner through. Mercedes would start to limp as the race went on. Some issues for Autosport Racing, the all-Serbian Matic and Bijatovic car not quite showing out in the way they would have liked in this one. Lots of variety through the grid as always, so lots of inter-class battles just like these, Cup 2, Cup 4, Cup 1, all in one shot there. Alessio Ruffini looked like he was struggling a little bit with the Lambo. That car unfortunately only finishing 29th with a technical issue, I understand. John Dillon handed the Cup 1 Ferrari over to Matt Griffin. Griffin would therefore inherit, once the pit window was over, a Cup 1 lead that he would try and hold against the cars pursuing him. Meanwhile, it was still at this stage Jonas Karklees at the wheel of the number 8, I believe, but Luca Engstler would soon take over. In fact, no, Luca Engstler was already at the wheel by that point. My apologies. But Engstler doing a good job at the helm of the number 8 to stave off the 700. The Mathis Lismont driven Com2U Aston Martin. Soon Lismont would start to fall back from the Luca Engstler car. Engstler would begin reeling in the race leader, Sandro Holtzen. The Cup 1 battles were exciting and they were numerous. This was Rui Aguas getting himself through some of the traffic and getting himself onto the rear of Matt Griffin, but that was as close as he would ever get to challenging Griffin for a position. Meanwhile, Oscar Rindzovic was having a difficult race. He half-spun halfway into the gravel, and thankfully he managed to get the car back out, but that wouldn't be the last of his woes in the number 80 machine. The Foot Racing Porsches were going side by side. It was the Atlas Ward-backed car, the 215 of Mariusz Goreski and Karol Kret that came out on top of that exchange. Meanwhile, Moritz Viskirchen was falling through the overall order somewhat in the Mercedes, which seemed to be ailing just a little bit towards the end of the race. Oscar Rindzovic, meanwhile, was losing out there to James Owen. James Owen, who'd end up playing a rather pivotal role in the last minutes of the race. This was our lead battle, getting ever closer. Luca Engstler, with the traffic providing an assist, caught up to Sandro Holzem. Holzem, though, was making the BMW even wider than it already was, as Moritz Viskirchen continued to get swallowed up by Cup 1 Ferraris. But that was going on away from our point of view in the live pictures, because the overall lead battle was proving to be too compelling to turn away from. Holzem made a bit of an error here at turn 1, and that was the opportunity Engstler needed to pounce into action. Set himself up to try to get the inside at turn 2. Holzem drifted wide at the apex, side by side through turn 3. Holzem stood his ground going into the 4th corner of the lap, but it was Engstler ultimately that would get to the inside at turn 5. He would initiate a little bit of a hip check into turn 5 just to make sure that Holzem would not get the run into the following corner, and it would be Luca Engstler into the race lead from there. In the end of the race, after James Owen in the other Engstler car, the Ferrari 296, slightly held up Holzem through the traffic, Luca Engstler ultimately proved with a clear 8-second run to the flag. A nice big cushion for him to contend with at the front of the order after 33 laps of racing. Engstler Motorsports, Luca Engstler winning by 8 seconds. Mathis Lismont in 3rd position overall in the number 700 car. That is, of course, also the GT3 class winner. Danny Sufi in 4th position for Conrad Motorsport, 4th overall. AF Corsa's Matt Griffin winning in Cup 1. He was just a few tenths clear ultimately of Rui Aguas. Griffin and Dillon winning in Cup 1. Anders Bidstrup soloing to 3rd in that class in 7th overall. Moritz Viskirchen limped home to 8th. 9th place Daniele Diamato. Paolo Scudieri rounding out the overall top 10 ahead of Cup 2 winner Matthias Lizowski, bringing a trophy home for both he and Previslav Bienkowski for the PTT Racing squad. James Owen taking 12th overall for Engstler Motorsport. Mariusz Goreski in 13th position for Foot Racing by Atlas Ward. The sole GT2 car, Manel Lal of the NM Racing squad, sharing with Alberto Di Martin for 14th. Nicola Caldani in 15th position in the 99. Sean Doyle up to 16th overall. A really good last stint from Doyle, allowing he and Darren Howell to win in the Cup 5 classification. Alfredo Hernandez taking 17th position in his GT3 Mercedes. Zois Skrimpias taking 18th overall for he and his wife Germana Tognella. Jakob Twarog taking 19th position and Shintaro Akatsu rounding out the overall top 20. Stefano Guy taking 21st position in the second of the 2 cars that he raced on this afternoon. Of course, having done the first half of the race in a Ferrari 296 challenge car. Mons Thalen withdrew to the pits late in the race in the Villico Motorsport car, which is a shame since both Thalen and Bergman were looking very fast this weekend. All the same, they are classified 22nd overall ahead of Jakob Bidstrup, who took well to the Ferrari 488 challenge car. Of course, he was supposed to race a Ferrari 296 this weekend, but it wasn't to be, ultimately. Greystone GT's Ryan James took 24th overall in the number 22, just ahead of Steen Almsgaard for DC Motorsport in his Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Sean Hudspeth in the rather wounded 127 Ferrari came home in 26th. Oscar Rindzovic came home 27th overall with his toe link firmly broken, unfortunately, on the rear of that car. Gonzalo Araujo limped home as well in the Araujo Competicio car. Milos Pavlovic did also get to the flag in 29th, but their car had some issues at Autosport Racing as well. Andrea Gagliardini rounding out the top 30 on the grid. Just a couple of other cars making it out there on the circuit, neither I think reaching the flag at least trouble-free. Alexander Bjatovic did get to the end but had some issues with the Autosport Racing car, and Ulrich Larsen unfortunately triggering our only safety car of the race with that spin going into turn 8 and then into turn 9. So Larsen not able to take the flag despite fighting early on for Cup 4 honours. However, Luca Engstler has proven to come out on top in the third and final race of the weekend in the GT Winter Series. And now we find that Engstler is seemingly going to move on to Aragon, perhaps along with Jonas Karklis. You could hear Luca saying down there with Izzy, yeah, if the boss says we're coming, we're coming. And Jonas Karklis gave a wry smile at that point. I do hope that we will see Jonas again. A great driver pairing there between Engstler and Karklis. And it's been a lot of fun to watch that car travelling at pace in that race, especially with caliber talent like the Holtzens up there fighting with them. Great to also, of course, welcome ComTU Racing into the standings, or into the grid. They finished third overall, but of course, Danny Sufi inheriting that position courtesy of a penalty. We'll see Sufi on the podium as he promised. And speaking of the podiums, they are ready now with Andy McEwen.
Well, we saved the best till last. The final race of the weekend here at Valencia was an absolute thriller for the GT Winter Series. We've got all of our drivers assembled for the final podium presentation of the weekend. We're going to start with the GT3 category, just to keep things interesting. So we will first of all welcome our third-placed GT3 pairing. That will be Maurice Fiskirchen and Kenneth Heyer. Congratulations, guys. The SR Motorsport by Schnitzelal Racing team head out on to the podium. Second in GT3 were Mathis Lismont and Kobe Powles. Well, the ComTU Racing Aston Martin pairing led until the final lap when a penalty for track limits took them out of the race lead, and the win therefore was taken by Conrad Motorsport, Carrie Schreiner and Danny Sufi. On the very final lap, they managed to steal the victory away, and they were victorious in the end by about a second or so on corrected times. Will List from Pirelli, along with Robin and Stefan from GEDLICH Racing, will hand the trophies over to our GT3 podium finishers. If you're wondering why we've started with GT3, it is because a couple of these drivers have flights in, I'm told, about an hour's time leaving from Valencia Airport, and were understandably in a bit of a hurry to get out of here, but they also get to celebrate with the big crowd first down below the podium. First of all with the trophies, then with the photos, and then the champagne provided by Quintas das Arcas, which is being brought out for them now, and I'm pretty sure that the champagne will fly on the Valencia podium just as soon as the photos are done. Well, those who have flights to catch are off. Those who don't are willing to celebrate. Danny Sufi, I happen to know, is one of those who's got a flight to catch. He's the only one celebrating, and he sprays the champagne over the crowd down below. And in fairness, joined by Kenneth Heyer as well from the SR Motorsport squad. And Danny Sufi makes sure that the Engstler Motorsport Lamborghini down below took its fair share of champagne. There is still some champagne to fly. I think Carrie Schreiner was stealth-like, hiding around the back of the podium then with her bottle uncorked, and rather caught Moritz Fiskirchen and myself unaware, so she's still going after Danny Sufi. So the competition continuing off track just as fiercely as it was on it. Right, congratulations to our GT3 podium finishers. Now we go back to the original plan, which was to run through Cup 5 first. So we have Cup 5 drivers to welcome out onto the podium. What a battle this was. All three of these cars led the race at one point or another in Cup 5. And in the end, it was only after the pit stops had been completed that we got a proper look at what the order was going to be. The podium is almost ready. The champagne, I think, is in position nearly. We need the champagne, definitely. If that first champagne shower was anything to go by, then the other classes are going to want to live up to that as well. Right then, podium is ready. Let's introduce our Cup 5 runners. Starting in third position, Jakob Bidstrup. Jakob heads to the third step of the podium. Second position, part of an AF Corsa 1-2, Giuseppe Castillo and Stefano Guy. Stefano Guy, the busiest man on the GT Winter Series grid this afternoon. The race win, though, went to their teammates Sean Doyle and Darren Howell. They get a big cheer from the crowd down below, not just the AF Corsa team, I must say. The SR Motorsport squad cheering on the Cup 5 winners as well. They know just how exciting a race that was for the Cup 5 contingent, which, as I said, saw multiple lead changes, all three cars spending a stint of that race out in front. But in the end, AF Corsa able to come to the fore with their number 5 core. Darren Howell and Sean Doyle victorious in Cup 5. A really nice atmosphere down here at the podium for this final race as the sun sets on the Valencia GEDLICH Racing Winter Series weekend, and a big and vocal crowd down below to join in the celebrations. The photos then have been taken. Are the corks being popped, or are we going to save that? No, corks are being popped, very much so. So a second champagne shower on the Valencia podium, and the Cup 5 drivers who provided so much entertainment in that final race of the weekend are very much at the centre of that, and smiles all round, as you'd expect, even for those who weren't able to come home winners. They all, I'm sure, really enjoyed that fight, as did the crowd celebrating down below. Another round of applause as the drivers vacate the podium, and we'll move on now to Cup 4. Cup 4 was a little bit quieter in that race than it had been in some of the earlier encounters this weekend, but the Lamborghini Super Trofeo class still put on an entertaining show. Third position then in Cup 4 we'll start with. It was Petar Matic and Alexander Beatovic. Out they come onto the podium, well, one of them does anyway, to the third step of the podium, to be joined by the second place team in Cup 4, Alessio Ruffini and Milos Pavlovic. Second place for the 333 Lamborghini. The winner, though, in Cup 4, in the end of a tough 60-minute race, was Sten Almsgaard, who again receives a big cheer from those down below the podium as he strolls casually to the top step of the Valencia podium. And the Cup 4 battle, which separated quite early on, in fairness. Stein was able to come out on top after the pit stops and continue on to a relatively unchallenged race victory. Possibly for the best for us trying to follow that race, because there were so many battles on in other classes. Kind of a good job that Cup 4 was a little bit calmer. Will, Robin and Stefan once again have handed the trophies out. The massive crowd of photographers down below, all scrambling to get a good view of the podium action, will take their photos, and then again we will see if the champagne's going to be sprayed. Yes, it will, and the Cup 4 podium finishers are spraying the champagne. Alessio Ruffini a little bit slow on the cork, but gets there in the end. And another group of happy drivers will make their way off the Valencia podium. Alessio Ruffini was slow with the cork, then very quick to leave the podium, but was chased down immediately by, I think that was Sten Almsgaard, who came creeping up behind him. And Cup 4 podium completed. We will not have a podium for Cup 3, but a quick shout out to Ryan James and Ollie Webb. Well, actually, just Ryan James in the end, who came home victorious, having done the full race on his own in the lone surviving McLaren Artura. Right, we will move on then to Cup 2, another really entertaining class this weekend for the Porsche Cup cars. I think we're ready to go. We're waiting still for a couple more bottles to be taken out onto the podium. Very sticky podium it is now. at the end of the Valencia pit lane. We might be just about good to go. Yes, I think we are. So we'll move on to Cup 2 and our third placed driver, Jakob Twarog. Jakob was very excited to be on the podium earlier on today, and the excitement continues into race 3. Second place in Cup 2, Mariusz Gorecki. And then our race winner, Przemysław Biankowski and Mateusz Lizowski. They came out in whichever order they fancied there. I think it was the 27 car that took the win in the class, and both drivers should make their way to the top of the podium. Trophies waiting for them again backstage. And Robin, Will and Stefan will bring them out for the drivers. A little bit of confusion there about who won the race. I'm pretty sure it was Przemysław Biankowski and Mateusz Lizowski who came home on top in Cup 2. And another chance for the photographers down below to snap away. And we have a spare trophy as well. I think someone was missing from the podium who should have been here. But anyway, we've got our race winners in position on the top step in the fading light here in Valencia. So Cup 2, we expect again the grid to grow actually next time going into Aragon. So looking forward to that. The champagne again is sprayed. There'll be no champagne left for the after party in Valencia this evening, the way we're going. Again, the most excited driver on the grid is Jakob Twarog, who has had a good soaking there from his fellow Cup 2 rivals. And he has gone back to collect the trophy. That's what he went back for. Yes, don't forget the trophy. That's what it was all about. A lot of hard work and a well-deserved podium finish for him, but a win for Przemysław Biankowski and Mateusz Lizowski. Cup 1 is next. This for the Ferrari Challenge 296s, which again we lost a few of over the course of that race. But this was also a class that twisted and turned, particularly after the pit stops where some of the pro drivers jumped in and it really shuffled the order about. In third position then in Cup 1, we have Anders Bidstrup, who was busy chatting backstage. Anders heads to the third step of the podium to be joined by our second place finishers. Significant this for the championship as well. Good points scored for Rui Aguas and Cristiano Maciel. Cristiano with the biggest smile I've seen on his face this weekend, that's for sure. It's been a trying time over the weekend at Valencia, but it ends with a second place finish. The winners though in Cup 1, Matt Griffin and John Dillon. A charging drive from Matt Griffin after the pit stops, a solid drive as well from John Dillon beforehand, which put them in a position to snatch the lead in the closing stages and come home race winners in Cup 1. Again, that was a category that really was mixed up with the pit stops and the second driver jumping on board. And in the end, it was AF Corsa once again celebrating the race victory. Another round of applause. I have to say, even teams who have completed their podium celebrations are still here to join in with those who are yet to appear on the Valencia podium, which is nice to see. And there's a fair amount of direction involved in this, actually making sure the drivers are looking at the right camera at the right time. Difficult to see in the sunlight as well. Adrenaline, I'm sure, is flowing still. And again, so too is the champagne. As Matt Griffin is, now you see, he's done a few podiums over the years as Matt Griffin. He's perfected the champagne aim and is utilising that skill to good effect right now, making that bottle last a lot longer than everyone else has as well. Matt Griffin, I think, may live to regret that. Anyway, congratulations to our Cup 1 drivers who have put on one heck of a show over the 3 races this weekend.
Vamos con el podium de la GT2.
So, smiles all round as we move on now then to the GT2 category. Again, just the one GT2 car out there. It did reach the finish though in all 3 races, and we will welcome now our GT2 winners from NM Racing, Manuel Lau and Alberto De Martin. Well done, guys. On to the second step. To the top step, I should say, of the podium for the GT2 victory.
El señor Willis,
and the Mercedes, which hopefully we'll see out again in the GT Winter Series. Of course, guaranteed class wins as long as they made it to the end of the races. But they, I'm sure, have learned a lot, gathered a lot of data as well with all of the miles of running this weekend, not just over Saturday, Sunday, but through the week as well. And the GT2 category, as it continues to grow, I'm sure will mean that we get more GT2 cars out to play in the future. So, sensibly, I think Alberto and Manel are going to keep their champagne for later. So we will now move on to the final podium of the weekend. It is the GT3 Pro podium. Two more drivers then to welcome onto the top step. The Liquimoli Team Engsler team of Jonas Karklis and Luca Engsler. Well done. Off onto the podium they go. What a race they had. What a battle they had with the Schubert Motorsport BMW. Luca Engsler having to chase them down after the pit stops. And then a brilliant wheel-to-wheel battle began between the two of them. And it all went down to that final stint of the race. It was made a lot more difficult for Engsler that time than it had been earlier on in the day when he led lights to flag in race number 2 of the weekend. And they were, on this occasion, having to fight their way to the top, but they did fight, they did make it to the top, and they have claimed the GT3 Pro and overall race win. So one final round of applause then, one final set of photographs to be taken. I suspect they'll be saving the champagne for a little bit later on in the evening, and big congratulations to Jonas and Luca for a job well done. 2 wins from 2 here on Valencia Sunday, and no, the corks are coming out for one last champagne shower then as the Team Engsler Liquimoli team celebrate a GT3 Pro and overall race victory. And with that, finally, it is time to head downstairs to Izzy and Adam.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Andy. Welcome back down to the pit lane for the final time today and the final time this weekend. As always, Adam Weller has made his way down from the commentary box to join me for a brief wrap-up of what has been a pretty exciting day by all things considered. We'll start with TCR Spain. It feels a long time ago that we had their race this morning, but of course great to have them here with us this weekend, and Ruben Volt doing a fantastic job.
It feels like it was Tuesday, to be honest, but yes, Ruben Volt 2 from 2 in the TCR Spain pre-season event. Of course, we're all very excited to welcome them into the paddock again for the Barcelona 6-hour weekend, where they'll have their first round of their summer season, coinciding with the end of our winter season, but the stage set up nicely for that, I'd say.
Absolutely, and the Laidlaws rather stealing the show in the races as well.
Yeah, media coverage all for them, and the Cup class as well in race 2. Great to see those first generation TCR cars out there, facilitated by the separate classification. Very good stuff in TCR.
Indeed. Well, Andy now joins us, made your way down from the podium. Have you got any champagne on you?
Just a little bit, yes. They were ready to celebrate, I think. You can tell it was the first properly hot weekend of the season, because actually none of them minded a bit of a soaking on the podium. But what a great atmosphere on the podium this weekend as well. We've made a bit of chat this weekend about the big crowd of spectators here, but also just the camaraderie amongst the teams in the pit lane, all really getting involved with those podium celebrations, which is nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Right, we'll move on to the GT4s. We've already done TCR Spain, I'm afraid. You talk enough about TCRs anyway, so we'll move on to the GT4s. A perfect weekend for the SR boys, and really feels like this is where their championship started.
Very much so, yeah. It really wasn't a great Portuguese leg for them. They had the pace, just didn't have the fortune, couple of mechanical issues, which particularly for Enrico, I think, was starting to knock his confidence, but he's bounced back, the team have bounced back, and they were absolutely flawless this weekend in Valencia. But unfortunately, really for them in a way, they didn't get a lot of TV time because there was so much great battling going on behind them. The Elite and Rafa battling across really not all 3 races, certainly the 2 races today was particularly enthralling. The Cayman Trophy battle as well, that kept on ebbing and flowing. So yeah, GT4 continues to get more exciting with every round seemingly. The championship, though, I feel Elite Motorsport depending on whether they do all of the remaining rounds, they've got a good position in the points, but if SR Motorsport keeps scoring well, that will keep the pressure on.
Certainly could make things interesting towards the end of the season. We'll move on to the Formula Winter Series then. Gabriel Gomez yet to be off the podium, as you've said many times, which is quite the record. I mean, I know we're only in the second round of the championship, but 3 races a weekend, quite the record for him. But really the story today, the first time winners this season of Maxime Rem and Leo Robinson, and Leo elated, understandably, given that he's finally been able to break the streak of P2s.
Yes, exactly. It's gone P2, DNF, P2. It's been a rough season in a sense for him, in just that he's always been that close, and now he's got it. High Tech, of course, Van Amersfoort, Us Racing, Yenza, all up there in the top half dozen or so in at least 2 of the races, which is great to see, having that variety of teams in there, drivers from all over the world as well, of course. The FWS, I'd say, this year is more international than ever before.
Yeah, fantastic to see. And a quick word on Dante Vinci before we move on to the GT Winter Series, because I mean, it was great to speak to him on the grid coming into this weekend. He has taken a lot of confidence and understandably had a great weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we're saying it sort of came out of nowhere. I'm sure he will say that there was a lot that went into that. You know, it doesn't just happen, this sort of thing. We made the point several times this weekend just how close that Formula Winter Series grid is, particularly 3rd through to about 20th, let's face it, nothing to choose between them in lap times. And so for him to really make significant progress through the 20s and now to be challenging for top 5s overall, he's put a lot of work in there, definitely. Some classy racecraft as well from him in that last race in particular, picked his way through some of the real battles. Some great racing in general though, really. I made that point in race 3. I do enjoy seeing the teenagers, all of them basically hunting for a drive in Formula 1 one day, and they've kind of seen how it's done, haven't they now? You know, you've got to be pretty brutal out there, and they were, but generally pretty good racecraft and not too much silly wheel-to-wheel contact either.
Yeah, elbows out indeed, and that brings us on to the final race of the day, the race that we've just had, elbows out indeed, in the GT Winter Series. Fantastic final race of the day.
And what a great first day back in the car in racing conditions for Luca Engstler. Great to see him get that double win, and also very good to see Jonas Karklis do exactly what Luca told him to do with you at the end of race 2, which is give him the car in P1. Jonas was in P1 when he pitted. He wasn't, or Luca wasn't, when the Holtzums came back out of the pits, but then we saw that absolutely magnificent duel for the overall lead. And of course we were struggling to figure out what to cover, because in Cup 1, Cup 5, Cup 2, Cup 3 and Cup 4 there was all sorts of craziness going on too.
Yeah, busy day for you two.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing that we're 7 floors up and you can see the entire track from there at this particular facility. Motorland Aragon, of course, the polar opposite in so many ways, including the track layout and the topography, and I think that's going to be an entirely different challenge.
Indeed it will. And one last thing to say this weekend, which is that I'm afraid we are saying goodbye to the voice of our podium and obviously co-commentator, Mr. Andy McEwen. Andy, it's been fantastic to have you in the Winter Series. Of course, you've got prior commitments that you need to attend to, so won't be joining us for the rest of the season. It's been fantastic to have you. Have you enjoyed your time?
It's been all right, hasn't it? It's been really, really good fun. I said this last year when I dipped in for the last round at Barcelona. It's such a friendly paddock, this. Really enjoy being part of the GEDLICH Racing Winter Series, and getting to spend the first half of the season with you all has been an absolute pleasure. I'll be watching on, don't worry, for the final few rounds, and yeah, hopefully back again in the future. But I've made some real memories, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens over those final few rounds. I may not be working on the championship for those last few rounds, but I'll be as invested as always.
Well, we're very grateful for your voice on the podium throughout the first half of this season, and we will miss you immensely. Adam and I, however, will be in Motorland Aragon in just over a week's time, 2 weeks' time. There we go. So we will see you then. We'll hope to have your company, and goodbye for now.
Hartling for down racing. They both go deep into the corner.